Blood splatters against a blue background, the aftermath of a swift, unseen strike. The blade gleams, stained with fresh blood, as leaves fall around it. A monstrous wolf lunges forward, its jaws wide, ready to tear flesh. A massive, winged beast descends, its talons extended, poised to strike. The white dragon, Duke, advances, his sword a blur of motion against the encroaching darkness. The winged beast screeches as the hunter's blade finds its mark, drawing blood. Blood sprays as the sword cuts through flesh, the sound of the strike echoing in the air. The aftermath of the battle is visible, with bodies strewn across the forest floor. Footsteps echo through the forest, the only sound in the otherwise silent aftermath. An orc lies defeated, muttering about the protagonist's skill, defeating that many demons by himself. He is known as the immortal crow, Raven Vault. He stood over the fallen demon protector warrior, his sword glinting in the dim light. Scars marked his face, a testament to battles fought and won, but the war was far from over. The monster's final moments were marked by shock and disbelief. Under the moonlight, he thought, I finally made it this far. The immortal crow stood silhouetted against the night, a lone figure in a hostile world. He knew there were only 15 days left, and if he managed to survive, he would. Looking up, Ravenvault thought, finally, regain my freedom. He vowed, under his breath, that he would definitely get out of here. The sound of footsteps echoed through the Demon Corps camp. The Demon Corps camp was a place of despair and endless struggle. Some soldiers drowned their sorrows in drink, seeking oblivion from their grim reality. Others languished in cells, their spirits broken by the endless war. Those sent to the Demon Corps were fated to fight demons in an endless power struggle, the worst treatment one could receive in the Empire. Raven stood among them. The personnel almost entirely consisted of criminals and slaves. The worst of the worst, those who didn't even care about their lives, nor if they would live to see another day. One soldier remarked, "Hey, look, it seems like that Raven bastard killed all of his subordinates and came back alone again. Despite him." He walks through the camp, the tents a silent testament to the Demon Corps' grim existence. A subordinate trails behind him. The subordinate approaches Raven, his expression unreadable. He speaks, "Look what we got here." The subordinate's voice drips with veiled hostility. He asks, "Are you ignoring me again? Don't you have something to tell me, perhaps?" Raven finds himself surrounded, 3 subordinates looming over him. Their intentions are far from friendly. A flicker of annoyance crosses Raven's face, his purple eyes narrowing slightly at the blatant disrespect. The subordinate's threat hangs heavy in the air. "It seems like you want to die," he snarls, his hand twitching toward a weapon. Raven's expression hardens, a dangerous glint entering his eyes. He is not one to be trifled with. The subordinate's face contorts with rage, his intentions now clear. He is about to attack. The subordinate lunges, a crude blade aimed at Raven's throat. The air crackles with violent intent. Raven moves with blinding speed, deflecting the attack and drawing his own blade in a single, fluid motion. The glint of steel flashes as Raven's sword meets the subordinate's crude weapon, sparks flying in the dim light. The subordinate cries out as Raven's blade finds its mark. The fight has begun. He felt the sting of betrayal, the pain almost unbearable as tears welled. A dark shape descended, a flurry of motion too fast to fully comprehend. The impact sent him crashing down, a blinding flash accompanying the brutal force. Standing over the fallen, sword in hand, Raven spat out a single word, "Bastard." His gaze hardened, a resolve forming amidst the pain and anger. The words echoed in the air, a promise of swift and brutal demise. He offered them a quick death. Raven, the immortal crow, stared into the distance, his face marred by a scar, his eyes filled with dark intent. Coughing, the man on the ground vowed to remember this moment, his eyes burning with resentment. Meanwhile, the text spoke of a fallen royal, a monster forged in the fires of survival, enduring a decade within the corporation. He walked towards the imposing structure, the whispers of his colleagues painting a picture of lies and deceit. The truth, however, was far more damning. Those lies were, in fact, entirely accurate. Even if it wasn't a prestigious household, it truly existed inside the Empire. A figure in military regalia stood tall, the fate of the Empire resting on his shoulders. Scars marked his face, a testament to battles fought and lost. And they lost everything. About 10 years ago, he was bound in chains, his expression a mix of defiance and despair. Flames engulfed everything, consuming the past and casting long shadows. The family estate burned, a roaring inferno that signaled the end of an era. The idiots of the Vault household plotted a rebellion against the Empire. For such a foolish act, shouldn't the consequence be death? A voice screamed in denial, fangs bared in a desperate plea. "You are wrong. Our household didn't do such a thing." The chained figure protested, flanked by stoic guards. He stared down, the weight of the accusation crushing him. "You're a fool." A man with a ponytail looked on, stating that he who fails to recognize his own mistakes is lost. His eyes widened, a desperate plea escaping his lips. It's a misunderstanding, he shouts, claiming that the other houses were the ones who plotted everything. A rough hand grabs the immortal crow by the hair, silencing his protests. The captor states that both of Raven's parents have already been purged. He suggests turning him into ashes along with the rest of his household. However, a voice offers him another option, a potential lifeline in the face of annihilation. Tears stream down his face as the weight of his family's destruction crashes down on him. The captor proposes a grim alternative: demons for 10 years in the demon core. If he agrees to the terms, they will at least let him keep his life, a small mercy in this desperate situation. Raven looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief at the offer. The crowd watches, their faces obscured in shadow, as Raven contemplates his fate. The text reveals that the demon core is the Empire's worst corp, filled with barbarians and criminals. That place, this might be the end of the Vault household, a tragic conclusion to a noble lineage. He wonders if he can even survive fighting against the demons for 10 years, a desperate gamble for a chance at life. He wore the collar like a brand, a constant reminder of his captivity. The man offered a twisted freedom, survive, and he could do as he pleased. The man awaited his answer. Raven simply acknowledged the terms. A cruel smile stretched across the man's lips, anticipating the chaos to come. The immortal crow vowed to survive, to rebuild the Vault household from the ashes. The chain, a symbol of his bondage, would not hold him back. Definitely, he thought, as the flames engulfed the building. Bound and kneeling, he faced the inferno, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. Explosions rocked the area, testing his will to endure. A gloved hand, perhaps a sign of a new master, awaited his next move. The days filled with disgrace would soon be over, he thought, a new chapter beginning. He walked away from the tent, leaving behind the ashes of his past. His gaze burned with resolve, a silent promise etched in his eyes. Ever since he was dragged into this world, he had fought demons without any training or experience. The abyss stared back, a reflection of the battles he had faced. Yet, somehow, Raven had managed to survive until now, battered but unbowed. He remembered the boy he once was a lifetime ago. For 10 years, Raven had been a member of the Demon Hunting Corps, a grim soldier in a never-ending war. The darkness swirled, a constant reminder of the horrors he had witnessed. The next large-scale demon extermination, he vowed, would be his last fight. His armor, a symbol of his duty, bore the scars of countless battles. Only one step remained, he thought, before he was free to rebuild his household. He walked towards the light, a silhouette of hope against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in the Pendragon household's territory, within Ancona Forest, an eye watched with growing unease. A full moon hangs in the night sky, its light illuminating the world below as shooting stars streak past. Before the blond man stands a colossal dragon, wreathed in clouds of light and power, its presence commanding. The dragon's voice echoes, ancient and resonant. "Oh, my knight, the time to fulfill our oath is drawing near." The blond man looks up, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as he hears the dragon's words. The armored figure wipes sweat from his brow, the sun glinting off his helmet. The armored figure declares, "I am called Ellen Pendragon. Without further ado, let us start the demon subjugation." The demon subjugation field, Lopton Prairie. Monstrous wolves snarl, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Raven Vault's scarred face is grim as he stares into the distance. He admits, "Young lord, I am not used to fighting while protecting someone." The immortal crow stands between Ellen Pendragon and the pack of snarling wolves. Ellen Pendragon says, "So please refrain from moving as you please." He declared that while the white dragon dealt with the demons in the sky, he would handle the ones here himself. The immortal crow gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression grim as he prepared for battle. He taunted his unseen foes, daring them to come at him. Two monstrous, wolf-like demons lunged forward, their fangs bared in a savage snarl. Raven Vault drew his sword, the blade gleaming in the fading light as he prepared to meet the demonic assault. The clash of steel echoed as the first blow was struck, sparks flying from the impact. The immortal crow stood his ground, his sword held ready as he faced the approaching threat. Meanwhile, high above, the white dragon soared through the turbulent sky, its massive wings casting shadows on the battlefield below. The dragon unleashed a torrent of pure energy, its glowing eyes focused on its distant targets. The beam of energy streaked across the sky, incinerating any demons caught in its path. The wolf-like demons were engulfed in the dragon's attack, their forms dissolving into nothingness. The remaining demons shrieked in terror as the dragon's wrath descended upon them. A surge of power emanated, the air crackling with unseen energy. The white dragon unleashed a torrent of icy breath, freezing demons in its path. The dragon descended, its massive claws crushing the remaining demons underfoot. More demons swarmed, their forms dissolving as the dragon's power washed over them. The immortal crow looked up, a hint of awe in his expression. How terrifying! Ravenvault stood alongside Ellen Pendragon, both watching the dragon's display of power. The knight was in awe. The immortal crow watched the dragon, a thoughtful expression on his face. The white dragon soared through the sky, having defeated the majority of the demons. He stood amidst the battlefield, the aftermath of the dragon's assault visible all around. The text bubble indicated that the battle had been a breeze thanks to the dragon, and victory was almost certain. The protagonist thought to himself that his luck must have been pretty good for his last task to be this easy. The dragon's clawed feet stood firm on the ground, ready for the next challenge. The white dragon stood tall, its wings spread wide, a symbol of overwhelming power. The dragon's massive claws crushed the earth, a testament to its immense size and strength. Ellen asked the protagonist if he and the dragon had any wounds, but he replied that it was fine. A text bubble declared that the battle would be over in just an instant. The protagonist looked off into the distance, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The sound effect indicated a decisive strike, as the protagonist thought, "That's it." A swift attack landed, the sound effect emphasizing the speed and force of the blow. The enemies were obliterated in a single, devastating attack, the sound effect punctuating their demise. He stood with Ellen, the dragon looming large behind them both. "Shit, the remaining ones," someone shouted, realizing the battle was not yet over. The man ordered the dragon into the fray, his expression determined. The dragon loomed, its massive form radiating power. Ellen watched as the dragon's claw descended, its target now in range. The knight's face was grim as the dragon attacked. The dragon's maw opened wide, its teeth bared. The dragon's attack landed with devastating force. The impact sent debris flying, the force of the blow undeniable. The aftermath of the dragon's attack left a scene of destruction. He and Ellen look up, noticing that there are quite a few of them. The dragon stands tall, its white scales gleaming in the light. The dragon's golden horns and plates shine as it prepares to attack. A burst of energy erupts as the dragon unleashes its power. The dragon's attack descends upon them, a torrent of destruction. Raven's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the dragon's might. The dragon's assault continues, tearing through the battlefield. Raven cries out, demanding to know why they aren't fighting back. Ellen stands firm, his armor gleaming as he faces the onslaught. Ellen shouts to the young lord, his voice filled with urgency. The explosion intensifies as someone demands what the hell they are doing. Raven and Ellen are caught in the blast, debris flying around them. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Demons fall, defeated by an unseen force. The demons should have been dealt with already. Ellen is surrounded, but to think that many would be left. Ellen is overwhelmed by the sheer number of demons. Raven faces a massive, snarling demon, its fangs bared. A dragon is truly the strongest being that exists. No matter what demon it is, it won't be a match for a dragon. The battle so far has been a breeze thanks to the dragon. Luck must have been pretty good, he thinks, a slight smile playing on his lips. He glanced around, noting the sheer number of enemies surrounding them. Ellen stood beside him, ready for the onslaught. A desperate plea echoed in his mind, a silent promise hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a lone figure stood before a majestic dragon, a symbol of hope against the encroaching darkness. Raven's face was marred with blood, a testament to the brutal battle he had endured. A single drop of blood fell, a stark reminder of the carnage. A bright light shines, accompanied by a distant promise of a meeting between the sun and the moon. A voice echoes through the void, a solemn oath to be fulfilled, placing everything on the dragon rider. A majestic dragon, wreathed in ethereal energy, descends through a swirling vortex of stars and light. Glowing orbs drift through the darkness, hinting at a deeper, unseen power at play. A sense of disorientation washes over him. Had he truly met his end? He floats, suspended in the abyss, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looks up. The sensation of being torn apart from the inside resurfaces, a familiar echo of past regenerations. It was the same feeling he felt when he regenerated, a painful but necessary process. Tears streamed down his face as he coughs, the pain almost unbearable. A surge of energy courses through him. Then it means he was still alive. He slowly becomes aware of his surroundings, a blurry figure looming nearby. A throbbing headache clouds his thoughts as he wonders where he is. He shifts slightly, feeling the unfamiliar texture of the bedsheets beneath his fingers. What is this place? He notices something on his wrist, a subtle weight he can't quite identify in his disoriented state. He tries to sit up, a groan escaping his lips as pain shoots through his body. The maid's eyes widen in alarm, her expression a mix of concern and urgency. Her voice cracks as she calls out, her words laced with desperation. The maid rushes forward, her movements frantic as she cries out for someone. His vision clears slightly, revealing the opulent surroundings of the room. The room is extravagant, a stark contrast to anything he's ever known. The maid calls out to him. The maid's footsteps echo as she approaches, her concern palpable. The maid's voice is filled with relief as she addresses him, calling him young master. The older gentleman's voice booms, jolting someone awake with a concerned shout. The sudden awakening is jarring. 3 figures stand before Raven Vault, the older gentleman, a maid, and an older woman, all watching him intently. The older gentleman beams, relieved. Young master, you're up. You finally did it. The maid asks if he is okay, her expression filled with concern. The protagonist is asked if he remembers them. Raven Vault's brow furrows, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He wonders if they're talking about him, the one they're calling young master. The older gentleman, Conrad, declares that this is the Pendragon household castle. The Pendragon household castle stands tall, a beacon of grandeur against the sky. Conrad states that he is its master. Raven Vault stares ahead, still struggling to understand his situation. His name echoes in the room. Aaron Pendragon. The name seems to stir something within him. Tears well in his eyes, a mix of confusion and dawning recognition. He manages a choked, WH dash. The question hangs in the air, heavy with uncertainty. I'm Aaron Pendragon. His head throbs, a sharp pain accompanying the realization. He stares into a bowl of water, seeking answers in his reflection. Recognition dawns as he sees his own face. He wonders what the hell happened. A voice speaks, addressing him as young master, suggesting he might not remember what he looks like. A maid stands before him, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation. Meanwhile, the older man advises Lindy that the young master must be confused since he just woke up, so don't force it. He adds that it's natural since he's been unconscious for 3 years. He stared into the water, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. 3 years had passed since the battle. But fragments of a past life flashed before him, a life of conflict and strife. He recalled being decapitated, certain that he had died back there on that battlefield. Since he was near immortal, why was it that instead of simply reviving, he had been unconscious? The memories continued to flood back, overwhelming him. Had he truly become a Pendragon? Meanwhile, light streamed through the doorway as it was thrust open, revealing a grand room beyond. A woman with blonde hair, adorned in noble attire, rushed in, exclaiming, Aaron, my son. The woman's face was a mixture of relief and disbelief as she gazed upon Aaron. A maid's voice echoed from behind the woman, asking if he had truly awakened. The room was now filled with people, all staring at Aaron with varying degrees of shock and joy. A man's voice questioned who was making such a commotion at this hour. Another woman's voice, filled with emotion, confirmed that he had indeed awakened. He stares ahead, his blue eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and fear. Lindy stands tall, her expression a mix of relief and concern as she approaches him. A wave of disorientation washes over him, and he wonders aloud who that woman was. He raises a hand to his head, trying to grasp at the fading tendrils of memory. Lindy gives a small, reassuring smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. His mother expresses her relief, telling Aaron that she is his mother and asking if he remembers her. She embraces him tightly, a silent promise of safety and comfort. He is overwhelmed, questioning what happened and if this is all a dream. He wonders if the old lady is someone he should know, but his mind remains clouded. He gestures vaguely, his thoughts still swirling in a vortex of confusion. His mother points towards the outside, perhaps suggesting a change of scenery might help him remember. His eyes dart around, searching for something familiar in the unfamiliar surroundings. A voice echoes, filled with a sudden, sharp realization. High above, a figure descends from the bright sky. The figure takes shape, revealing a massive, scaled wing. Golden accents gleam against the dragon's white scales as it descends. The dragon's tail whips behind it as it approaches a tall tower. The dragon's head, adorned with golden horns, comes into full view. Its massive claws brush against a red surface below. A man with blonde hair stares upwards, a look of shock on his face. The man whispers, barely audible, Soul Drake? Soul Drake's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition in their depths. The ground trembles with the dragon's immense power. Soul Drake unleashes a deafening roar. Light flares, and the air distorts with unseen energy. A figure plummets backward, even as a hand desperately reaches out. Support Ellen Pendragon looks up, his expression a mix of shock and dawning recognition. The massive form of neutral Soul Drake, the white dragon, looms overhead. His armored scales gleam with ancient power. Support Ellen Pendragon's eyes widen, a name forming on his lips. He wonders why he knows the white dragon's name, a name linked to a past tragedy. Neutral Soul Drake stands tall, a lone figure silhouetted before him. The question hangs in the air. Did he revive? Support Ellen Pendragon's brow furrows, struggling to understand the implications. He admits to himself that he isn't understanding a single thing that's happening. A hand reaches out, calling the dragon's name. The woman in the white dress declares that she will not allow anyone to hurt her son anymore. The ceiling shatters as something massive descends, casting shards of debris down below. A single, piercing blue eye, framed by golden scales, observes the scene with ancient intensity. Support Ellen Pendragon reaches out, his expression a mix of concern and urgency. Aaron's mother stands defiantly, arms outstretched as if to shield someone from the impending threat. The dragon's massive head looms, its golden armor glinting in the light as it descends further. The dragon, neutral soul drake, descends, its presence dominating the room. Support Ellen Pendragon shouts, urging someone to get back, his face etched with worry. Support Ellen Pendragon tries to restrain Aaron's mother, but she calls out a name, her voice filled with desperation. Aaron. The dragon towers over Aaron's mother, its massive form casting a long shadow as she stares up at it. Below, a figure with long hair stands amidst the shattered debris, their back turned to the unfolding drama. Support Ellen Pendragon's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. He looks on in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he points forward. Aaron, what's wrong? A voice calls out, concern lacing each syllable. Ellen Pendragon places a comforting hand on Aaron's shoulder, trying to understand his distress. His gaze drifts. Aaron thinks of the old lady, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. Am I really the only one that can see her? He wonders, a sense of isolation washing over him. Meanwhile, golden armor gleams, belonging to a massive white dragon, its scales shimmering in the light. An old woman in a dark dress gazes up at the dragon, her expression a mixture of awe and reverence. The dragon's foot, massive and powerful, rests on the ground, its presence commanding and ancient. With a burst of speed, the white dragon moves, a blur of white and gold against the sky. The dragon crashes through a window, shards of glass flying as the old woman watches from below. Ellen and Aaron look up, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and wonder at the sight above. The white dragon soars into the sky, leaving the old woman behind as it disappears into the clouds. An elderly woman stands beneath a parasol, a faint smile gracing her lips. The light around her intensifies, obscuring her form with an ethereal glow. The light flares brighter, obscuring everything in a wash of white. Ellen Pendragon stares ahead, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. She disappeared. He exhales softly, his brow furrowed with concern. A man asks, his voice laced with worry, Lady Helene, are you all right? Helene, looking slightly dazed, is supported by a concerned gentleman. Helene reassures him, I'm all right, Melbon. More importantly, Helene smiles reassuringly at Melbon, though a hint of unease lingers in her eyes. Ellen's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Meanwhile, Aaron stands beside Ellen, a distant look in his eyes as if recalling a forgotten memory. It felt as though he had truly become Aaron, the shift in identity unsettling. A voice, filled with disbelief, whispered Aaron's name, questioning the reality of the situation. Helene stared, her blue eyes wide with shock as the implications began to dawn on her. A resigned voice conceded, addressing someone as Mom, with a tone of reluctant acceptance. A blond man grinned, his expression radiating a strange, almost unsettling joy. Helene stood alongside a man in a suit, the weight of the situation settling upon them both. Helene resolved to gather information, deciding that remaining confused would serve no purpose. A woman with blonde hair seemed to have come to a realization, her expression thoughtful. The decision was made. The information gathering would begin, setting the stage for what was to come. The Demon Corps, an inferior group, is introduced. They are said to have no human rights. The hooded figure sits atop a pile of corpses. It is said that one can barely survive a year in that infernal environment. The corpses are piled high, a testament to the brutal environment. The hooded figure reflects on surviving 10 years there. They polish themselves in combat abilities and regeneration. It is said that the Demon Corps cannot compare to Lobton Prairie Demon subjugation. The hooded figure stands before a massive, white dragon, its wings spread wide. It was the hooded figure's last battle before being freed. The Pendragon young master and they were plotted against and lost their lives on that battlefield. They were supposed to. A blond man stands in a white outfit, a dark shadow looming behind him. Time has reverted back to 7 years before that battle. And now, a maid looks up, startled by some unseen event. The young master is addressed, his expression a mix of annoyance and resignation. The high collar of his sleepwear emphasizes the vulnerability of his exposed neck. A maid coaxes him to open his mouth, spoon in hand, as he sighs in reluctant compliance. He thinks to himself that he is being fed like a baby. Aaron insists he can at least feed himself, but the maid is not swayed. The maid firmly tells him that she cannot allow it, citing the doctor's orders. The maid implores him to open his mouth, her expression a mix of concern and determination. This maid's name is Lindsay. Apparently, she was in charge of Aaron's daily affairs before he suddenly went into a coma. Aaron thinks about how unbelievably overprotective Lindsay is being, even treating him so bluntly. He curses under his breath, realizing that since he has become Aaron, he has no choice but to follow through with it. Lindsay continues to feed him, her face close to his as she ensures he eats. A tray laden with food and drink sits, untouched, on a nearby table. Lindsay thanks Aaron for his hard work, adding that she will help him get dressed while his medicine is prepared. The young master stands before Lindsay, his expression unreadable as she speaks to him. Aaron insists he can dress himself, turning away from the maid. He tells Lindsay he'll wash his face and asks her to bring him his clothes and a hairband, as his hair is a bother when it's too long. Lindsay's eyes widen in alarm. She cries out to the young master. Aaron takes a step forward, his bare feet touching the floor. Lindsay insists that he can't walk yet. She reaches out, grabbing his arm to stop him, her face etched with worry. Lindsay's expression is fraught with concern as she looks at Aaron. The blonde-haired young man is rushed by the maid, who insists on taking care of his clothes and hair. The maid pleads with the young master to relax, her expression a mix of concern and urgency. He tries to reassure her that he's got it, and she should calm down. A stool sits alone in the room, awaiting its occupant. The young man sits on the stool, determined to get it done now, while the maid stands behind him, ready to assist. He thinks to himself that he just got here. The young man sits facing away, his blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. Now dressed in a white uniform with gold trim, the young man seems to be posing. He thinks to himself that he's really bad at dealing with this, his stomach aching from the stress. The young man covers his face with his hand, overwhelmed by the situation. The maid asks the young master if he has finished changing, concerned about what's wrong. He tries to brush off her concerns, saying it's nothing. The blonde-haired man stands before a mirror, dressed in formal attire. He declares that this is enough already, his expression strained. He says he'll go lay down, his voice echoing with exhaustion as his sisters call out to him. Ellen's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he hears the door creak open. A voice asks how his body is, the words hanging in the air. Two young girls, Lady Erin and Lady Mia, stand together, their expressions unreadable. Lady Erin smiles, her eyes sparkling with an unknown emotion. Lady Mia's expression is more subdued, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The voices of Lady Erin and Lady Mia echo, calling out his name. The maid looks on with concern as Ellen winces, his teeth gritted in discomfort. He wonders why is this happening. He laments his bad timing, his face contorted in frustration. Lady Mia runs towards Ellen, calling out for him to stop. Ellen's expression is one of pure anguish, his eyes wide with a desperate plea. He was embraced tightly, the small child's arms squeezing him. Looking up, the child's bright blue eyes sparkled with affection. Ellen returned the smile, his expression warm and relieved. One of his sisters looked up at him, concern etched on her face. She asked, apologizing if he could walk normally now. He reassured her that he was just walking and that everything was fine. Ellen carried the child, his sister, Lindsay, thanking someone nearby. The group stood together, a sense of familial warmth surrounding them. Ellen's smile widened, a hint of weariness still present in his eyes. He insisted that he was fine, though a subtle tension lingered. Lindsay beamed, expressing how happy they were that her brother had woken up. He sat, recovering, as Lindsay mentioned that the courtyard flowers had finally started blooming. She suggested they go see them together once he was able to leave the room. The cornflower he had planted was also about to bloom. He listened as his sister cheerfully reminded him of the time before his coma. Ever since he fabricated the loss of his memories, she had been a constant source of information. Ellen thought to himself that his sister really talked too much, but he knew it was useful. Thanks to that, he had gotten a bunch of information out of her, piecing together the past. She had told him about the kind of mess that Aaron was, painting a picture of someone he didn't know. Instead of learning to wield his sword, Aaron focused on reading and painting, preferring plants to fighting. The image of Aaron painting in the garden was vivid, a stark contrast to the warrior he was supposed to be. However, Aaron was a coward who chose to shut himself in his own room to avoid contact with other people. Because of that, not only were his sword skills lackluster, but his combat abilities as well, leading to rumors. The Duke household's successor became a laughingstock behind the scenes, a source of shame for the family. It's no wonder the Pendragon household fell from grace, Ellen thought, considering Aaron's actions. But now that time has reverted and he's become him, Ellen mused, a new chapter beginning. He considered the facts. Aaron's current body was that of a 17-year-old, about 10 years younger than when they first met. According to the castle servants, Aaron had fallen into a coma at 14, only to awaken 3 years later. Aaron lay still, lost in slumber. Ellen mused that there must have been a reason for him to have taken over Aaron's body while he was in a coma. He thought to himself that the reason why wasn't important, What mattered was that he was still alive and had come back 7 years into the past. Ellen's expression hardened, a steely glint in his blue eyes. He thought back to that time he was sent to the Demon Corps and lost his family's honor. He would redo. Meanwhile, Raven Vault stood poised, a whirlwind of motion around him. The immortal crow stood tall, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Ellen realized he had a second chance to achieve what he could not back then. He wondered what he couldn't do, deciding to start with what Baltai had said back then. The dishonor of the family, the entrance into the Demon Corps, and death all weigh heavily. All of them are related, for the sake of figuring out what he meant. The voice echoes, mentioning both Aaron Pendragon and Raven Vault. He resolves to fight once more, a grim determination etched on his face. A smile plays on Ellen Pendragon's lips, though his eyes betray a deeper conflict. The conversation shifts to Lady Luna. His sister asks if he is listening, but Ellen seems lost in thought as a child apologizes. Ellen's sister beams, confirming something with an enthusiastic okay. She announces that Lady Luna is coming to see him. Ellen, confused, asks who Lady Luna is, a flicker of concern in his eyes. His sister apologizes, explaining that his memories are still. The flag declared Lady Luna was part of the Pendragon cavalry. She was also the foster daughter of Count Sirid. A woman with blonde hair stood amidst a vibrant display of red roses. Her expression was unreadable. The woman clasped her hands together, a warm smile gracing her lips. "Brothers Dash," she began. A burst of light filled the room as the word fiancé echoed in the air. The blonde woman held a doll, her gaze soft and gentle. She seemed to be lost in thought. Her blue eyes widened, a hint of surprise or shock flickering across her face. A bead of sweat trickled down her face, a sign of unease or worry. Her lips were slightly parted. The sound of hooves echoed as she muttered, "Huh?" Her confusion was palpable. Meanwhile, a procession of knights rode through a sun-dappled forest. Banners bearing the same sigil as the flag fluttered in the breeze. One of the knights spoke, "We'll be reaching the Conrad Castle on the Duchy territory soon. So, please endure for just a little while longer." The horses continued their steady pace, their hooves kicking up dust on the road. The carriage followed closely behind. Inside the carriage sat Lady Luna, her expression serene as she gazed out the window. She was the destination. Lady Luna's expression is unreadable as she stands in the ornate room. Her violet eyes betray nothing of her thoughts. A lone figure walks down the long aisle toward the throne, flanked by armored guards. The question hung in the air, was this truly what Count Sealord wanted, Lord Braedon? An older man with a mustache looked on with a concerned expression. The man affirmed that they had come to relay information to the young noble. A knight stood guard as the man in the black suit spoke. Lord Braedon sat on the throne, a slight frown creasing his brow. Lord Braedon's expression hardened as he listened to the news. The messenger asked if he was truly willing to take responsibility for the problems that would occur from a cancellation with the Pendragon family. The knight stood ready, awaiting Lord Braedon's command. As an apology, a proposal was being made that would have far-reaching consequences. The Count stated that he would hand over not only the gold and crystal mines on the territorial boundaries, but also 2 lumber mills in Brynjard Forest to the Pendragon family, giving them ownership. The man with glasses seemed to be in shock after hearing the Count's proposal. The offer was being made directly to the Pendragon family. The man with glasses seemed to be in disbelief, his expression unreadable. The Count asked if anyone would like to make any suggestions. The man with glasses looked angered by the Count's proposal. She thought about how much this man intended to insult their family. Pendragon is currently struggling with financial issues. Ellen Pendragon looked distressed, thinking about their family situation. Pride wouldn't be able to bear it if they were to accept this. She sits upon the throne, the weight of the crown heavy as Ellen Pendragon declares their intent to refuse the proposition. The ornate details of the throne room seem to mock the Pendragon family's fading glory. A figure leans in, a smug smile playing on his lips as he asks, "Are you sure about that?" His words hang in the air, a veiled threat disguised as concern. "This might be your final chance to get your family back on their feet." Ellen Pendragon's expression hardens, the weight of the decision etched on their face. A desperate plea escapes their lips, barely a whisper, "Why you?" Wait. The reality of their situation crashes down, a wave of dread washing over Ellen Pendragon. The sound of approaching soldiers echoes through the hall, a stark reminder of the power dynamics at play. Their armored forms advance, their presence a silent pressure on the Pendragon family. The throne room stretches out before them, a stage for a drama that could decide the fate of their house. The smug advisor watches Ellen Pendragon, his expression unreadable as he awaits their final answer. The soldiers stand guard, their presence a constant reminder of the consequences of defiance. Immaculate white trousers and polished black shoes stood on the red carpet. An older man looks up at Aaron, who is being announced. A title card announces, "Young Nobleman Aaron." Aaron smirks, thinking that the brat finally appeared. Someone thinks that they are more worthy of this brat. Aaron stretches, a smile playing on his lips. Aaron asks how things are going, then abruptly asks who the other person is. Aaron sits on his throne, looking confused. The man in white pants stands before Aaron's throne. Aaron's expression is one of confusion and slight amusement. Aaron wonders why he doesn't remember who the other person is. Someone wonders if Aaron is suffering from memory loss, or if his personality has just changed. The nobleman's lips curl into a dismissive smirk, thinking the other is still a fool. He believes their status is plain, and there is no need to discuss it further. The knight stands before him, receiving the nobleman's dear condolences with a forced smile. The nobleman orders the knight to go away, his expression cold and dismissive. The nobleman is not interested in the knight's presence or concerns. The nobleman states that he is not interested in the knight, who is just a mere knight, and he wants him to go away. The nobleman sits on his ornate throne, his fingers steepled in a gesture of superiority. The knight is taken aback by the nobleman's words, exclaiming, "Wah," in disbelief. The nobleman is shocked that the knight would say such a thing to a head chief like him. The nobleman believes that the knight is the one being rude by coming all the way to their castle. The nobleman stands firm, his feet planted on the ground, showing his dominance. The unseen figure repeats their demand, ordering the knight out of sight. Ellen Pendragon's face contorts in a mix of shock and suppressed anger. The unseen figure warns Ellen not to make them repeat the order again. The knight flinches, his expression a mask of hurt and disbelief. Aaron approaches Ellen, offering a towel with a concerned expression. Raven Vault, reclining on his throne, simply asks, "So?" The noble's expression is unreadable, but his eyes betray a hint of something unreadable. Aaron observes that it seems like the two have been arguing about the cancellation. Raven Vault remains seated, a smug look on his face as he watches the unfolding drama. Aaron reaches out, calling for someone named Sealord to come out. The speech bubble indicates that the person in question is being summoned. Aaron wonders what to do, his expression reflecting deep concern. The terms were laid bare: cancellation of the engagement in exchange for gold, crystal mines, and lumber mills. Ellen Pendragon listened, his expression unreadable as the details of the arrangement were revealed. Ellen smirked, a glint in his eye. "Let's call it even." His hand rested on the arm of the ornate throne, fingers tapping lightly as he awaited a response. The gray-haired noble recoiled, his eyes wide with shock at the casual dismissal of tradition. Both nobles stared, aghast at the implications of Ellen's words and the flippant manner in which they were delivered. The gray-haired noble wondered where Ellen had learned such a phrase, his shock evident. The gray-haired noble questioned if the young nobleman was aware that this was between Pendragon. The gray-haired noble's face contorted in anger, his voice rising as he spoke. The gray-haired noble knew there were many things needed to be done for Pendragon to recover. Ellen Pendragon, bathed in light, declared his intention to become powerful once more. The hem of Ellen Pendragon's coat sways as he stands, his posture radiating confidence. The guard behind him remains stoic, a silent sentinel as Ellen continues to speak. Luna Sealord stands on the steps, listening intently. She wonders if she is wrong to think the Count won't change his mind. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she processes Ellen's words. He thinks to himself that he should have just said he couldn't marry someone like her. He doesn't want to acknowledge the truth of the situation. Luna realizes she is currently in love with him, her expression a mix of shock and affection. Ellen's lips curve into a slight smirk, noting that she looks like she's having trouble responding. He continues, stating that she doesn't have to respond because her opinion is unimportant to the Sealord family. Ellen's expression remains smug, confident in his assessment of the situation. Luna can only manage a soft, breathy response. She walks through the halls, her expression unreadable as she approaches the main hall. Ellen Pendragon turns to the woman, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay with this, Duchess?" Ellen's expression is serious, his gaze unwavering as he awaits a response. A single word echoes in the hall. Ellen's face is determined as he prepares to make a formal declaration. A subtle smirk plays on Ellen's lips, hinting at the weight of his next words. Ellen's voice booms, declaring his intentions to the assembled crowd. Ellen Pendragon stands before the crowd, ready to take control. The announcement reverberates through the hall. The engagement is officially canceled. Lady Luna's expression is downcast, her eyes reflecting a deep sadness. The weight of the announcement settles on the faces of those present, some in shock, others in anticipation. The sound of footsteps echoes as the consequences of the announcement begin to unfold. He found his head aching, burdened by the weight of decisions. So much to consider, so many moving pieces to manage. But the knight was forced to contend with the more mundane aspects of leadership, like managing engagements. It seemed that consulting Eileen about the financial situation had been the correct course of action. If they were to gather that many resources, there was no reason to reject the cancellation. Ellen considered the implications, his expression thoughtful as he rested his chin on his hand. Things that could provide magical resources would be particularly helpful. Whether or not high-level magicians would come here would be determined by those minds. A portrait hung on the wall, a stern-looking woman gazing out from the frame. Ellen looked up, his gaze distant as he pondered the future and the resources they would need. The portrait seemed to watch him, its silent judgment a constant presence. The blonde-haired knight's brow furrowed, lost in thought. A new name surfaced in his mind, Ringe. Who is this? He gazes up at the portrait, a thoughtful expression on his face as the maid stands beside him. The maid explains that the portrait depicts Aisha Pendragon, the Duke's father and Klein Pendragon's older sister. The portrait of Aisha Pendragon shows a woman with a stern yet regal appearance. Ellen's thoughts drift to the Pendragon family. The details of Ellen's ornate white and gold uniform are visible. Ellen continues to gaze at the portrait of Aisha Pendragon, lost in thought. The light streams through the stained glass windows. He stands before the windows, the light silhouetting his form as he considers the Pendragon family. Meanwhile, Aisha Pendragon appears, stating that there is something she would like to ask. Aisha Pendragon's expression is serious as she looks down. The disembodied voice echoed in the room, addressing someone by name. So, Lady Aisha. Aaron Pendragon stood near the door as Aisha Pendragon sat on a red couch. She looked up at him, asking what brought him to her. Aisha Pendragon raised a finger, explaining that a name was the prerequisite to talk to the living. The ghost of Aisha Pendragon winked, a strange glint in her eye as she made her point. A title card appeared, identifying her as Aaron's great-aunt, Aisha Pendragon, and clarifying her spectral state. Aaron Pendragon seemed to be in shock as he listened to Aisha's words. He had faced demons for 10 years, but this was new. The ghostly Aisha Pendragon mused that it was one thing after another since she took over this body, deciding it was pointless to worry. Aisha Pendragon, sitting across from Aaron, declared she would get straight to the point. The ghost of Aisha Pendragon stared intently, asking who on earth he was. Aisha Pendragon leaned forward, her expression intense. She accused him of not being the real Aaron Pendragon. He gazes off, a flicker of something unreadable in his blue eyes. Lady Luna's lips curve into a knowing smile, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. She raises her hands, palms open, speaking with a tone that belies her pleasant expression. She says she's always wanted to try speaking in a threatening tone. The image of Soldrake looms, a memory or a vision, tinged with a sense of inevitability. This isn't a surprise to me at that time. The name echoes, Soldrake. Aaron sits back, arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He acknowledges that she can speak to dragons. The question hangs in the air. Does he know what exactly happened? Lady Luna's smile widens, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she claims to have no clue. The question is posed directly. Would he mind telling her all the details of how he became Aaron? Aaron's expression hardens, his gaze intense as he considers the request. He muses that she's a ghost, and since he's the only one who can see her, there's no harm in indulging her curiosity. His lips tighten, a subtle hint of the turmoil within. He sat, poised to reveal the truth of his existence. Aaron began, admitting he wasn't sure if Lady Luna would believe him, but he would tell her everything. He recounted how he and another were killed in action on the Lobton Prairie. That was what he thought, but when he woke up, it was as everyone could see. He had gone back in time and revived as Aaron, which he wanted to figure out the most. Aaron explained that Soldrake had already found out that he wasn't the Aaron they knew, and he was sure that was the case. Lady Luna listened intently, absorbing the information. She stated that she understood the gist of it. She continued, saying that whether she believed him or not, it didn't change the fact that he was there. Lady Luna looked thoughtful, her expression unreadable. But the Aaron she knew was protected at Lobton Prairie. The image of a dragon filled the panel, a symbol of protection and power. A figure clad in shining armor stands amidst a swirl of azure energy. Whispers carried on the wind suggest a disturbing possibility. He might be an imposter. Ellen Pendragon's expression hardens, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. The Pendragon successors, it is said, have forged pacts with Soldrake across generations, binding their fates together. Before a colossal dragon wreathed in light, a lone figure stands in silent contemplation. The Pendragon Mausoleum is more than a mere resting place for ancestral souls. It holds something far greater. A majestic white dragon stands sentinel atop a towering structure, guarded by winged beasts. The mausoleum looms, a testament to the Pendragon family's enduring legacy and power. Within a magic tower lies the family's secret magic, waiting to be learned and mastered. The mausoleum's interior reveals a doorway, radiating with an ethereal glow, a gateway to untold power. It is deemed absolutely necessary to open the mausoleum, whatever the cost may be. The gates of the mausoleum can only be opened by a Pendragon successor who can overcome Soldrake's authority and forge a pact with him. A towering statue of a dragon looms, its presence a silent testament to the power it embodies. The stakes were high. Only one chance remained to forge a pact, with failure meaning leaving it to future generations. Ellen Pendragon explained that even the renowned Klein and his predecessor, Gord, had a hard time making the pacts. She continued, stating that Aaron, the weakest in the history of the Pendragons, was utterly defeated by Soldrake. Lying in bed, Aaron listened, his expression unreadable as the weight of the words settled upon him. The woman with blonde hair added that it was also the reason why he was in a coma, a stark reminder of his failure. Ellen Pendragon pointed out that the chances of a successor who was defeated by Soldrake waking up again were very low. She continued, stating that the noble white dragon would only follow the person who conquered its authority. The woman with blonde hair emphasized that Aaron going to war with Soldrake and meeting him was impossible. Aaron's eyes widened, a flicker of defiance momentarily breaking through his stoic facade. The woman with blonde hair exclaimed, cutting off whatever Aaron was about to say. Ellen Pendragon, pointing a finger, declared that wasn't the point, her frustration evident. Aaron looked away, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He raises a finger, beads of sweat forming at his brow. Aaron points upward, declaring that the most important thing is at hand. The text explains that Aaron Pendragon woke up with a different soul dwelling in his body. Ellen Pendragon tells Aaron that he is too close for comfort. The question is posed, what is the point? The body is Aaron, but not the soul. Ellen Pendragon sits with his arms crossed, listening intently. The text indicates the need to form a pact. Aaron gestures, perhaps explaining the requirements for such a pact. The text suggests heading to the Ancona forest, a den of vicious demons. A sudden burst of energy fills the air. Under the light of the full moon, the forest looms. The text commands to defeat the demons that appear one by one, as a monstrous figure emerges. He clashed against the massive, dragon-like creature, the force of their blows shaking the very air. The armored figure stood his ground, his sword a blur against the beast's scales. The dragon-like creature spoke, its voice echoing, until you reached the mausoleum, located in the deepest part of the forest. A surge of energy erupted between them, a blinding display of power and magic. The dragon-like creature commanded, show your power to the guardian of the mausoleum, Soldrake, and make a pact with him. The dragon-like creature's form shimmered, its golden adornments gleaming in the ethereal light. Ellen Pendragon stood atop the dragon-like creature, his sword held high, ready to face whatever lay ahead. A voice declared. Then, as the true successor of Pendragon, Ellen Pendragon sat regally, awaiting the next step in his journey. A close-up revealed Ellen Pendragon's confident, knowing smile. His expression held a hint of anticipation, a subtle promise of what was to come. He agrees to the terms, the deal now set in motion. The blond man's expression is hidden as he considers the implications. A smirk plays on Ellen Pendragon's lips, a hint of confidence in his eyes. The older woman listens intently, her gaze unwavering as she assesses him. Ellen Pendragon believes opening the mausoleum will benefit everyone involved. He states that killing demons is second nature to him, so he has no reason to refuse the task. Ellen Pendragon explains that he has his own goals and will seize any opportunity to achieve them as the woman listens. The woman thinks to herself that he is a decisive man who doesn't hesitate to use any means possible to achieve his goals. The older woman's expression is unreadable, but a hint of a smile plays on her lips. She states that she will have no complaints if he successfully takes back Pendragons. The woman's smile widens slightly, her eyes narrowing as she considers the deal. She concludes that it is her only wish and promises not to get in the way of his goals. He wore a slight smile, his mind already calculating the next steps. He mused that taking command of the family's vassals would be next. Ellen considered that because of the past Aaron, his reputation was in shambles and his command over military operations was a mess. He knew that although some had been supporting the family after Aaron's collapse, there would be those who ridiculed them. The family's decline and its weak lord, harboring foolish thoughts, were on his mind. He resolved to identify the loyal vassals and let them know that he was the true lord of this castle. Ellen affirmed that reigning and the vassals and preparations to open the mausoleum were underway. He wondered if it would take half a month, maybe. Ellen Pendragon clasped his hands, a determined look on his face. He raised his sword high, the polished steel glinting in the light. He remembered the thrill, the primal satisfaction of the hunt. The hunter descended, blade aimed at the monstrous prey below. A massive wolf lunged, jaws snapping, teeth bared in a savage snarl. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of steel and determination. His blue eyes narrowed, a cold resolve hardening his features. The dragon's spirit roared, its power surging through him. He faced the monstrous wolves, twin blades ready to strike. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of fallen beasts. He recalled a time when things didn't go so well. The hunter dodged a swipe from the monstrous beast. The monster's claws crashed against a barrier of ice. Ellen Pendragon spun, his blade singing through the air. Meanwhile, back at the estate, a maid waited patiently for the young master's return. The maid exclaimed how amazing the young master was, offering him a change of clothes. He accepted the fresh garments from the maid. Ellen Pendragon began to change, the maid blushing slightly. He thought to himself that after training for a few days, he had returned to his original body he had while demon hunting. The young master mused that the healing and combat abilities were perfectly inherited. A man with brown hair asked if Ellen Pendragon was practicing swordsmanship. He thought to himself that he had changed his mind and was so happy he could kill. He stood tall, clad in shining armor, his red cape flowing behind him. However, if you're practicing, you have to tell me who's better, he thought. The knight winked, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he considered the challenge. Since I'll be, he mused, his expression unreadable. Preparing an even bigger stage now, Mark Killian thought, a glint in his eye. Meanwhile, Ellen Pendragon stood before a gathering of soldiers in the Conrad Castle main hall. Mark Killian addressed the crowd, stating that everyone should gather together, as he had an important announcement. I will soon open the mausoleum, Mark Killian declared. The blond man's expression was unreadable as he spoke of the mausoleum. The intricate details of the armor gleam, hinting at the dangers ahead. The armored figure stands alongside another man, a group of soldiers behind them. The man in armor is told that to do what he wants, he'll have to capture the Ancona forest. Mark Killian listens intently, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The subordinate assures him they will follow his command, but wonders if it's too difficult given their limited training. The man in armor dismisses the concern, demanding to know the situation near the gate. Meanwhile, a man with long blonde hair contemplates the situation, his expression thoughtful. He laments how terrible things have become, with monsters and bandits running rampant since the beginning of the year. Elsewhere, the armored man stands with his arms crossed, listening to the reports. He is warned that it's only a matter of time before the gate breaks and monsters and bandits invade. The blonde-haired man declares that no matter how dangerous the area is, he can't let it go. He cautions the young master to not be hasty. The older man gestures with his white-gloved hands, concern etched on his face. A voice wonders if it would be better for the young master to have Sir Killian act on his strategies, now that the family fortune has been recovered. The voice continues, noting that there isn't enough manpower to protect and operate the crystal mine. They have no choice but to open Rainan again. The blonde-haired man stares off into the distance, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation at hand. Time is running out. The expedition leaves in 15 days, a fact that weighs heavily on everyone's minds. Polished boots stand ready, reflecting the gravity of the task ahead. Preparations are underway. The blonde-haired man grips his staff, his gaze firm as he considers the expedition that will begin in 15 days. A man with a mustache declares that he won't acknowledge any objection to him commanding the operation. He appears determined. The details of a red and gold uniform are shown, hinting at the authority and responsibility associated with the upcoming expedition. The blonde-haired man stands with his back to the viewer, observing the older man and the man in armor. The expedition looms large. A close-up reveals the blonde-haired man's sharp teeth, hinting at a hidden, perhaps dangerous, aspect of his nature. The question hung in the air, a challenge to the established order. Geez, the unseen figure thought, there's always a counter-argument to be made. The challenge was laid bare. Shall we fight, Sir Killian? In the background, the man in the suit declared that the expedition could not survive with a leader who indulged in reading and painting. He added, you talk too. The blonde-haired man stood, sort of across his back, as the man in the suit continued to criticize. If you're a knight. The knight fell, the sound of impact echoing through the hall. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with tension. Mark Killian struck, a fierce blow aimed at the fallen knight. The knight's sword was drawn in a flash of steel. Mark Killian's face was a mask of fury, sweat beading on his brow. The knight's blue eyes narrowed, a cold determination hardening his gaze. He spoke, his voice low and dangerous. Talk with your... He parried the blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his arms. The clash of steel echoed loudly. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. Ellen Pendragon's blonde hair whipped around as he prepared his next move. The swords locked again, a surge of energy crackling between them as Mark Killian pressed his attack. Ellen Pendragon's expression hardened, his blue eyes focused on his opponent. The light glinted off the polished steel of the blade. Mark Killian's face contorted in a grimace as he pushed forward, determined to win. Mark Killian thought to himself that there was no way a kid who never trained and was in a coma for a few years could beat him. Mark Killian's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, will I beat me? Ellen Pendragon pressed his advantage, forcing Mark Killian back. He smirked, confident in his victory, unaware of the blonde man's resolve. Ellen Pendragon's expression was grim, a thin line of blood trickling down his lip. With a sharp click, he sheathed his sword, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Ellen Pendragon swung his sword with incredible speed, aiming for a decisive blow. Mark Killian was sent flying, the force of the blow knocking him off his feet. Gasping for air, Mark Killian spat out blood, the taste of defeat bitter on his tongue. Ellen Pendragon stood tall, his gaze fixed on his fallen opponent, his expression unreadable. The blond man stood over Mark Killian, his defeat complete and utter. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers watched with concern, their faces etched with worry. With a resounding crack, the sword beneath Ellen Pendragon's foot shattered into pieces. Ellen Pendragon, standing over the defeated Mark Killian, declared, "I'll say it again." The group discussed their plans. They would depart in 15 days, make a pact with the White Dragon, and open the mausoleum. He appears troubled, his brow furrowed, as if anticipating an unpleasant confrontation. A voice booms, offering a chance to speak up. If you have an objection, go ahead. The unseen speaker dismisses any potential concerns with a wave of their hand. No objections. Support. Ellen Pendragon stands tall, his expression unreadable as he surveys the room. A group of figures kneels before him, awaiting his command. One of them urges, "Leave." Meanwhile, the location shifts to Conrad Castle, where unseen figures pledge their loyalty. "It's to us." The scene depicts an opulent room, furnished with a table and chairs, suggesting a place of strategy and planning. A voice cries out, filled with urgency. "Lady Luna." The woman with silver hair appears concerned, her brow furrowed as she listens intently. Questions are raised about a decision. "Why did you say you would accompany Prince Aaron on the expedition, even if it's within the Pendragon territory?" Support. Ellen Pendragon's face contorts in anger, his teeth bared as he shouts. The unseen speaker declares, "The breach has already been established, no matter how much Duke Aaron has changed recently." He raises his voice, agitated, his hand outstretched in a gesture of disbelief. The man questions if she intends to simply return to the territory under his escort. Lady Luna sighs, expressing her distaste for his arrogant demeanor. She states that he doesn't seem to understand why she remains in the castle. She explains that the Pendragon family is related to her family. Ellen Pendragon sits regally, listening intently to the man before her. She continues, stating that understanding the Pendragons is necessary to understand the Sirod family's future. Lady Luna thinks that it wouldn't be smart to return to the territory now. She considers accompanying Duke Aaron when he goes on the road. The man states that she can only accompany the expedition up to Bellant Gate. The man in armor asks Lady Luna to promise to return to the ridge with him after that. She muses that if the Duke succeeds in opening the mausoleum, the Pendragon family will regain their former glory. She gazes upward, a cup held delicately in her gloved hand. The taller figure looms over her, his expression unreadable from this angle. A voice echoes, filled with a need to witness something firsthand. "I have to see with my own eyes how good he is." Lady Luna's cheeks flush a delicate pink, her expression a mix of anticipation and perhaps a touch of embarrassment at her own eagerness. Another voice, laced with frustration, cuts through the air. "Shit, that little boy." The tall blond man stands behind Ellen Pendragon, a dark purple cloak draped over his shoulders. He seems displeased by the situation. From a low angle, the man's brow furrows, his gaze intense. Something has clearly upset him. His blue eyes gleam with a dangerous light, his fingers twitching as he speaks. "I'll show you the horror of the outside world during the expedition." The armored feet march forward, a regiment following closely behind, their banners displaying a white dragon. Aaron, clad in shining white and gold armor, stands ready for battle, his expression resolute. The polished metal of his greaves gleams in the sunlight as he prepares to embark on his mission. A voice calls out his name, filled with worry and concern for his well-being. Embracing someone, Aaron is asked to return home safe and sound, a promise he readily makes. His brow furrowed, Aaron's expression is a mixture of determination and sadness as he prepares to depart. He grits his teeth, steeling himself for the challenges that lie ahead on his journey. Aaron vows to return after conquering both the White Dragon and the mausoleum, his voice filled with resolve. Tears stream down his face as he embraces the person, promising to return home safely, as that is all that matters. In the distance, a woman holds a child, watching as Aaron prepares to leave, a group of attendants standing nearby. The woman's expression is a mixture of sadness and concern as she holds the child close, watching Aaron's departure. He stood clad in shining armor, a reassuring smile on his face. "Everything will be all right," Aaron promised. "I'll be back." A girl with worried eyes urged him forward. "Your Grace, it's time," she exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. Aaron nodded, determination hardening his gaze. "Yes, let's set off," he declared, turning to face his destiny. With a swift motion, the armored figure mounted his steed, ready to embark on his perilous journey. The sound of hooves echoed as Aaron and his troops began their march, a formidable force heading towards the unknown. Dust billowed as the company rode onward, their resolve unwavering in the face of the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache watched the departure, his expression a mixture of concern and grim determination. The girl who had urged Aaron to leave looked on with a worried frown, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Another man, clad in armor, bore a similar expression, his brow furrowed with apprehension for the journey ahead. A woman with silver hair watched with a somber gaze, her expression betraying a deep sense of foreboding. Elsewhere, an older man with glasses presented Aaron with a gleaming sword, a symbol of hope and a weapon against the darkness. The knight held the sword aloft, his eyes filled with determination as he prepared to face whatever lay ahead. The gleaming armor reflected the light, a symbol of Pendragon's might. He vowed to regain Pendragon's influence with the coming battle. He would fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Vault family, erasing the traitor stigma. Chains bound a figure, a stark reminder of past betrayals. The knight's blue eyes burned with determination. He would fight for his cause once more. The sword gleamed as Ellen Pendragon raised it high, a beacon of hope. He charged forward, the horse's hooves pounding the ground with purpose. The call to arms echoed, a rallying cry for the troops. Ellen Pendragon roared, his voice filled with righteous fury and resolve. He declared it was for the glory of Pendragon, their ancestral home. The Pendragon banner waved proudly, emblazoned with the dragon's crest. The troops surged forward, a wave of steel and determination under Ellen Pendragon's command. She rode at the head of the charge, her steed a blur of motion. The earth cracked and splintered under the force of the advancing army. The demonic wolves howled, their forms a terrifying sight. Red eyes glowed with malevolent intent, promising a brutal fight. The snapping jaws of the beast dripped with anticipation. A soldier called out to Ellen Pendragon, addressing her as Your Grace. Ellen Pendragon's expression hardened, a fierce determination in her eyes. We'll crush them all. The demonic wolves lunged, their claws extended, ready to tear flesh. The battle erupted in a flurry of fur, fangs, and steel. Ellen Pendragon stood ready, her sword gleaming, prepared to meet the onslaught. A disembodied voice echoes, urging those who hear it not to falter. The blonde knight, eyes blazing with determination, commands her forces to move forward. A soldier with a mustache rides alongside, a nervous expression on his face. Another soldier, her gray hair pulled back, looks on with concern. Meanwhile, the fortress looms in the distance, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The knight raises her hand, signaling a halt to the advancing troops. Her armored figure is silhouetted against the sky as she rides her horse. Ellen Pendragon orders her men to rest and await her next command, relaying the situation inside. The soldiers acknowledge her command, their voices filled with respect. The soldiers thank Ellen Pendragon for her hard work, their gratitude evident. A soldier offers a cup of water to a weary woman, her face smudged with dirt. The cup is held out, a gesture of kindness in the aftermath of battle, as the knight looks on. She is told to rest, to wash her face, and to take the rest of the day off. The woman with brown hair notes that Ellen Pendragon has mud all over her face. The woman with brown hair is close to Ellen Pendragon, but she doesn't want to. She insists that it is an order, and she will be fine on her own, so she should go rest. The woman with brown hair says yes. However, the situation here is much worse than she thought. The knight walks through the town. She thinks the soldiers' equipment is shabby, and she would much prefer the Demon Corps. The soldiers' equipment is shabby. If she recalls correctly, Bellant Gate is an important fortress in the region. It looks like the knights and their commander aren't taking their jobs seriously, and she has to get to the bottom of this or else. Sir Killian addresses her. A question hangs in the air. What are the commander and knights doing? Details of ornate armor come into view, hinting at the figures in question. The question is answered with disbelief. The knights took the soldiers away and deserted their post? Sir Killian's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape at the news. His hands clench into fists, knuckles white against the metal of his gauntlets. Sir Killian is informed that the knights have become bandits. He presses his fingers together, a dark look on his face. The knight clicks his tongue, calling them undisciplined sons of bitches. Sir Killian turns away, the weight of the betrayal settling on his shoulders as he grits his teeth. The knight's intentions are clear. They'll capture them today. Sir Killian raises his hand, ordering his men to get ready right now. His rage boils over, promising to chop the limbs off all those bastards. Sir Killian's eyes burn with fury, a promise of brutal retribution etched on his face. He wore shining armor, trimmed with gold and a red cape. Meanwhile, Pendragon territory, South Norton village, an abandoned monastery. The night sky hung heavy over the silent, looming structure. A hand gripped a wooden mug, condensation beating on its surface. Word spread quickly. The incompetent Pendragon brat had finally woken up. 3 figures stood before a statue, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The monastery floor was littered with bodies, blood pooling around them. One wondered what kind of face the brat would show him once he got his hands on him. The Duke's private room within Bellant Gate stood silent under the night sky. Support Ellen Pendragon sat at his desk, discussing troop deployments. Sir Killian stood nearby, listening intently. He requested additional troops for tomorrow's thief subjugation. The two men stood in the Duke's private room, the tension palpable as they discussed military strategy. Support Killian, his expression unreadable, acknowledged the Duke's request with a hint of resignation. Unfortunately, Your Grace, he murmured. The Duke explained that they would be borrowing soldiers from Count Sirad, as they had been under the grace of Conrad Castle for a few days. He assured Support Killian that they would help him. Support Ellen Pendragon offered the borrowed troops as thanks. The Duke's words dripped with veiled suspicion. He admitted he didn't know what Support Killian was planning, but told him to suit himself, coming from someone so untrustworthy. Support Killian dismissed the Duke's concerns, stating that it was fine as long as the Sirad family was still useful for something. Support Ellen Pendragon responded, not at all. Support Killian acknowledged that this wasn't the time to be worrying about appearances. Support Killian added, besides, his expression remained unreadable, hinting at hidden motives. He explains that the boss of thieves, Del Jeffrey, managed to gather more than 20 escaping soldiers. Sir Killian notes that their numbers are likely increasing, suggesting they should increase their own. Ellen Pendragon sits at the table, listening intently to the story being told. He asks Ellen Pendragon to tell him more about Del Jeffrey. Ellen Pendragon confirms that Jeffrey is definitely a knight skilled in swordsmanship. The knight stands beside Ellen Pendragon as she speaks of Jeffrey's skill. However, the narrator notes that Del Jeffrey also seems to be an arrogant man. He proudly demanded a title along with 3 territories neighboring Belent after Your Grace's fall. The Duchess refused his request, and the relationship with Pendragon soured. He escaped. This leads to the present, where he, as a bandit, managed to dominate the areas near South Norton's village. Del Jeffrey sits among his men, having established himself as a bandit leader. He had used his head properly, expanding his power by dominating the outside villages. Support Ellen Pendragon considered the implications of the strategy, his expression thoughtful. The speaker believed that he would have done the same if he were in the other's position. Support Killian gestured, warning that the bandits would start occupying the barrier if they weren't dealt with immediately. The statement resonated, the listener finding truth in the words. Support Ellen Pendragon declared that he would oversee the whole strategy, his finger pointing to a location on the map. And Support Killian stated that he would leave it in his command, placing his hand on the other man's armored gauntlet. A man with a dark mustache seemed surprised by the declaration. The speaker explained that the soldiers had been listening to his orders the whole time he was incapacitated and would probably be more willing to listen. Support Ellen Pendragon listened intently, as the speaker continued, saying the soldiers were more loyal to his orders. Support Ellen Pendragon clasped his hands, considering the implications of the other's words. The unseen figure leaves the task to another. Sir Killian beams, accepting the responsibility with gusto. His armored hand rests confidently on his hip. Sir Killian declares that he will take command. It is also stated that Sir Breeden will participate as a liaison cavalry knight. Sir Killian smiles, pleased with the plan. The unseen figure states that they will leave early tomorrow morning, and both should get some rest. Later, Sir Killian stands before a blonde-haired man who sits at a desk. An unseen figure acknowledges the statement. Sir Killian is reminded of something. The blonde-haired man apologizes for what happened last time. Meanwhile, a brutal attack unfolds, a sword-piercing armor. A figure plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet them. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache appears, his expression a mix of concern and regret. He kneels before Sir Killian, who stands with a hand resting on a nearby table. Thank you for your concern, Killian replies. A person with blonde hair peers out from a dark space, their expression unreadable. The blonde-haired person's face is revealed, a slight smile playing on their lips. A voice echoes, stating, "Then, I'm counting on you, and the Pendragon Knights as well." Elsewhere around South Norton Village, bodies litter the landscape, a testament to recent violence. A figure screams in anguish, their face contorted in pain and despair. A person lies on the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they reach out in vain. A mounted figure raises a sword, a triumphant cry of "Ha! Collect anything valuable!" ringing out. Amidst the carnage, a chilling order is given. Get rid of all the women and... A disembodied voice echoes across the battlefield, declaring that children are in the way. A mounted knight surveys the carnage, his words a callous declaration of ownership over the territory. The knight's voice booms, a chilling warning about the consequences of disobeying the land's lord. The knight towers over a kneeling figure, proclaiming that those who have nothing to give are worthless. A desperate plea to stop is cut short, amidst the bloody aftermath of the assault. A child's cry for their mother pierces the air, a sound of pure terror and loss. The child clings to their fallen mother, the scene a tableau of devastation and despair. The knight stands, back turned, as the sounds of suffering echo around him. The knight, sword in hand, expresses his hatred for children who cannot be silent, delivering a cruel farewell. Tears stream down the child's face, a portrait of utter helplessness in the face of overwhelming violence. Flames engulf the scene, a visual representation of the destruction and chaos unleashed. A subordinate expresses surprise or concern, addressing someone as boss. The armored figure surveyed the ravaged landscape, his companion standing beside him. He declared that there was nothing left worth taking. A plan began to form, the next target already in mind. It was time to overtake the fortress. The blonde character looked off into the distance, his expression grim. He stated that Conrad Castle was next. The armored figure spoke of manipulating events. He recounted killing the child in front of Madame Eileen. A sinister plot was revealed. It was only a matter of time before Pendragon also became his. The dark-haired man grinned, his eyes gleaming with malice. He quietly claimed Pendragon as his own. Laughter echoed, a chilling sound that hinted at the depths of their depravity. Meanwhile, a distant village lay nestled in the landscape, seemingly untouched by the recent violence. The blonde character and another figure rode away from the village, their cloaks billowing behind them. A somber assessment was made. The land was in a terrible state, ravaged by conflict and despair. The blonde character's expression was filled with sorrow and determination. He lamented that the people could not live properly like this. Sir Killian stood beside support Ellen Pendragon, listening intently. The blonde character's words hung heavy in the air. The question hung in the air, were all the areas outside the fortress in this state? The answer came, laced with grim resignation. Unfortunately, almost 70% of the entire territory was in such a state. The pair continued their ride, the weight of the news settling heavily between them as they surveyed the wasted land. Asking for help from a fortress wasn't practical. Thieves and monsters wandered around, eventually leading villagers to their deaths. He had thought the opening of the mausoleum would be his first priority, but developing the territories would have to come first. Ellen Pendragon's expression was grim, the situation clearly weighing heavily on him as he considered the task ahead. 70% was in a state of ruin. If they could reconstruct the city to a certain extent, they could keep the population at 10,000. The sounds of the ruined landscape echoed around them, a constant reminder of the devastation. Debris and decay were everywhere, a testament to the scale of the disaster that had befallen the land. Ellen Pendragon and his companion continued their journey, the masked figure a silent presence beside him. He looked up, a determined glint in his eyes. All troops were in position, ready to begin the reconstruction. The sounds of movement and preparation filled the air, a sign that the work was about to begin. A dark, feathered wing descends, the sound of rushing wind filling the air. The monstrous bird-like creature lunges forward, its beak open in a savage display. Suddenly, a figure appears, blonde hair flowing as they turn to face the threat. The knight's armored hand grips the hilt of a gleaming sword, ready to strike. Sir Killian smirks, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he prepares for battle. The harpy screeches overhead, its shadow falling across the battlefield. It seems they're everywhere. Lady Luna, clad in shining armor, stands ready. His expression is one of grim determination. The harpy dives, talons extended, letting out a piercing screech as it attacks. The support lady parries the blow with practiced ease. His sword flashes in the sunlight. With a firm grip on the reins, Lady Luna urges his steed forward. Strength, step forward. The soldiers advance, their crossbows raised, ready to unleash a volley of bolts upon the approaching harpy. A cold smile plays on Lady Luna's lips. He seems confident in the face of the aerial assault. A voice rings out, clear and commanding. Capture it alive. The harpy is struck, the force of the blow sending feathers scattering through the air. The creature plummets from the sky, defeated. Its wings are now limp and broken. Lady Luna surveys the scene, his expression satisfied. Well done. It's fine to fall back now. The harpy lies defeated, its feathered wings splayed out on the ground. Lady Luna and Sir Killian observe the battlefield. As expected, the demons have retreated all the way back to the villages, Killian remarks. Luna replies with a curt, yeah. The sound of rustling leaves echoes through the forest. The two continue forward, their armor glinting in the dappled sunlight. Goblins shriek and growl as they are struck down. A goblin cries out as it falls. A man with dark markings on his face shouts, his expression furious. Another goblin is sent flying, defeated. Lady Luna stands amidst the chaos, goblins falling around her. Her sword gleams as she prepares to strike again. The man with face markings looks on, his expression unchanged. The defeated harpy lies near smaller creatures, their eyes glowing. He stood among the soldiers, the aftermath of battle strewn around them. Sir Killian addressed Lady Luna, stating that they would clean up the demons and that she should move ahead. A close-up revealed a slight smirk playing on the knight's lips. Lady Luna responded, suggesting they make the demons their companions. Sir Killian, surrounded by other soldiers, questioned what she had just said, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. The other soldiers seemed equally taken aback. A goblin remarked that goblins have rather good eyesight. The harpy added that they could also take advantage of the harpy's flying speed. Lady Luna mused that it just so happened she was thinking about wanting some useful familiars. One of the soldiers exclaimed that he had never heard of anyone making demons their familiars. Another soldier stated he had seen it on the battlefield before in the past. Sir Killian clarified that he read about it in a book. He considered the possibilities, weighing the usefulness of all beings, regardless of their origin. A voice called out, questioning what they were doing so close to the village. Lady Luna stood tall, her armor gleaming in the sunlight as she addressed the unseen figure. The voice continued, lamenting the loss of hunting grounds, even to white dragons. Lady Luna regarded the creature before her, stating, "So you're Kazal." Kazal stood before Lady Luna, who asked if he had fed on any humans, implying the next one would be him. The creature stammered, denying the accusation. Kazal vehemently denied eating humans, his expression conveying fear. He insisted that he only ate sheep and snakes. Lady Luna's expression shifted, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. The aftermath of a battle was shown, with Kazal lying defeated. He lay defeated, the weight of Lady Luna's accusations heavy upon him. The image of a harpy flashed through his mind, a reminder of past associations. Despite knowing the harpy had fed on humans before, Lady Luna declared, "I'll believe you this time." The harpy-like creature seemed to express gratitude, uttering a soft thank. However, the reprieve was conditional, a test of loyalty and future conduct. The harpy-like creature flinched, sensing the shift in power and the potential consequences of disobedience. Lady Luna's resolve hardened, her voice echoing with authority as she declared her expectations. Brandishing her sword, Ellen Pendragon, the lord of this land, Duke Pendragon, commanded, "I'll have you obey me from today onwards." Kazal, visibly shaken, huddled with Tada, exclaiming, "D-Dragon is scary." The response was immediate, a pledge of absolute obedience to the newly revealed Duke Pendragon. Surrounded by her retinue, Lady Luna, now revealed as Duke Pendragon, prepared to lead her people forward. The Duke commanded, "Lead us to the south-northern village via the shortest route." He strides forward, his small familiars scurrying to keep pace. The Duke's command rings out, an order to follow without hesitation. Kazal observes the familiars, impressed by the Duke's ability to connect with them. He remarks on how the Duke has made them his own. The Duke's expression softens, acknowledging the compliment. He recognizes that others must learn from his imagination and quick wit. He muses to himself, contemplating the stubborn and troublesome nobles he wishes to influence. The Duke's gaze hardens, a silent command to emulate his example hanging in the air. Kazal announces that they are nearing the south-northern village. He expresses relief that they arrived early thanks to a shortcut. The Duke rides ahead, the south-northern village coming into view. His destination is close. Meanwhile, Sir Killian receives his orders, told to stand by in preparation for what is to come. Sir Breeden outlines his strategy, stating that he will assault the abolished monastery with a small group of soldiers. He plans to send a runner to Sir Killian later. The response is simple, a confirmation that the orders are understood and will be followed. Irain supervises, admitting he has never been to the battlefield before. He wonders if he will be okay as he escorts my lady. He sat astride his horse, surveying the scene with a practiced eye. Sir Breeden issued his command, his voice ringing out across the field. Ellen Pendragon's expression was fierce, ready to carry out the order. Kazal and Tada received their orders for aerial reconnaissance and prepared to launch. Ellen Pendragon spurred her horse forward, eager to advance. The thunder of hooves grew louder as the advance party surged ahead. The sky stretched above, a silent witness to the unfolding events below. Meanwhile, a group of people walked toward the church, unaware of the danger that lurked nearby. A man pleaded for mercy, begging them not to harm the child. The armored man silenced him, reminding him to be grateful he was still alive. A child's terrified scream echoed through the air. The child was bound and helpless, tears streaming down their face. The armored man towers over the captured child, his face contorted in rage as he shouts. The child, bound and helpless, cries out, begging for the assault to cease. A blade descends with lethal speed, cutting through the air towards its target. Blood splatters against the sky, a crimson testament to the attack's ferocity. The armored man reels back, a look of stunned disbelief etched across his face. A knight astride a dark horse arrives, a beacon of hope against the grim scene. The armored man is now on the ground, his armor damaged, as the child remains tied up. Tears stream down the child's face, a mixture of fear and relief washing over them. Strands of blonde hair fall, framing a face of determination. The knight's blue eyes burn with righteous fury, a promise of retribution in their depths. The armored man, defeated, looks up in shock. The knight stands tall, revealed to be Aaron Pendragon. The armored man looked up, his expression a mix of shock and fear. Below, the blonde child gazed upward, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. The armored man's gauntlet was stained with blood, his grip tightening. A figure descended from above, clad in shining armor and a flowing red cape. He spoke with a smug smile. "I finally met you." Below, a dark-haired person looked up at the armored figure, their expression unreadable. "Trash," they muttered. The man's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. A figure knelt, their voice cracking with disbelief. Another soldier exclaimed, questioning why the good-for-nothing Pendragon brat was present. A flash of steel blurred before his eyes. The blade bit deep, drawing blood. Duke Pendragon's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his expression twisted in fury. The armored figure loomed, the source of the Duke's ire clear. "Who gave you permission to open that filthy mouth of yours?" Tears streamed down the face of the one being addressed, the weight of the accusation heavy. Another figure, sword drawn, charged forward, yelling, "Why you all?" The armored figure's gauntlet clenched, the order ringing out, "Do it! Kill him!" Two figures rushed forward as the man who had been speaking found himself on the ground, fear etched on his face. The armored figure advanced, their intent clear, to silence the fallen man. The figure with the sword stood ready, prepared to defend against the onslaught. The armored figure's foot moved with purpose, each step deliberate and threatening. Ellen Pendragon's face contorted with rage, the command to kill hanging in the air. The armored foot slammed into the ground, a declaration of intent and impending violence. The swordsman looked on, confusion etched on his face as the events unfolded. He stood tall, his sword gleaming in the light. The soldier looked up, fear etched on his face. The blade descended, a flash of silver against the sky. Ellen Pendragon's expression was unreadable as he swung the sword. The sword continued its arc, a deadly dance in the air. The soldier cried out, "What just?" As the blow landed, Ellen Pendragon pressed the attack, his movements precise and lethal. The soldier could only watch as the knight towered over him. The impact shattered the air, a violent explosion of force. Ellen Pendragon's face remained impassive, his eyes cold. The soldier staggered back, his armor dented and broken. Ellen Pendragon prepared for another strike, his sword raised high. The clash of steel echoed through the battlefield, a symphony of destruction. A group on horseback watched the carnage unfold, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. "What?" one of them exclaimed. A blonde knight, sword in hand, offered a chilling proposition. "Shall I lend you a hand, Mr. Bandit Leader?" A wounded man, lying on the ground, looked up in confusion and pain. "WH? Who the hell are you?" he gasped. The scene shifted, showing the aftermath of the battle. The ground was littered with bodies. The blonde knight stood amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with blood, a silent testament to his deadly skill. The knight, Joseph Breeden, stood beside another figure, revealing his identity. "I'm a head knight of the Crimson Knight Corps of the Count Sirad household." Joseph Breeden's face was visible, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Joseph Breeden's expression hardened as he spoke. "Seeing as you also want to kill this brat, I might as well lend you a hand." A blonde woman, her face contorted in anger, questioned the knight's actions. "Sir Breeden, what is the meaning of this?" The woman with gray hair looked on with concern, her hand reaching out towards Joseph Breeden. A voice boomed out, commanding attention. "Boy, stay back." One of the armored figures scoffs at the blonde-haired figure's worth. The blonde-haired figure stands with their back to the viewer, facing the battlefield. The blonde-haired figure declares that they are more suitable than that piece of trash. Sir Joseph Breeden urges someone to come on now, a smirk on his face. A sword is drawn, ready for battle. The falling figure gladly welcomes the fight. The blonde-haired figure stands tall, ready to strike. The blonde-haired figure vows to make someone regret looking down on them. The blonde-haired figure's expression is fierce. Grace looks on with concern as the blonde-haired figure struggles. The battle continues, with Grace watching from nearby. She watches as Sir Breeden clashes with Aaron Pendragon, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. Aaron deflects a powerful blow, the force of the impact visible in his stance. A voice booms out, demanding that any non-combatant stay back from the fighting. Lady Luna seems about to protest, her expression a mix of concern and determination. A promise echoes, vowing to take care of the knight immediately. A small child hurries away, announcing that they will leave Lady Sirad. A voice urges speed, insisting that the human princess should get back to safety. The scene reveals fallen soldiers, as someone notes that Knight Breeden's strength is the real deal. A question hangs in the air. Will the young Lord Aaron be all right by himself? Lady Luna's expression is fraught with worry, her eyes reflecting the chaos of the battle. Aaron stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the ongoing conflict. The worry etched on Lady Luna's face deepens as the battle rages on. The command was given, the order received, and the gears of war began to turn. Killian stood amidst the chaos, a beacon of resolve against the encroaching darkness. Acknowledging the command, Tada prepared to move out, ready to fulfill his duty. His face marred by a fresh wound, the soldier knew reinforcements were too late. A chilling voice echoed, promising a swift demise before any help could arrive. The figure, towering over the battlefield, remarked on the enemy's capacity for jest. A challenge was issued, a mocking invitation for the enemy to test their strength. A cruel smile spread across his face. The blond man accepted the challenge with relish. The intricate details of the armor gleamed, a testament to its power and craftsmanship. Taunting words filled the air, questioning the enemy's resolve and experience. On the battlefield, the armored figure charged forward, battle experience fueling his advance. The charging man was struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. He raises his sword, preparing to strike a devastating blow. The impact resonates as the blade connects with Breeden's armor. The knight's armored boot shatters against the force of the attack. Sir Killian watches as the strike lands, a hint of surprise on Breeden's face. Breeden's eyes widen, registering the damage to his defenses. A voice cries out as the armor finally gives way. It broke. The force of the blow sends the blonde-haired knight flying backward, a pained cry escaping his lips. Killian stands triumphant, his sword raised high as his opponent falls. The dark-haired knight watches Breeden crash to the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. Killian taunts, remarking on Breeden's lack of battle experience. A close-up reveals Killian's smug expression as he continues his assault. Breeden, now on the ground, recalls Killian's past assistance, questioning his current actions. He towers over the fallen knight, offering something with a gloved hand. Killian states this is his gratitude. The offer hangs in the air, a silent plea or perhaps a veiled threat. Please accept it. Killian stands framed in a doorway, light glinting off his armor. The offer remains extended, unwavering. Breeden's face contorts in a mask of pain and fury. He is clearly not accepting anything. A primal scream tears from Breeden's throat, a sound of pure agony and defiance. Breeden clutches at his arm, the armor rent and broken. My arm. Breeden lies defeated, his sword cast aside. A voice echoes, questioning, Lady Sirad back? Lady Sirad's piercing blue eyes narrow, her expression hardening. Get your ass out of here. The intricate details of Breeden's shattered armor are visible, a testament to the brutal attack. Breeden's face is a mess of blood and tears, his eyes wide with pain and fury. Do not step foot into my territory ever again. Killian leaps away, leaving Breeden to his pain. He seems unconcerned with the knight's suffering. Lady Sirad stands over the fallen Breeden, her expression unreadable. Well then, the aftermath of the battle was clear, with fallen soldiers scattered. Sir Killian, standing over someone, sneered. You're next, trash. Breeden lay defeated, his armor scuffed and broken, at Killian's feet. Breeden, struggling to speak, asked, You make a pact with the devil? Blood trickled from Breeden's mouth as he insisted. A lot of my comrades are still in the estate. Killian's armor gleamed as he coldly asked, Did you forget? Killian continued, reminding him, There are many excellent soldiers within Pendragon. A cruel smile played on Killian's lips as he looked down at the defeated knight. The Pendragon shield, emblazoned with a dragon, shone brightly. Hooves pounded the earth as the Pendragon soldiers prepared to depart. The Pendragon soldiers, their job complete, rode away from the battlefield. The remaining Pendragon soldiers galloped away, leaving Breeden behind. The order came down. The remaining pests would be exterminated by the excellent soldiers. The Pendragon banner rippled in the wind, a symbol of their might. The soldiers rode forth, their faces grim as they carried out their orders. The soldier declared that trash who betrayed Pendragon should not think they would be granted an easy death. He was injured, his face streaked with blood and terror. A banner bearing the emblem of a dragon flutters in the wind, a symbol of the Pendragon family's power and influence. A company of soldiers rides forth, their armor gleaming in the sunlight as they advance with purpose and determination. Don't think you can die an easy death after betraying the Pendragon, a voice declares, promising retribution for treachery. Terror grips his face as a hand reaches out, the man's eyes wide with fear as he anticipates the impending blow. The force of the impact sends shards of glass flying, the air crackling with energy as the blow connects. He is sent sprawling, the world spinning as he falls, the brutal assault leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. The armored fist continues its relentless assault, each strike a testament to the consequences of betrayal. A hand adorned with a ring clenches tightly, a symbol of the power and authority behind the brutal punishment. The ring glints ominously, reflecting the harsh reality of the price of disloyalty to the Pendragon family. Nailed to a wooden cross, he hangs in agony, a stark warning to any who would dare betray the Pendragon name. A figure hangs upon the cross, a stark reminder of betrayal's price. Below, onlookers bear witness to the grim spectacle. Duke Pendragon's gaze is cold, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene before him. Elsewhere, prisoners huddle together, their faces etched with despair and resignation to their fate. Chains bind their ankles, a heavy weight both physically and metaphorically, symbolizing their captivity. The blonde-haired Duke Pendragon walks past the prisoners, his armor gleaming in the dim light, a stark contrast to their misery. Meanwhile, a haunting backdrop of countless skulls hints at the scale of the Duke's power and the cost of defiance. The sheer number of skulls is overwhelming, a silent testament to past transgressions and the Duke's unforgiving nature. His blue eyes reflect a cold resolve, betraying no hint of mercy or regret for the actions he is about to take. With a swift, brutal motion, Duke Pendragon plunges his blade into the man before him, silencing any pleas for mercy. "Did you guys kill all of them?" he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air amidst the carnage. A man, bloodied and broken, can only offer a desperate apology, his words a futile attempt to undo his actions. His plea for forgiveness echoes in the silence, a testament to the weight of his transgression and the finality of his fate. He stares down at someone, questioning their presence or actions. Duke Pendragon speaks of those who begged for their lives after doing whatever they wanted on his territory. The Duke stands before a man crucified, his back turned to the viewer, a sword at his side. Ellen Pendragon declares that he won't be the one making the decision regarding the prisoners. The prisoner looks up, his expression a mix of fear and desperation. The villagers stand before Duke Pendragon, listening carefully to his words. The Duke states that the prisoner's life is in the hands of the villagers. Ellen Pendragon declares he will leave it to the villagers who have survived. The prisoner's face is contorted with terror, blood trickling from his mouth. The villagers are told to cook him, burn him, and do whatever they want with the prisoner. Duke Pendragon stands in his armor, addressing the villagers and prisoners. The villagers look on, their expressions a mix of anger, fear, and anticipation. The prisoner's face contorted in agony, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Bound to the wooden cross, the villagers began their cruel work, their faces grim. The prisoner begged for mercy, his voice cracking with pain and desperation. The villagers, fueled by rage, chanted for his death, demanding retribution for their village. The prisoner's tormentors continued their assault, their faces a mixture of anger and grim satisfaction. The ground beneath the cross became stained with blood, a testament to the brutality of the act. The dark pool of blood spread, a grim symbol of the violence that had transpired. Elsewhere, a lone figure walked down a long hallway, their destination unknown. A metallic hand reached out, its purpose unclear, but its presence foreboding. Duke Pendragon looked up, his expression thoughtful, perhaps contemplating the events unfolding. A statue stood tall, a silent observer of the unfolding drama, its stone face impassive. The figure continued their walk, a sword strapped to their back, their purpose still unknown. He remained kneeling, head bowed, as Duke Pendragon approached, the knight's shadow falling over him. The man looked up, fear etched on his face as the knight raised his weapon high above his head. With a swift, brutal motion, Duke Pendragon brought the blade down, a flash of steel cutting through the air. The force of the blow sent the kneeling man sprawling, the impact echoing through the stone courtyard. He crashed against the steps, limbs flailing as he desperately tried to regain his footing. Duke Pendragon stood over him, the blade held ready, an implacable figure of righteous fury. The knight lunged again, the weapon a blur as it descended towards the prone man. The blade found its mark, a spray of blood painting the stone as the man cried out in agony. Meanwhile, the stone face of the goddess watched on, impassive, as the scene unfolded before it. Duke Pendragon looked up, his expression a mix of defiance and supplication. He spoke, questioning if Leona, the goddess of light, would curse him for drawing blood before her. The light seemed to shift, but the statue remained silent, its judgment unreadable. Even after being reborn into this body, given another chance to live, he vowed to treat people with the respect they deserved, and he would give those foul and cruel fellows the punishment they deserved. His gaze hardened, resolve etched on his face. He stood in what appeared to be a church, light streaming through stained glass. A coin clattered into a donation box. This was the path he had chosen. The statue of Leona loomed, a silent witness to his vow. He would do it after he achieved what he set out to achieve. He turned away from the altar, his purpose clear. The statue watched as he walked away, his figure growing smaller in the distance. Elsewhere, a group of people traveled toward the south-northern village. The people expressed their sincere gratitude to Duke Pendragon for his actions. Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating the Pendragon's continued success. Duke Pendragon, atop his horse, acknowledged the crowd's appreciation with a nod. A voice praised Gazal's work, deeming it properly executed. The Duke rode with Tada, who eagerly sought a reward for their hard work. A voice assured that things would be done properly, requesting they wait at the campsite. Tada celebrated with another character, filled with excitement. It seemed the south-northern village was doing fine, and the question arose of invading the Ancona forest. One character inquired about what would happen after the current situation. The Duke responded with a firm no, his expression resolute. A few days before, Inside Conrad Castle's office, support Ellen Pendragon and support Lady Searod discuss the potential of using the Ancona orcs to their advantage. The older woman inquired, seeking clarification on the strategy. Could they truly use the Ancona orcs? Support Ellen Pendragon listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications. The blonde-haired man explained that the orcs were bound to the Ancona forest by a pledge. Support Lady Searod listened as the Duke elaborated on the orcs' combat abilities, noting they surpassed those of normal orcs. The older woman considered the information, concluding that if they could subdue the orcs, they would be of great help. Support Ellen Pendragon added that orcs cared little for anything other than fighting and slaughter. The woman questioned whether the orcs would truly help them achieve their objectives. Support Lady Searod stated that orcs only followed beings stronger than they were, and success depended on their ability to overtake them. The apex of strength to them were the dragons. Support Ellen Pendragon stood beside support Lady Searod, a flag bearing a dragon emblem hanging nearby. He noted that Soldrake's might alone wouldn't convince the orcs. The text bubble explained that the orcs deemed Aaron unworthy by Soldrake. Therefore, they would have no choice but to fight and win to gain their allegiance. Support Ellen Pendragon considered the implications. The task ahead was clear: orcs. The figure in the panel seemed to anticipate the challenge, as expected of someone. Support Ellen Pendragon stood with support Lady Searod, the text bubble stating that he was called the god of death on the battlefield. Support Ellen Pendragon asked a question, his expression serious. Had they fought an orc before? Support Lady Searod remained silent, her expression unreadable as she listened to the question. A close-up revealed the intensity in support Ellen Pendragon's blue eyes, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The response was hesitant, as simple, "I guess so," hanging in the air. An orc appeared, its monstrous face and glowing red eyes promising a brutal fight. The clash of blades filled the air, blood splattering as the battle began in earnest. A lone warrior stood silhouetted against the night sky, multiple swords strapped to his back, ready to face the Orcish horde. The man faces the towering orc, its massive form casting a shadow. He curses under his breath, noting his wounds. Why won't it just die? The orc's face is contorted in a savage snarl, its glowing eyes fixed on its prey. The orc's massive feet slam into the ground as it advances, kicking up dust and debris. The orc roars, its fangs bared, ready to strike the injured man. The man braces himself, sword raised, as the orc lunges forward with terrifying speed. The orc's foot crashes down, narrowly missing the man as he dodges the attack. The orc swings its massive weapon, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The man grits his teeth, pain etched on his face as he anticipates the next attack. The orc's weapon slams into the ground, sending splinters and debris flying in all directions. The man parries the blow, his sword barely holding against the orc's immense strength. He realizes that if this becomes a long fight, he'll be at a disadvantage. The large orc declares his intent to target the man's neck, believing the heart is not enough. The man braces himself, preparing for the next attack as the orc's words echo in the air. The orc lunges forward, weapon raised high, while the man with the sword stands ready to meet the charge. The man's eyes glow with determination as he focuses on the incoming attack, preparing to parry the blow. The man grips his sword tightly, his knuckles white as he prepares to defend himself against the orc's assault. The orc's massive weapon hurtles down, threatening to crush the man beneath its weight. The man raises his sword to meet the orc's attack, the clash of steel echoing through the air. The orc's face contorts in a savage grin, anticipating the impact of his blow. The man is sent flying backward from the force of the blow, his sword knocked from his grasp. The man crashes to the ground, his expression one of pain and determination as he looks up at his towering foe. The orc advances, his heavy footsteps shaking the ground as he closes in on the fallen man. The orc prepares to deliver the final blow, raising his weapon for a decisive strike. A figure plummets from above, seemingly knocked down by a monstrous, orc-like enemy. The blonde-haired man's expression is unreadable from this angle, but his eyes are focused. Aaron Pendragon recalls a past battle. He fought one when he had just joined the Demon Corps. The man admits that he managed to beat him, but it was a difficult fight. He believes that if he were to fight them now, he could probably do it. Another character, with a wide smile, says, "Nice." The smiling character explains that after they've defeated the Ancona orcs, they can quickly open the mausoleum. Aaron Pendragon looks distressed, muttering, "Good grief." Someone says that he made it sound easy. Elsewhere, a horse trots along, its hooves kicking up dust. Across the plains, a company of riders made their way toward the distant mountains. The idea was floated. Could they turn the Ancona orcs into allies? Sir Ellen Pendragon seemed reluctant to agree with the plan. Raiding the Ancona forest with so few would be difficult, they reasoned. To reduce casualties, they needed strong warriors. However, Sir Ellen Pendragon considered the alternative: if they fought. A smaller figure looked up at Sir Ellen, agreeing, "That's right, Master." The company rode on, a large, winged beast accompanying them. A goblin-like creature, perched atop the winged beast, cried out, "Doesn't want to die." Sir Ellen Pendragon, clearly annoyed, stated that he hated this loser mentality. He demanded they think of a way to win, otherwise, he'd feed them to the dragon. A large creature, perhaps the dragon itself, was addressed with a fearful, "Master." He recoiled, a visible wave of revulsion washing over his face. That voice, it sounded familiar, yet distant like a half-forgotten dream. Sir Ellen Pendragon and Sir Breeden rode side by side, the knight's expression unreadable. The gray-skinned creature watched them, wondering if he had returned. The creature's master seemed to be in a bad situation, and he could only watch helplessly. The gray-skinned creature tilted his head, questioning what he was seeing in the distance. Something massive stirred in the distance, its form obscured by dust and shadow. The creature's eyes widened in alarm, recognizing the approaching figures. The Ancona orcs? The very name sent shivers down his spine. Sir Ellen Pendragon's expression shifted, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Sir Breeden's face was etched with concern, sweat beading on his brow as he looked ahead. Sir Ellen Pendragon rode forward, a lone figure against the approaching horde. Someone called out to him, addressing him formally. The man brandished his sword, a look of desperation etched on his face. Lady Luna clasped her hands together, her expression a mixture of concern and resolve. She demanded that someone stop and get away from her, her voice laced with urgency. Meanwhile, a group of Ancona orcs approached on horseback, their presence a looming threat. Lady Luna's thoughts turned to the consequences of being associated with a certain individual. Riding on horseback, she questioned someone's understanding of their actions. From behind, a figure watched Lady Luna, his expression unreadable. Lady Luna was warned that pointing a blade towards Duke Aaron was the same as pointing it towards the Empire, and was told to leave the household if she wanted to rebel. The man knelt before Lady Luna, begging her not to excommunicate him. The man insisted that he still had to escort her to the Searod territory, pleading with her. She responded with a quiet affirmation, stating that his only job was to protect her. Lady Luna declared that it was time for someone to understand their place. He listened as the other person stated that his father would decide his punishment when they got back. The other person stated that their trip here was done. He rode behind the person in black, returning home. The person in black wanted to hurry back so they could rest. Meanwhile, an orc's face was shown, menacing and ready for battle. The orcs pointed their swords, accusing someone of pointing their sword at them. Elsewhere, he fell off the side of a cliff, desperately reaching for something to grab. The orc asked if someone wanted to die. He gasped as he fell. Someone asked what they were doing. The person in black rode on horseback. The orc looked menacingly. The man in the blue uniform looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The woman with gray hair begins to speak, her expression a mix of concern and resignation. Silence hangs in the air, the unspoken words heavy with anticipation. The man in armor is addressed, his title echoing in the open air, Duke Aaron. The Duke's armored form sits atop his steed, ready for battle. The man in the blue uniform reaches out, desperate to stop him. Duke Aaron remains mounted, while the man in blue looks up at him, questioning his decision to become a knight. A voice calls out, addressing the Duke with reverence, "Your Grace." The knights plead with Duke Aaron, warning him of the dangers of going alone. Duke Aaron stands firm, his gaze resolute as he prepares to face the unknown. The flag bearing the emblem of a white dragon flutters in the wind, a symbol of hope and defiance. Meanwhile, an orc appears, his expression one of surprise and alarm. The thought surfaces, the Pendragon crest. Then this boy is... Duke Aaron faces a daunting group of orcs, their menacing figures blocking his path. One of the orcs steps forward, his tusked grin promising violence. Duke Aaron's expression hardens. He states, "Just when I wanted to meet you." A wave of energy emanates from the orc, washing over the battlefield. The orc's fear, a special ability inherent to their kind, takes hold. The orc's fear distorts reality, casting eerie shadows and chilling the air. Sir Breeden struggles against the oppressive force. "I can neither move nor breathe properly." Breeden, struggling, addresses the Duke. Your Grace, as we thought, it's too dangerous." The order is given. "We must retreat." Duke Aaron spurs his horse, leading the retreat from the overwhelming Orcish presence. The two men behind Duke Aaron are shocked. How could he move, and why would he go unarmed? Duke Aaron, clad in white and gold armor, stands before his men, ready to face the orcs. A stern voice booms out, commanding them to stay where they are and not unsheath their weapons. He plummets from the sky, a lone figure against the vast, unforgiving landscape. The orcs gaze down, their eyes glinting with predatory anticipation as their prey falls into their grasp. An orc catches him, his massive hand dwarfing the armored figure. "Enough," the orc growls. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He declares himself to be his opponent. The intricate details of his armor gleam, a testament to his noble lineage and unwavering resolve. The orcs watch with narrowed eyes, their expressions a mix of curiosity and bloodlust as they assess their unexpected challenger. The orc's eyes glow with a menacing red light, a sign of the raw power he is about to unleash. The orc stood tall, towering over Duke Aaron. He declared that he alone was enough. The air crackled with anticipation as the battle was about to begin. A smirk played on Aaron Pendragon's lips, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The orc's expression was fierce, his eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike. The orc questioned if they were Ankono orcs. Meanwhile, Aaron Pendragon and the orc walked away from the group, leaving them behind. The orc loomed over Aaron Pendragon, his massive form casting a shadow. Aaron Pendragon's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on the orc. The sound of an impact echoed through the air. He recoiled from the unseen blow, his hand flying up to protect his face. The towering orc loomed over Duke Aaron, its massive form casting a shadow. In the distance, a company of knights charged forward, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. Duke Aaron's expression was grim, his blue eyes narrowed in determination. The orc and a hooded figure stood over a fallen comrade, their faces unreadable. The hooded figure seemed to be giving orders to the orc, its skeletal hand gesturing emphatically. A knight, accompanied by a griffin-like creature, watched the battle unfold with a concerned expression. The orc roared, its tusks bared in a display of primal aggression. Someone yelled that Karda had a nosebleed, followed by maniacal laughter. The fallen orc was surrounded by figures, a testament to the force of the blow. The knight's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos of the battlefield. An enraged voice demanded to know what Pendragon was doing. The towering orc looms over Duke Aaron, gripping the blade tightly in his massive hand. The Duke listens intently as the orc reminds him of their contract. The Pendragons are prohibited from leaving the forest. The orc's expression hardens as he points out the obvious. And yet, here they are, outside the forest. The orc's voice booms, placing the blame squarely on the Duke's shoulders. That's your fault. The orc declares that they have been abandoned by the guardian deity of the forest. They refuse to obey a weakling. The camera focuses on the dragon-like armor. Duke Aaron's expression remains stoic, seemingly unfazed by the orc's accusations. The orc continues, stating they will not obey someone who has lost the equal status of guardian deity. He accuses the Duke of failing to form a pact. The Duke wonders aloud if the orc is referring to Soldrake as the guardian deity of the forest. The orc stands firm, his massive form casting a shadow over Duke Aaron as the conversation continues. The orc declares that this is why they left the forest. They want to taste blood and battle freely. The orc is joined by others, their menacing figures looming in the background, eager for battle. He stood before the orcs, his back to the viewer, as they towered over him. Duke Aaron considered their words, his expression unreadable. The Duke's lips curled into a slight smirk as he spoke. You guys are merely thirsting for blood. Aaron clasped his hands, his expression shifting to one of regret. Unfortunately, I want your strength. The orc turned his head, his gaze fixed on the Duke. Which is why. Duke Aaron smiled, his hands clasped in front of him. I've taken the trouble to come all the way here in front of you. The orc's expression remained stoic, his eyes narrowed slightly. The orc raised his hand, showing his weapons set aside. Why put my weapons aside, don't you? The orc continued, though you're only a human, it seems as though you know the rules of the orcs. The orc stood tall, his weapon resting on the ground beside him. He acknowledged the orc's words, understanding their customs quite well. The orc's massive, spiked club rested on the ground, a brutal contrast to the knight's gleaming armor. The orc's code was clear. As long as one's opponent fought unarmed, one must also refrain from using weapons, and challenges to single combat must be accepted. The orc's tusks gleamed as he considered the terms of their duel. Duke Aaron's expression was grim, his blue eyes narrowed as he prepared for the coming clash. He proposed a test of strength, a battle fought under the strictures of the Orcish code. The orc bellowed his agreement, and Aaron Pendragon was sent flying. The orc, muscles coiled, launched himself into the air, ready to meet the Duke head-on. A thunderous collision echoed as the two warriors met in a clash of steel and fury. The force of the impact reverberated outwards, a shockwave of pure power. It seemed the orc was stronger as the knight plummeted back towards the ground. The narrator mused that any ordinary person would have had their bones crushed by such a blow. He collided with the orc, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The Duke Pendragon was sent flying backwards, his armor gleaming in the sunlight as he struggled to regain his balance. The orc, unfazed, prepared to follow up his attack, his massive fist crackling with energy. The force of the collision sent sparks flying as the Duke was sent hurtling downwards. The orc lunged forward, a shadow falling over the battlefield as he pursued his airborne foe. A wave of energy erupted from the point of impact, a testament to the sheer power of their clash. The Duke struggled to right himself as he plummeted towards the ground, the orc hot on his heels. The magical energy crackled, a sign of the immense power being unleashed in the aerial battle. Meanwhile, those watching from below could only stare in stunned silence, the outcome of the battle hanging in the balance. The onlookers watched with bated breath, their faces etched with worry as they witnessed the unfolding clash of titans. The orc continued his descent, his massive form casting a long shadow as he pursued the falling Duke. The Duke crashed into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting as he landed heavily on the hillside. He stood, the wind whipping around him, a grim determination etched on his face. The intricate details of his armor gleamed, a testament to his noble status. Duke Aaron considered his opponent, thinking that he had no complaints with his power, but he wasn't as fast as the orc he fought in the past. The orc's voice boomed, stating the obvious, that it goes without saying, human. A surge of power emanated from Duke Aaron, the air around him shimmering with energy. The orc declared that humans would die instantly if he were to use his full power, and that's why he doesn't. The knight resolved to only use his full power against opponents who could stop his fist. Duke Aaron tilted his head, a flicker of surprise in his blue eyes. The orc challenged him, stating that it's time he faced him with his full power, to which Duke Aaron replied that he knows. The orc's massive fist hurtled forward, a blur of green muscle and savage intent. The orc declared that Pendragon was an interesting human. The force of the impact reverberated, a shockwave of raw power unleashed. He is caught off guard by the orc's sudden attack, a visible shock registering on his face. The force of the blow sends his head snapping back, a thin trail of blood trickling from his temple. Despite the impact, Duke Aaron recovers quickly, noting the orc's speed with a grim assessment. The orc continues his assault, his massive form a blur of green muscle and fury. Despite the pain, Duke Aaron's resolve hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he prepares to retaliate. The orc's fist crashes down, but Aaron is no longer there, the ground splintering where he once stood. With blinding speed, he moves, his armored form a flash of white against the backdrop of the battlefield. A surge of power erupts from him, the name Pendragon echoing with the force of a thunderclap. A blinding light engulfs the area as Duke Aaron unleashes his counterattack, channeling immense energy. The orc cries out as the full force of the blow connects, sending him staggering backward. The air crackles with residual energy, the aftermath of the devastating strike visible in the scorched ground. Elsewhere, two figures watch the battle unfold, their expressions a mixture of concern and anticipation as they observe the clash of titans. He glanced nervously to the side, sweat beading on his brow. A small, gray-skinned figure looked up at Duke Aaron with wide, anxious eyes. The wind whipped through Duke Pendragon's hair, carrying the scent of ozone and distant rain. The sky above churned with an unnatural energy. A desperate cry echoed through the air. Someone was calling out to Duke Aaron, their voice filled with urgency and fear. A group of figures watched as a colossal, armored foot descended from above, kicking up dust and debris. A voice declared with certainty, "My fist definitely hit him." The muscular, green-skinned figure paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. "But this feeling," he mused. A voice filled with frustration exclaimed, "God damn it." The massive, armored foot continued its descent, the impact imminent. A blond man with a red cape stood tall, a surge of energy emanating from his body. The camera focused on the ornate details of the armored foot, highlighting its size and power. The blond man, bloodied and bruised, grimaced. "My body's gone a bit rusty," he thought. One of the figures stated, "because I've only been fighting small fries lately." The green-skinned figure watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. The blond man stumbles, supported by a gray-skinned creature with small horns. Duke Pendragon can't believe he's still standing after taking a blow from an orc. The Duke declares that his grace is a precious heir to their dukedom. Protecting his grace's life is their top priority, the Duke thinks. The Duke shouts to his men to protect his grace. The soldiers acknowledge the order. Pendragon commands them to stay there. The blond man, bloodied and injured, reaches out a hand. He declares that he doesn't need their protection. Duke Aaron looks on, concerned. The Duke's expression hardens, a grim determination settling on his face. "Understood," a voice echoes. A green-skinned figure, cloaked and gauntlet, finds the situation splendid. The text reflects on someone surviving against Karda, the strongest orc in Ancona Forest. A hooded figure is shown with a necklace made of what appears to be teeth. The hooded figure stands with two other figures in the distance, observing the scene. Elsewhere, a figure in white faces a group of mounted soldiers, seemingly ready for battle. The blond man, injured but resolute, declares it's time to go all out, seeing this as rehabilitation. A hulking, green-skinned orc boasts, "You're the first human to survive after eating my fist." The orc continues, stating it's only a matter of time before he succumbs to his wounds. Ellen Pendragon, wiping blood from his face, retorts, "Is that so? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Ellen thinks to himself that he has regeneration ability. Duke Aaron dismisses the wound, stating, "It's just a flesh wound." A close-up shows the intricate design of Aaron Pendragon's armor. Luna Sealord's wound begins to heal rapidly. He noticed with surprise that his wounds had disappeared. The orc's regeneration ability was proving to be quite effective. The orc's massive feet thudded against the ground. He found the situation interesting. Pendragon dodged the orc's attack. The orc declared that Pendragon had piqued his interest. The orc's attack continued, but Pendragon was too quick. He evaded the blow with ease. The orc's fist crashed into the ground where Pendragon had been standing moments before. Pendragon knew what he had to do. To defeat the orc, he needed a plan. Pendragon prepared to unleash his full power at the orc's vitals. He steeled himself for the attack. The orc considered his strategy. He wanted to restrict Pendragon's movements first. The orc thought that his thought process was simple. Furthermore, he had his regeneration ability. Pendragon smirked, confident in his abilities. He thought defeating the orc would be a piece of cake. The orc taunted Pendragon, asking where his vigor was. He questioned if Pendragon was bored of dodging. The orc lunged at Pendragon, attempting to land a blow. Pendragon prepared to counter the attack. He baited the dull-witted orc, words dripping with disdain. Ellen Pendragon continued his taunt, questioning if the orcs of Ancona were only capable of swinging their fists. The orc, towering over Ellen Pendragon, bristled at the insult. "Did you just make fun of us?" The orc lunged forward, his massive form a blur against the sky. Ellen Pendragon stood his ground, preparing for the attack. The enraged orc vowed to make Ellen Pendragon pay for his mockery. The orc roared, promising to make him eat those words. The orc's fist hurtled towards Ellen Pendragon, a green blur of muscle and rage. Ellen Pendragon smirked, confident in his strategy. The orc fell for it. With blinding speed, Ellen Pendragon unleashed a powerful strike. The blade glowed with energy as Ellen Pendragon pressed his attack. Ellen Pendragon's sword cut through the air, a flash of light against the dark. He roars, his face contorted in rage, as if his opponent's words have struck a nerve. The taunt echoes, a challenge thrown down amidst the chaos of battle. The orc's expression shifts, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he prepares to strike. But Aaron Pendragon returns the expression, a smug smirk playing on his lips, confident in his strategy. The hunter whispers, the trap now sprung, the prey ensnared in his calculated scheme. The orc's massive hands clamp down on Aaron Pendragon's arms, a brutal grip meant to crush bone. A flicker of surprise crosses the orc's face, a moment of doubt amidst the ferocity. But Aaron Pendragon is already in motion, his blade a blur as he counters the orc's attack. Aaron Pendragon declares the end is near for the orc of Ancona, his eyes burning with determination. The intricate design of Aaron Pendragon's armor gleams, a symbol of his noble lineage and unwavering resolve. The orc's thoughts betray his confusion, the brute strength he relied upon failing him now. Aaron Pendragon reveals his true intention, the orc's attack playing perfectly into his calculated strategy. He braced himself, the orc's attack imminent, the ground trembling beneath his feet. The orc of Ancona swung his massive arm, connecting with Aaron Pendragon, sending him flying backwards. The knight realized he couldn't dodge the incoming attack, understanding the situation was dire. Aaron's eyes glowed with determination, preparing for the next onslaught. The orc's follow-up attack came swiftly, a blur of motion and brute force. He narrowly evaded the blow, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. The knight's armored foot slammed into the ground, kicking up dust and debris as he repositioned. The orc of Ancona staggered, momentarily thrown off balance by the missed attack. The orc's massive form shifted, muscles straining as he tried to regain his footing. Aaron seized the opportunity, launching himself forward with renewed vigor. With a swift strike, he connected, sending the orc sprawling. The orc of Ancona crashed to the ground, defeated, the earth cracking beneath his weight. Duke Aaron looks off to the side, a worried expression on his face. The creatures beside him seem equally concerned. Elsewhere, two men watch with apprehension. Their faces betray a deep unease about the unfolding events. A hooded orc observes the scene with a stoic expression. His gaze is fixed on something in the distance. Two other orcs react with shock. The word in hangs in the air, unfinished. The orc of Ancona lies defeated on the ground. A woman in white armor stands over him, her expression unreadable. "Incredible," is exclaimed. The two orcs stare at the fallen orc of Ancona. "Carta is defeated?" One of them asks, disbelief evident in his voice. The orc of Ancona's hand lies limp on the ground. Above, the woman with white hair looks on, exclaiming, "Pendragon, what a powerful human." Duke Pendragon stood, his expression unreadable as he faced the man with brown hair. The brown-haired man rushed to Duke Pendragon's side, exclaiming that they should treat his arm immediately. Duke Pendragon dismissed the concern, stating that it didn't hurt that much. The brown-haired man was shocked by Duke Pendragon's words, wondering how he could say that. Duke Pendragon's expression remained stoic, his gaze distant. Duke Pendragon thought to himself that the pain of regenerating hurt more than the injury itself, and that he should just... Duke Pendragon was thankful that this power was passed on to him. The armor on Duke Pendragon's hand began to crack. Duke Pendragon's hand glowed with power as he looked off into the distance. He stood among the assembled orcs, the setting sun casting long shadows. The Orc of Ancona was present, awaiting instructions. The Orc of Ancona looked up at Duke Pendragon, questioning, "Did you say it was Carta?" Duke Pendragon gazed down at the orc, his expression firm. He commanded, "Submit to me." The Orc of Ancona, his tusks prominent, responded with a reluctant, "It's an order." The Orc of Ancona knew the rules. The loser must follow the winner. The Orc of Ancona looked to Duke Pendragon, awaiting further instructions. "So, what do you want us to do?" "From now on, we will begin the..." Duke Pendragon's expression was serious, as he stated, "You have to help with that first." The Orc of Ancona, standing amidst the forest, questioned, "The forest? For what? You're already the forest's guardian deity." Duke Pendragon's face was illuminated by the sun, his gaze intense. Meanwhile, the Orc of Ancona stood with other orcs and a hooded figure in the forest, something catching their attention. He wondered aloud if the guardian deity was planning to make a pact with them. The Orc of Ancona stood before Duke Aaron, awaiting further instructions or explanation. Duke Aaron confirmed that they were on the right track. He explained that by the time they reached Soldrake, they would face a horde of evil monsters. The Duke declared that from now on, they would be fighting every day. Two hooded figures stood silently behind the Orc of Ancona. The Orc of Ancona seemed to be deep in thought, processing the information. Duke Aaron assured them that they would reach the mausoleum in no time. He added that if that was the case, they could take it. The Duke stood with another armored figure, seemingly discussing the plan further. A sword was drawn from its sheath. The Orc of Ancona's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The Orc of Ancona crouched low to the ground, his posture suggesting a readiness to act. He stood alongside one of the hooded figures, both seemingly alert to something unseen. The other hooded figure remained crouched, perhaps sensing the same unseen presence. The Orc of Ancona exchanged a look with the hooded figure, a silent understanding passing between them. The bulky Orc of Ancona remained still, his expression unreadable. Before a rising sun, the Orcs of Ancona knelt, awaiting orders. They were commanded to devote themselves to Pendragon. Duke Aaron, his gaze firm, declared, "I expect everyone to go all out." The Orc of Ancona lowered his head, the sunlight glinting off his blade. Duke Aaron's expression was unreadable as he looked off into the distance. The Duke's face hardened, his jaw clenched with determination. A river wound through a valley, sunlight illuminating the path ahead. Duke Aaron offered, "I'll leave some of my soldiers to you and have them escort you back to Sirod's territory." The Duke's soldiers stood ready, mounted on horseback, awaiting their orders. The figure responded, "Yes, I truly have no excuses." Duke Aaron, mounted on his horse, called out, "Hey you, over there." A stern warning was issued. "The next time you point your sword at me, it won't end with just an arm." He looked out over the assembled group, a deep furrow in his brow. The man in the blue uniform seemed equally concerned, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Duke Aaron stood on the bridge with the Orc of Ancona, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. A voice called out, urging someone named Carta to hurry. The assembled group of riders waited patiently, their horses shifting and snorting. The woman with gray hair reached out, grabbing the man in the blue uniform's arm, a look of urgency on her face. Duke Aaron stood tall in his armor, the Orc of Ancona looming beside him. The woman with gray hair looked on, her expression unreadable. A silent prayer, a hope that he would indeed return. The riders began to move, their horses kicking up dust as they departed. Hooves thundered on the bridge, the sound echoing in the air. The Orc of Ancona and another man rode side by side, leading the group away. He perched atop the winged beast, surveying the landscape below. Meanwhile, the assembled orcs stood ready, their eyes fixed on some unseen objective. Aaron Pendragon's expression was one of thoughtful contemplation. Elsewhere, a crescent moon hung in the night sky above a range of snow-capped mountains. The moonlight cast long shadows, illuminating the landscape. The Ancona forest lay nestled at the foot of the mountains. The group ventured deeper into the forest, their destination unknown. He gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable as light glints off his armor. Elsewhere, a winged beast soars through the sky, a small, pale creature clinging to its back. Meanwhile, the Orc of Ancona stares off into the distance. A tear streaks down his face. Ellen Pendragon stands beside another figure, his face obscured. "It'll begin from here on." The blonde-haired Duke closes his eyes, steeling himself. "I can finally start the battle I ought to fight." A magnificent white dragon, scales gleaming like polished silver, descends from the heavens. The landscape below is alien, a series of floating islands suspended in a violet sky. The dragon lands before a towering structure, its voice echoing across the strange land. So you've come. The dragon's head fills the sky, its eyes burning with ancient power. I'm here. Duke Pendragon's presence dominates the scene, a being of immense power and ancient lineage. A disembodied voice rings out, laced with disdain. You who does not have the soul of a Pendragon. Elsewhere, in Ancona Forest, sunlight bathes the valley, illuminating a winding river cutting through the mountainous terrain. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the world. A dark figure raises its axe, ready to strike a devastating blow. The orc of Ancona brings his massive axe down with tremendous force. The axe whistles through the air, a harbinger of destruction. The axe connects, striking a snake with brutal impact. The orc of Ancona scoffs, declaring, killing snakes can't even serve as my warm-up. The orc of Ancona swings his axe again, complaining, I'm already sick of constantly facing these small fries. Elsewhere, Duke Aaron and another knight stand ready, swords drawn, facing the approaching snakes. The snakes hiss, their red eyes glowing with malice as they prepare to strike. A snake lunges at Duke Aaron, its fangs bared, as the other knight looks on in alarm. Duke Aaron prepares to defend himself, his blue eyes focused and determined. The battle intensifies as Duke Aaron and the knight are swarmed by the attacking snakes. Duke Aaron is caught off guard, a look of surprise on his face as a snake strikes. A subordinate kneels before Duke Aaron, offering a word of thanks. He accepts the gratitude with a nod, his expression still troubled by the recent attack. The Duke dismisses the thanks, his mind already on the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, other soldiers cautiously traverse a shallow, icy stream, their progress slow but steady. A hulking orc with a staff watches from the shadows, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Duke Aaron is asked if he sustained any injuries, concern etched on the soldier's face. He assures the soldier that he is unharmed, then inquires about the remaining troops. The soldier reports that the number of injured is manageable, but their physical strength is waning. The orc, now identified as Karda, speaks a single word, his intentions still unclear. Duke Aaron asks how much longer it will be before they reach Soldrake's domain, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Karda responds that he cannot say for certain, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. But Karda adds that they will see signs of the quarry if they continue marching forward. He gestured towards a river flowing through the rocky landscape. The orc's large hand pointed towards their destination, as Duke Aaron listened intently. The question hung in the air. What dangers lay ahead on their path to the quarry? What should they be mindful of? Karda stood tall, his imposing figure a stark contrast to the armored Duke. He stated that the area remained under orc control. A voice echoed, filled with disdain. Those snake bastards were only here looking for water, nothing more. The group pressed on, the armored Duke leading the way towards a dark cave. The sun's position dictated their next move. Duke Aaron, his expression confident, declared that he and the orcs would handle any battles they encountered along the way. The decision was made. They were departing immediately, wasting no time in their pursuit. The man's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable as he prepared for what was to come. The orc's face was stern, his tusks prominent as he steeled himself for the upcoming conflict. The Duke and Karda charged forward, weapons raised, ready to engage in the impending battle. Roger. Meanwhile, a sliver of moon hung in the inky sky, a silent witness to the events unfolding below. The mountain stood tall and imposing under the starry expanse, a vast and ancient landscape. He continued to descend the rough-hewn steps, the quarry looming ever closer. The wind whipped around him, carrying the scent of stone and something else, something ancient. He rode onward, the path winding towards the imposing structure in the distance. The group approached the quarry's entrance, its massive walls a testament to forgotten craftsmanship. From a distance, the quarry appeared as a dark maw in the landscape, promising both danger and secrets. The orc of Ancona's expression was grim as he considered the sealed quarry before them. A strange creature, bearing an elf on its back, looked on with wide, fearful eyes. Karda's voice echoed, questioning the nature of the quarry. It's a rather creepy place for just a quarry. Ellen Pendragon looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face as he pondered Karda's words. Karda pressed the issue, asking, Karda, why is this quarry sealed? A figure in ornate armor stood guard, a silent sentinel before the quarry's entrance. The orc of Ancona explained, I'm not quite sure of the details, but according to my elder, the goblins used to mine for minerals here. However, there had been talk of how all the goblins were digging minerals themselves. The group stood together, discussing the implications of the goblins' unusual behavior near the sealed quarry. A small goblin, perched on the bird creature, spoke a single word, Kazal. The goblin insisted that Kazal didn't live in the forest, so he wouldn't know anything about it. The goblin continued, stating that Kazal was much better at stealing than working. The group listened intently as the goblin explained Kazal's habits and lack of knowledge about the forest. Indeed, the armored figure approached Duke Aaron, asking if something was the matter. It would be best for them not to leave this area as long as the sun was set, the armored figure explained, suggesting the orc soldiers keep watch in pairs. Karda, looking down, said he understood, but also that he was sorry. The armored figure acknowledged the information, stating he would tell the others. The armored figure bid Aaron Pendragon good night. A strange light pulsed in the night sky, illuminating the landscape below. Meanwhile, two orcs sat in silence, their massive forms hunched over in the dim light. Elsewhere, a small figure rested atop a large, feathered bird, its plumage a mix of red and white. Elsewhere, tents dotted the landscape, their red fabric glowing softly in the twilight. A small camp nestled amongst the cliffs. A lone figure stood before the tents, seemingly on guard, the camp quiet under the watchful gaze of the night sky. Duke Aaron's eyes widened, a sense of unease washing over him as he sensed a disturbance in the air. He turned, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, a question forming in his mind. "What was that noise?" he muttered, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness for any sign of danger. A figure emerged from the shadows, a blade already drawn, the attack swift and merciless. The knight's face contorted in pain, the shadows obscuring the attacker's features, only the glint of metal visible. He gasped, the word escaping his lips as he fell, the world tilting around him. "Why, your..." The sword clattered to the stone, the knight lying still, the attacker's final words echoing in the night. "Your grace." The aftermath of the battle left the camp in disarray. He stood, his armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. Duke Aaron sat heavily, his thoughts troubled. Something was not right. Why the goblins disappeared simultaneously? He shook his head, a frown deepening on his face. No. Perhaps they hadn't disappeared, but were made to disappear. But by whom? Elsewhere, a dark energy swirled around the mountain peaks. A cloaked figure stood silhouetted against the night sky. The figure overlooked the landscape, a silent observer. Duke Pendragon gazes into the distance, contemplating the recent events. They were made to disappear. He muses, his expression thoughtful. A cloaked figure stands amidst a desolate landscape, observing the scene. What the hell could have done that? The figure wonders. A staff glows with an ominous purple light, pulsating with an unknown energy. The air crackles with arcane power. Undead hands rise from the ground, clawing at the air. They emerge near tents bearing a dragon insignia. Shadowy figures stir in the darkness, their forms indistinct and menacing. A palpable sense of dread fills the air. Skeletal creatures with glowing eyes emerge from shadows, their forms twisted and grotesque. The air is thick with the stench of decay. A monstrous hound with glowing red eyes leads a horde of undead. The creatures advance, their hunger insatiable. Duke Aaron's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He seems to sense the impending danger. The Duke's hand grips the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. The blade gleams with a faint, ethereal light. He raised his sword, the blade gleaming with holy light, ready to strike. The orc of Ancona lunged forward, its massive form a blur of dark energy and gnashing teeth. Duke Pendragon stood firm, his blue eyes narrowed in determination as he faced the monstrous foe. The orc's jaws opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to tear him apart. His gaze reflected the impending battle, the monstrous form of the orc looming large. Duke Pendragon leaped into the air, his sword poised to strike the orc of Ancona's head. The orc of Ancona stood before a horde of skeletons, a silent question hanging in the air. Where did they come from? The orc of Ancona realized. No wonder the goblins disappeared, tisk. He descended rapidly, his sword a blur as he prepared to strike a decisive blow. The orc of Ancona seemed surprised, an exclamation mark appearing above its head. Elsewhere, two hellhounds stood guard, their mouths agape, ready to unleash their fury. Meanwhile, two men lay in bed, seemingly at peace amidst the chaos. A grotesque, white-haired monster clutches a terrified person. Below, a green, orc-like creature lurks in the shadows, observing the scene. Elsewhere, a man lies in bed, his expression troubled as if disturbed by the unfolding events. Outside a red tent, people react in horror. One shouts, "What the hell is happening?" as monstrous figures approach. A cry of shock and disbelief echoes through the air, a simple, guttural "what dash." The man with markings on his face stares wide-eyed, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief at the unfolding chaos. A knight stands atop a monstrous head, sword raised high, ready to strike against the encroaching darkness. The people outside the tent gaze up in terror at the massive monster looming over them, its shadow engulfing their hopes. The blonde knight, eyes filled with determination, utters a name, Grace, as she prepares for battle. The massive monster unleashes a devastating attack, its power evident in the shattered ground and blinding light. The knight on the monster's head is caught in the blast, struggling to maintain balance as the creature roars in fury. The monster's clawed hand crashes down, threatening to crush everything beneath its immense weight. With a defiant stance, the knight prepares to meet the onslaught, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The knight stood defiantly before the monstrous beast, protecting the woman in white. The air crackled with unseen energy as the battle began. The orc of Ancona, flanked by two others, inquired, "How's the situation?" His expression was grim as he awaited the report. The man with the mustache listened intently, his brow furrowed with concern. He seemed to be the one receiving the report. The woman in white stood before a horde of skeletons. "Aren't these the goblins from the mines?" she asked, her voice filled with dread. The blond-haired man looked on, questioning. "So who were they killed by?" The mystery deepened with each passing moment. They were the only beings who can use the dead as their servants. So he probably killed them all. The skeletons advanced, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Death permeated the air around them. The blond-haired man observed, "It seems like he wants." His words trailed off, hinting at a sinister motive. The orc of Ancona and the man with the mustache exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. "And as you can see, we are already surrounded," a voice declared. "So we have no choice but to." "They won't disappear until we find the conjurer," a voice warned, as a two-headed snake slithered into view. The orc of Ancona stands among his forces, issuing a command. He declares his intent to find his enemy's real body. The assembled group faces a horde of enemies. A voice cries out, signaling the start of the attack. Two hulking orcs stand ready for battle, their expressions grim. They prepare to meet the oncoming threat. A figure unleashes a swirling attack, cutting through the enemy ranks. The assault leaves a trail of destruction. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a determined gaze surveys the scene. His expression suggests a deep focus. The man prepares to fight, his resolve hardening. He declares that he won't let them succeed. Text speaks of a grace that has changed, becoming a different person. It suggests that he can achieve what his predecessors couldn't. A framed portrait shows a blonde man and woman. The image seems to represent a legacy or important figures from the past. The man with dark hair is described as the current young master. The text implies he is superior. The text suggests that if it's him, he can surely control the white dragon and open up the mausoleum. The man is surrounded by swirling energy. A close-up of the white dragon's head is shown. The text speaks of restoring the glory of the past and making it thrive. A wolf-like creature stands beside a man with a sword. The text declares that the Pendragons will definitely rise again. The orc of Ancona's dragon bares its fangs, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A man watches, a grim determination etched on his face as he mutters to himself. With a deafening roar, the black dragon lunges forward, heralded as the white dragon cavalry. The dragon soars through the air, a dark streak against the violet sky. The man below watches the descent, a mix of concern and resolve on his face as skeletal figures stand behind him. The black dragon descends rapidly, closing in on the skeletal warriors below. Meanwhile, three massive spears stand poised, ready to strike at a moment's notice. A woman with white hair faces a red dragon, the spears looming large in the foreground. Support Ellen Pendragon's expression hardens, realizing the enemy is targeting Aaron's life. A white armored hand clenches into a fist, the wearer lamenting the lack of time to find a lich. The white armor gleams, a symbol of power and resolve. Support Ellen Pendragon clashes with the black dragon, a desperate battle unfolding. He rode the black dragon, a storm of purple energy swirling around them. The dragon roared, but Duke Aaron stood firm, his sword drawn and ready. Aaron considered the situation. He didn't know who was behind all of this, but he knew the Pendragon fall and the Vault Amnesty were connected. The Duke's expression hardened. They must want something from us, standing in our way like this. Aaron faced the dragon. Fine, he thought, I will help you then. So, Aaron vowed he would definitely return the authority of this house, again, against their will. The white dragon loomed behind him, a symbol of his resolve. You are free to try to disrupt us anytime you want. His hands rested on his chest plate, feeling the weight of his responsibility. And then, the black dragon roared once more, its eyes burning with intensity. Aaron held his sword high, ready to face whatever came next. The black dragon's voice echoed, a promise and a threat. I will regain the glory of the Vault household. Aaron's determination blazed. With my own hands, he thought, he would set things right. He stood, his sword a gleaming extension of his resolve. The air crackled with anticipation as he surveyed the battlefield. Duke Aaron faced a seemingly endless horde. We've dealt with so many of them, he thought, steeling himself for the coming onslaught. The blonde-haired knight's expression hardened. Even goblin skeletons, with their numbers, posed a threat. The knight knew they couldn't deal with them for long. And then there's the lich. Magic crackled around Aaron Pendragon's blade, a testament to the power he wielded. A lich, a sorcerer who has sealed his own soul, achieves a dark form of immortality. They are punished harshly for violating the laws of nature, even by the tolerant empire. The empire's crest, a golden lion rampant, stood as a symbol of its power and authority. To achieve their goals, the empire often ordered the demon corps to deal with liches, not caring if they died in the process. Dealing with them resulted in many casualties. And that was the main reason for it. A figure, cloaked in shadow, seemed taken aback by the revelation. The man in black observed, his expression unreadable, as the information sunk in. The man's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. He stared, a silent question hanging in the air as purple energy swirled around him. The grand hall, once a symbol of power, now echoed with a chilling silence, broken only by a whispered disbelief. A figure lay motionless on the ground, a stark testament to the wraith's sudden and lethal arrival. Killed him just now? Duke Aaron's eyes widened, a flicker of shock momentarily eclipsing his usual composure. The lich remained still on his throne, as the man wondered what kind of magic was used to kill the figure. A wraith materialized, its skeletal visage a harbinger of death and despair. Panic seized the man as he realized the legends were real. Wraiths, they really exist. Another man, overwhelmed by terror, voiced his desperate plea. Shit, I don't want to die. The man's fear intensified as he faced the imminent threat of death. The wraiths descended, their spectral forms attacking with chilling precision. Aaron Pendragon felt a chill run down his spine, a stark reminder of the legends he thought were just stories. I thought they only existed in legends, but those chills. The text revealed the lich's strongest servant, one who could remain unseen, was definitely present. He stood before the steps as a wraith materialized above him. It cannot be seen by people, since it's a spirit. The wraith descended, described as being just like a god of death. The man in dark clothing looked up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. If that sickle reaches, a blond man with a sword appeared, declaring, "You die." The blond man's expression was grim. He raised his sword, preparing to strike. The blond man lunged forward, his sword glowing. The sword clashed against the wraith, creating a burst of energy. The blond man stood his ground, sword at the ready. The wraith roared, its form distorted by the impact. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent prelude to the chaos about to unfold. He strode forward, his cape billowing behind him as he surveyed the scene before him. His brow furrowed with concern, a sense of unease washing over him as he looked around. A surge of power emanated from his sword, a bright light illuminating his armored gauntlet. He wondered what was happening. The blond man gripped his sword tighter, his voice booming across the battlefield, urging his soldiers to stand firm. Chaos erupted as soldiers collapsed, their bodies falling limp amidst the ongoing battle. The battlefield was turning into a scene of inexplicable disorder. A soldier cried out as his comrade fell, questioning the strange phenomenon. The man in civilian clothes looked on in disbelief. The energy pulsed, a malevolent force unseen but deeply felt, spreading through the ranks. The blond man stood amidst the fallen, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness, his sword glowing brighter. The man in civilian clothes watched with wide eyes, questioning the nature of the sudden collapse. The blond man's expression hardened, a grim determination settling on his face as he realized the gravity of the situation. A curse escaped his lips, a sign of the dire circumstances and the impending struggle. Wraiths possess an unusual presence, imperceptible to those who have never faced one. They will kill you before you even realize it. They won't disappear unless the lich is dealt with. And Duke Aaron stands with swords drawn, ready to face the threat. Purple energy crackles around him, a testament to the power he wields. There isn't just one. If you're to get away from here, all the soldiers will die without being able to do anything. But if he doesn't deal with the lich himself, they'll be overwhelmed by their numbers. A man is being attacked by orcs, arrows piercing his body. Tada and Kazal have good night vision, but can't search for the lich like this. Another man is attacked by a skeleton and a bird, the skeleton's hand glowing with red energy. This isn't the demon core, so he can't just leave them. There has to be a way. A staff glows with green energy, pulsing with an unknown power. The air crackles with anticipation. The staff is planted firmly on the ground, the green energy spreading outwards in a complex pattern. A green barrier surrounds a village, protecting it from an unseen threat. The energy shimmers and pulses, a beacon of hope. Waha! The orc of Ancona laughs, his menacing grin promising pain and destruction. Now it's his turn, the orc of Ancona declares, looming over Aaron Pendragon. The orc's shadow falls over the blond man. Aaron Pendragon looks up, his expression unreadable. He prepares to face the orc of Ancona. A voice echoes from the shadows, offering aid. The cloaked figure promises strength in times of trouble. Elsewhere, an armored figure stands tall, staff in hand. They proclaim the magic bestowed by the great god of the earth. The armored figure urges those present to look carefully, as something significant is about to happen. The source of the magic is revealed, a staff topped with a glowing, vibrant green orb. A beam of green energy erupts from the staff, hurtling directly towards Duke Aaron, poised for impact. The same emerald energy surges toward a massive dragon, promising a similar transformation. The green energy washes over the soldiers, enveloping them in its mystical embrace, their fates hanging in the balance. The raw power of the magic is evident in the swirling, vibrant green tendrils that now dominate the landscape. The green energy fully encases Aaron Pendragon, the light intensifying as the transformation reaches its peak. The cloaked figure cries out, seemingly channeling the surge of magical energy into a focused point. The concentrated beam of green energy rises skyward, a conduit for the immense power being unleashed. The green energy coalesces into a massive, tree-like structure, its radiant glow bathing the battlefield and all those present. He chides the blonde-haired duke, stating that if he could use magic, he should have used it sooner. The Orc of Ancona dismisses this, explaining that a spell of this magnitude requires a lot of preparation, and it's really tiring. The Orc of Ancona grimaces, stating that this isn't the end of it, unfortunately. He tells the blonde-haired duke something, clarifying that this isn't a spell he can use multiple times, so this will be their first and last chance. Aaron Pendragon looks determined, his blue eyes narrowed. The group must find the lich while it's active, a voice declares. Aaron's eyes are wide, with a mix of determination and worry. The landscape stretches out, showing a path leading toward the mountain. The mountain range looms in the distance, bathed in a purple sky. Aaron Pendragon stands before a large, dark structure, declaring that he's found it. A group of figures stood silhouetted against a strange, glowing tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. The blonde-haired man gazed upwards, his expression unreadable as he looked toward the light. He began to speak, his words hanging in the air. A tusked figure, shrouded in a dark hood, considered the task at hand: how to deal with the remaining skeletons. One of the figures spoke, declaring, "I'm counting on you, boy." The blonde-haired man moved with purpose, his cape billowing behind him as he advanced. A blade flashed, cutting through the air as the battle raged on. The Orc of Ancona's face contorted in rage, his red eyes burning with fury. The Orc of Ancona watched as someone shouted, "Carta!" The blonde-haired man's face was twisted in a shout, his expression fierce. The Orc of Ancona stood his ground, bellowing a challenge to his unseen foe. He stood amidst a field of bones, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure. Duke Aaron clashed with the orc, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The force of the blow sent the blonde-haired man flying backwards through the air. The Orc of Ancona reached out, his massive hand grasping for his opponent. Duke Aaron landed hard, the impact jarring him as he struggled to rise. His sword scraped against the ground, the sound echoing in the tense silence. The blonde-haired man pushed himself up, his expression grim as he prepared to face his foe once more. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure with a skull face watched from afar, its red eyes glowing ominously. A powerful impact shook the ground as the cloaked figure intervened. The cloaked figure unleashed a devastating attack, energy crackling around its form. The cloaked figure and Duke Aaron stood on a cliff overlooking the battlefield, the fate of the battle hanging in the balance. He faces a cloaked figure, wreathed in ominous purple energy. The figure taunts, offering him a grim choice. The cloaked figure gestures, the purple energy intensifying. The offer hangs in the air, a deadly invitation. Duke Aaron stands firm, his expression unyielding. He prepares himself for the coming battle. His eyes narrow, realization dawning. He recognizes the nature of their foe. The cloaked figure stands amidst a field of fallen skeletons. The remnants of past battles litter the ground. A man observes the scene with concern. He knows their forces are nearing their breaking point. Duke Aaron's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering. He steels himself for what must be done. He knows he must act quickly. The situation demands immediate action. The cloaked figure's hood falls back, revealing a terrifying visage, a skull-like face with burning red eyes. The figure raises its staff, channeling dark energy. A wave of power emanates from the skeletal being. Skeletal hands rise from the ground, reaching for the living. The wraiths begin their assault. A sharp sound echoes as the battle intensifies. The clash of steel and bone fills the air. He parried the skeletal hand, the force of the blow sending tremors up his arm. The wraith pressed its attack, its spectral blade aimed to cleave him in two. The cloaked figure stood impassively as Duke Aaron struggled against the summoned hands. Two massive, spectral blades materialized behind the wraith, crackling with dark energy. Duke Aaron's expression hardened, his blue eyes narrowed in concentration as he assessed the situation. He narrowly dodged another strike, the spectral blade tearing through the ground where he had stood moments before. The near miss elicited a curse from him. The realization struck him. The Wraiths were not the main threat, but protectors. The Wraith's power was immense, and he knew he couldn't carelessly approach the Lich. Duke Aaron resolved to separate the Wraiths from the Lich, understanding the true strategic objective. The Lich's staff pulsed with dark energy, a beacon of the power the Wraiths were sworn to protect. A surge of power erupted from the staff, bathing the area in an ominous light. He was surrounded by a roaring inferno, the heat intense. Someone realized their escape route had been cut off by fire. Duke Aaron's expression hardened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A dark energy began to coalesce, a sign of dangerous magic. The Duke stood ready, dual blades gleaming in the firelight, prepared for battle. His gaze remained fixed on the source of the encroaching flames. The Duke's armored gauntlet crackled with power, ready to unleash a counterattack. Arcane energy surged, a brilliant blue contrasting with the surrounding fire. Duke Aaron was engulfed in the blue energy, his power rising to meet the threat. A cloaked figure watched from the shadows, their intentions unknown. The Duke's hair billowed around him as the magical energy intensified. He prepared to unleash the full force of his power, the blue energy coalescing around him. An unseen entity speaks, its voice echoing with an otherworldly quality. "You? I want to know what are you?" The disembodied voice continues, its words laced with anticipation. "You have a different soul. However, I will be waiting for you here." The unseen entity presses on, its tone shifting to a demanding edge. "So, show me you can arrive here. Oh, unknown soul." Blue energy crackles around Duke Aaron, the power surging through him. He is surrounded by an ethereal glow. His eyes shine with an intense blue light, tears welling as the transformation takes hold. The power is almost overwhelming. The entity reveals its name, a single word echoing in the space around Duke Aaron: Soldrake. Soldrake's presence intensifies, the hooded figure standing before Duke Aaron. The air crackles with anticipation. Duke Aaron's eyes burn with blue fire, his expression resolute. He is ready to face whatever Soldrake has in store. Meanwhile, in a darkened realm, skeletal figures emerge from the shadows. The Wraiths are gathering, their presence ominous. The Wraiths advance, their forms shifting and swirling like smoke. They are a force of pure darkness. A figure observes the Wraiths, recognizing their nature. "So those are Wraiths," he murmurs, his expression grim. The Wraiths coalesce, their forms becoming more defined. Their glowing purple eyes pierce the darkness, promising destruction. He stood, swords drawn, the blue energy swirling around him. Duke Aaron murmured, "That's my first time seeing one." A monstrous form materialized before him, a two-headed dragon crackling with dark, purple energy. The armored feet landed heavily, the ground trembling beneath the sudden weight and power. Duke Aaron stood firm, his blue eyes blazing with determination as he gripped his swords tighter. The blades hummed with power, the blue energy intensifying around the hilts. He faced the two-headed beast, the swirling blue energy a stark contrast to the dragon's ominous purple aura. The dragon descended, a terrifying mass of teeth and claws wreathed in crackling energy. Elsewhere, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the stormy sky, a silent observer of the unfolding battle. The armored gauntlet pulsed with power, the blue energy crackling around each finger. Surrounded by a torrent of blue energy, Duke Aaron moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the monstrous foe. The cloaked figure watched from the cliff, the distant battle a spectacle of light and shadow. His face set with grim resolve, Duke Aaron prepared to meet the dragon's onslaught head-on. A blinding light erupts as antagonist Lich declares, "It's over for you." Duke Pendragon, bathed in ethereal light, advances with his sword drawn, ready to strike down his foe. Duke Pendragon's expression is grim as he prepares to face the Lich. The Lich's name echoes in the air. Duke Pendragon stands victorious, his sword gleaming. Duke Pendragon surveys the aftermath of the battle, the Lich defeated at his feet. Skeletal warriors litter the battlefield, frozen mid-stride. The orcs are confused. One exclaims, "What?" The skeletons suddenly stopped. One of the orcs speculates, "It seems like the Lord dealt with the Lich." The battlefield was silent, littered with the remains of the fallen. The Lich stood with a hulking orc, the last vestiges of his defeated army. The Lich's face was a mask of defeat, his power broken. Duke Aaron, bathed in ethereal light, felt himself becoming one with the mist. His spirit seemed to ascend to the heavens, leaving the battlefield behind. The Duke stood tall, his cape billowing in the wind, a symbol of victory and loss. The survivors mourned their fallen comrades, the weight of the battle heavy on their hearts. A man wept openly, his grief a raw and painful display beside Duke Aaron. Meanwhile, the world moved on, but the scars of war remained etched in the land. At a makeshift graveyard, the people knelt in prayer, honoring those who had given their lives. Under the watchful eye of the moon, the world grieved for its losses. He remained in the camp, the red tints stark against the twilight sky. The Duke sat in silence, his sword resting beside him, untouched. His expression was somber, the weight of recent events etched on his face. The sword lay still, reflecting the dim light of the camp. Meanwhile, a letter fell, its contents unknown, its arrival an omen. Darkness seemed to emanate from the sealed envelope. The man with dark hair stared at the letter, a question forming in his mind. He recalled a moment, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind. These are... His eyes widened as the memory took hold. My memories of that day? The letter lay on the floor, a silent accusation. His hands trembled as he clutched the letter, denial rising within him. He said, wrong, it wasn't me. His face contorted in disbelief, a desperate plea escaping his lips. It's a misunderstanding. A man in prison garb cries out, claiming he was framed, begging for it to stop. The tools of torture hang ominously against the wall, implements of pain and despair. Confined to a cell, the man mutters a plea for broth, his body battered and bruised. A crowd stands in the pouring rain, their faces obscured, as someone begs for it to stop. Kneeling in the downpour, the man is a solitary figure amidst the storm's relentless fury. Tears stream down his face, a chain around his neck, the weight of his despair palpable. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals Duke Aaron's tear-filled eyes, reflecting an unknown shock. Young Aaron Pendragon cries out for his father, begging him not to die as he lies in bed. These memories flood back, overwhelming the young dragon rider with grief and determination. Through tears, Aaron vows to become a dragon rider, his voice thick with emotion. He clutches his hand, pleading to become a fine Pendragon, his face etched with sorrow. The memories continue to haunt him, a constant reminder of his past and his promise. He clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face. Dark streaks fell, obscuring his vision. Aaron Pendragon's eyes widened, his expression a mix of anguish and fear. He gasped for breath, his hands raised as if to ward off an unseen threat. His teeth gritted, Aaron's grip tightened on the sword before him. Alone in the tent, Aaron sat with the blade, his posture tense. Meanwhile, the Orc of Ancona sat observing Aaron, who walked away from him. The Orc of Ancona spoke, his voice gruff. You still awake, boy? It's pretty late. Aaron muttered something about Kurtul, while the Orc of Ancona watched him, thinking orcs are keeping watch. Aaron thought that there would be more sacrifices if he left it to the humans, so it's fine. Yawning, Aaron stated that it was a really hard fight. The Orc of Ancona wondered about the sword that saved Aaron. The Pendragon's treasured sword gleamed, its power resonating in the wielder's hand. Widow's grief. The blade seemed to whisper, its history etched in every facet. The sword pulsed with energy, a source of power beyond comprehension. Duke Aaron remembered the sword's protection against the Wraith's scythes. It was Soldrake's flames, a power now contained within the blade. The Orc of Ancona considered the implications. The guardian deity of the forest? Aaron Pendragon held the sword aloft, its power a tangible force in his hands. And Soldrake has. The Duke's eyes glowed with an inner light, reflecting the power of the ancient dragon. Soldrake's gaze was intense, his ancient wisdom etched into every scale. An unknown soul lingered, its purpose yet to be revealed. He knelt beside the bed, a question hanging in the air as he looked upon the figure lying still. A voice echoed, a declaration of identity. The white dragon knows that I'm not Aaron. Standing side by side with Aaron Pendragon, the man declared, I am Raven. But something was amiss, a deep-seated conflict etched upon his face. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, Father, Father, don't die please. He vowed, amidst his tears, that he would become a dragon rider, a fine Pendragon. His hands trembled as he questioned the nature of his memories. Why did I dream? Clutching a sword, Aaron Pendragon's mind raced, the question echoing. About Aaron? The Orc of Ancona watched as Aaron Pendragon, disoriented, stammered. What happened? The name hung in the air, a fragmented thought. Pendragon. The Orc of Ancona stared as Aaron Pendragon's face contorted in anger and confusion. He waved off the concern, muttering, It's nothing, my bad. I just didn't sleep enough. He is asked if something is the matter, and why he isn't resting. The blonde-haired man looks down, seemingly troubled by something. He admits that he had a nightmare, his expression somber. Duke Aaron stands beside the Orc of Ancona, the two figures contrasting in appearance. The Orc of Ancona listens intently, his red eyes focused on Aaron. Meanwhile, a crescent moon hangs in the night sky, a silent observer of the unfolding events. The Orc of Ancona is seen with another figure, stating he has a bad feeling. The Orc of Ancona agrees with an unseen statement, his expression grim. The text indicates that their chances of going back safely have worsened. The group walks through a forest, their path shrouded in mystery and danger. He listens intently, as the Orc of Ancona speaks of heightened demon senses. If they can feel something here, it must mean something significant. Duke Aaron considers the words, his gaze distant. The mausoleum, what secrets does it hold, and what dangers lie within its walls? A lone figure kneels before a somber gathering, rain cascading down. The atmosphere is heavy with grief and unspoken burdens. The scene fades into darkness, a stark contrast hinting at hidden depths and obscured truths. The shadows conceal more than they reveal. Aaron's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He grits his teeth, steeling himself for what lies ahead. However, Soldrake must be waiting for him. The thought hangs heavy in the air, a promise and a threat intertwined. The dragon looms, a majestic yet fearsome figure. He needs the dragon's strength to take his revenge in the name of the Vault household. Aaron's resolve deepens. He has to make the dragon listen to him, no matter the cost or the obstacles in his path. A glimpse of gleaming armor in a battlefield below hints at past conflicts and the price of war. Scars remain. Something happened to it on that battlefield. The memory is fragmented, a puzzle of destruction and loss. The battlefield is littered with fallen figures, a testament to the brutal reality of combat. The cost of victory is steep. And then, the narrative cuts off, leaving the listener in suspense, eager to know what happened next in the past. He regarded the scene before him, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The circumstances of his rebirth still weighed heavily on his mind, a mystery he desperately needed to unravel. Duke Aaron knew where he had to go and what he had to do. He would make the dragon listen. His resolve solidified. The glint of his sword mirrored the steel in his eyes. Aaron was certain that Soldrake held the key to understanding his past and the power to shape his future. The knight prepared himself for the journey ahead, his expression a mask of grim determination. Meanwhile, the call to arms echoed through the ranks, signaling an imminent deployment. The order was given, prepare for battle. A torch cuts through the darkness, its flame dancing in the cavernous space. Crystals glitter, illuminating the path ahead with an ethereal glow. A procession winds its way through the crystalline depths, their figures small against the vast landscape. The Orc of Ancona's senses sharpen, his nostrils flaring as he picks up a scent. He focuses, his keen hearing picking up the faintest vibrations in the air. The Orc of Ancona pauses, declaring, "It's here." Duke Pendragon marvels at the Orc's ability, while another voice agrees that it is indeed impressive. The Orc's senses, the Duke thinks, can detect the flow of the atmosphere and locate water sources. A bare foot steps carefully on the cold, crystalline ground. The Orc of Ancona, the cloaked figure, and Duke Pendragon stand together in the cavern. The cloaked figure is asked what happened to Kratul. The Orc of Ancona paused, his senses tingling with an unfamiliar presence nearby. His brow furrowed in concentration, the tattered cloth of his garb rustling softly. Ellen Pendragon watched the Orc of Ancona, his expression unreadable as always. A shimmering form coalesced into view, a spirit of water taking shape. The ethereal being pulsed with a gentle light, its crystalline wings catching the cavern's glow. The spirits swirled around the party, their forms shifting and shimmering in the cavern's depths. The party pressed onward, the water spirits guiding them deeper into the crystalline cave. The spirits cascaded down the cavern walls, forming a waterfall of pure, shimmering energy. The Orc of Ancona pointed ahead, his voice a low rumble. He stated that there were water spirits near that place. Ellen Pendragon glanced at the Orc of Ancona, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. He asked if they were water spirits. A voice wonders if the water spirits are dangerous. A voice dismisses the danger, noting the cave's lack of life force. It's a place untouched by the great god of Earth's protection. The Orc of Ancona stands with another figure, listening intently to the discussion. Ellen Pendragon thinks to herself that they shouldn't be here. The group of adventurers observes the waterfall, speculating about a possible exit behind it. A wind blows out of it. Ellen Pendragon's expression is thoughtful as she gazes towards the waterfall. The waterfall cascades down, its power evident. The waterfall continues its descent, a torrent of water. Someone notices something glowing in the middle of the waterfall, resembling a plate. Ellen Pendragon and the Orc of Ancona stand side by side, both looking surprised. The Orc of Ancona wonders what it is. A water spirit materializes, its form fluid and ethereal. The group of adventurers, Ellen Pendragon, and the Orc of Ancona are illuminated by the glowing object and the water spirit. The water begins to coalesce, taking on a more defined shape. The Orc of Ancona stares in disbelief. "The hell," he mutters. Duke Aaron's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and apprehension on his face. The water continues to form, now resembling a large, amorphous creature. The creature takes on a more distinct shape, its watery form shimmering in the light. The Orc of Ancona watches intently, sweat beading on his brow as he anticipates the unknown. A voice echoes, seemingly from the water itself. "It's here." The water spirit fully materializes, its presence radiating power. The water spirit. Duke Aaron and the Orc of Ancona stand ready, weapons drawn, facing the newly formed water spirit. Duke Aaron stares in disbelief. At Turtle, the Orc of Ancona exclaims, made of water. The water spirit takes the form of a turtle. The turtle-shaped water spirit floats serenely, its form shimmering with ethereal light. The water spirit hovers between the Orc of Ancona and Duke Aaron, an exclamation point punctuating the air. Someone gasps, the sound barely audible over the ambient noise. Duke Aaron, his brow furrowed, declares that it must be protecting a treasure. The question hangs in the air. A treasure? Duke Aaron's expression hardens, his blue eyes narrowed with suspicion. The Orc of Ancona glares, his tusks bared in a silent snarl. The water spirit looms large, dwarfing the figures below as a voice echoes, denying any protection of the great god of earth. The voice continues, suggesting that something here made the water spirits oppose them. Duke Aaron states that they're trying to crush them for the sake of protecting this treasure, and the Orc of Ancona agrees. Duke Aaron's gaze is fixed on the water spirit, his expression a mixture of determination and concern. The water spirit remains, a silent guardian of the unknown treasure. He stood before the water spirit, his sword held loosely at his side. The water spirit pulsed with raw energy, its form shifting and unstable. The Orc of Ancona watched, concern etched on his face. "Wait, Your Grace, were you trying to—" Duke Aaron stood firm, his gaze fixed on the swirling mass of water before him. A voice echoed, seemingly from the Duke himself, "Calm down." He held his sword steady, the blade reflecting the ethereal light of the spirit. The water spirit roiled, its form becoming more defined, more agitated. His eyes widened, a plea in their depths. "Calm down," he repeated. The sword began to glow, channeling a power that resonated with the water spirit. The energy crackled, a visible force between the Duke and the spirit. Duke Aaron stood his ground, the glowing sword a beacon against the spirit's unrest. Meanwhile, the Orc of Ancona watched with another orc, concern evident in their expressions. He stood in the downpour, the water streaming over his blonde hair. The rain cascaded over his armor, obscuring the intricate details. Duke Aaron's expression was somber, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. He gazed up at the source of the downpour, a swirling vortex of energy. The shield, emblazoned with a dragon, pulsed with a soft, inner light. Its golden edges gleamed, reflecting the chaotic energy around it. The dragon emblem seemed to writhe, as if alive within the metal. A man holding the shield exclaimed, realizing its true value. "That means that this shield is the treasure." He continued, explaining its properties. "What a wonderful shield. It heals the wounds of the one holding it, and it even heals the wounds of the soldiers." Duke Aaron stood on the steps, the shield's power now understood. "Is that so?" The orc remarked to another, "What a great thing, boy. You've managed to push back the water spirits." The other orc responded, "Was that what you told me about last night? The widow's grief's power?" Duke Aaron, adorned in his armor, releases a heavy sigh, his expression unreadable as he grips his staff. His brow furrows, a visible struggle with comprehension etched onto his face. He mutters, questioning the unfolding events. Elsewhere, the Orc of Ancona stands alongside a cloaked figure, the starry sky swirling behind them. He admits to feeling something. The Orc of Ancona raises a glowing staff, observing that the cloaked figure doesn't look so good. The figure remains silent. Duke Aaron stands on a staircase, listening to a man in armor who claims it was just the strength of the forest guardian deity. Another man demands to know what he said. "That's right. Soldrake's strength is the Pendragon's strength," a narration box declares as Duke Aaron looks off into the distance. Basically. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands in the darkness, their face obscured by shadows, their expression unreadable. The cloaked figure holds a sword, declaring that it is not their power. The blade gleams faintly in the dim light. A broken helmet lies on the ground, a symbol of defeat or perhaps death, the scene cast in somber tones. A man lies in bed, seemingly dying, as two figures cry out, begging him not to die. The room is dimly lit, filled with despair. He vowed to become a proper Pendragon, no matter the cost. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of resolve and despair. His expression was a mask of determination, hiding the turmoil within. He was resolved, his eyes reflecting a steely determination. Meanwhile, a surge of power emanated, the words Raven Vault echoing. The sky shimmered with celestial energy, streaking with starlight. A grand structure stood bathed in ethereal light, its pillars reaching towards the heavens. A long bridge stretched towards the illuminated building, figures walking towards it. Duke Aaron observed the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. The mausoleum loomed, a place of solemnity and ancient power. A dragon statue guarded the entrance, a silent sentinel of the mausoleum. The mausoleum stood tall, its white stone gleaming under the ethereal light of the night sky. Duke Pendragon, the Orc of Ancona, and the man in the red cloak approached the entrance, their figures small against the massive structure. The widow's scream, the treasured sword, pulsed with a brilliant, otherworldly light. The man in the red cloak recognized the weapon, his eyes widening in surprise. A voice echoed, filled with a sense of dread, that here is the mausoleum. Duke Pendragon held the widow's scream aloft, its power radiating from the blade. The sword glowed intensely, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. A surge of purple energy erupted from within the mausoleum. The Orc of Ancona and the man in the red cloak followed Duke Pendragon up the steps, wary of the unseen threat. The man in the red cloak noticed something, exclaiming that fog is seeping out. A close-up revealed a single, terrified eye, reflecting the horror within. A hazy vision takes shape, revealing the silhouettes of two figures. A voice cries out, recognizing the figure. A knight. The knight is engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy. The energy intensifies, swirling around the knight in a blinding display. The Orc of Ancona stares in disbelief. "Gosh, how can it be?" he mutters. A voice echoes, filled with a mixture of shock and recognition. "You are." The group stares ahead, their faces etched with surprise and dawning realization. A close-up reveals the knight's determined expression, his eyes filled with resolve. The knight, now fully formed from the energy, rides a spectral steed. The blue energy crackles and surges, illuminating the knight's form. A voice cries out in recognition, finally naming the figure. "Gordon Pendragon?" The vision solidifies, revealing the knight, Gordon Pendragon, in all his glory. The Orc of Ancona stared at Gordon Pendragon, a flicker of recognition in his sharp, red eyes. The Orc of Ancona muttered, his tusks shifting slightly. The predecessor. Gordon Pendragon's companion shouted in alarm, but the knight's attention was elsewhere. Gordon Pendragon's mind raced, a translucent body, a spirit, something familiar yet distant. A surge of power, a memory threatening to surface. Why did Gordon Pendragon know this person's name? A desperate plea echoed in his mind. "Father, father, don't die." A somber scene unfolded, attendants surrounding a deathbed, grief etched on their faces. Gordon Pendragon's face contorted with a mix of anguish and dawning recognition. The realization struck him. It was all from Aaron's memories. A blinding light erupts, filling the world with an intense, searing energy. The light intensifies, streaks of power lancing out in every direction. The world is consumed by a supernova of pure, radiant energy. The Orc of Ancona stands tall, facing Aaron Pendragon amidst the ethereal glow. Aaron Pendragon, swords drawn, prepares to face the monstrous orc in a desperate battle. Aaron Pendragon grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he steels himself for the coming fight. His blue eyes widen with a mix of fear and determination, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Elsewhere, a dragon-like creature with a long tail and bat-like wings hovers before a massive, glowing moon. Strange rock formations jut from the ground under a sky filled with purple light and falling stars. Soldiers flee in terror, their faces etched with fear as they scramble away from an unseen threat. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of stars, overlooking a scene of destruction. A massive sword, radiating power, pierces through the darkness, its tip gleaming with ethereal light. He stood alongside the Orc of Ancona, both looking up with expressions of shock and concern. A surge of ethereal energy crackled, its source unseen, but its presence undeniable. The energy coalesced into a complex, crystalline structure, radiating a soft, otherworldly light. A large, feathered creature clutched a smaller, pale figure, both exhibiting expressions of terror. A cry of anguish echoed, a sound of pure, unadulterated fear. A massive, reptilian eye, framed by golden scales, opened, its pupil a vertical slit of intense blue. Aaron Pendragon's face was etched with a grim determination, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A majestic, white dragon, wreathed in ethereal energy, roared, its power palpable. The dragon descended from the heavens, its massive form casting a shadow over the land. Aaron Pendragon stood, his back to the viewer, his expression unreadable but his posture tense. A voice cried out, filled with urgency and desperation. "Soldrake!" The landscape stretched out before them, bathed in an ethereal, purple light, hinting at a world beyond comprehension. A colossal white dragon towered over the landscape, its form casting a long shadow over the tiny figures below. The dragon's massive claw rested on the ground, near a figure engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. The dragon's head, adorned with golden horns, filled the frame, its gaze seemingly fixed on something beyond the viewer. The dragon loomed in the background as figures in robes stood before it, their faces obscured by shadow, while soldiers stood guard. Aaron Pendragon, his face streaked with grime, looked up in awe, a companion beside him sharing his stunned expression. He began. The orc of Ancona stood alongside another orc, both gazing upwards, one muttering beautiful. A close-up revealed a face, bathed in light, eyes open and unfocused, as if lost in a dream. The light illuminated Aaron's face, beads of sweat trickling down his temple, his expression a mix of wonder and confusion. The dragon's face, with its piercing blue eyes and golden horns, dominated the panel, its expression unreadable. The dragon's massive form was only partially visible, its scales shimmering in the ethereal light. A disembodied voice echoed, "Who are you?" The face from before was now partially visible, seemingly unconscious. He stares ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, his blue eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. A spectral figure on horseback materializes before him, wreathed in blue flames, its presence eliciting a silent, questioning shock. The ghostly night radiates an ethereal glow, its form shimmering with an otherworldly energy, a silent echo of battles long past. Duke Gordon Pendragon's name escapes the lips of the orc of Ancona, a mixture of disbelief and recognition etched upon his brutish face. He denies the possibility, his mind struggling to reconcile the vision with reality, grappling with the impossible. The Duke's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning upon him. This apparition is connected to a past he thought buried. A banner bearing a dragon crest flutters in the wind, a symbol of a legacy shrouded in mystery and conflict. A memory surfaces, a voice echoing from the Lobtine Plain, a place where Aaron Pendragon's destiny was first intertwined with the unknown. A subtle tremor runs through the air, a sign of the immense power that is about to be unleashed. The voice, now recognized, links the present vision to a past encounter, suggesting a recurring pattern or a predetermined fate. The connection solidifies, the speaker from that time and the one speaking now are one and the same, a revelation that carries immense weight. The figure's face is revealed, and it is not Aaron, a shocking twist that throws everything into question. A spectral figure flickers into view, wreathed in ethereal flames. A voice echoes, barely audible, "Nor Gordon." The vision shifts, resolving into the form of a majestic dragon, its scales shimmering like 1,000 moons. "But Soul Drake!" A disembodied voice booms, resonating with ancient power. The dragon's words pierce the veil. "This dragon is talking to me." The dragon looms large, a colossal presence against the backdrop of a swirling, violet sky. A lone figure stands before it, sword at their side. A question hangs in the air, heavy with uncertainty. The darkness whispers, demanding an answer. "Who are you?" The vision solidifies, revealing Aaron Pendragon alongside the orc of Ancona and another figure. Confusion clouds their faces as they gaze upward. A declaration rings out, filled with conviction. Aaron Pendragon proclaims, his voice echoing with newfound certainty. "I'm Aaron Pendragon." Aaron's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression a mask of shock and dawning horror. The revelation shakes him to his core. The dragon's eye, a sapphire gem, glints with ancient wisdom and untold power. It observes, knowing more than it reveals. The dragon's scales ripple, catching the light like 1,000 tiny mirrors. A sense of immense, contained power emanates from the ancient being. The orc of Ancona and others look up in awe at the dragon. Aaron Pendragon stands before it, seemingly unaware of the truth about to be revealed. The dragon's voice echoes once more, shattering Aaron's conviction. The truth reverberates. "You are not Aaron Pendragon." He looked upward, a defiant glint in his eye. "You can't fool my eyes," Aaron declared, his voice strained. A massive, reptilian eye filled the void, its pupil a vertical slit. A voice echoed, demanding, "I'll ask once more." The dragon's voice continued, the question hanging heavy in the air. "Who are you?" A surge of power, raw and untamed, pulsed through the air. A vision flickered. Figures knelt in supplication before a lone figure in the rain. Another image flashed. An archer, bow drawn, eyes narrowed in deadly focus. The orc of Ancona loomed over a fallen figure, his tusked grin predatory. Aaron's face contorted in agony, sweat beading on his brow as the visions assaulted him. A guttural cry escaped his lips. The orc of Ancona struck, as someone cried out, "Yo, young lord!" His mind fractured. Aaron felt his consciousness tearing apart. Clutching his head, Aaron gasped, "What the hell?" A monstrous presence looms, its form coalescing into a draconic shape. A question echoes, a desperate plea for identity. The dragon-like creature towers over Duke Aaron, who cries out in pain. A wave of agony washes over him. A pained groan escapes, the sound echoing in the dimly lit space. He collapses to the ground, his armor clattering against the stone floor. The orc of Ancona looms over Duke Aaron, his expression twisted in a snarl. "Grace!" he shouts. A voice cries out, filled with desperation. "Lord Pendragon!" His blue eyes, usually filled with resolve, now reflect a deep, unsettling turmoil. A mysterious question hangs in the air. Who are you? His face contorts in pain and confusion, a raw, animalistic snarl escaping his lips. Another pained groan echoes, the sound laced with a growing sense of dread. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. He knelt in the downpour, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. Dark shapes loomed, their presence a suffocating weight. The rain streamed down Duke Pendragon's face, washing away the grime, but not the memory. Infernos blazed in his mind's eye, the screams of the dying echoing in the deluge. Figures ran through the chaos. Chains bound the innocent, their faces etched with despair as their captors looked on. His eye blazed with inner turmoil, the floodgates of memory now open. My bad memories are flowing nonstop. A chorus of voices surrounded him, taunting him with visions of the past. Want to see them again? A monstrous figure towered over Duke Pendragon, a symbol of the horrors he had faced. A dragon, ancient and powerful, emerged from the depths of his consciousness. A lone figure stood before the dragon, a silhouette against the storm of memory. The dragon was the key, unlocking the darkest corners of his past. Because the dragon is showing them to me. Blood streaked his face, a visceral reminder of the pain he had endured. The Orc of Ancona seized Duke Pendragon, dragging him back into the nightmare. A piercing blue eye, reptilian and immense, dominates the vision, its gaze both ancient and knowing. A voice booms, demanding a response, as golden armor gleams, intricate and powerful. A figure kneels before the dragon, head bowed in supplication, as the question hangs heavy in the air. Who are you? Tears stream down a face, etched with pain, a silent scream trapped within the confines of memory. The figure struggles to speak, the words catching in their throat. I am. A sudden, sharp noise cuts through the haze, a jarring interruption to the unfolding vision. A smiling couple holds a baby, their faces filled with love, but a question lingers. What are those memories? The Duke's spouse smiles warmly, a picture of domestic bliss, a stark contrast to the previous images of conflict. Gordon Pendragon's smile falters, a hint of worry in his eyes as he asks, And Gordon? The family scene continues, the baby cradled in loving arms, a symbol of innocence amidst the turmoil. The baby smiles a pure and radiant expression, as if to say, is me. A man stands in a forest, reaching for a child, his face contorted in denial. No, it's not. Bare feet pound against the earth, a frantic escape unfolds. A memory surfaces, a name echoing in the darkness. Aaron. A child's desperate plea pierces the silence, begging for a father's life. A face, pale and drawn, hints at a fading life force. The man's eyes are closed, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A grand bed, draped in heavy curtains, becomes the stage for a silent drama. His brow furrows, a silent struggle playing out beneath the surface. A delicate hand guides a brush, capturing a fleeting moment in time. Lost in his art, he seeks to immortalize a vision, a memory, a dream. A cascade of hair obscures his face, hiding the emotions within. The name echoes again, a desperate cry. It's Aaron. A blade plunges, a crimson stain blooming as life ebbs away. He plummeted through the air, the impact with the water promising to be brutal. The darkness closed in around him. A man's voice cried out, desperate. The Orc of Ancona echoed the sentiment, both pleading for their lord's safety. The group stood defiant before the massive, otherworldly creature. A demand echoed through the battlefield. Say your name? Aaron lay still, his eyes closed, tears escaping from beneath his eyelids. Was this a memory or a premonition? A voice, faint and distant, whispered two names. Raven. Fault. The back of his head was visible, the blonde hair pulled back. The memories, or visions, continued to assault him. The maid's uniform came into view, a hand clenched tightly. Fear began to creep into the edges of her mind. A soft, questioning voice broke the silence. The maid was clearly disturbed by something she had seen. Her eyes widened, her expression a mask of shock and disbelief. Your Grace? She stammered, her voice barely audible. Another name surfaced from the depths of the past. Lindsay? The question hung in the air, unanswered. A young girl with blonde hair stared blankly ahead, her expression unreadable. What was she seeing? What was she remembering? Two young girls, Aaron and Mia, were visible. Mia's name was whispered, a question hanging in the air. The past was resurfacing. And there's also a vision of two figures locked in an embrace, their faces etched with worry. Aaron's. A close-up reveals a face contorted in anguish, tears welling in the corners of their eyes. Another vision surfaces, mirroring the first. Two figures clinging to each other, seeking solace in a desperate embrace. No! A face emerges from the darkness, a silent scream trapped within their throat, eyes wide with terror. They are. Two grotesque creatures huddle together, their fear palpable even in their monstrous forms. The Orc of Ancona looms, a dark presence amidst the chaos of resurfacing memories, his tusks bared in a silent snarl. A figure plummets from a great height, their body a ragdoll against the unforgiving sky, a symbol of despair. A dragon banner waves amidst a sea of soldiers, a symbol of power and conquest, a glimpse into a forgotten war. Duke Aaron stands tall, a beacon of resolve amidst the storm of memories, his armor gleaming in the ethereal light. My memories. The words echo in the void, a desperate plea for understanding, a yearning for a forgotten past. A swirling vortex of green energy consumes the scene, a chaotic force threatening to unravel the very fabric of reality. A final glimpse of a face, etched with a haunting sadness, a silent witness to the unraveling of time and memory. The scene fades in, revealing a dark and indistinct landscape. A procession of armored figures trudges forward, their faces grim under the dim light. The world swims back into focus as Duke Aaron lies bleeding, his vision blurring. Two armored soldiers stand ready, one shouting, "Let's protect our lord." The Orc of Ancona stands with a companion, who asks if he plans to go against the guardian deity. A voice declares that if things continue this way, Duke Aaron will die. The armored hand of a knight clenches, a voice echoing, "That's right." Duke Aaron struggles, gasping, "I am." A majestic dragon's head fills the frame, its blue eyes gleaming. A sword plunges into the ground, sending out a shockwave. The dragon's head reappears, a voice declaring him the rightful heir of the Pendragon Duchy. He clutches his sword, blood dripping from his mouth as he kneels. His name echoes, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. The blood flows freely now, staining his armor as his eyes widen in pain. A massive, scaled eye observes the scene with ancient wisdom. Aaron Pendragon collapses further, his vision blurring as he struggles to breathe. A figure glows with an ethereal purple light, energy crackling around him. The glowing man stands resolute, his expression unreadable in the radiant light. The dragon's massive form begins to materialize, scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Aaron Pendragon looks up, his gaze fixed on the colossal dragon looming above. Through the haze of pain, Aaron hears the name Gordon Pendragon whispered. The voice wonders if something has disappeared. The dragon's full form is revealed, a majestic being of immense power. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very air around it. The force of the dragon's voice sends tremors through the battlefield. The massive dragon descends, casting a long shadow over the soldiers below. The air crackles with energy as the dragon's presence dominates the scene. Chaos erupts as soldiers are thrown through the air. "What?" one cries out. The dragon surveys the battlefield, its eyes gleaming with ancient power. The battlefield is littered with fallen soldiers, the dragon looming over them. The dragon stands tall, its form radiating an otherworldly light. The dragon declares that their pledge is complete, as Aaron Pendragon's name is mentioned. In Raven, Vald is seen injured, blood trickling down his face. As someone who will succeed the Pendragons, he stood, blood trickling down his face, armor gleaming faintly. Duke Aaron, sword in hand, found himself surrounded by allies and enemies alike. A voice cried out, hailing his grace. From a distant vantage, a lone observer watched the scene unfold. A single whispered sentiment escaped their lips. "You really did it." A voice booms, filled with power. The massive dragon stands tall, dwarfing the figures before it. Cheers erupt from the crowd. Duke Pendragon kneels, trying to reassure those around him that he is unharmed. Blood trickles from Duke Pendragon's mouth as he acknowledges the completion of the pledge. A figure declares that they have been chosen. A knight smiles, flanked by an orc and another figure. The knight's companions celebrate the momentous occasion. A voice declares that Aaron has been chosen. Duke Pendragon stands before the dragon, his hand raised in triumph. A voice proclaims that the Pendragon's future is secure. It is declared that from now on, he will be together with the guardian deity. One of the orcs acknowledges a big achievement, speaking to his companion. A majestic dragon raises its head, its scales shimmering in the light. Support Ellen Pendragon stands, looking weary, his armor gleaming despite the apparent damage. The dragon stands tall as a soldier asks if a guest has come. He spits blood, his expression strained as he looks off to the side. Against the backdrop of a full moon, dark shapes soar through the sky. Birds. He denies what he sees, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No, it's not." The orcs react with shock, one exclaiming, "What?" as the other says, "No way." Dragons fill the sky, their forms silhouetted against the ethereal glow. The dragons descend, their eyes gleaming with ancient power. "Dragons!" The message is clear. Dragons are here. He gazed up at the sky, a mix of awe and apprehension on his face. Dragons of all colors and sizes filled the heavens. A massive white dragon landed nearby, its claws digging into the ground with earth-shaking force. Duke Aaron's eyes widened, his expression a mask of disbelief. I can't believe it. The dragons loomed, their presence both majestic and terrifying. Each one radiated immense power. The red dragon's eyes glowed with an eerie light, its gaze piercing and intense. The dragons surrounded the area, their massive forms dwarfing the people below. The air crackled with magical energy. The green dragon observed the scene with cold, calculating eyes, its expression unreadable. Duke Aaron's face was etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow as he took in the overwhelming sight. A voice echoed, questioning the sudden appearance of the dragons. Is this the queen's new contractor? Duke Aaron stood his ground, his gaze fixed on the massive white dragon before him, bracing for whatever was to come. A voice confirmed a name, adding to the mystery of the dragon's arrival. That's right, Amelhart. The white dragon spoke, its voice resonating with ancient power. I have not called you. Why are you here? The white dragon declares that it is not the time, its gaze fixed on its green counterpart. The dragon's blue eye seems to glow with an inner light, reflecting the gravity of the moment. The green dragon speaks, mentioning the name Erigurian, its tone measured and deliberate. The dragons state they have come because they are supposed to, questioning if their reasons are not already known. The white dragon demands to know if it is being questioned, its golden eyes gleaming. The green dragon stands alongside a black dragon, the two observing the unfolding events with keen interest. The black dragon speaks, addressing someone as queen and stating it felt something else besides her aura on the human. The dragon reveals that the auras of both the demon god and the dragon god are on this human, a revelation that seems to shock Duke Aaron. The white dragon prepares to descend, its massive form casting a shadow over the scene. The white dragon descends rapidly, creating a powerful gust of wind. The dragons descend upon the battlefield, their arrival causing chaos among the soldiers below. Duke Aaron exclaims in surprise, witnessing the dragon's descent and the unfolding chaos. 3 dragons descended, their massive forms creating gusts of wind. The white dragon landed before the group, its presence radiating immense power. The white dragon commanded, its voice echoing with authority, "Leave my territory now." Duke Aaron watched the dragons, his expression a mix of determination and concern. His blue eyes narrowed, focusing on the imposing figures before him. The white dragon's face was partially visible as it questioned, "Dragon? King?" The 3 dragons loomed, their presence filling the space with an ancient power. The gold dragon shifted slightly, its scales gleaming in the ethereal light. The white dragon stood tall, its wings partially unfurled, ready for battle. The black dragon's maw opened slightly, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The black dragon's eyes glowed with an eerie light, promising destruction. Duke Aaron thought, his gaze unwavering, if someday this human goes back to our land, everything will be clear. The massive dragon's wing beats, creating a powerful gust of wind. A white dragon stands tall amidst the fallen, spear-like shards scattered around it. The black dragon looms, its form casting a shadow over the scene. Under the crescent moon, a blue dragon soars through the starry expanse. A disoriented voice wonders aloud, "What just happened?" The Orc of Ancona stands alongside a hooded figure, surveying the aftermath. The Orc of Ancona explains that a dragon's voice can only be heard by those they are addressing. Duke Aaron and others recall hearing the dragon's voice through Gordon before the pledge, but now they hear nothing at all. They wonder if Soldrake's voice stopped after the pledge. Leaving that aside, Duke Aaron thinks to himself about the dragons, the dragon gods, the demon gods, and the many things he doesn't know. Duke Aaron's expression is troubled as he contemplates the situation. The white dragon with golden horns is shown under the crescent moon, as a voice wonders if she knows everything. It is revealed, Soldrake, who's called the Dragon King. He wonders why he's come back to life as Aaron, his hands clasped. Bare feet stand on a cold floor, the darkness gathering around them. A single tear traces a path down his cheek, his blue eye filled with a deep sadness. The dragon looms behind Duke Aaron, its massive form radiating power. Soldrake? The Duke looks up, his expression a mix of determination and vulnerability. He wants to ask. The dragon speaks, requesting that he lower his head, complaining that his neck is getting stiff. The white dragon's head is adorned with golden armor, its blue eyes piercing. A voice declares that if that's it, there's a better way. Duke Aaron stands alongside the Orc of Ancona, both bathed in an ethereal glow. The dragon's form shimmers with blue energy, its scales catching the light. The Orc of Ancona and Duke Aaron are shocked. Soldrake has disappeared. A blinding light erupts, leaving only the echoes of Soldrake's departure. Duke Aaron shields his eyes, a pained expression etched on his face. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, 2 figures stand with Duke Aaron, observing the aftermath. Duke Aaron's voice cracks as he calls out, Hey. Soldrake, where are you looking at?" His blue eyes search desperately, reflecting a deep concern. A cascade of blue energy flows around a figure's legs, hinting at a transformation. The energy intensifies, swirling around the figure's feet, revealing ornate footwear. The transformation continues, showcasing a flowing blue and white gown. Soul Drake stands revealed, now adorned with majestic white wings. Duke Aaron, still searching, has his back turned to the transformed Soul Drake. Soul Drake's expression is serene, his blue eyes calm and knowing. Soul Drake's voice echoes, "I am right here," as Duke Aaron and the Orc of Ancona look on in shock. The name hung in the air, a question and a realization. A figure with silver hair and jeweled adornments remains still, awaiting the continuation of a discussion. The ornate details of her dress hint at noble status, a stark contrast to the tension hanging in the air. Her hands are clasped, a silent anticipation building as she prepares to speak. The flowing fabric of her gown suggests a subtle shift, a readiness to engage in whatever comes next. The figure prompts the others, reminding them that they had something to say, urging them to continue. Another figure, with piercing blue eyes, suggests that they continue their conversation, the air thick with unspoken tension. A man, bloodied and disheveled, looks on with wide eyes, the scene around him suggesting a recent struggle. A voice cries out, questioning if it is Soul Drake they see before them. The sound of hooves echoes, a rhythmic beat that signals an approaching presence. Meanwhile, Duke Pendragon rides forth, his armor gleaming, accompanied by a figure with winged adornments, their arrival imminent. He is greeted by one of the orcs. The Orc of Ancona calls out to him, addressing him as human. Duke Aaron wonders aloud what they're talking about, his brow furrowed in thought. He asks why he is being questioned, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. If he wants to know, he should ask them himself, the voice suggests. The Orc of Ancona states that they cannot approach the forest guardian deity so easily. Duke Aaron considers the orc's words, his expression unreadable. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to hear what they're saying, the voice continues. The silver-haired character laments that they cannot hear Soul Drake's voice. The blonde-haired character adds that they cannot hear the Lord's voice either, for some reason. Duke Aaron thinks to himself that he has never heard of a dragon transforming into a human before. The group continues through the forest, their eyes set on the winged woman ahead. Duke Aaron wonders aloud if that is so, commenting on her beauty. The woman's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, a silent judgment passing over unseen observers. We orcs couldn't really tell, she seemed to say, her gaze piercing. A palpable tension filled the air, a sense of foreboding settling over the scene. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Duke Aaron rode alongside a winged woman, their expressions unreadable as they traversed the forest path. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed through the trees. He glanced away, his expression thoughtful. He began, his words hanging in the air, unfinished. The glowing-eyed woman seemed dissatisfied with their oath. What the hell were they fighting over? She wondered, her gaze intense. The winged woman looked off into the distance, her expression enigmatic. Something only time will tell. She mused, her voice soft. Duke Aaron and the winged woman remained silent, the weight of unspoken words heavy between them. The forest provided a somber backdrop to their contemplation. Duke Aaron's expression grew pained as he spoke, his hand rising to his chest. "You've shown my past as Raven, so He trailed off, his voice strained. A dark-haired man stood in shadow, his expression intense. "Surely you know something about them," he exclaimed, his voice urgent. Duke Aaron stood face to face with the dark-haired man, their expressions serious. "Why I've come back as Aaron," he stated, his voice low. The glowing-eyed woman looked on, her expression knowing. "Time will tell you the reason," she stated, her voice calm and measured. Duke Aaron's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in his gaze. The weight of the past pressed heavily upon him. He was being pressed, the winged figure's words sharp. The figure accused him of saying only one thing, demanding he reveal everything. The winged figure, towering over him, declared that he rarely wished to speak with Duke Aaron. Duke Aaron looked down, his expression unreadable as he considered the winged figure's words. He wondered what was wrong with her, lost in thought as he sat atop his horse. Duke Aaron reflected that by making the oath with her, he would finally understand something. Suddenly, a massive, serpentine monster appeared, its form crackling with energy. The monster lunged forward, its immense size dwarfing Duke Aaron as attacked. The Orc of Ancona and another man looked on in shock, their faces etched with fear. Duke Aaron braced himself, recognizing the scale of the threat. "It's huge." The winged figure watched as the monster attacked, its power unleashed in a torrent of dark energy. A figure blurred into motion, moving with impossible speed. Duke Aaron and the Orc of Ancona watched, expressions of shock etched on their faces. The figure was so fast, it was nearly imperceptible. A massive dragon descended, jaws open wide, ready to devour its prey. A hand held a bloody mass, dripping with crimson. An elf observed the bloody mass with a contemplative gaze. The elf continued to examine the bloody mass, its origin a mystery. The dragon chomped down, consuming its meal with savage hunger. Duke Aaron watched, disturbed. The Orc of Ancona remarked, even in that form, she doesn't look like a human. A voice mused, she is a beauty. The figure stood tall, wings spread wide. However, she definitely doesn't act like one. Duke Aaron remained silent, his expression unreadable as he observed the scene. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Tents stood nestled amongst the trees. With wings spread wide, Ellen Pendragon stood tall, her presence commanding the forest clearing. Her gaze was distant, lost in thought as she looked towards the sky. Elsewhere, the man with the sword stood ready, his blade gleaming in the dim light. He moved with purpose through the trees, the sound of his footsteps barely audible. A piece of meat sizzled, its aroma filling the air with savory promise. Ellen Pendragon sat by the fire, carefully tending to the cooking meat. The meat continued to cook, the flames licking at its surface. The man with the sword offered the cooked meat to Ellen Pendragon, stating, "Here." She looked at the meat with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The man with the sword took a bite, muttering form. She's told to eat the meat in a specific way. Ellen Pendragon takes a bite of the offered meat. The man comments that she is a very interesting Pendragon. The man with long blonde hair sits by the fire, as Ellen Pendragon states that she is a Pendragon. She also states that she is Raven. The man with long blonde hair looks at Ellen Pendragon, listening intently. Ellen Pendragon stares ahead, her expression unreadable. A raven flies through the night sky. The man with long blonde hair sits beside Ellen Pendragon, both gazing at the fire. The man says he will stop talking about his past self. He adds that she wouldn't understand anyway. The man with long blonde hair says that the meat is something he made frequently back then. The man with long blonde hair stands tall, his expression unreadable. The fire crackles between them as he speaks. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. He pauses, and a thought bubble appears above him. Soul. From above, a voice booms from now on. The voice continues, "You can call me Soul." Soul's expression is unreadable, his blue eyes staring intently. She laughed. Soul sits by the fire, musing, so dragons really do laugh, foo-foo. Then Soul. Soul continues about the dragon god and the demon god. The fire crackles as Soul says, "Time will also tell you that." Meanwhile, a voice calls out in the night, "Hey." The castle gates stand tall, announcing the return of a great lord. A crowd gathers before the castle, their voices rising in a joyous cheer. He has returned with the dragon. From a high balcony, figures watch the approaching procession, their expressions a mixture of relief and anticipation. Among the onlookers, a sense of familial pride swells. "You finally did it, brother." A voice echoes with paternal affection, declaring, "You are my pride, son." A maid's expression softens, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as relief washes over her. A collective sigh of relief sweeps through the castle. Thankfully, he's fine. The crowd surges forward, their excitement palpable. He's here. The procession winds its way toward the castle, a triumphant return after a long journey. The maids exchange worried glances, their relief tempered by lingering concern. Meanwhile, a new figure appears, introducing himself as Kaza amidst the bustling crowd. The orc chuckled, finding the situation amusing. His companion seemed less entertained by the unfolding events. A winged woman floated above a knight on horseback, their presence commanding attention amidst the chaos. Whispers spread, questioning the sudden appearance of goblins, harpies, and orcs. The presence of demons was also a concern. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He questioned the identity of the woman with wings, her sudden arrival causing alarm. Duke Aaron seemed to be at a loss for words, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief at the sight before him. A booming voice echoed, calling out to everyone in the vicinity, its source unknown but undeniably commanding. The Duke's expression hardened, a grim determination settling over his features as he prepared for what was to come. The Pendragons had won, or so it seemed. The dragon would be with them once again, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Confusion rippled through the group. They exchanged worried glances, unsure of what the future held and what actions to take. A silver-haired elf appeared, their presence adding another layer of mystery to the already complex situation. The winged woman descended, surrounded by swirling energy, her arrival signaling a shift in the balance of power. The knight on horseback charged forward, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepared to face the unknown threat. A surge of blue energy erupted, bathing the assembled group in light. The three women looked up, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. A massive, scaled form descended, wreathed in the same cerulean energy. The dragon's wings beat powerfully, stirring the air with its majestic presence. The group watched as the dragon fully materialized, its form shimmering with power. A voice boomed out, calling the dragon by name, "Souldrake." Soul Drake descended towards the castle, its shadow falling over the assembled crowd. A declaration echoed, promising a grand celebration. Let's have a feast. Fireworks exploded over the castle, painting the night sky with vibrant colors. Inside the castle, a lavish feast was underway, with nobles and dignitaries gathered around laden tables. Elsewhere, a lone figure played the piano, filling the hall with music. Nobles gathered, listening to a performance during the grand festival. A maid, wide-eyed, expressed her awe at the scale of the event. The celebration, she explained, marked the pact between the White Dragon and her brother. Lords from neighboring counties and influential merchants had come to attend the feast. The maid continued to marvel at the spectacle before her. Someone inquired about the lord's whereabouts. Support Ellen Pendragon stood near a window, overlooking the festivities. Support Ellen Pendragon was asked if he wanted to go to the banquet. The silver-haired man responded with a soft chuckle. The silver-haired man questioned if Support Ellen Pendragon, whether as Aaron or Raven, had spoken enough with him. Support Ellen Pendragon admitted he hadn't understood anything and was reminded of his duties as the Pendragon heir at the banquet. He found attending the banquet to be a troublesome task indeed. The question hung in the air. How much did he truly know of human society? A dragon at a feast? It was unheard of, a break from tradition. Duke Aaron's expression shifted, a silent Y etched on his face. Though he could take a human form, something was different about him. The elf-like being observed, concluding that he was indeed different from previous Pendragons. The dragon's presence loomed, a stark contrast to the refined setting. A distant call echoed, a faint hey, breaking the silence. Duke Aaron stood, seemingly unfazed by the scrutiny. His gaze remained steady, betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. A crowd had found him. So this is where you were, Duke Aaron, they exclaimed. The crowd pressed closer, eager to hear about the pact with the dragon. He appeared troubled, his brow furrowed as if burdened by the weight of the crowd's expectations. Elsewhere, a man raised his wine glass, leering at the maid as she presented a tray of delicacies. He brazenly complimented her figure, suggesting she become his mistress, his words dripping with entitlement. The maid chuckled, a mix of amusement and disbelief coloring her expression at the audacious proposition. Her admiration grew, hearts floating around her as she considered Aaron's recent victory. The maid's eyes widened as she overheard whispers of Aaron's triumph over an orc, a feat few could claim. The surrounding women were equally impressed, finding his strength and valor incredibly appealing. Surrounded by admirers, Duke Aaron could only manage a nervous chuckle, overwhelmed by the attention. Meanwhile, Mabel declared her lineage, boasting of being from one of the most prominent households, the first emperor's own. She further emphasized her connections, citing affiliations with the Jovenensen Chamber of Commerce and membership in the Goldman household. Her companion scoffed, dismissing someone as merely a merchant, not even a noble. Crescenia, from the Papalsuka household, reminded her that the Goldman household single-handedly carried the empire's economy. Mithril jewelry was being discussed, as well as the topic of boasting. Someone laughed at outdated pride, directing the comment towards their grandmother. Duke Aaron's expression was one of annoyance, his brow furrowed in displeasure. A gathering of people stood in the background, while a maid stood in the foreground. Duke Aaron seemed uninterested, stating that he couldn't be bothered with it. The Duke was called a weak human, but he did not seem to react. At a table, the Orc of Ancona declared that he couldn't be compared to an orc hick while a rabbit was moving. It was said that magic is called magic, little Pendragon. Someone called out to Pendragon, inviting him to have a drink. The Orc of Ancona asked Duke Aaron to show him his human stubbornness. Someone exclaimed that the Lord was busy, calling someone an idiot. At the table, someone asked if it was fine, stating that they couldn't have him lose at drinking too. A disembodied voice declares that someone is in, and it's time to start. A maid with dark brown hair looks on with a concerned expression. Meanwhile, a group of people, including the Orc of Ancona, sit around a table, seemingly enjoying themselves. Elsewhere, a majestic castle stands tall against a backdrop of rolling hills and a clear blue sky. Duke Aaron is embraced by the maid, who asks if he is okay, noting that his head is hurting. Lindsay apologizes for troubling him. He assures Lindsay that he is fine. Lindsay says she is happy to see him having fun after so long, ever since his father died. Duke Aaron responds with a simple, "That's so." He then asks Lindsay what his mother is doing, noting that it is getting late. He paused, a thought bubble forming above his head. It was just a custom, he thought. A door swung open, light flooding into the room, revealing a scene prepared for him. Before him stood a line of women, each adorned in elaborate gowns, awaiting his judgment. The women's expressions varied from demure smiles to confident gazes, each hoping to catch his eye. Duke Aaron stood beside Lindsay, his face a mask of confusion as he tried to process the scene before him. This is... He wondered. A voice echoed, inquiring if the arrangement was to his liking. His mother stood at the head of the assembled women, her expression unreadable. "Mother," he exclaimed. The explanation hung in the air. Since he had made a pact with the dragon, he had to produce an heir. The woman's words were a command. It was his duty as a Pendragon, and now he must choose. The question lingered, unspoken but heavy with expectation. Which of them will he have a child with? Duke Aaron's eyes widened in disbelief, Lindsay's expression mirroring his shock at the unfolding events. The scene was set, the stage prepared for a decision that would alter the course of his life. The castle loomed in the distance, its golden spires piercing the night sky. A sense of disbelief hung in the air. Duke Pendragon's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Lindsay stands behind him, her expression mirroring his distress. A chorus of voices echoes in the hall, each woman seemingly determined to be heard above the others. They all have to. The weight of tradition presses down on the back of Duke Pendragon's neck as he faces the assembled women. A disembodied voice hangs in the air, a stark command that brooks no argument. Choose one of them. The two women stand side by side, their expressions a mixture of hope and apprehension as they await the Duke's decision. The woman's smile is tight, strained. It's right, she thinks, this is your duty as a Pendragon. Aaron is reminded that this is an old tradition, the weight of his family's expectations settling heavily on his shoulders. Originally, the woman reflects, it was the Luna from the Sea Rods who would have come. Since the engagement was broken off. Oh why? How could you call off the engagement in such a pitiful manner, she wonders. Duke Aaron appears concerned, as if he is unsure of what is happening. A woman with open arms declares that everyone should stay calm, because today is the day. The woman continues, stating that the ones who are here are from families no inferior to the Sirod family. Another woman proclaims that she is from the Papal Siku household, inheriting the blood of the first emperor. A woman with a smug expression implies her lineage is even nobler than that of the royal family. One of the women states that her household has the general of the imperial army, capable of moving troops at any time. She believes violence is the world's strongest power. Another woman scoffs, declaring that money is everything and that the future will be made by those who can grasp the economy. A woman declares that merchants like Aaron should not be here. Aaron looks on with a serious expression. A woman tells Aaron to listen, stating that this is... Aaron seems unsure of what to say. From this room, it is then? He thinks to himself that this is the way of the Pendragons. Aaron listens to the person speaking and acknowledges that he understands. Support Ellen Pendragon declares that he chooses Lindsay. Lindsay stands beside Aaron, her hands clasped in front of her. Aaron states that Lindsay is to be his concubine. The other potential brides look on with anger and resentment. Lindsay's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise on her face. A sound of confusion is heard. The other potential brides stand around, looking dejected. Lindsay is suddenly grabbed, a hand covering her mouth. Aaron holds Lindsay close, telling her that she has always been taking care of him. The announcement hung in the air, a strange echo of soot and surprise. A collective gasp rippled through the room, a visible wave of shock and disbelief. One woman, stunned into silence, could only cover her mouth in disbelief. Duke Aaron, his expression unreadable, offered a quiet apology for his silence. Another woman tried to maintain composure, insisted that everything was fine. But the true meaning behind this custom remained unspoken, a heavy weight in the room. The joining of hands, the continuation and stability of the household, all rested on Aaron and Lindsay. A quiet understanding settled, though unspoken questions lingered in the air. Aaron's gaze remained fixed, his expression a mask of determination and resolve. The group of women could only hear that he made the oath with the dragon and came to attend. The celebration, a moment steeped in tradition and unspoken expectations. However, the oath was made, they came flocking, but when they were going through hard times. Duke Aaron stands with Lindsay, declaring that she stood by him without ulterior motives for 3 years. The news is shocking to some. 3 women react with outrage, exclaiming that she is just a maid. But Aaron's mind is made up. The women are dismissed as fools for relying on their household's prestige. Additionally, Aaron has Lindsay. He already has companions. The ones who have been supporting them all this time, Killian and his soldiers. The Ancona orcs, unparalleled in their ferocity, stood ready. Their presence hinted at a journey into dangerous territory. The path ahead seemed to lead into the very heart of a stone mausoleum, promising a dark and silent welcome. Meanwhile, the goblin Kazah perched atop a massive bird, ready to take flight. The unlikely alliance was now set. The harpy Tada joined Kazah, and together, they ventured forth, their destination unknown but their purpose aligned. Elsewhere, a figure declared their willingness to face the mausoleum without flinching, their resolve unwavering in the face of the looming darkness. The character, though blindfolded, expressed complete trust in their comrades, their faith a shield against any doubt. Meanwhile, Duke Aaron stood with another, who questioned if she was his mother. He stated that the Pendragons become weak due to relying on alliances. 2 women looked on, their faces etched with surprise and concern, as if witnessing a pivotal moment unfold before them. Lindsay's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her expression a mix of bashfulness and anticipation, her heart pounding in her chest. Aaron, surrounded by onlookers, posed the question directly to Lindsay. Would she become his concubine? The room held its breath, awaiting her answer. Her face now a vibrant crimson, Lindsay stammered her acceptance, her voice barely a whisper, yet filled with a nervous excitement. Duke Aaron declared that from that moment forward, Lindsay would be known as a servant, a new chapter beginning for them both. She's embraced by Duke Aaron. The Duke holds her close, a gesture of newfound intimacy. Elsewhere, Duke Aaron sits regally in a chair, while a woman in a dark dress stands behind him. The woman reflects on her past perception of the Duke, admitting she only thought of him as an unrefined soldier. She wonders if those perceptions were his true intentions all along, her hand resting thoughtfully on her face. Duke Aaron listens intently, his expression unreadable. The woman questions why he is here, even though the mausoleum has been opened. She reveals that she wanted to see the face of her descendant one more time before she left. She observes that he has changed. The woman states that he has changed from the first time she saw him. She warns that going without alliances is not an easy path at this time. The older woman, her expression unreadable, declares that she has a plan. She continues, explaining that the Pendragons have recovered the strength of the dragon. Elsewhere, Duke Aaron stands with his arms crossed, stating that many want to invest in them. He elaborates, saying they want to get the people who will become heroes in the future. The older woman repeats the phrase, emphasizing the importance of these future heroes. Duke Aaron, surrounded by shadowy figures, believes they can make a more powerful army by keeping his subordinates unknown. The woman's plan involves operating both domestically and internationally. She gestures with a raised finger, stating that it all depends on having the right people. The older woman reaches out to Duke Aaron, calling out to him. Duke Aaron, looking displeased, firmly tells her not to touch him. The older woman asks if she can hug him then, but he firmly tells her to stop. The older woman smiles widely, seemingly unfazed by his rejection. He heard her words, a dismissive tone masking a deeper intent. The older woman stood, her dark gown a stark contrast to his lighter attire. He recalled making a pact with Soul. The woman's expression shifted, alarm flashing across her face as she exclaimed, "The other dragons came?" A monstrous black dragon spoke, its voice echoing with ancient power. The dragon spoke of the dragon god and the demon god. Meanwhile, Duke Aaron stood, a dark figure looming behind him, casting a long shadow. A heavily armored figure cradled a wounded man, calling out the name Baltai. A voice declared that everything is connected. Someone remarked that this was their first time hearing of dragon and demon gods, wondering if Soldrake had anything to say. He listened to the older woman, her words hanging in the air. "Time will tell you," she stated, her expression unreadable. That was the only thing she said, leaving him to ponder her cryptic message. The older woman observed him, a slight smile playing on her lips. "You really are getting along well with her." The older woman's words hung heavy as Duke Aaron looked away, a troubled expression on his face. The older woman's statement echoed in his mind. "You called her Soul just now." He seemed lost in thought, the weight of the conversation pressing down on him. He looked down, a deep furrow in his brow, as he considered the implications of their words. The older woman stood beside him, a silent observer to his inner turmoil. He began to speak, his voice barely a whisper, indicating he could talk about something. He offered a simple greeting, the words hanging in the air. Duke Pendragon stood before the older woman, his hands clasped in front of him as he listened intently. His expression was soft, a stark contrast to the usual stoicism he wore. The older woman's voice was gentle but firm. "I have to go now." Aaron's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips as he called out, "Hey." The older woman stood tall, her gaze unwavering as she looked down at him. She spoke with conviction, "Certainly believe that you will be able to achieve it." Tears welled in Aaron's eyes, a sad smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "My dear." His face contorted in a mix of sorrow and desperation as he uttered, "Pendragon." His blue eyes, usually filled with determination, now reflected a deep sense of loss. A wave of realization washed over him. "Grandma." He embraced the other person tightly, a silent farewell hanging in the air. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of sadness and resignation etched in every line. His hands glowed with a soft light. As he spoke, "Please continue from now on." And, "Raven Vault." Raven walked away, his cloak billowing behind him as he faced the grand doors. His expression was hidden, but a sense of determination radiated from his posture. He gazed upon a portrait, a promise echoing in his mind, "I will definitely do it." Meanwhile, Raven Vault stood before a crowd, his figure radiating authority and purpose. In the imperial calendar, year 314, Aaron Pendragon and Lindsay Conrad were wed. Elsewhere, Duke Aaron sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. A voice echoed, noting that he had chosen that girl. The Duke acknowledged the speaker, referring to them as his contractor. His hands rested on his lap, fingers interlaced, as the conversation continued. The winged woman, bathed in light, simply stated her name, Sol. Aaron knew the reason behind the choice, his expression unreadable. Sol confirmed that the reason was behind that feast, matter-of-factly. The voice pressed, questioning why he had chosen the servant girl. Aaron explained that arranged marriages came with too many obligations, restricting his movements. He continued, stating that the person he did it with didn't matter, and it was better to just get over with. Sol, with a piercing gaze, stated that he wasn't interested in her. He remembered that she took care of the dying Aaron for 3 years. Duke Aaron trusted her implicitly, his faith unwavering. Sol wondered where he had been. She noted that he suddenly flew away. Sol's name echoed softly, a question hanging in the air. It was on the cliff behind the castle, where there was a dragonstone statue. That's where Sol lived after she made the oath with the Pendragons. Duke Aaron asked if she was being there. Sol thought it would be the same anywhere. After all, no one can hear her voice except the Pendragon Lord. Sol had never really spoken with the Pendragons until now. Neither to Gordon nor to his ancestor, Klein, she mused. Duke Aaron listened intently, his gaze unwavering. Sol reflected that they never wanted her to take this form, so out of respect for their wills, she always. He recalled someone who stayed at Ray, someone he felt got along well with her. Sol's voice echoed in the empty space. Sol remarked that it was rare for a Pendragon to wish to speak with her. Duke Aaron wondered if she would go to the feast, though no one would hear her voice anyway. Sol reflected on how she had been like this for centuries. Sol paused, her expression thoughtful. Sol stated that no matter if he was Aaron or Raven, he was her contractor. Sol's words hung in the air as Aaron looked at her quizzically. Aaron admitted that he couldn't get used to the way she called him. Aaron told her that she could call him anything she wanted. Sol responded, except that. Aaron, also known as Ray, listened intently. He sat, head bowed, as Sol stood before him, her wings spread wide. Sol's voice echoed, suggesting a new way to address him. Aaron's expression was unreadable as he considered the name. The name hung in the air, a silent question. He remained still, lost in thought. A memory surfaced, a whisper from the past. Sol watched him closely, wondering if he disliked the new name. He looked up, offering a soft denial. A smile touched his lips as he gave his consent. He said she could call him that. Sol's expression softened, her gaze steady. A subtle smile played on her lips. Sol noted that he was indeed different. Aaron Pendragon stands, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if remembering something. His expression softens, a hint of melancholy in his blue eyes as he gazes into the distance. The corners of his mouth lift slightly, a subtle sign of contentment washing over his features. Meanwhile, a voice echoes in the void, calling out a single name, Alex. Aaron sits perched on a ledge, wings spread slightly behind him, a contemplative look on his face. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, a promise hangs in the air. It will finally be fulfilled. The sound of rushing wind heralds the arrival of a messenger. A bird lands, talons gripping a stack of documents bearing the Pendragon name. The Pendragons have made the pact with the dragon once again. The messenger bird soars through the sky, carrying the weight of the Pendragon name. That announcement was soon known to all on the land of the Empire. The Pendragons, their name etched on parchment, are once again at the forefront. A voice echoes, seemingly satisfied with the unfolding events. Two men ride side by side, the armored one listening intently. The bald man speaks of gaining land and nobility, seeking confirmation from his companion. The pair continues their journey, their destination unknown. Elsewhere, a hooded figure watches from the shadows, their expression unreadable. The clasp on their cloak bears a symbol, hinting at their allegiance. Ships fill the harbor, ready to sail to distant lands. Not only the dragon, Aaron Pendragon muses, reviewing documents in his study. Aaron Pendragon expresses his interest, a plan forming in his mind. Whispers spread of a pact made by Aaron. The speaker seems shocked by this revelation. The man on the throne questions their current state, a hint of despair in his voice. The pressure mounted. There was no time for respite, not even a moment. Lady Luna's brow furrowed with concern as she spoke a single word, Father. Her thoughts turned to the Duke, a whisper escaping her lips, Aaron. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon her, a visible strain etched on her face. A hand ignited with arcane energy, a violet flame dancing around its fingertips. The name Pendragon was emblazoned on the aged parchment, surrounded by arcane script. The name echoed, a declaration of lineage and legacy, Pendragon. A determined voice spoke of ambition, of a grand design, for the world we want to create. The parchment, bearing the Pendragon name, was held aloft, a symbol of the speaker's intent, for the world we want to create. The violet energy intensified, crackling around the document as the ritual reached its apex. A voice hissed with disdain, a single word cutting through the magical display. Nuisance. A menacing grin stretches across a face, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A voice cuts through the air, promising swift action. Let me take care of it. In a dimly lit room, two figures are silhouetted against a backdrop of arcane energy. A hooded figure speaks, their words laced with anticipation. I was waiting for you, the Empire's Mad Dog. The title is declared. Demon Corps Commander Tu Van Bal Ai. A loyal wolf lies at the feet of the armored commander, ready for battle. A woman in a grand dress offers a polite greeting, flanked by two maids in uniform. Addressed as Lord Aaron, Duke Pendragon adjusts his collar, acknowledging Lindsay's gratitude with a nod. The Duke is asked about his plans for the day by an unknown woman. Aaron states he is going to the Barinto Gateway. Meanwhile, a grand castle stands tall against a bright blue sky. A man demands to know where their energy went, noting it has only been an hour. Two men strain against a heavy wooden beam, their faces contorted with effort. The unseen speaker declares that they won't be able to do their duty. A man in black stands over the exhausted trainees, a long staff resting on his shoulder. Someone praises Killian for his accomplishment. She stood among the crowd, observing the scene before her. A blonde-haired man spoke to a dark-haired man with a mustache, the two seemingly discussing the new recruits. The question hung in the air, how were the newbies' fundamentals? The dark-haired man with the mustache stated that the new ones say they want to be knights. However, he feared that they only talked big without any determination. The blonde-haired man noted that this was the first time they'd recruited so many at once. It was natural, then, that they would be biased towards their quality. The blonde-haired man looked on with a slight smile. The dark-haired man with the mustache was referred to as Dear Cavalry Leader. The recruits heard him, the Lord expecting a lot from them. If they understood, even if they had to crawl today, they had to carve this lesson into their body. If they followed his instructions, he would definitely show them that they could become a member of the Pendragon's cavalry. One recruit wondered what the hell that motherfucker with the mustache was yelling about. Even though he was the lead knight, he got beaten down by the Lord. How is he so good at this? The new recruits are always making a fuss about joining their long-desired cavalry, or so it seems. Everything is related, the demon and dragon gods, their auras intertwined in a dance of power. As well as what those 6 dragons said, Duke Aaron considers the implications of the intertwined powers. I don't know what tricks my enemies will use, the large figure thinks as he fights off 2 opponents. So he has to strengthen his cavalry. The figure resolves, his hands clenched into fists. To prepare them for the battle ahead, the large figure reads to a smaller figure, imparting knowledge and strategy. The Duke watches as griffins soar above the castle walls. There forms a symbol of power and freedom. The griffins' wings, a tapestry of gold and white, catch the sunlight as they ascend. The griffins descend, their sharp talons and piercing eyes hinting at their predatory nature. Soul left Ray, Lair, and is acting with me now, the text box reveals, hinting at a shift in alliances. Those griffins are likely her underlings, the text suggests, implying a connection between the griffins and a powerful figure. Nowadays, it seems like she's having a lot more fun. Aaron observes, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Perhaps something momentous was about to occur. The light reflected in his eyes, a serene expression gracing his features as he contemplated the heavens. From atop the castle ramparts, a man with a ponytail called out, greeting Ray. He seemed surprised by something. A group of knights approached along the road, their armor gleaming in the sunlight as they made their way toward the castle. The arrival of the knights was imminent, their presence heralded by the sound of approaching hooves. Before the castle gates, a small group of men stood, awaiting the arrival of the mounted soldiers. Their purpose was yet unknown. A closer look revealed a diverse group, some clad in armor, others more casually dressed, all seemingly connected to the approaching knights. The ground vibrated with the weight of armored feet and hooves, a tangible sign of the approaching force. From a distance, observers noted that these were unaffiliated knights, their allegiance belonging to no single lord or kingdom. The concept of unaffiliated knights sparked curiosity and speculation, raising questions about their motives and intentions. The men discussed the knights' arrival, speculating that they had heard about the Pendragon's revival and come to offer their services. The prospect sounded appealing. The ultimate goal for many was to become one of the knights, joining their ranks and fighting for a noble cause. A man stands before a backdrop of blue sky and castle walls. He introduces himself as Mark Killian. Another voice answers, identifying himself as Reed Pollock, an unaffiliated knight. Reed Pollock, with his dark ponytail and stern expression, awaits a response. Reed Pollock explains that he's been wandering the world, seeking a worthy master to serve. A bald man with a prominent scar across his brow speaks, declaring this place a haven for worthy opponents. The bald man continues, stating that it doesn't matter if the opponents are practice or real. Reed Pollock, the bald man, and a masked figure stand together, listening intently. The masked figure, cloaked in dark blue, says he will not tell them his name. Below, Mark Killian's eyes widen in surprise, his expression shifting to alarm. Mark Killian's face is contorted in a grimace, his brow furrowed with concern. The bald man explains that they don't even know the masked figure's name, but they decided to travel together. Mark Killian, flanked by two other men, states that he sees something, his expression unreadable. The voice from the shadows posed a question, assuming their intentions were to serve the Pendragons. The bald man with the sword confirmed their interest, adding that they heard the Pendragons lacked a head knight. The armored man declared that they would become the sword that strengthens the cavalry. They sought fame and riches in return, promising to rescue the Pendragons from their weak cavalry. The group stood ready, the bald man with the sword at the forefront, as the man in the blue cloak looked on. The man with the mustache, Mark Killian, watched with a stern expression, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. The bald man with the sword declared, "That's it," seemingly satisfied with the arrangement. The man walking with the sword reflected on their situation, unaffiliated knights relying on nothing but themselves. The disembodied voice approved, stating that their strength and attitude were not wrong. Mark Killian and the others listened intently, awaiting further instructions or judgment. The man with the blonde hair smirked, a hint of arrogance in his expression. The group stood assembled, awaiting their fate as Killian's name echoed in the air. The man with the mustache looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice echoed, filled with mocking laughter and a declaration of understanding. Two figures faced each other, swords drawn, ready to engage in a deadly dance. A concerned voice questioned the well-being of the man with the mustache. Two men watched with wide eyes, their expressions mirroring a shared sense of apprehension. A voice noted the imposing size and strength of one of the combatants. Duke Aaron glanced back, a hint of determination hardening his features. The air crackled with unseen energy as the battle intensified. The clash of steel echoed as the two figures continued their deadly dance. The large bald man grunted, feeling the impact of a blow. The man in the black suit questioned the bald man, his sword still drawn. Reed Pollock, watching the fight unfold, curses under his breath. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. The figure in dark clothing unleashed a furious scream, putting everything into the attack. With a burst of speed, the figure in dark clothing swung his sword in a wide arc. The armored figure barely managed to block the blow, the force of the impact shuddering through his body. The two figures clashed, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks, as Reed Pollock watched with growing concern. A gloved hand tightened its grip on a halberd, the weapon gleaming ominously in the light. The figure in dark clothing pressed his attack, forcing the armored figure to give ground. The armored figure's sword clattered to the ground, leaving him defenseless. The onlookers watched in horror as the figure in dark clothing pressed his advantage, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Two of the onlookers exchanged worried glances, unsure of how to intervene. One of the onlookers commented on the strength of the combatants, while another lamented that they were short-handed. Elsewhere, a figure in a hooded cloak stood silently, their face obscured by a mask, watching the events unfold from afar. He was offered a chance to fight. The blond man, with a confident smirk, extended the invitation. The hooded figure's refusal sparked outrage. One of the men behind the blond man was shocked by the disrespect. The blond man tilted his head, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Is that so?" he mused. The hooded figure remained unmoved. "Your name is?" the blond man inquired, but received a cold reply. "I have no interest." The hooded figure's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. The air grew heavy with malice. Rage contorted the face of the man who had been offended. His eyes glowed with fury, his teeth bared. The man's fury erupted. He screamed, calling the hooded figure a bastard. The man's companion joined in the tirade, questioning how the hooded figure dared to treat their lord in such a manner. The enraged man demanded an explanation for the hooded figure's disrespect, his face a mask of fury. A swift kick was launched toward the hooded figure, the attack sudden and brutal. The attacker's leg blurred as it connected. The force of the blow was evident. The hooded figure cried out as they were sent flying. Their weapon clattered to the ground. He soared through the air, a ragdoll amidst a sea of upturned faces. The onlookers watched as neutral Reed Pollock was sent flying. One man's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. He could not believe what he was seeing. The blonde-haired man, surrounded by his entourage, seemed equally taken aback. What was that?" he wondered aloud. The shock rippled through the crowd. How could anyone send a captain flying like that? The blond man's thoughts solidified, a predatory glint in his eye. "Just like I thought. That man." A cruel smile stretched across his face, revealing sharp teeth. "Is strong," he thought, intrigued. Another man, his expression unreadable, watched with a calculating gaze. "I want him," he declared, his voice low. The man's boots were planted firmly on the ground, his resolve unwavering. "In my cavalry," he exclaimed. The dark-haired man's gaze intensified, his eyes narrowed with purpose. He was determined to have neutral Reed Pollock. Duke Aaron's eyes narrowed, a silent assessment passing through his mind. Blood trickled down his face, but a cruel smile stretched across his lips. He felt strong. Reed Pollock's gaze intensified, a possessive hunger burning within him. A figure lay defeated on the ground, a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. Reed Pollock's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. Two figures watched from the shadows, their faces grim as they observed the scene unfolding before them. Reed Pollock's face contorted in rage, his voice a strangled shout. "Stop it, bastard!" The word Killian hung in the air, a silent threat. Reed Pollock raised a sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light. Duke Aaron gripped his sword tightly, a predatory grin spreading across his face. He stood his ground, facing Reed Pollock amidst a circle of onlookers. The air crackled with anticipation as the two prepared to clash. Reed Pollock, looking down at Duke Aaron, issued a challenge. He asked if the Duke wanted to fight him. The question hung in the air, directed at the Duke. The surrounding crowd watched intently, awaiting his response. Duke Aaron, with a smirk, questioned Reed's comfort level. He asked if Reed was uncomfortable being the little prince's sparring partner. The Duke's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at Reed. A blade glinted in the sunlight, a silent promise of the battle to come. The Duke drew his sword, the steel flashing as he prepared to meet Reed's challenge. Reed Pollock mirrored the action, drawing his own blades, his stance firm and ready. The Duke, blade pointed, declared a duel. He stated that pointing your blade towards the opponent's head is that. The question of how the Knights of Alva's signal a duel hung in the air, unspoken but understood. His gaze intensified, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes as the duel began. The onlookers reacted with shock, one exclaiming about the Valva's Cavalier. Another asked who they were, Captain. The South, a land of constant war, where countries clashed and carnage reigned. These warriors were known as the Valva's Cavalier. Warriors possessing the strength of 1,000 knights, they fear nothing, wielding sharp swords for their master. But their existence is only whispered in rumors. It was the first time seeing one in person. Reed Pollock wondered how the Lord knew about the Valva's Cavalier. He understood with just a glance. Duke Aaron's appearance and southern accent gave it away. His appearance and his southern accent. And the long and short swords that he is carrying, he fought against one of them when he went to the south with the Demon Corp. He is exactly like a Valva's knight. He has a mace and a shield in his saddle. The horse stood ready, equipped with a crossbow, prepared for any circumstance. The Valva's Cavalier were known for their adaptability in all kinds of situations. Duke Aaron spoke of the Valva's Cavalier, warriors of great renown. The Valva's Cavalier never bowed their heads towards anyone but their masters. Even the Emperor couldn't make the Valva's knights bow down to him. The man thought, arms crossed. They only relied on their strength and techniques, and they were too proud of themselves. The man with dark hair was told that he had come to the Pendragons to find a master he could swing his blade for. He stood with his sword, ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. The man's earring glinted in the light, a subtle detail amidst the harsh landscape. The man crossed his arms, his expression unreadable as he declared his intentions. He stated he was not interested in finding a master, only led there by the stars. Two men stood before a castle, one asking about stars. He explained that they were spared because they provided water. The blonde-haired man listened intently to the explanation. That's right, the people of Alvas are people of the sea. Their connection to the ocean is undeniable. Celestial navigation and potable water are indispensable for them. Aaron Pendragon seemed to agree with this assessment. The dark-haired man stated that Aaron Pendragon's astrology was correct. The two stood on the sandy beach. A disembodied voice questioned why they were led there. The reason for their arrival remained a mystery. Aaron Pendragon held a sword, his expression unreadable. The light glinted off the blade. The sword was presented to Aaron Pendragon. It seemed to be a significant offering. The dark-haired man's hair swayed slightly in the breeze. He seemed to be waiting for something. The dark-haired man's expression was serious, his eyes narrowed. He appeared to be in deep thought. Aaron Pendragon's eyes met those of the dark-haired man. The dark-haired man seemed to know something. For a Valva's knight, things like this were commonplace. The sword gleamed in the light. Status and money were on the line. The stakes were high for the Valva's knight. He held the blade, considering its worth. Bloodlines and such. He mused. The thought hung in the air. They're just useless things. The sword was drawn, ready for a fight. Aaron Pendragon issued a challenge. Want me, bet your life on it. If you lose, you will die. He acknowledged the challenge. I know. The blonde-haired fighter prepared to engage. How fighting works with Valva's knights. The duel began, the fighters clashing swords amidst a crowd of onlookers. One of the spectators commented on the dark-haired fighter's skill. His posture is natural. The dark-haired fighter moved with precision. The blonde-haired fighter parried the blow. The dark-haired fighter's movements blurred with speed. The spectators were astonished. So fast. His eyes narrowed. Duke Aaron perceived the world slowing around him. The man in the black outfit clashed sword with the man in the white shirt, sparks flying. The swords met with a resounding clang, the force of the impact visible. The man in the white shirt clicked his tongue, pressing his attack against his opponent. The man in black parried the blow, the force of the impact rippling through his arm. The man in the white shirt pressed forward, his blade a blur of motion. The tip of the blade glinted, aimed directly at the viewer. Duke Aaron's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The two fighters continued their deadly dance, neither giving an inch. Their feet kicked up dust as they moved with incredible speed and precision. The man in black gritted his teeth, blood spurting from shallow cut. The man in the white shirt looked shocked as the blade pierced his shoulder. He pressed his attack, sword flashing as he aimed to overwhelm his opponent. The blonde-haired fighter barely managed to parry, sparks flying as the blades met with tremendous force. The two warriors stood their ground, assessing each other as the small crowd looked on with bated breath. The spectators watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief at the display of skill. The captain's men questioned what had just happened, the speed of the exchange leaving them bewildered. Support Ellen Pendragon, breathing heavily, admitted, "Almost got me." The dark-haired fighter recalled the moment, narrating, "Normally, this attack works against dual wielders. You use the short sword in your left hand to break my balance." The flashback showed the blonde-haired fighter narrowly avoiding the attack and countering with a swift movement. The dark-haired fighter acknowledged, "You countered me while dodging." Support Ellen Pendragon, touching his face, thought, "If I wasn't able to dodge in that second, my head would have been sent flying." The dark-haired fighter conceded, "You are strong." The dark-haired man stands firm, his gaze intense and unwavering as he prepares for what's to come. His expression hardens, a subtle shift in his eyes hinting at the power he holds within. Support Ellen Pendragon is asked if he is truly a spoiled noble brat. The dark-haired man declares that he is the same as him. Support Ellen Pendragon listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he considers the dark-haired man's words. A voice echoes, speaking of demons and the darkness they represent. The voice continues, hinting at a force that does not discriminate. Support Ellen Pendragon is told that he must be naturally of course, but in order to survive. Support Ellen Pendragon's gaze hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes as he prepares for what must be done. The dark-haired man's eyes glow with an inner power, a sinister energy emanating from within. A glimpse of the dark-haired man's teeth reveals a set of sharp fangs, a clear sign of his demonic nature. The hands of the two warriors grip their swords, ready to unleash their power in a clash of steel. Nearby onlookers are shocked by what they are witnessing, their faces a mixture of fear and disbelief. A voice echoes, pointing out the obvious shift in strategy. He stands ready, now gripping two swords, his expression unreadable. A disembodied voice questions if he's finally taking the fight seriously. Across the battlefield, the dark-haired man grins, a manic energy radiating from him as he wields two blades. The air crackles with anticipation as the battle reaches a fever pitch. A monstrous yawn echoes through the air, the creature's tongue lolling out. The monster grumbles, complaining that it's too noisy to get a proper nap. From atop the monster's shoulders, a little girl watches as another man observes that there seems to be some quarreling going on. The man with the dark circles under his eyes asks what everyone is doing. The monster and the little girl look up, both uttering a confused huh. Two figures clash, swords meeting in a shower of sparks. Duke Pendragon faces off against a dark-haired swordsman. The blades grind against each other, locked in a deadly embrace. Someone exclaims, "What the hell?" The dark-haired swordsman grits his teeth, pushing against Duke Pendragon's blade with fierce determination. The blonde swordsman parries a blow, deflecting the attack with practiced ease. His opponent grins, a flash of teeth hinting at the intensity of the duel. The blonde swordsman's expression is one of intense focus, his eyes narrowed. From the sidelines, a child perched atop an orc wonders aloud who the swordsman is. The blonde swordsman presses his attack, moving with blinding speed. The dark-haired swordsman meets the attack head-on, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. Both warriors unleash a flurry of blows, each strike carrying immense power. The dark-haired swordsman's footwork is a blur as he maneuvers for an advantage. Reed Pollock observes that it was a feint, impressed by the swordsman's skill. The clash of steel echoes as the swordsmen continue their intense exchange. The dark-haired swordsman presses his advantage, forcing the blonde swordsman to defend. Reed Pollock realizes the dark-haired swordsman has a second sword. The dark-haired swordsman's eyes burned with intensity, his expression a mask of cruel determination. "This is the end for you, Your Grace," he declared, his voice dripping with malice. His opponent's face contorted in a grimace, the pressure of the fight bearing down on him. The clash of steel echoed in the air. The dark-haired swordsman pressed his advantage, leaping into the air. The blonde swordsman found himself forced into a desperate defensive maneuver. Swords flashed, a whirlwind of steel against the backdrop of the sky. The blonde swordsman twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The dark-haired swordsman continued his relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion. The blonde swordsman struggled to maintain his footing, the fight growing increasingly desperate. The ground blurred beneath their feet as they exchanged blows, each strike carrying the weight of life and death. The air crackled with tension. The clash of their swords echoed, once more, a deafening symphony of destruction. Sparks flew as steel met steel, the intensity of the battle reaching a fever pitch. The blonde swordsman's eyes narrowed, a flicker of resolve igniting within them. Right, he muttered, steeling himself for the next exchange. The two swordsmen locked blades, a desperate struggle for dominance. The air vibrated with the force of their collision, the outcome hanging in the balance. Reed Pollock and the others watched with bated breath, their faces etched with concern. Another feint, one of them exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. The dark-haired swordsman grinned, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The real attack is coming from the left, he taunted, his blade poised to strike. With a final, desperate surge, the blonde swordsman parried the blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his body. He barely managed to deflect the attack. An orc's face contorts in a scream, mouth agape as he shouts, "No!" Elsewhere, a man with a sword warns, "It's coming from the right." The blonde swordsman barely manages to parry the incoming blow. The force of the impact reverberates through his arm. The man with the sword presses his advantage, continuing his relentless assault against Aaron. Aaron grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he says, "Your dash." The man with the sword smirks, replying, "Good. You too." The blonde swordsman struggles to maintain his stance, his face a mask of pain. A swift kick lands with brutal force. Aaron's eyes widen in shock and agony. He cries out, "My crotch." The force of the blow sends him staggering backward. The clash of steel echoed across the battlefield, a dance of death. He parried a blow, the force of it reverberating through his arm. With a smirk, Duke Aaron executed a foot sweep. "Nice." The dark-haired swordsman narrowly avoided the sweep, his eyes narrowed. Blades met again, a shower of sparks erupting from the point of impact. Aaron followed up with a powerful kick, aiming to disarm his opponent. The swordsman blocked the kick, a grunt escaping his lips. "TSK." Aaron pressed his attack, his expression intense. The swordsman bared his teeth, his grip tightening on his blade. A final, desperate clash, each fighter determined to break the stalemate. He clashed swords with his opponent, the dark-haired swordsman meeting his every move. Spectators watched the intense battle unfold, their faces a mixture of awe and concern. Reed Pollock, observing the fight, could only remark on the spectacle. The man with the beard beside him seemed equally impressed by the display of swordsmanship. A disembodied voice pondered which of the combatants was the true monster. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the fight raged on. One of the orcs questioned if the other believed they could win against the human. The other remained silent, contemplating the question. The man with brown hair expressed his relief at not having to fight. He was thankful he didn't have to face such a formidable opponent. The man in the black uniform appeared concerned, his brow furrowed. Something about the fight seemed to trouble him. Duke Aaron, a sinister smile spreading across his face, declared he would teach his opponent the weakness of dual wielding. The dark-haired swordsman glared back, his expression one of intense focus. He would not be so easily defeated. A fist clenched tightly, knuckles white with strain. The tension in the air was palpable. The sound of steel on steel echoed as the swords clashed. Sparks flew as the two fighters continued their deadly dance. Aaron and the dark-haired swordsman locked blades, their faces inches apart. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. A man watched with wide, shocked eyes. The intensity of the fight had clearly taken him by surprise. He and the orc-like figure watched intently. The orc-like figure realized the swordsman had picked up some of the debris from his fall. The dark-haired swordsman grimaced, his teeth bared in frustration as the battle continued. He planted his foot firmly, preparing for the next exchange. Aaron Pendragon pressed his attack, blades flashing as he drove the dark-haired swordsman back. The dark-haired swordsman struggled to maintain his footing, his expression strained. His hand opened slightly, revealing the sword slipping from his grasp. The sword clattered against the ground as it fell from his hand. Aaron Pendragon moved in for the kill, but the dark-haired swordsman noticed something coming from the right. Someone exclaimed that he dropped it. Reed Pollock, along with the orc-like figure, were shocked. Reed Pollock realized that he dropped his weapon because he was exhausted. Someone shouted that this was bad. The dark-haired swordsman realized the attack was coming from the right. "Counter!" The shout echoes, signaling a shift in the battle. A feral grin stretches across the face of the man with brown hair. Two swords clash, one long and elegant, the other short and brutal. He is knocked off his feet, the sky spinning above him. The blonde-haired knight presses his advantage, sword raised high for another strike. The swordsman's weapon clatters on the ground, skidding away from his grasp. Elsewhere, three men watch with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Two orcs stand together, one comforting the other with a gentle hand. Reed Pollock grits his teeth, sweat and blood streaking his face. Ellen Pendragon stands over him, panting, thinking, knights from Valva's Shore are strong. If I didn't have this sword. The swordsman looks down, thinking, maybe I wouldn't have been able to win. Despite the blood, Reed's eyes burn with determination. Ellen Pendragon reflects on a past event, acknowledging that it saved her many times before. Tears stream down Reed Pollock's face, a sign of his defeat and the weight of the battle. The sword clatters to the ground, the sound echoing the finality of the duel's outcome. Ellen Pendragon stands tall, looking down at Reed Pollock, who kneels in defeat before her. Ellen Pendragon acknowledges Reed Pollock, recognizing him as a true warrior despite the outcome. The scene repeats, Ellen Pendragon standing over the kneeling Reed Pollock, the victor and the vanquished. A voice declares itself as a Valva's cavalier, hinting at a new allegiance or purpose. A new figure emerges, introducing himself. My name is Elkin. Elkin's face is revealed, his expression determined as he states his name. Elkin vows to become someone's sword, pledging his service and loyalty. Ellen Pendragon is shown again, perhaps the one to whom Elkin is pledging his service. The pledge is made to defeat and crush enemies, a clear declaration of intent and purpose. He remained kneeling, a sword pointed in his direction as the crowd cheered. The realization hit like a physical blow. He was Elkin Isla? A voice cuts through the silence, declaring, I am Elkin Isla. Elkin Isla, a knight of Valva's, kneels before Duke Aaron, vowing to become his sword. The knight remains kneeling, head bowed, as Duke Aaron stands tall, his expression unreadable. A crowd gathers, their murmurs and gestures suggesting a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Aaron Pendragon's face is drawn, his blue eyes wide with what might be concern or surprise. The name echoes, hanging in the air like a question. Elkin Isla? Duke Aaron stands with another man, both looking off in the same direction, perhaps at the kneeling knight. Whispers spread through the crowd, some recognizing the name, others hearing it for the first time, wondering if he is a famous knight. More voices join the chorus, confirming that they, too, are unfamiliar with the name Elkin Isla. The crowd speculates, wondering if perhaps the Lord himself might know this Elkin Isla. The camera focuses on Aaron Pendragon's hair, swaying slightly in the breeze, as the crowd continues to buzz with speculation. He's taken aback, the name Elkin Isla echoing in the air. The narration speaks of Elkin Isla's past, known as the Stormbringer. In a previous life, Elkin will be known as the Sea Dragon King of the far south. He was part of the Oranges Duchy, his name spreading far and wide through battles. Though right now, he is a nobody, his destiny tied to the Empire. He will become one of the heroes of the future, his potential yet to be realized. Meanwhile, boots crunch on the parched earth as Elkin Isla approaches. The Duke and Elkin Isla face each other, the weight of destiny hanging heavy between them. Elsewhere, three men react with shock, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. The Duke tells Elkin to raise his head, his tone commanding yet curious. Elkin responds, declaring that he is the Duke's sword, and the Duke is his lord, stating they are not that distant. Elkin continues, stating that the only difference between them is their roles, hinting at a deeper ambition. Duke Aaron's lips curved into a smile, an offer hanging in the air. A motley crew stood together, united by some unknown purpose. The man with dark hair stared ahead, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He closed his eyes, a subtle smile hinting at a hidden thought. A voice echoed from above, finding the scene unfolding below interesting. The name Pendragon hung in the air, followed by a declaration of world domination. A wounded hand clenched, a vow made to follow a certain man, though the path was uncertain. The symbol of Duke Pendragon shone brightly. A question lingered, hanging heavy with unspoken implications. Is it over? Duke Aaron, his expression thoughtful, heard his name whispered. A figure soared through the sky on winged creatures above the castle walls. One man knelt before Duke Aaron, his gaze fixed upward. The two men gasped, their faces contorted in a mix of shock and pain. A disbelieving shout echoed in the air. The man with black hair looked up, his expression a mixture of awe and curiosity. Support Ellen Pendragon muttered a single name, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A woman with long white hair stood between two winged griffins, her expression serene. The griffin's blue eye gleamed with ancient wisdom. The woman stood surrounded by griffins and onlookers, an aura of power emanating from her. Her blue eyes shone with an otherworldly light. One of the men groaned, feeling the oppressive force. One of them questioned the source of the immense pressure. The bald man wondered who the woman was, his face etched with concern. The man with the mustache exclaimed that the woman was a dragon, causing confusion among his companions. That was something else he wanted to know, the question hanging in the air. The man with the mustache considered the situation, admitting that he saw the other's point. He mused on her otherworldly beauty and divinity, acknowledging that she was indeed beautiful. Yet, she was a being that exuded so much fear that one's body froze just by being near her. The woman stood tall, her white hair flowing around her winged form. A man kneeled before her, his head bowed in reverence or perhaps fear. Support Ellen Pendragon gestured, stating that he would introduce her to Isla. Isla stared ahead, his expression unreadable as he listened to the introduction. The man's dark pants and boots were visible as he stood, waiting. The winged woman stood with support Ellen Pendragon, both looking towards Isla. The thought echoed in Isla's mind, White Dragon. He was the one, the words barely audible as he processed the revelation. The woman with silver hair states that someone is wrong about who rules the Griffins. One of the men observes that someone is so calm in front of the dragon. Ellen Pendragon says no, disagreeing with an unseen statement. Elkin Isla stands beside him, arms crossed. The dragon states that someone is wrong, recalling when he first met Sol in his previous life and felt pressured. The dragon emphasizes that overcoming the pressure isn't something one can achieve by simply being strong. He says, just like this. The dragon's words echo in Elkin Isla's mind, the weight of the dragon's pressure bearing down. A voice declares that someone is different. Elkin Isla's name is spoken, a declaration of his identity. Ellen Pendragon, a slight smirk playing on his lips, tells someone they're sure to be interesting until the end. Ellen Pendragon looks up, his expression thoughtful. A voice declares that from now on, they will expand beyond the territory's borders and search for those who were famous in their previous life. The young entrepreneur of the Freedom City sat amidst a hoard of treasure. This was Idun Dorian, a man whose riches could rival those of the Empire. The location where Jean Oberlin resides also holds a variety of magic tools. She is an extraordinary sorceress. A 20-year-old man stood atop a snowy mountain, with a few hundred soldiers behind him. Ivan Jeter, the genius general, grasped all of the North Knights. Having the memories of his past life is his most valuable asset. With them, he can slowly recruit those who led the world back then. Ellen Pendragon looked at the crystal. He realized it was from the eldest. The crystals glowed with an otherworldly light. The crystals pulsed with energy. The group looked at the crystals with curiosity. One of them asked, "What is that?" With this, they could easily talk with the eldest using magic. The group discussed the magic properties of the crystals. The ogre narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, considering the situation. Crystals glowed with an eerie light, illuminating the space around him. The ogre observed, noting the arrival of some humans in the Ancona forest. He registered that they had stepped foot into the forest, and they were armed. The crystals pulsed as the humans stood together, their intentions unclear. From above, the group of humans appeared to be in formation, but one of them seemed out of place. The ogre focused his attention, trying to discern who was leading the group. The ogre's eyes narrowed further. The leader seemed to be wearing an ogre helmet. Ellen Pendragon looked shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The words echoed in her mind. An ogre helmet? The ogre wondered aloud if it was even possible for a human to subjugate an ogre and make a helmet out of it. If that were the case, the ogre realized they would be facing a very strong and fearful opponent. Ellen Pendragon's brow furrows, a silent question hanging in the air. A fist clenches, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. The internal monologue surfaces, a man who wears an ogre helmet. Only one person like that exists in this world. A flashback begins. A figure clad in dark armor and a horned helmet stands amidst falling rain. The armored figure looms over a fallen opponent, their face obscured by the helmet's shadow. The figure raises a weapon, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. A silhouette of a head recoils from the impact, a spray of blood marking the brutal strike. A close-up reveals a face contorted in anguish, teeth bared in a silent scream. The scream finds its voice, Baltai. The group watches with concern, sensing the shift in the air. Energy crackles around the figure, a visible manifestation of building power. Blonde hair whips around a face consumed by rage. Eyes blaze with an otherworldly light, a storm of fury unleashed. The man with brown hair looked on in disbelief at the orcs. He, now blonde, demanded to know where someone was. The message had been sent, and it was time to go. The destination was clear, to the orc village. One orc lay dead, a testament to the battle. The armored figure had finally dealt with the pursuers. The armored figure stood with a wolf, acknowledging that orcs were tough opponents. Opponents. A man grinned, a sinister glint in his eye. He declared that they weren't as tough as they seemed. But this ogre helmet is made of ogre. The Pendragon name was written on the document. The Pendragons had recovered their strength. The wolf was of the white dragon. New soldiers were being recruited, gradually strengthening their troops. They were doing whatever they wanted with the land, even strengthening their military power. Duke Pendragon sat with the wolf, surrounded by soldiers. A woman stood with her back to the viewer. A man's face was shown in profile. Duke Pendragon held a mirror, declaring what he saw. The mirror shimmered with magical energy. A hooded figure was reflected in the mirror. He appears within the mirror, a shield, spear, and bow of the empire. As long as he has this, a sinister smile spreads across his face. Two elven figures stand side by side, bathed in an ethereal glow. They will be the strongest cavalry in the world. Elsewhere, a massive tree stands tall, its trunk hollowed out to form a dwelling. A group of figures marches towards the tree, their destination unknown. A cluster of goblin-like creatures beams with excitement. One of the creatures calls out, "Daddy," as another is told to stop being brats. The large figure is having their hair pulled out by the goblin-like creatures. A group of armored figures stands before the tree, ready for action. The armored figures are surrounded by the goblin-like creatures. Reed Pollock observes the orc and the two children, finding it surprising that the fierce orcs had children like them. Reed Pollock acknowledges the truth in the statement, but seems to be thinking about something else as one of the children approaches him. A goblin-like creature appears, seemingly surprised by something it sees. Duke Aaron stands tall, a child reaching out to him, as a blue aura surrounds them both. Aaron Pendragon's expression is serious, his blue eyes glowing with an inner light. Duke Aaron reacts with surprise, his eyes widening as he witnesses something unexpected. Reed Pollock remarks that Aaron Pendragon has been acting strangely for a while, as the orc listens intently. Reed Pollock wonders if it's his imagination, recalling a time when Aaron Pendragon's power seemed to return. A swirling blue aura intensifies, filling the space with its energy. Aaron Pendragon is surrounded by the blue aura, which is described as something like a dragon aura. Reed Pollock calls out to Aaron Pendragon, telling him to stop making the kids cry. A child cries out, seemingly frightened by Aaron Pendragon. He stood in the courtyard, the child running towards him with open arms. A large, shadowy figure loomed nearby, watching the scene unfold. Aaron Pendragon's expression was unreadable, his violet eyes reflecting the light. He seemed lost in thought, distant from the world around him. He reached out a hand towards the child, a gesture that seemed both hesitant and welcoming. The child's small form vibrated with anticipation. The child continued to approach, their small feet kicking up dust as they ran. Aaron Pendragon remained still, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. From behind, the details of Aaron Pendragon's outfit became clearer, the intricate stitching on his vest and the way his hair fell against his neck. The orc-like figure watched the scene, perhaps pondering the nature of Aaron Pendragon's affections. "He likes cute things?" the figure mused. A hand gripped a staff tightly, the knuckles white with tension. "You've arrived early," a voice echoed unseen. The hooded figure stood in the shadows, their face obscured. "New Pendragon Lord," the figure stated, their tone laced with an unknown emotion. The staff rested against the ground, its ornate carvings hinting at a long and storied history. The figure remained cloaked in darkness. The orc-like figure looked up, exclaiming, "Elder, that person is." The sentence hung unfinished, filled with unspoken implications. The hooded figure's eyes gleamed in the dim light. "My father, haha," they declared, their laughter echoing with a hint of madness. A winged woman stood tall, her gaze unwavering. Her presence radiated power and ancient wisdom, a stark contrast to the events unfolding. A hulking figure, standing beside a cloaked man, calls out to the surrounding area. The call is heard by a small group, including a woman and child, who turn towards the sound. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure watches as people pay respects to a winged deity. Two figures stand together, the one with a ponytail looking off to the side. The figure with the ponytail thinks that if he is there, the conversation will not continue, so he will rest up there. The other figure says okay. The figure with the ponytail says that he understands Ray's anger, but if he is swayed by his anger, he will lose himself in the process. The blonde-haired man looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. He stands before the cloaked figure, who watches him silently. The blonde-haired man stands before the cloaked figure, the tension palpable. Aaron Pendragon states his name, his gaze firm. A voice calls out, simply stating elder. The cloaked figure gestures, inviting someone to come inside. Around a table, the cloaked figure, Aaron Pendragon, an orc, and a figure with sharp teeth are gathered. The cloaked figure holds a cup, mentioning a few dozen armed soldiers. They have trespassed into the forest. The cloaked figure notes that they are also managing to evade surveillance magic. The figure with sharp teeth says that they were only detected the moment they entered the forest. The cloaked figure wonders if they are evading their magic, and if they have a magician with them. Aaron Pendragon replies no. It's said that they only have soldiers and a huge wolf with them, but the speaker is sure they have the help of a magician. Aaron Pendragon looks concerned, stating that this is dangerous. The cloaked figure says that they sent some warriors to deal with them, but none of them came back. The orc looked shocked, exclaiming, "WH!" He considered the implications of a huge wolf capable of defeating an orc. The Duke was sure that Baltai was leading the demon corps into the forest. The hooded figure held a small wooden cup, lost in thought about where they went. The Pendragon Knight stood beside an orc, contemplating meeting with the Centaur tribe. The relationship between the Pendragons, the orcs, and the Centaurs was a complicated one. Long ago, the Centaurs used to live in the Ancona forest. When the Pendragons came, they went to meet with the Centaurs. The map showed that they let the orcs live there, perhaps the Centaurs that hate humans. The orcs who served as a defense line for the Pendragons were attacked. The terrible relationship between orcs and centaurs was especially strained because they are warlike tribes. As an outsider, the Duke felt he couldn't just meddle in this problem. Since nothing happened, he just left them, but he stands at the table, gesturing emphatically as someone shouts, calling him Lord. The others around the table watch him intently. The man's voice booms, the word hanging in the air. The Centaurs. His expression is grave, hinting at the weight of his words. Another man's face contorts in anger, his mouth open in a silent yell as the background fades into a scene of chaos. The Centaurs charge, their axes raised high, their faces twisted in savage fury as they descend upon their foes. The Centaurs' assault continues, their forms blurred with speed and violence as they trample everything in their path. Meanwhile, Duke Aaron stands with another armored figure, both looking grim. The Centaurs haven't caused a conflict for so long, the armored figure says. A hand grips an arrow, the question hanging in the air, so why now? An armored figure pulls back the arrow, preparing to fire, their expression focused and determined. The armored figure's eyes narrow, their face set with grim resolve as they prepare to release the arrow. A crest emblazoned with a lion and a crown is displayed prominently, its significance hanging heavy in the air. Duke Aaron stands with the armored figure, who exclaims, "Crest, why do the Centaurs have that?" He stared ahead, his expression grim as he prepared for the coming onslaught. The Centaurs had indeed teamed up, bearing a shield marked with a familiar crest. Duke Aaron's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within their depths. With Baltai, a surge of magical energy began to manifest. The Duke was now enveloped in a brilliant aura, power radiating from him. A man cried out in disbelief, questioning if it was truly their lord. Duke Aaron declared that he would annihilate them, having held back for too long. His face contorted in fury, he commanded them to be wiped from this world. The force of his power caused the ground to tremble. Below, a vast army of centaurs charged forward, ready to meet his wrath. The character's feet landed heavily, prepared to face the incoming horde. A winged figure looked on, their expression unreadable as the battle commenced. The text reveals that the centaurs, ancient adversaries of the orcs, have now joined forces with them. The alliance between the centaurs and orcs has been solidified, signaling a formidable threat. The battlefield is chaotic, filled with the clash of weapons and the cries of warriors. A centaur charges forward, its massive axe poised to strike a devastating blow. The centaur roars, invoking the name of Baltai as it charges into the fray. Duke Pendragon is surrounded by a torrent of blue energy, preparing to unleash his power. The Duke stands tall, his armor gleaming as he prepares to face the combined might of the enemy forces. The man watches with concern, recognizing the immense power that Duke Pendragon is about to unleash. Duke Pendragon's eyes blaze with determination as he prepares to annihilate his foes. The Duke declares that no one will be spared, vowing to wipe the enemy from the face of the world. He charges forward, a surge of power emanating from his blade. One of the orcs looks on in shock. He cries out, "El Lord!" Duke Pendragon's expression hardens as he prepares to strike. He declares his name. The attack begins, a flurry of blows aimed at the approaching enemies. The speed of the assault blurs into streaks of light and motion. Duke Aaron's eyes burn with determination as he continues his onslaught. The blade cuts through the air, leaving trails of energy in its wake. Pendragon leaps forward, his movements amplified by the magical energy. The orcs are stunned by the display of power. One exclaims, "WH!" He parried their brother. Duke Pendragon clashes with a centaur, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise, perhaps at the centaur's strength or speed. The centaur is sent flying, defeated by the Duke's overwhelming power. He's fast, the centaur thinks. He moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur of light and steel. The display of power left onlookers stunned. "Wow," one exclaimed. The centaur fell, defeated. Duke Pendragon stood over him, victorious. He did it, a voice declared. The clash of metal echoed through the forest. An orc warrior, eyes glowing with rage, met Duke Pendragon's attack head-on. The Duke's expression hardened, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. They aren't frightened at all? The orc warrior's face contorted in fury, his glowing eyes burning with hatred. The orc roared, "You bastards invaded our forest." The warrior's rage intensified, his voice a guttural growl. And now, finally, we will utterly destroy. A declaration echoed, revealing a strategic shift. We expanded our military. The orc's eyes burned brighter, his teeth bared in a savage grin. Just for this moment, the battle was far from over. He stares in disbelief, something clearly amiss with the enemy forces before him. The orcs charge forward, their roars echoing through the forest as they shout to protect it. Driven by an unseen force, the orc warrior swings his crude weapon with unnatural strength. The orc's movements are frantic, his body pushed beyond its natural limits. The Orcish warriors' eyes glow red, their minds clouded by an unknown influence. Every single one of them is acting the same way, their actions synchronized by a dark power. The centaurs fight with a ferocity never before seen, their strength amplified to terrifying levels. Magic is at play, the centaurs are being hypnotized, their will's no longer their own. Their fear and anger are being exploited, twisted into weapons against their allies. They're being forced to surpass their body's limits, turned into mindless killing machines. The air crackles with dark energy, a palpable sign of the mind control at work. The Orcish warrior, now a puppet, attacks with relentless, unnatural fury. He shouts a battle cry, charging forward with his sword raised high. The orc roars in response, ready to meet the attack head-on. The centaur falls, its legs collapsing beneath it. The creature crashes to the ground, defeated. The force of the blow sends splinters and debris flying as the sword connects. A blinding flash of light erupts, obscuring the battlefield in a haze of energy. A warrior cries out in pain, his face contorted in agony as he suffers a grievous wound. The armored man and support Ellen Pendragon stand over the fallen figure, assessing the situation. A bare-chested man runs towards them. The fallen figure struggles to speak, admitting that the blow went through his armor and ribs, and that the attacker was so strong. Energy crackles around the enraged orc, its eyes burning with fury as it prepares to strike. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of clashing bodies, with orcs and centaurs locked in fierce combat. A warrior stands his ground, his sword raised in defense against the onslaught of enemies. The monstrous orc looms large, its grotesque features twisted in a savage snarl. Support Ellen Pendragon cries out as he unleashes a powerful attack, his sword glowing with energy. A centaur archer looses a volley, the arrows streaking towards their target. The arrows whiz past, and Duke Aaron reacts with a start. Aaron Pendragon clicks his tongue in annoyance, his expression hardening. His anger flares. Impudent. Aaron's fury intensifies, and he shouts, "Soul!" A desperate plea echoes through the battlefield. "Help us." Aaron prepares to strike, resolving to deal with the horse bastards. Elsewhere, a white-haired figure with horns observes the battle, lamenting that they cannot meddle in this fight, as the orcs and centaurs are like their children. Aaron surveys the battlefield, a question forming in his mind. The battle rages on, with soldiers falling amidst the chaos of clashing weapons and desperate struggles. Aaron grits his teeth, a curse escaping his lips as he witnesses the carnage. Shit. A hulking knight in spiked armor looms over a kneeling figure. A voice echoes from the darkness, filled with rage. "Those bastards." Duke Aaron's eyes glow with an intense, azure light, his face contorted in fury. But then, a flicker of shock crosses his face as he hears a terrified shriek. A mind-controlled centaur, eyes burning red, charges toward a small, defenseless figure. Tears stream down the small figure's face as it reaches out, desperate to escape the onslaught. A gleaming blade descends with deadly speed, aimed at the vulnerable child. But Aaron intercepts the blow, his sword meeting the centaurs with a resounding crash. The small figure stares up at Aaron, fear still etched on its face. The child trembles, its small hands and feet covered in dust and grime. But then, a hesitant smile spreads across the small figure's face. The child looks up at Aaron, offering a heartfelt, "Thank you." He surveys the battlefield, the sounds of battle echoing around him. The soldiers struggle against the centaur horde. Their forces are losing ground. The battle rages on, and the orc village has been destroyed in the conflict. Then now, Aaron wonders what Aaron Pendragon would do in this situation. He grits his teeth, a surge of determination coursing through him. The symbol of his house is emblazoned on his armor, a reminder of his duty. The centaurs confront him, shouting insults. "Hey, you half-horse." He rides forward, his expression hardening as he faces the enemy. The centaur warriors advance, weapons raised, their eyes filled with hatred. One centaur says he heard that the centaurs were prideful warriors, but they rely on weapons. Aaron retorts that they are humans who bear a strong hatred and target children indiscriminately. He concludes that they're nothing more than a tribe composed of half-horse sons of bitches. He rode his dark steed, surveying the battlefield with a confident gaze. To deal with such an inferior tribe, he was more than enough. The force of the blow crushed the centaur. His dead warriors were crying despairingly in hell. The centaurs watched with burning eyes, their faces contorted with rage at the sight of their fallen comrade. The blond knight spun, his blade a blur of motion as he cut down another foe. The centaurs fell before him. He charged forward, his horse a powerful extension of his will, trampling the enemy beneath its hooves. The knight stood amidst the carnage, a whirlwind of destruction leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. The remaining centaurs hesitated. Meanwhile, one of the centaurs watched the battle, muttering about the duke. He wondered if all this was to force them out of the village. Another centaur agreed, stating that the knight was a brat. He added that it was impossible for him to deal with the duke. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair and piercing eyes watched the battle unfold. He seemed contemplative, his expression unreadable. A winged woman descended from the heavens, her presence radiating power and grace. She watched the battle with a serene expression. Her hand reached out, as if to grasp something unseen, her fingers outstretched towards an unknown destiny. The light faded, leaving only a sense of anticipation and mystery. What was she reaching for, and what would it mean for the battle? He continues to battle the centaurs, unaware of the danger above. The centaur falls, but a new threat emerges. A massive griffin descends, its eyes glowing with power. He barely has time to react. A griffin? Meanwhile, a man with glowing eyes watches from afar, his expression unreadable. The griffin screeches, its gaze fixed on something unseen. The man's eyes burn with an unnatural light. The hooves of countless centaurs thundered against the earth, a prelude to the coming storm. Each step resonated with the weight of their impending assault. Duke Pendragon stood defiant, a lone figure against the horde of half-horse warriors. His steed shifted beneath him, sensing the tension in the air. The centaur army stretched across the horizon, a seemingly endless wave of muscle and steel. A voice echoed, questioning if he had acted as bait to save his army, doubting his benevolence. He considered the stakes, knowing the orc village would be destroyed if he were to fall here, calling it a foolish decision. A voice declared the centaurs to be idiots, stating that he had warned them. Another voice responded, brimming with confidence, declaring that he was more than enough to deal with him. The challenge hung in the air, a gauntlet thrown down before the impending battle. He wondered if he could manage against so many, realizing the centaurs were being affected by strengthening magic. A demonic figure, eyes glowing red, declares their impending doom. The battle is about to begin. Duke Pendragon, mounted on horseback, faces the centaur army. He shouts a challenge, promising to tear their insolent mouths off. The duke's expression is one of pure fury. He prepares to meet the enemy head-on, his resolve unwavering. Arrows fly, blurring through the air as the battle intensifies. The centaurs unleash their initial volley. The centaur army advances, their numbers overwhelming. The ground trembles beneath their hooves as they charge forward. Steel clashes against flesh as the duke engages the centaurs. The fight is brutal and unforgiving. Duke Pendragon grits his teeth, pushing through the pain. He will not yield, no matter the cost. Elsewhere, a winged creature soars through the night sky, illuminated by the moon. Below, the aftermath of battle is visible. The winged creature descends, its massive wings casting shadows. A figure is riding on its back. The creature's form is graceful and powerful. It is a sight to behold, even amidst the chaos. A man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes watches the scene unfold. His expression is unreadable. Duke Pendragon, amidst the battle, cries out in anguish. He shouts a single name, Isla. He held the crossbow steady, drawing back the string with practiced ease. Pendragon, he had been warned, would come for their sword. The bolt was set, ready to strike down his enemies. The centaur army charged forward, weapons raised and ready for battle. But Duke Pendragon descended from above, riding a massive griffin. A cry of disbelief echoed across the battlefield. The enemy recognized the creature, realizing it was the griffin from the guardian deity. The griffin screeched, its piercing cry cutting through the air. The griffin's powerful wings beat, stirring up dust and debris. Duke Pendragon and the griffin descended upon the centaur ranks, ready to strike. The enemy prepared to defend, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. He soared through the sky on the back of the griffin, a formidable figure against the azure backdrop. Support Ellen Pendragon knocked an arrow, his expression focused as he prepared to strike. The duke drew back the string of his bow, taking aim with practiced precision. An arrow pierced through the chest of a centaur, the creature's face contorted in a silent scream. The force of the impact sent the centaur reeling backward, blood splattering from the wound. Support Ellen Pendragon and his griffin descended upon the battlefield, a whirlwind of arrows and divine fury against the centaur horde. The knowledge from the ancient times spoke of a bond between man and beast. Duke Aaron faced the centaur, his expression grim. And after long and arduous training, the path was forged through blood and sweat. The first griffin that could be ridden finally appeared, a majestic creature of legend. The griffin's power was immense, its attacks swift and devastating against any foe. After hundreds of battles with their chosen knight, the bond between them grew stronger. The result is a testament to their combined strength and unwavering resolve. Duke Aaron swung his sword, a flash of steel against the backdrop of the battlefield. The griffin's keen eyes scanned the horizon, ever vigilant for threats. A griffin rider, a symbol of hope and courage in a world consumed by darkness. Elsewhere, a woman clad in armor rode atop a griffin, a beacon of light against the dark landscape. The griffin's powerful form exuded an aura of strength and determination. The woman, Elkin Isla, whispered a name, a promise, a destiny. He looked up, a flicker of concern etched upon Elkin Isla's brow. His nickname in his previous life was the Stormbringer. Elkin Isla, astride a magnificent griffin, was a sight to behold. The griffin's talons tore through the demon, a visceral display of power. A man watched on, his expression unreadable as the battle unfolded. Elkin Isla's lips curved into a knowing smile. I see. The demon cried out in pain, a fitting name for the Stormbringer's wrath. The demons realized they were being overwhelmed by the griffin's assault. One of the demons screamed, ordering a retreat from the overwhelming power. The griffin rider soared through the sky, a symbol of hope against the encroaching darkness. The speed of the griffin was unmatched, a blur of feathers and fury. The centaur, sensing danger, pauses, his expression shifting to alarm. They are heading into the middle of the forest. A voice echoes, noting that if they go further into the forest, the griffin won't be able to chase them. The same voice continues, stating that they will be able to recover and regroup. The centaur braces for an attack. A swift strike lands, the force of the blow sending the centaur reeling. The attack is marked by red energy. The centaur is sent flying through the air, the impact blurring the world around him. He is clearly injured. The centaur crashes to the ground, defeated. A figure stands over him, their form obscured by the trees. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired figure, clad in armor and riding a black horse, holds a crossbow. They're the hunter. The horse is adorned with ornate armor, hinting at the rider's status. The crossbow is ready to fire. The figure's expression is smug as they brandish crossbows from the Empire. They are confident in their hunt. The hunter's eyes gleam with a cold light as they declare the centaurs are worth more than some half-human, half-horse bastard from the woods. A voice asks if that's right. Centaur chief? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The defeated centaur lies on the ground, as the hunter and their horse stand over him. The hunt is far from over. The hunter, mounted on his steed, surveys the centaur sprawled before him. He smirks, confident in his victory. Even if the pain goes away, he thinks. The centaur grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. The hunter's armor bears the crest of a white dragon. The dragon emblem gleams, a symbol of power and authority. You won't be able to move with a crushed leg, the hunter finishes his thought, looking down at the centaur. The centaur's expression shifts from anger to confusion. He stares at his wounds, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. A golden light emanates from the centaur's hand as he exclaims, "And my wounds." The healing energy intensifies, mending the broken flesh. The centaur looks at his hand in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. The hunter watches the centaur's wounds heal, a hint of surprise on his face. He stares upward, a question forming on his lips. The centaur's brow furrows in confusion. A voice echoes, pleading for help. The plea hangs in the air, unanswered. The armored figure stands tall, his expression unreadable. He states that he has returned the other to normal. Elkin retorts that if he hadn't, he would have finished him off. His tone is accusatory. Aaron's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. His eyes are narrowed, his lips pursed. The hunter looms over Aaron, questioning him about the man who gave him all those weapons. His gaze is intense. The hunter's thoughts are focused on Baltai, wondering where he is. The device glows ominously. A voice cuts through the silence, demanding answers. A crossbow, intricately designed, lies ready. The centaur, lying prone, is asked about the man who provided the weapons. He identifies him as the Empire's Mad Dog. Duke Pendragon stands tall, his armor gleaming. He demands to know the whereabouts of Baltai, the commander of the Demon Corps. The centaur identifies Baltai of the Demon Corps, leaving Duke Pendragon to wonder how he knows the name. Duke Pendragon questions how the centaur knows Baltai's name. The Duke asserts his authority, reminding the centaur that he is the one asking the questions. The centaur is asked about what happened between him and the centaurs. The centaur explains that Baltai suddenly invaded the forest and offered them a deal. The document declared the Pendragons had recovered the strength of the White Dragon. The centaur leader grinned, believing the Pendragons planned to turn the tables on their sworn enemies, the centaurs. Before that could happen, the centaur leader would lend them weapons. The centaur was ordered to strike down the orcs' village and take back Ancona Forest with the centaur's strength. Based on those groundless accusations, The blonde-haired character asked if they were seduced by that offer. It might have been his magic. It came from his mirror. The centaur leader held the mirror. A hooded guy spoke to them. It was then that everyone had lost their calm and became engulfed in rage and anger. The centaur on horseback couldn't remember what happened after that. He regarded the unseen threat with a stoic expression, his jaw set. The Duke rode through a forest littered with bodies, a grim testament to recent battles. His mount, a massive wolf-like creature, moved with surprising speed and grace. From below, a lone figure watched the Duke pass, whispering his title in disbelief. Another man, witnessing the scene, wore a concerned expression, perhaps understanding the implications. The Duke, clad in shining armor, continued his relentless advance through the haunted forest. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the Duke plunged through a shimmering portal, leaving the battlefield behind. Elsewhere, a shirtless man with pointed ears stood amidst a golden glow, his expression troubled. He stared at his hands, noticing the wounds that marred his skin, a look of confusion on his face. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the extent of his injuries, a silent question forming on his lips. Back in the forest, Duke Aaron paused, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he muttered to himself. The shirtless man continued, lamenting his limited healing abilities and questioning the reason for his current state. He is questioned about his actions. Duke Aaron is asked if he is responsible for the current situation. The unseen speaker continues, stating that their enemy was the one who incited the current conflict. The speaker elaborates, claiming responsibility for creating the sentiments that led to the conflict. The unseen speaker declares that the Pendragons are responsible for the situation. The shirtless, elf-like man looks on, his expression unreadable as he listens to the conversation. Duke Aaron is reminded that he cannot bring back the centaurs who have already fallen in battle. The shirtless, elf-like man reflects on the centaurs, remembering them as warriors of their tribe. The shirtless man states that death in battle is not something they would regret. The focus shifts to Duke Aaron's armor, highlighting the intricate details of its design. The shirtless, elf-like man tells young Pendragon that he is very different from his ancestors, as Aaron listens intently. The shirtless man asks if he remembers what he has said before. The shirtless man compliments him, stating that he is truly a competent and wise ruler. The centaur leader declared that the centaur tribe would henceforth become allies with the Pendragons, his words echoing among his tribe. Support Ellen Pendragon looks surprised by the declaration. The elder centaur vows that they will not hold back. The centaur leader continues, stating they will back their efforts in cooperating with the Pendragons. The elder centaur asks if everyone agrees with the decision. The other centaurs respond with a hesitant yes. Another centaur states that if that's what the elder wants, then they will follow. The centaur leader says he will be counting on the centaur tribe. Support Ellen Pendragon looks on with a slight smile. The centaur leader states that they will be protecting the forest as the strongest cavalry. Support Ellen Pendragon and the centaur leader shake hands, agreeing that from now on, they are comrades. After the conflict with the centaurs ended, a calming sense of peace filled Ancona forest once again. The soldiers, healed by the water spirits, ate and drank to their heart's content at the banquet made for peace. The sounds of feasting filled the air as the orc-like figures enjoyed the banquet, Duke Aaron observing the scene from distance. Duke Aaron sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face as he watched the others celebrate. A soft sigh escaped him as he took in the scene, the weight of his responsibilities evident in his gaze. Two small, orc-like children looked up at Duke Aaron, their innocent eyes filled with curiosity. One of the orc-like figures expressed their admiration, saying, "You were so cool." Another orc-like figure exclaimed, while eating a piece of meat, ridding the griffin. Duke Aaron looked down at the orc-like children, a gentle smile gracing his lips as they reached for him. A close-up of an eye, reflecting the peace and joy of the celebration. He gently patted one of the children on the head, the sound echoing softly in the hall as the banquet continued. The banquet continued late into the night, a symbol of the newfound peace between the Pendragons and the orc-like figures. The orc-like figure states that magic is coming from a mirror. The hooded figure admits that they are not knowledgeable enough to answer if that is possible. The orc-like figure clarifies that it's a very strong and complex magic. The magic is described as brainwashing and strengthening. The orc-like figure continues, stating that the magic influences people. Duke Aaron thinks about the one who did this, considering them a fearsome magician. Elsewhere, under the light of the full moon, a massive tree stands with a door built into its trunk. He leans against the tree, arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. A voice asks him why the long face. Duke Aaron looks up, hearing the floating figure call out, "Soul." The floating figure asks if it was him who lent the griffin to Isla, and Duke Aaron realizes they felt the aura of a griffin rider from him. He considered the situation, a thought surfacing unbidden from the depths of his memory. The angel-like figure mused on the nature of humans, their complexity a source of endless fascination. The The figure noted the presence of a raging dragon aura, its power palpable even from a distance. Duke Aaron registered the dragon aura, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The angel-like figure was surrounded by a spectral vision of warriors. The power overflowed suddenly, a surge of energy that made Duke Aaron wary. The angel-like figure explained that as a contractor, one's body could possess the power of a dragon. Duke Aaron leaned against a tree, his expression thoughtful as he listened. Duke Aaron affirmed, his gaze distant as he considered the implications. But there were still things he didn't understand, a nagging feeling at the back of his mind. Meanwhile, a dark figure contemplated his previous life, musing that he would already be a member of the Demon Corps. The figure recalled fighting in the far southern lands, in the Sea of Trees. He stood defiantly before the monstrous troll, its massive form towering over him, weapons in hand. Against the Troll King, the most brutal creature, it was a battle against overwhelming odds. Half of the Demon Corps were annihilated, a testament to the horrors they faced. It was a horrible battle, but Baltai was also there, amidst the chaos. So, the real Baltai was in contact with the Centaurs, a strange alliance indeed. The situation was weird, the alliance between Baltai and the Centaurs raising many questions. What about the battle in the Sea of Trees? What about the Troll King? And the me of my previous life, a haunting echo from the past. Raven Vault wondered where the hell he is, consumed by worry. Two figures stood in conversation, their expressions unreadable, the winged figure looming over the other. He said something back then, a forgotten memory resurfacing. Everything is connected, a web of fate and destiny intertwined. The Pendragon's fall, the extermination of the Vault household, it all comes to this. And now, the stage is set for what comes next, shrouded in shadow and mystery. The ones trying to destroy the Pendragons stand ready, their intentions as dark as their silhouettes. The man with blonde hair suggests they try going to his hometown, his expression unreadable. Support Ellen Pendragon remains silent. The place where a household had lost its honor, a somber reflection on past failures and future burdens. A land of humiliation, a place of suffering and regret, where the past casts a long shadow. Lady Luna, her expression unreadable, declared it was time to visit her hometown. The blonde-haired character spoke of a place her family once dishonored. The dark-haired character described it as a land of humiliation. The blonde-haired character declared that they should go to Sisek. A tattered purple flag lay discarded amidst the rubble. The flag bore the symbol of a bird clutching cross swords. The blonde-haired character ate a piece of meat from a fork. The blonde-haired character continued to eat as people bowed before her. The people remained bowed, a feast laid out before them. Lady Luna and another character looked on with worry. He looked down, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Why had they come to Sirod's territory so suddenly? The imperial crest, a lion rampant beneath a crown, hung heavy with unspoken meaning. The imperial prince, Ian, stood tall, his gaze sharp and assessing. And the imperial princess, Ingrid, watched with a knowing expression. The sound of a teacup hitting its saucer echoed in the tense atmosphere. Before the imperial prince Ian and princess Ingrid, seated on ornate thrones, figures knelt in supplication. Duke Aaron's expression remained unreadable, his eyes narrowed in thought. The sound of splintering which shattered the silence. Ian, the imperial prince, sent the table flying, scattering dishes and disrupting the formal setting. The concerned expressions of the onlookers mirrored the shock that rippled through the room. The imperial prince sat back, his face a mask of barely suppressed fury. Meanwhile, Ingrid, the imperial princess, remained seated, a cold glint in her eyes as she declared her intentions. An unseen figure offers a hasty apology, directing it to a prince. A delicate hand holds a teacup, the unseen speaker declaring that their mood is being ruined. One of the figures states that there is no need to finish eating everything. The other figure responds that they were just waiting for their sister to finish, asking if they aren't a good elder brother. The pair with gray hair look concerned, one stating that doing that does not make them happy. A voice declares that there is only one reason why the crown prince would come to the countryside. The speaker looks directly forward, a smug expression on their face. The pair with gray hair discuss that their neighbor is the Pendragon dukedom, along with its duke, Aaron Pendragon. The speaker from before thinks that the Aaron they know is nothing more than a frail and weak earthworm. The voice continues, stating that it is very difficult to believe that, after waking up from his coma, he made a pact with the white dragon. The pair with gray hair look concerned, one making a noise. The other asked Luna if they met him, and how he was. She began to speak, her thoughts swirling with a strange realization. Lady Luna's brow furrowed, a sense of unease washing over her features as she muttered. It's like he became a completely. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush as she considered. Different person. He became bold and yet calm. Duke Aaron stood tall, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he declared, a better man. His eyes burned crimson, a predatory glint in their depths as he questioned. Then I? Lady Luna gasped, her eyes widening in a mix of fear and disbelief at the transformation before her. A dark aura began to emanate from Duke Aaron, the air crackling with an ominous energy as he chuckled darkly. The ominous energy intensified, a palpable sense of dread filling the space around them. Duke Aaron stood tall, the dark aura swirling around him like a shroud, his power now undeniable. Those watching could only stare in stunned silence, whispering, "What is that?" Aura. A conqueror's aura emanated from him, a sinister grin spreading across his face as Duke Aaron reveled in his newfound power. Whispers spread, questioning if the one with the white worm has been seducing girls. The man with blonde hair expresses his astonishment, addressing Ingrid directly. A figure commands Sirad to come with him, his tone brooking no argument. Sirad lady's expression hardens as she acknowledges that it's an order. The ornate collar hints at the power dynamics at play. The man with blonde hair declares that the white worm has crossed the line, seeking confirmation from Sirad lady. Sirad lady's eyes widen, realizing she cannot refuse the second imperial prince. From above, the name of the tyrant, Ian Aragon, echoes across the land. The castle stands tall, a symbol of the power that Ian Aragon commands. The man with blonde hair in bed questions if the imperial prince and princess are coming here. It is confirmed that the second prince, Ian, and his sister, Ingrid, are indeed on their way. Someone is thinking about those bastards, plotting something. Sirad listened to the information, his expression shifting to one of utter disbelief. He could only manage a single word in response. The man with gray hair revealed the shocking truth. Princess Ingrid was not only arriving, but she was also Sirad's ex-fiancée. Sirad's shock intensified, questioning if he had another fiancée before the Sirads. He was clearly taken aback by this revelation. Ingrid seemed lost in thought, remembering a time when she was considered a royal princess. She recalled hearing about her future. The revelation seemed to overwhelm Ingrid, causing her to cover her face with her hand. She appeared to be struggling with the weight of the news. A month after the Centaur incident, new knights had joined their forces, bolstering their ranks. The group stood ready, prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. Isla began arranging the Griffin Rider squad, preparing them for deployment. The majestic creatures stood ready to take to the skies. A figure soared through the air on a griffin, strengthening their forces by a large margin. The Griffin Rider pointed forward, leading the charge. Additionally, the blonde woman managed to control something, her power evident in the glowing aura surrounding her and the figure beside her. The white dragon's aura had increased to a noticeable degree. The power emanating from it was palpable, a sign of growing strength. The Pendragons usually took a break every summer, using it as an excuse to visit the villa near Sisek. The map showed the region, highlighting Luz, Sisek, and the ocean. The destruction of a vault household was a grim reminder of past events. A man placed his hand on another's head, perhaps offering comfort or control. The search continues for those who scheme in the shadows. Duke Aaron sits at his desk, lost in thought. Something is right in front of him. He wonders if the reason they are trying to meet him has something to do with the engagement. But he doesn't know. A man stands near a desk covered in papers, a question hanging in the air. The second prince has been appointed as the next emperor, and within the empire, he's known as. The man in the suit warns that if you somehow mess with his humor, he is the tyrant. Duke Aaron pauses, a thought striking him. Why did the second prince get appointed as the next emperor? The man in the suit stands by as Duke Aaron leans back in his chair, lost in contemplation. Duke Aaron reclines, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications. He is waiting, the gears turning in his mind as he pieces together the puzzle. His eyes widen in realization. It isn't supposed to be Ian? Meanwhile, a man with scars reflects on a previous life. The document spoke of the man destined to become the next emperor, his name lost to time. The faded script revealed a name, barely legible through the ages, Gufli Eris. Duke Aaron muttered the strange name, the sound barely escaping his lips. The gray-haired man listened intently, his expression unreadable as he clasped his hands. The question hung in the air. Could this be the name of the first prince? Duke Aaron sat across from the gray-haired man, the weight of the information heavy on his shoulders. He realized it wasn't the name of either prince, leaving only one possibility, an unknown name. Duke Aaron's thoughts raced. Who the hell was Gufli, and what was his significance? The current future differed greatly from the one he knew in his previous life. The armored figure and the elf-like figure stood together, their connection a mystery. A hand materialized a glowing blue flame, its purpose yet unknown. A figure stood amidst a raging blue inferno, power radiating from their form. Duke Aaron sits, a strange energy swirling around his fingers as he speaks with an advisor. The Duke's eyes narrow, a plan forming. Now, he has a reason to meet with that prince. The name echoes in the air, Ian Aragon. The royal family has come, and the people are ordered to pay their respects. A grand procession makes its way toward the castle, the arrival of royalty imminent. The people kneel, heads bowed in reverence as the royal procession passes. Bathed in golden light, Ian Aragon stands tall, radiating power and authority. Golden light flares, illuminating the path before the approaching royalty. Inside the palace, servants and guards alike kneel, awaiting the arrival of the royal family. Two figures struggle to maintain their composure, overwhelmed by the oppressive pressure of royalty. The declaration rings out. The tyrant, Ian Aragon. Ian Aragon's red eyes gleam with cold ambition, his expression unreadable. He strode forward, the golden light of the corridor illuminating his path. The light intensified, seeming to focus on the man's determined figure. He paused, the light catching the edge of his crimson cape as he surveyed the scene. The camera focused on his feet as he continued his advance, the sound of his footsteps echoing. A smirk played on Duke Aaron's lips, a glint of ambition in his red eyes. The light flared again, emphasizing the intensity of his gaze. A subtle shift in his posture betrayed a simmering rage beneath the surface. He heard the words, dripping with disdain, calling him a Pendragon brat. Duke Aaron scoffed at the notion of the emperor himself, his ambition burning brighter. His expression hardened, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he declared his intentions. The blonde-haired duke's eyes narrowed, a cold determination settling within them. He vowed that he, not the current ruler, would be the one to ascend the throne. The disembodied voice echoed, its source unseen, its judgment absolute. Is not you. The word struck a nerve, and the blond man's eyes widened in disbelief and dawning horror. A surge of power erupted around him, coalescing into the form of a massive, spectral blue dragon. The dragon's power overwhelmed him, sending Ian Aragon crashing to the ground. He felt an immense pressure, a force pushing against him with relentless intensity. Duke Pendragon recognized the power within him, the blood of the first emperor coursing through his veins, along with the conqueror's aura. But even with such power, something was interfering with his abilities. He was being pushed back, the force unrelenting. The pressure intensified, a swirling vortex of energy surrounding him. He wondered if the source of this interference was that white worm. The white aura intensified around Duke Pendragon. The dragon aura seemed to be reacting to the unknown force. He grit his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. How dare they interrupt him? The scene showed the aftermath of a struggle, fallen figures scattered on the floor. Elsewhere, a woman in a striking red and black dress stood confidently, her expression unreadable. The man with blonde hair listens as someone speaks his name. The woman with blonde hair and pigtails warns him not to cause trouble. The woman with purple hair stands nearby as the woman with blonde hair and pigtails speaks to Aaron Pendragon. The woman with purple hair wonders why she is here. The words Luna Sirad here appear in a thought bubble. Ingrid introduces herself to Duke Aaron, stating it's a pleasure to meet him. Aaron Pendragon states his name. Before they were even born, so they've never met before, a woman in a red and black dress thinks. The woman with blonde hair and pigtails smiles at Aaron. It's just like what Luna Sirad said, that he is a very strong and handsome person. Aaron Pendragon. He looked up, a visible shock etched across his face, his eyes wide with surprise. Ingrid's voice called out to him, a familiar sound cutting through the air. Hey Ingrid, did you? The scene shifted, a memory surfacing. A younger Ingrid, smiling brightly, held his hand. A woman's voice echoed, a question hanging in the air. You guide me around the castle? A sense of foreboding filled the air, the words hanging heavy. Things have become really troublesome yet again. The memory continued, showing a procession. Young Ingrid walked hand in hand with Aaron Pendragon, flanked by the older woman and a young child. A voice called out his name, a simple, direct address. Aaron. The flashback showed Aaron and Ingrid from behind, their connection evident even in their posture. A voice spoke of time and titles. It has been a long time, Prince Ian, Princess Ingrid. The memory continued, showing Ingrid and Aaron as children, standing with another woman and a young child. Young Ingrid smiled, offering a greeting. Nice to meet you. Back in the present, Aaron Pendragon looked thoughtful, his expression unreadable as he considered the memories. Duke Aaron is asked if he remembers Ingrid from the White Castle. He confirms that he does, as Ingrid smiles. Ingrid asks what his name is, her expression curious and expectant. The man declares that he is Aaron, a fierce warrior second to none in the imperial capital. Ingrid, in another scene, exclaims brother, as if she's been blessed by the gods. Duke Aaron states that he can feel Aaron's aura, his expression serious. Aaron looks surprised, thinking that even though he is a prince, he feels as though he is being ignored, his expression showing his frustration. Aaron stands next to Duke Aaron, looking up at him with a worried expression. Aaron runs towards someone, his small legs moving quickly. The child clings to someone's leg, tears welling up in his eyes. Aaron stands beside a man in a white uniform, both positioned in front of a large gate. Duke Aaron's expression hardens, his eyes glowing red as he says, Hey, you bastard. He declares that he has no obligation, his expression firm. A voice echoes, promising to reveal a name. A close-up reveals a scarred face, hinting at a history of battles. The blonde man, enraged, demands that someone introduce themselves, his fists clenched. The blonde woman looks on, concerned. Someone exclaims, identifying the man in uniform as a knight of Valvas, begging for forgiveness. The blonde man stares intently at Duke Aaron, his expression unreadable. Duke Aaron challenges the blonde man to a bout, promising to make him understand who is superior. The blonde man's face contorts in fury, his eyes wide with rage. The blonde man stands with a blonde girl, holding her hand for the second time. The blonde man sternly warns the blonde girl that if she causes any more trouble, she won't be able to open her mouth for a year. Meanwhile, Duke Aaron and the blonde man face each other in a grand hall, surrounded by onlookers. The observers wonder what is happening, noting that in the Imperial City, someone is called a tyrant, and nobody can stand up against him. Ian Aragon approached Duke Aaron, a smug look on his face. He greeted him with a casual, "Yo." Ian Aragon's words hung in the air, a deliberate provocation. Ian Aragon proposed a private conversation. He claimed to have something important to say. Ian Aragon's expression shifted, a predatory glint in his eyes as he asked, "Are you scared?" Duke Aaron seemed taken aback by the question. He denied being scared, claiming surprise at the nickname. The two men sat at a long table, the distance between them palpable. Duke Aaron stared into his glass, his expression unreadable. Ian Aragon, holding his own glass, sneered at Duke Aaron. He called him a pale, weak, and frail little worm. Duke Aaron responded with a dismissive whatever. He then questioned why Ian Aragon had come, asking if he wanted to talk about the engagement again. Ian Aragon, face contorted with rage, declares that there's no way he's giving his sister to Duke Aaron. The Duke, seated regally, retorts that he hasn't felt an ounce of loyalty towards the imperial family since arriving, not even from that night. The Duke's words hang in the air, a silent challenge. He demands to know what Ian Aragon, related to the imperial family, means by his words. Duke Aaron continues, his expression hardening, stating that the Pendragons don't just stand under the shadows of anyone. The Duke's hand tightens around his glass. He declares that he will just do what he wants to do. His eyes narrow, a glint of defiance in them. The Duke's resolve seems absolute. The Duke's thoughts are a cold calculation. That's all there is to it. With a flick of his wrist, Duke Aaron throws the contents of his glass. Ian Aragon's eyes widen in surprise. The liquid flies through the air, an act of blatant disrespect. The contents of the glass splash across Ian Aragon's face, momentarily blinding him. Fueled by anger, Ian Aragon retaliates. His fist flies forward. The punch connects with a sickening thud. The sound echoes in the room. He reeled backward, his eyes wide with shock from the sudden blow. Ian Aragon pressed his advantage, driving Duke Aaron back with a furious assault. The force of the blows sent Duke Aaron crashing to the ground, his body twisting violently. The sound of impact echoed through the chamber. Ian Aragon's face contorted with rage as he rained down further blows. His hand clenched, ready to deliver another strike. Duke Aaron's hand reached out, grasping for anything to stop the assault. Ian Aragon loomed over him, his expression a mask of fury. The sound of something shattering filled the air. Duke Aaron lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, as Ian Aragon stood over him. Ian Aragon gritted his teeth, his rage still burning. Duke Aaron stared up, his eyes filled with pain and disbelief. His hand clenches the bedsheets, the reality of his defeat sinking in. Duke Aaron's eyes are filled with frustration as he stares up. The silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by ragged breaths. Ian Aragon stands over the fallen Duke, a smug look on his face. Duke Aaron looks away, his expression a mix of anger and regret. He reflects on the battle, realizing he held back. It felt like he didn't want to go all out. Aaron recalls the knife on the bed, a missed opportunity. If he had just picked up that knife and tried to stab me. The Duke grits his teeth, remembering the fight. You would have gotten away from that technique. So, I'm going to ask you once more. The two men stand amidst swirling energies, the tension palpable. Ian Aragon's lips curl into a sinister smile, anticipating the next move. A burst of laughter echoes, filling the space with a sense of dread. Ian Aragon laughs maniacally, towering over the defeated Duke Aaron. He seemed surprised, but also wary. He was backed into a corner, it seemed. The unseen figure's words hung in the air, an offer that was also a challenge. The man's expression was unreadable, but his words were clear. An alliance was on the table. Ian Aragon extended his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He intended to make Aaron Pendragon the core of the empire. Duke Pendragon stood in a grand room, facing a man in white and red. The man wondered aloud if he was speaking to Aaron Pendragon. Duke Pendragon stated his need for the man's resourcefulness and military power. The Duke's expression was unreadable. The situation had changed drastically, he thought. The aura of the tyrant had disappeared, and his mood had changed too, the man observed, asking if they should join forces. Right now, the imperial family members were. Duke Pendragon stood with the man in white and red. They were fighting over who would become the successor. Not only him, but a handful of other princes, as well as the other. He held a pipe, considering the implications of his words carefully. Duke Aaron Pendragon wanted the Pendragon household by his side. He would reward them appropriately, with the gold and silver of the empire. He promised that much, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Then, he considered what would happen if he became the emperor. No, he thought, his blue eyes narrowing. He was known in the imperial capital as the tyrant, but it seemed like more than that. This was his real nature, and it meant that a man who aimed to be emperor was being recorded as the tyrant. The other character questioned if he didn't want to become the emperor. The other character's question hung in the air, unanswered. The other character asked what he was thinking, suggesting that the tyrant was just a facade. The rewards didn't matter, he thought, his expression unreadable. He stood with another man, the weight of his ambition pressing down on him. Duke Pendragon turned away, his expression unreadable as he heard, "So you know that much." The Duke continued his stride, the other man's words echoing in his mind. "You are the first one to understand my intentions, after my sister." His face betrayed a flicker of emotion, a hint of the turmoil within. Duke Pendragon's expression hardened, a dark resolve forming as he thought. "I want to make my brother Shaun Aragon, the emperor." The Duke stood with his arms crossed, remembering Shaun, the first prince who was bedridden due to an illness. He turned away, his back to the world, lost in thought. His fist clenched, the memory of a past injustice fueling his anger. Bedridden by an illness? Duke Pendragon's eyes burned with fury as he recalled. "My brother was almost assassinated." His voice rising in a shout, he remembered 3 years ago, at the uprising and that took place in Sisek. The Duke's eyes widened in shock, his hands trembling as he stammered, "W." He thought back to a time when his brother could do anything. Duke Aaron remembered Shaun's declaration, a promise to change the country. The Duke's expression hardened as he recalled those ambitious words. The memory of Sisek flashed before his eyes, a painful reminder. A lone figure stood before a grand building, his hands bound. The word uprising echoed in the darkness, a somber reflection. Duke Aaron's face was etched with a mixture of determination and regret. A voice called out, addressing someone named Ian. Duke Aaron made an offer, his expression unreadable. The terms were simple. In exchange, he demanded complete knowledge. The Duke pressed for information about that uprising incident. Someone agreed to the terms, accepting the offer. The news spread quickly, eliciting shocked reactions from those gathered. A hand reached for a wine glass, the drink sloshing within. Duke Aaron sat across from his informant, who stated that he knew everything about it. The wine glass reflected the light, the contents undisturbed. At that time, the informant began to explain. He began with the most important detail. The informant spoke of one who aimed to become a knight. This individual was given a letter by the lord of the Sisek territory. The informant continued, elaborating on the situation. The problem, the informant explained, was multifaceted. Duke Aaron listened intently as the informant suggested that the knight could be one of the princes aiming for the throne, as well as the numerous nobles who support them. He considered the name, a strange feeling washing over him. Guffley, he thought, the name echoing in his mind. The name hung in the air, a question mark forming in his thoughts. Guffley? Who was this person? Duke Aaron paused, swirling the wine in his glass, as the implications began to dawn on him. This Guffley was more important than he initially thought. The information painted a picture of someone with limited influence, merely a noble by name. But the fact that he needed to know this name was significant. Aaron considered the implications. So, there was a Guffley. The gears in his mind began to turn, piecing together the puzzle. The thought lingered. A noble in name only? But what would that mean in the years to come? What role would this Guffley play? A faded image surfaced, a coronation. Why would Guffley become the emperor? The question burned in his mind, demanding answers. Aaron's expression darkened with concern. What was Guffley's mother's background? The answer, he suspected, held the key to everything. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but one crucial element remained elusive. Duke Aaron, seated on his throne, spoke the name with a hint of recognition. Baroness Ullen. The Duke's gaze narrowed, his mind racing. Baroness Ullen. What connection did she have to Guffley and the throne? He revealed the answer, the name carrying a weight of history and intrigue. Sisek. A sudden, sharp intake of breath cut through the tense silence. The man seated at the table slammed his fist, demanding to know what that brat was doing, even if he killed his brother. Duke Aaron stood firm, declaring that there's no such thing as never, his expression unyielding. A dark, horned figure loomed, a silent testament to the words, "Everything is connected." A dark-haired man was engulfed in blue energy, pain etched across his face as he thought, "I know that firsthand." The blue energy swirled around Duke Aaron, a visible manifestation of power. The energy erupted outwards, a wave of raw force. He stood amidst the chaos, the blue energy radiating from him like a beacon. Duke Aaron's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. What was it with this aura? The fight intensified, a blur of motion and clashing power as the dark-haired man fought back. One figure stood over the other, realizing that their opponent hadn't been using his full strength. Duke Aaron's expression hardened, a grim understanding settling in. He knew that firsthand. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze, his red eye filled with power. A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning what the man knows. Support Ellen Pendragon stares in disbelief, wondering who the hell this man is. A majestic, dragon-like figure descends, its form radiating immense power. Support Ellen Pendragon and another man watch as the dragon-like figure materializes before them. The man in the dark cloak utters a revelation. The white dragon has appeared. The white dragon's face is a mask of ancient wisdom and formidable strength. Its scales shimmer with an ethereal light, hinting at the immense power within. Support Ellen Pendragon and the man in the dark cloak stand before the white dragon's radiant form. The white dragon's presence fills the room with an otherworldly energy. The white dragon's wings spread wide, casting a celestial glow upon the scene. Support Ellen Pendragon and the man in the dark cloak are bathed in the white dragon's ethereal light. He muttered, the name of the dragon echoing in his mind. The white-haired woman felt a fierce dragon aura emanating nearby. Someone asked Support Ellen Pendragon if he was all right, calling him Ray. Neutral Ian Aragon thought the dragon was beautiful. The Pendragons, they're the contractors of the white dragon. Neutral Ian Aragon smirked, a glint in his eye. Neutral Ian Aragon stated that he understood. A question hung in the air. Neutral Ian Aragon spoke, his expression unreadable. The white-haired woman stated that she would trust his intuition. Someone asked if something had happened, and Neutral Ian Aragon laughed. Neutral Ian Aragon was called out by name, and the speaker said that a lot had happened. Aaron Pendragon suggested a change of scenery, a journey to somewhere new. The destination was declared with enthusiasm, their summer villa. The Duke stood alongside a winged woman, as another man spoke of the villa's location. It was on the outskirts of somewhere. The location was further clarified, along the Silver Tion beach. The plan was to lure their enemies out from there, to the scenic coast. Carriages rolled along the road, carrying them toward their destination. The first day of the Pendragon house's summer vacation began with a rather unusual form of transport. Ellen Pendragon overlooked the spectacular view of the Silbal coast, the vast ocean stretching out before them. The day ended with a sumptuous feast, the aroma of roasted meats filling the air. Well, just now in the harbor, the group enjoyed the meal, savoring each bite of the delicious food. Of whale meat, a sudden battle broke out, a warrior clashing with a monstrous beast. Meanwhile, the night sky cast a serene glow over the coastal town, the moon reflecting off the calm waters. Ellen sat on the balcony, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of the sea. Toasting to the nightless lose? The support character raised a glass, a thoughtful expression on their face. The wine shimmered in the glass, reflecting the warm light of the evening. He held a glass of red wine, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Duke Aaron offered an invitation, his intentions unclear. The man with the blonde ponytail regarded him coolly. He observed that Duke Aaron seemed to be in a bad mood. Duke Aaron's expression twisted into a mask of forced enthusiasm. Of course, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with something unreadable. The man accused him of inviting the girls on vacation. He questioned why it was always Duke Aaron who caused problems. The man's face was a mixture of anger and disappointment as he looked at Duke Aaron. The image of the girls on vacation seemed to fuel his frustration. The man accused Duke Aaron of putting up a face that showed no interest. His words hung heavy in the air. The man stood over Duke Aaron, who was seated. He wondered if it could be him, his tone laced with suspicion. Duke Aaron declared that he was already married, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He took a sip of his wine, his eyes narrowed as he considered the man's words. The tension in the air was palpable. The man exclaimed, realizing something. He then wondered if it could be Duke Aaron, his voice filled with a dawning understanding. The man's gaze shifted to the winged woman, his expression hardening. He questioned if it had something to do with that dragon. Duke Aaron looked away, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The man pointed a finger accusingly, his eyes filled with suspicion as the winged woman stood behind him. He looked up, startled by the sudden realization, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. His thoughts drifted back to a conversation, recalling when he was seen in the castle, talking to the white. The memory continued, the voice noting that he seemed different from usual during that encounter. Lost in thought, Duke Aaron sat alone, a glass of red wine in hand, the ocean stretching out before him. A shadow fell over him as he considered his lineage, acknowledging that he is a Pendragon. But the memory sharpened, showing him with a winged woman under the moonlight, the word Tia hanging in the air. The flashback continued, the winged woman now identified as Raven, standing near fire. His expression darkened, a hint of sadness in his eyes as he remembered those times. He held the wine glass, denying a certain implication, but the thought lingered in his mind. The red wine swirled in the glass, reflecting his contemplative face, lost in the depths of his memories. He brought the glass to his lips, taking a sip as he continued to ponder the situation, as simple while escaping his lips. His thoughts crystallized. She's special, without a doubt a beauty from another level. He stood on the balcony, a glass of wine in hand, as the other man spoke, dismissing concerns about his sexuality. The man with the wine glass explained that the most important thing was to investigate Cheyenne's assassination. The man with the wine glass continued, mentioning the Imperial Prince Geoffrey and his mother, Baroness Irlin. The man with the wine glass stated that Lu's governor, Segunda, and the Imperial Prince Geoffrey are relatives. The man with the wine glass suggested that if the Imperial Prince Geoffrey was the mastermind behind the assassination, he would have made a move. The man with the wine glass added that the Imperial Prince Geoffrey and his associates were in the nearby Sisek. Duke Aaron listened intently as the man with the wine glass continued to speak. The man with the wine glass asked if Duke Aaron thought they were coming to kill him, for instance. The man with the wine glass expressed disbelief that they would want to feed on the Imperial Prince, calling them outlawry bastards. The man with the wine glass stated that Duke Aaron wasn't the type to just stay put and let himself get eaten. He responded that he was looking forward to it, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He declared his readiness to unleash a rampage, but a voice urged patience. The unseen speaker insisted that their target must first take the bait. Elsewhere, Duke Aaron stood on a balcony with another man, both holding wine glasses as they spoke. However, the Duke seemed to be lost in thought, his expression contemplative. He considered that even with limited information, he could still discern the enemy's intentions. The Duke's gaze intensified, his features sharpening as he focused his mind. Surrounded by swirling energy, Aaron seemed to be drawing upon some inner power, certain that he would know. Back on the balcony, the man with the wine glass wondered if it was Aaron's instinct to play. The man wondered if there was something more to Aaron than met the eye. The question hung in the air. Exactly what was it that he could see? Aaron Pendragon's name echoed, solidifying his identity in the unfolding narrative. Meanwhile, under the Lu's underworld sky, a new chapter began to unfold. Elsewhere, he stood outside the Archipelago Orca bar, the setting sun glinting off the windows. Orcs lounged on the steps, while a man with blonde hair stood nearby. The sign above the door clearly marked the establishment, Bar Archipelago Orca. Inside, a muscular orc tapped a rhythm on a table with a mallet, his expression unreadable. Another orc admitted to being shocked, while his companion agreed, surprised that a human would enter the Archipelago Orca. A disembodied voice hoped that he doesn't get eaten. A stylized orca emblem adorned the wall, its crossed-out eye hinting at a rough history. A patron took a long swig from a tankard, the sound echoing in the dimly lit bar. The bartender, a man with a yellow bandana, held a tankard, his expression unreadable. An Orcish patron exclaimed, his sharp teeth glinting in the low light. Another voice encouraged someone to chug in well. The bartender sat on a barrel, tuning his instrument as the orcs watched. An orc with an eye patch and skulls around his neck watched intently. The man with dreadlocks brandishes a small sword, his pointed ears twitching as he speaks. The question hangs in the air. What did the governor say? Duke Aaron glances away, seemingly lost in thought. An unseen observer expresses shock at the audacity of killing the prince. The man with dreadlocks throws his head back and laughs, a blue-skinned companion at his side. The man with dreadlocks seems to consider the implications. A smirk plays across the face of the man with dreadlocks. The unseen speaker recalls a similar event 3 years prior. Aaron Pendragon lowers his gaze to the mug in his hands, his expression unreadable. The voice continues, disparaging the current location and its inhabitants. The man with dreadlocks sits across from Aaron Pendragon, the blue-skinned figure nearby, as they share drinks in the dimly lit bar. The unseen speaker acknowledges someone else's boldness. He leaned back, considering the situation. Not only was it in front of the Ratu and orcs, but something else was brewing. The unseen speaker acknowledged his guts. Acting like this in front of him, too, was quite bold. The man with the bandana admitted he kind of liked that attitude, a smirk playing on his lips. An unseen voice declared that strong guys are splendid, adding to the tension in the room. The man gestured emphatically, declaring it was both orcs and humans. His expression was wild. The scene shifted, focusing on the details of the room, hinting at the information to come. Aaron Pendragon held out a document. He stated that here were the details, ready to be revealed. The scene widened, showing the orc-like figure and others in the background. The snake and the cat will be invited to his home. An unseen speaker declared that they will jump right in with a little stimulation, adding to the anticipation. The Duke acknowledged the information, so the cutie tyrant of the imperial capital was the target. Aaron Pendragon grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He stated that he was going to have a blast. The scene ended with a close-up of the bar, hinting at the events to come and the chaos that might unfold. He reclined, listening as the vampire leaned forward, asking if he could pose a personal question. The vampire's expression shifted, a confused, "What is it?" escaping his lips. The vampire's eyes narrowed, his suspicion growing as he muttered, "Are you?" The vampire recoiled, a look of disgust twisting his features as he clutched at something in his hand. His fangs bared, the vampire's voice dripped with disbelief as he questioned, "Human?" The vampire's eyes widened, his body tensing as he muttered, "Human." A visible aura emanated from Aaron, causing the vampire to stagger backward, overwhelmed by the sudden pressure. The vampire stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance as the oppressive aura intensified. His face contorted in pain, the vampire gasped, "What was this aura that makes me unable to breathe?" The vampire's question hung in the air, unanswered, as he struggled against the unseen force. Clutching his chest, the vampire's eyes darted wildly as he repeated, "Human," in disbelief. The vampire's hand trembled, his body seemingly unable to withstand the overwhelming power emanating from Aaron. He is sent flying upwards, a trail of blood arcing behind him. The attacker's legs are blurred with speed as he follows through with the kick. The man on the receiving end of the blow looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and pain. He crashes to the ground, the impact sending dust billowing around him. His hand slams against the hard-packed earth, a grunt escaping his lips. The pirate hat-wearing man grins, impressed. Hey, you landed on your feet. Amama Zing." The pirate hat-wearing man continues, stating that Aaron is more of an expert than he had thought. The pirate hat-wearing man leans in close to Duke Aaron, commenting on him being a human. The pirate hat-wearing man calls out to a blue-skinned character, addressing him as Pack. The pirate hat-wearing man suggests that since it's been a while, they should eat some orc meat. The blue-skinned character, sporting an eye patch, bares his fangs in anticipation. The blue-skinned character imagines orc meat that has aged in the forest for decades and bets it's tasty. The pirate hat-wearing character points a finger at the blue-skinned character. The blue-skinned character seems to agree, responding that it sounds great. The blue-skinned character wonders aloud what Junior will eat. The pirate hat-wearing character declares that he will eat cat and snake and kill all the males. Immediately, the pirate hat-wearing character, surrounded by a red aura, says to peel all the females to eat them. The pirate hat-wearing character's legs are surrounded by a red aura as he laughs maniacally. A character with brown hair peeks from the bottom of the panel, thinking that he's not human, he's a monster. The pirate hat-wearing character is revealed to be Arangis, the second son of the head of one of the 5 great dukedoms of the Empire, Sea Dragon King. Arangis's face is shown in close-up with a sinister grin. The coastal town basked in the sunlight, unaware of the events about to unfold within its walls. A puzzled expression formed as word arrived. An invitation from the governor of Luz, Count Segunda, had been delivered. The news sparked excitement among some. A ball? The prospect filled them with anticipation. The decision was unanimous. They would all attend the Count's ball. The invitation was passed around the table, confirming their attendance at the upcoming event. Plans began to form. For Duke Aaron, the invitation represented something more. Their opportunity had arrived. He would go along with whatever she wanted for now at least, he resolved. The Count's name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The woman's thoughts drifted to the Count, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she whispered his title. The Duke and the woman stood together, the young girl looking up at them, as they discussed the implications of the invitation. The Duke offered his mother a seat, urging her to rest as the weight of the situation settled upon them. He mused over the invitation, thinking that many things were bound to happen there at the ball. A voice expressed gratitude, the words hanging in the air like a gentle breeze. Another voice spoke, the words unheard, lost to the distance. Aaron's name was called out, followed by another soul. He found himself surrounded by people, the weight of his responsibilities settling upon his shoulders. Aaron thought to himself, a silent promise to take care of his mother echoing in his mind. A decision was made, someone entrusting the Duchess with an unknown task. He gazed up at the sky, his expression unreadable as he contemplated the future. Meanwhile, the imposing silhouette of Segunda's mansion rose against the sunset, a beacon of power and intrigue. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache observed the scene, his gaze sharp and calculating as he stood amongst others. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled crowd. 2 men greeted the arriving guests with practiced smiles and warm words. A grand horse-drawn carriage, adorned with banners, made its stately approach. The arriving party was a vision of elegance and nobility. The anticipation in the air was palpable. The woman with blonde hair exclaimed at the sight of the approaching figures. A hushed whisper of admiration passed through the crowd. The prince and Duke Aaron had arrived, their presence commanding attention. Murmurs of respect and awe rippled through the assembled nobles as they took in the sight of the arriving dignitaries. Meanwhile, a sudden, sharp cry pierced the air. A monstrous maw opened, its fangs bared in a terrifying roar. Pendragon. The man with blonde hair and long coat stood amidst the chaos, his expression a mask of fury as he exclaimed that things were not as he was told. The two women's eyes widened, a shared expression of shock etched on their faces. Duke Aaron, standing beside a hulking orc, questioned the sudden intrusion with a bewildered expression. The orc's massive feet crushed the stone floor, a clear sign of unwelcome arrival. The orc sneered, dismissing the partygoers as insignificant, stuffed pigs ripe for the slaughter. Someone complained, expressing their disappointment that the event was not what they expected. Duke Aaron stood calmly as the orc glared menacingly at the surrounding crowd. Another voice demanded the whereabouts of warriors, eager to engage in battle with the orcs. A voice thanked the attendees for their presence, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The speaker identified themselves as being from Pendragon and Company. The Duke watched as the orc towered over the other guests, a mixture of concern and curiosity on his face. Elsewhere, a man in a black suit stood on a staircase, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. A knight declared his service to Governor Segunda, his expression resolute. A new figure steps forward, introducing himself as Vincent. He offers a polite greeting, a practiced smile on his face. The air crackles with unspoken power as the words, "Young Lord Pendragon," hang in the air. His eyes glow with an inner light, a visible manifestation of immense power. Vincent's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He recognizes the unmistakable sign of potent magic, an aura flow. The young lord's power radiates, a tangible force in the room. It is said that only the fiercest warriors, those steeped in battle, possess such an aura. Vincent's expression hardens, a calculating look in his eyes. He suggests they observe the situation a little longer, his tone laced with caution. The young lord's gaze is intense, his thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, he addresses the crowd, asking them to follow him. He stood among the assembled group, the crowd awaiting his next instruction. Vincent strode forward, his pace measured and confident, the sound of his footsteps echoing. The man with blonde hair watched Vincent's back as he led the way, his expression unreadable. Vincent's pace remained steady, his posture unwavering as he continued onward. The orc-like character watched, a thought forming in his mind. Perhaps he could. The man in the white suit observed the scene, his expression thoughtful and his gaze intense. The group proceeded through the hallway, the ornate paintings and decorations a testament to their surroundings. The hallway stretched onward, the group's destination still unknown as they continued their journey. The walls were adorned with art, each piece telling a silent story of the past. The group moved as one, their faces a mixture of anticipation and curiosity as they followed Vincent. The hallway opened up to a grand staircase, hinting at the opulence that lay ahead. A man in a blue suit stood with a cane, flanked by maids, awaiting the arrival of the group. The older man adjusts his monocle. He declares, "I am the governor of Luz, Torio Segunda. It has been a long time, hasn't it, Prince Ian?" The blond man smiles, his red eyes gleaming. Torio Segunda turns to a blonde woman. He says, "And you, Princess Ingrid." Torio Segunda peers through his monocle. "You have become even prettier." Support Ellen Pendragon's eyes widen slightly. Torio Segunda gestures to another blonde woman. "And this one is Lady Aaron?" Torio Segunda thinks to himself, "To think you have become this pretty." Torio Segunda's gaze intensifies. "He's," Torio Segunda says, "and now, the rumor of the moment, the Pendragon young lord." Torio Segunda continues, "You made a pact with the White Dragon, and made both orcs and griffins follow you." He declared the situation truly splendid, though his expression did not match his words. However, a different man's narrowed eyes betrayed a contrasting sentiment, a sense of unease settling in. Ellen Pendragon, his gaze downcast, somberly reported that her condition was not good. The man with glasses relayed that she was resting at another villa with her other sister, finding the news awful. Torio Segunda, his voice booming, declared he would send his personal healers to attend to her immediately. Ellen Pendragon expressed gratitude, but requested that he refrain from doing so, adding that he would also go to see her personally. The blond man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he stated that if a dangerous situation appeared. The man with glasses seemed troubled, muttering that it would get troublesome. Torio Segunda, surrounded by others, responded with a simple, questioning, "Is that so?" He then encouraged everyone to enjoy the evening to their heart's content, seemingly dismissing the prior concerns. The blond man's companion agreed, calling someone a distasteful motherfucker. It was said that he proposed to the Duchess long ago and was rejected. It has already been 20 years, yet he remains as persistent as ever. Besides that, the knight, Vincent, is also being discussed. He came to Luz 2 years ago and is Count Segunda's most trusted retainer. It is rumored that he is the one who does the dirty work for Count Segunda. That is what was heard, as Vincent holds his wine glass. Dirty jobs, huh? How is he connected to the Sisek incident? That's someone's cue to leave. She thinks to herself that it is time to enjoy the party and warns others not to drink too much. That's what Vincent should be saying as he walks with another. Meanwhile, two women gossip at the party. A sudden exclamation cuts through the air, a sharp, echoing sound. The grand castle loomed against the sunset, its silhouette a stark reminder of power. Vincent stood, his expression unreadable, as he questioned the attire of an unseen guest. A hand seized a man's neck, the attack swift and brutal. "Why did you come here?" A single word hung in the air, a pregnant pause before the storm. The reason for the intrusion was simple. I heard that there was going to be a party. Vincent's hand gestured a silent command. "You have to be dressed." The man's face contorted in pain as a blade grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The attacker stood over his downed opponent, the fight clearly decided. "This is my attire." The world faded to white. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man with a braided beard spoke into a device, his expression grim. "And I am." The man with the braided beard stood amidst fallen bodies, a macabre invitation hanging in the air. "So now, let us play to our heart's content." Someone thinks of a duke as a bull brat. Two men stand side by side, observing something with interest. Duke Pendragon, or rather, Aaron Pendragon, that is his true name. Vincent stands in a grand hall, lost in thought. Someone calls out to neutral Vincent, addressing him as Sir Vincent. Another man stands in a room, holding a glass of wine. A decorative border. The man holding the wine explains that he was able to see the other's aura flow when it was released. However, he soon averted his eyes, looking frightened. Vincent holds a glass of wine and begins to explain something. It's just a small fry. He was asked how he compared to someone else, the question hanging in the air. Vincent, holding a glass of wine, simply stated that he did not know the answer. He tilted the glass, the liquid reflecting the light as he brought it to his lips. The thought of a night of Alvas crossed someone's mind, the man probably being that night. The narrow-minded and bold warriors were being discussed, their actions under scrutiny. The man with blonde hair stated that it didn't make sense for him to be under such a small fry. Then, the speaker declared that he would leave that night to someone else. The man with white hair, swirling his wine, said it was fine if they weren't able to kill him. It was stated that reinforcements would be coming soon, the implication hanging heavy. The man with white hair, identified as the Dark King, would take care of the cat and the snake. The Dark King asked Vincent if he had met him at that garbage dump, right? A monstrous figure appeared, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A man with a bandana looks up at a taller figure, concern etched on his face. Vincent's expression is grim as he stares down at the liquid in his glass. Vincent contemplates the power of an unseen enemy. He acknowledges that nobody can win against him. He's a beast. An older man with gray hair laughs, holding a glass of red liquid. If Vincent is the one saying it, then things will go as planned. Vincent is considered the most clever and fierce of them all. If today's incident goes well, their plan will succeed. The older man states that their progress is going to be even bigger and progress much faster. And when that time comes, he will give Vincent the position that he wants so badly. Vincent appears humbled by the offer. Someone declares their loyalty, calling the older man my liege. Vincent states that it's fine and that he has no ties to anything. A voice declares that something will occur here at the party. The older man smiles, anticipating the events to come. A sentiment hangs in the air, a promise of similarity. The party bustled with life, though one guest dismissed the others as carefree idiots. Duke Pendragon's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The Duke stood, glass in hand, observing the festivities from a distance. An agreement was reached, a silent confirmation hanging in the air. Couples strolled down the grand staircase, lost in their own worlds amidst the celebration. Meanwhile, the revelry shattered, glass exploding inward with violent force. Splintered remains of windows rained down, the festive atmosphere replaced by chaos. The expressions of partygoers shifted from joy to terror as the destruction unfolded. The party, once a scene of carefree celebration, was now a tableau of shock and confusion. A figure emerged amidst the wreckage, sword in hand, a pirate's grin on his face. Chaos erupts as a terrified voice cries out, identifying the attackers. Pirates! A pirate leaps into the fray, boots crashing onto the shattered remains of the once elegant party. A terrified guest recoils, the pirate's blade a blur of deadly intent as it descends. Other guests are caught in a whirlwind of violence, desperately trying to evade the pirate's assault. The pirate's cruel grin widens as blood splatters, the scene descending into a nightmare of carnage. Another pirate descends from above, bringing death and destruction to the partygoers below. The pirate leader, eyes burning with bloodlust, commands his crew to pillage and kill without mercy. The pirates' depraved desires are laid bare. They seek to harm the women present. The pirates revel in the chaos, their bloodthirsty rampage leaving a trail of bodies in its wake. A pirate brutally attacks a defenseless guest, the sound of tearing flesh echoing through the hall. A horrified witness can only cry out in anguish at the senseless violence. Vincent covers his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief at the carnage unfolding before him. They stood in the aftermath, observing the gruesome scene. The floor was splattered with blood, a testament to the violence that had occurred. The cleanup would be extensive. The blood would stain, a lasting reminder of the carnage. Vincent listened intently as the older man spoke, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be receiving instructions. The man assured him that no suspicion would fall on him, addressing Vincent as my liege. Then, Vincent ran a hand through his hair, his face a mask of barely suppressed anxiety. Footsteps echoed as a woman fled the scene, her high heels clicking against the stone floor. The woman, Lindsay, cursed under her breath. Running in heels was proving to be difficult. A group of women hurried down the stairs, their faces etched with fear. One of them cried out, questioning the unfolding horror. A figure descended the stairs, a sword raised high, ready to strike. The women scattered, desperate to escape the attacker's reach. Elsewhere, a pirate grinned, his teeth bared, seemingly pleased with the chaos. A pale hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A towering figure looms, its form radiating an eerie glow, standing over several indistinct shapes. A group of people stand together, their expressions a mix of fear and resignation as they face an unknown threat. Vincent peers out from under the brim of his hat, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding scene. A disembodied voice echoes, a single word hanging in the air. Who? The sound of choking fills the air, a desperate gasp for breath cut short. A woman with blonde hair clutches at her throat, her eyes wide with terror as a hand tightens around her neck. Another woman with dark hair is also being choked. A woman with brown hair struggles to breathe, her face contorted in pain as she whispers, "I can't breathe." A hand reaches out, intent on forcing something down her throat. Eat. The woman with silver hair's eyes widen in horror, tears streaming down her face as she remembers, this is just like that time. The towering figure stands amidst a burst of energy, its form radiating power as it prepares to unleash its might. A spectral figure looms, radiating an ominous aura. The air crackles with an unknown power, triggering a primal fear. A hand extends, fingers twitching, as if manipulating unseen forces. The gesture seems to command the shadows. The pirate-like man points a finger, singling out the woman in the blue dress. His words echo with dark intent. "I choose you." Steel flashes as a blade is drawn, ready to strike. The metallic shriek cuts through the tension. The pirate-like man bares his fangs, a manic grin spreading across his face. He raises his sword, eager for the coming battle. The distressed woman clutches her head, her face contorted in anguish. She seems to be resisting some unseen force. The air vibrates with the force of clashing steel. The sounds of battle echo through the scene. The man with swords narrows his eyes, his gaze intense and focused. He prepares to meet the pirate-like man's attack. The man with swords clashes against the pirate-like man, Lindsay watching from nearby. The battle intensifies, sparks flying with each strike. The legs move with incredible speed, a blur of motion as the battle rages on. The combatants are locked in a deadly dance. Two women look on in shock, one exclaiming, "Brother!" A familial connection is revealed amidst the chaos. The sword fight reaches a fever pitch, the man with swords and the pirate-like man locked in a fierce struggle. Lindsay watches with growing concern. He lay on the ground, debris scattered around him. A voice called out, asking if he was okay. Aaron Pendragon's expression was one of pain and confusion, his blonde hair matted with dust. The voice belonged to Sirad, though he was nowhere to be seen in the immediate vicinity. A woman in a dark blue dress stood nearby, seemingly unaffected by the ongoing conflict. The pirate-like man smirked, confident in his strategy. These idiots took the bait. No matter how closely he looked, the man could not find what he was looking for. The woman in the blue dress watched as Aaron Pendragon fought the pirate-like man. That's just a huge pig. Elsewhere, a man with blonde hair walked down the stairs, his expression unreadable. The man's red eyes narrowed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Did you think?" His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, the gold filigree glinting in the light. "That you only had one opponent?" The man with the spear joined the fray, turning the tide against Aaron Pendragon and his pirate-like foe. So, that's what he meant. The man in the white suit is accompanied by something. Finally, things have gotten interesting. The man with blonde hair descends the stairs, observing the scene below. The one who got baited was me. The blonde-haired man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. The green-skinned character looms over the man in the white suit. The man in the white suit remains stoic. A menacing grin spreads across the green-skinned character's face. "I see, huh? But you idiots." He is held firmly, the world a swirl of red energy around him. A voice echoes, a command or a plea, never change. A pirate-like man with glowing yellow eyes grins, confident in his dark assessment. No matter how many worms there are, they will never be able to put up a fight. The man's red headband stood out against the dark background. From a distance, two figures faced each other, ready to fight. One tells the other to do their best. The man stood his ground, sword and shield at the ready. One of the men tells Aaron that if he loses, he will eat him along with those women. Aaron simply replies with off. One of the men says he will try to create an opening. The man orders the other to go in and finish him off. Aaron looks on, surprised by the other man's statement. He remarks that it is unexpected coming from him. The man simply replies with I hate. Saying this, the man looks off to the side. The man realizes that even though he is one of the masters of the imperial capital, after crossing blades with the other, he realized that the man with the red headband is the only one who could defeat that monster. The words hang in the air, a silent challenge. Duke Aaron stands with another man, the tension palpable between them. The Duke Aaron's eyes narrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you think I'm going to let you die? The Duke Aaron draws his sword, the steel glinting ominously. That's not something he would allow. You would do. The words echo in the silence. A figure wreathed in a dark red aura clashes with multiple opponents, swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The battle rages on, swords clashing and sparks flying as the combatants struggle for dominance. A man in a suit fights with a sword, his movements precise and deadly as he faces his unseen foe. A monstrous figure appears, its grotesque features contorted in a savage snarl. The monster roars, a primal scream of rage and fury. The first floor has become a mess, one pirate says, as he deals with the shitty pirates. A weird mask guy is blocking off Isla on the stairs, preventing anyone from going further. To help them, Duke Aaron leaps from the upper level, ready to engage the mysterious foe. The masked figure meets him blade to blade, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. He parries a blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his arm as he counters. Duke Aaron's eyes widen as he locks blades with a masked figure, the intensity of the battle etched on his face. The masked figure presses his attack, forcing the Duke back with a flurry of strikes. He spins away from another strike, narrowly avoiding a blow that would have surely found its mark. The masked figure leaps down the stairs, his cloak billowing behind him as he continues his pursuit. Stumbling, Duke Aaron recovers his footing, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure. The masked figure pauses, turning back to say, I can't let you go to the 2nd floor. Duke Aaron's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination as he prepares to continue the fight. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber. The masked figure grinned, baring sharp teeth as he advanced. He parried the masked figure's attack, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The masked figure pressed the attack, forcing Duke Aaron onto the defensive. Sparks flew as the masked figure's dual blades crashed against Aaron's guard. The masked figure's sword pressed against Aaron's shield, the force of the blow evident. The masked figure's relentless assault sent Aaron flying backwards. The masked figure pressed his advantage, his swords a blur of motion. The masked figure sneered. Would you look at this? Both of you only amount to this. The masked figure's strike landed, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Aaron gasped, pain etched across his face as he fell. The masked figure stood over the fallen Duke, his victory assured. He clashed swords with the opponent, the force of the blow echoing. The opponent's blade pressed down, a relentless assault of steel. Duke Aaron gritted his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The opponent's speed was shocking. How could someone so large move so fast? Desperation rising, Duke Aaron cried out a name, Ian. The opponent pressed his advantage, his sword a blur of motion. The sound of impact reverberated, a brutal connection made. The opponent's sword struck true, sending Duke Aaron reeling backward. His sword, once a symbol of power, clattered uselessly to the ground. A hand tightened around the hilt of the victor's blade. The opponent smirked, a chilling declaration escaping his lips, one down. The opponent advanced, his sword raised for a final, decisive strike. The man with dreadlocks and a red headband bares his teeth, a savage roar escaping his throat. A hand, adorned with a decorative cuff, reaches out towards the hilt of a fallen sword. The blonde-haired figure and the man with dreadlocks clash, their blades meeting with a resounding clang. The combatants' feet pound against the ground, each step a testament to the intensity of the battle. Duke Aaron's expression hardens, a grim determination etched upon his face as he prepares for the next exchange. A voice cries out, urging him forward. Now, Aaron. The command rings out, a desperate plea to end the fight. Finish him dash. The sword is raised high, poised to strike a decisive blow against the downed opponent. The man with dreadlocks is caught between Duke Aaron and another figure, the intensity of the moment palpable. The hand grips the sword tightly, knuckles white with the strain of the impending attack. Duke Aaron's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he prepares to deliver the final strike. The blade descends, a blur of motion and deadly intent aimed at the fallen foe. He advanced, the intent to end the fight clear in his posture. Duke Aaron's expression was grim, his blue eyes focused on the target. The opponent's eyes widened, a silent question forming on his lips. The Duke's sword descended, a swift and decisive strike against his foe. Aaron's face was set, his determination unwavering as he pressed the attack. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed in the arena. The opponent recoiled, the Duke's blade having found its mark. The man with the red headband staggered, blood beginning to flow from the wound. The sword gleamed crimson, the evidence of the brutal strike undeniable. The opponent's arm was slashed, the ornate sleeve torn and soaked with blood. Duke Aaron watched as his opponent's blood dripped, his expression unreadable. The sounds of the fight faded, leaving only the heavy silence of the aftermath. He descends, his foot connecting with devastating force against his opponent. The impact sends the blonde-haired Duke crashing to the ground. His eyes widen in shock, a silent scream building in his throat. The hunter stands over his fallen prey, the force of the blow evident. He looms over the defeated Duke, a crimson aura surrounding him. Black blood spills from the blonde Duke's mouth, his eyes wide with terror. The hunter stands triumphant, the blonde Duke a crumpled heap at his feet. The hunter's weapon drips with the blonde Duke's blood. Meanwhile, two figures watch in horror, one barely able to choke out a sound. One of them cries out, the word brother, echoing in the air. A monstrous figure appears, declaring that humans are nothing more than food. The monster laughs maniacally, relishing the thought of devouring humans. The force of the unseen attack shatters the building's facade. He parries a blow from the masked figure, their blades meeting with a resounding clang. The masked figure utters a single, ominous word, Pendragon. Duke Aaron's eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing his face. Someone is sent flying, crashing to the ground below. The masked figure's blade finds its mark, cutting across Duke Aaron's defenses. The masked figure's voice echoes, laced with disdain. Do you think that you can? The masked figure holds a blade, its tip dripping with fresh blood. Afford to look away right now. Duke Aaron grits his teeth, blood trickling from a gash on his cheek. The masked figure stands triumphant over a fallen form. The end. Duke Aaron collapses, his white suit stained crimson. The masked figure looms over him, whispering a cryptic warning. The cat and the snake. He lay defeated, the words of his attacker echoing in his ears. Blood pooled around him, a stark testament to the brutal encounter. The villain, his face twisted in a cruel smile, spoke of his next target. He wondered which of the women he would choose to devour next. The villain's boot loomed over the fallen Duke, a symbol of his dominance. The three women watched in horror, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. The villain's eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger, focused on his next prey. He stood over Duke Aaron, the victor surveying his defeated foe. The villain's sword reflected the light, a deadly promise of further violence. The women cried out in anguish, their voices filled with desperation for Duke Aaron. The villain seemed surprised that Duke Aaron could still stand. The villain marveled at the Duke's resilience, a human who refused to fall. He leaned heavily on his blade, the polished steel stained crimson near the hilt. The unseen speaker mused that his insides should also be a mess. Duke Aaron's eyes glowed with a faint, pained light as he heard the words. The voice declared that he was strong. Strength and technique-wise, the voice continued, as the two women watched with worried expressions. A new figure appeared, his own blade glinting in the light as he prepared to strike. The man with the sword sneered, thinking if it's only this much. Duke Aaron's glowing eyes narrowed, blood dripping from his mouth as he heard the man's thoughts. The man's face was shadowed, but his intent was clear. Duke Aaron stood, his grip tightening on his sword, ready to fight once more. Blades of pure energy crackled through the air. Duke Pendragon faced off against the man with red hair, both caught in a whirlwind of power. The air shimmered with raw, magical force. Duke Pendragon's expression was one of intense focus, blood trickling from his lip. The man with red hair gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled. The energy blades intensified, a deadly dance of light and power. The Duke's cloak billowed as he moved, a blur against the radiant energy. Both fighters were battered, but neither yielded, locked in a desperate struggle. He managed to react, the man with red hair thought. With that kind of timing, he exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The Duke prepared another strike, energy coalescing in his hand. He pressed his attack, the blade singing through the air. The red-haired man was sent reeling from the force of the blow. But the swordsman recovered quickly, his movements a blur. The red-haired man locked him in a joint lock, realizing it was from his blind spot. The red-haired man thought that it was not over yet. The grip on the sword tightened, the knuckles turning white. The red-haired man was sure that it would not work. Duke Pendragon struggled against the hold, his face contorted in pain. The red-haired man declared that it was useless against him. Duke Pendragon's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The pressure increased, the joint creaking under the strain. The red-haired man's expression was one of intense focus, his gaze unwavering. The red-haired man's fist slammed into the side of Duke Pendragon's face. His eyes widened, a sharp pain shooting through his jaw as the force of the blow reverberated. The world blurred at the edges, his vision tunneling as he struggled to maintain consciousness. The Duke was sent flying through the air, the momentum of the strike carrying him away from his attacker. His teeth gritted, Aaron fought to regain his senses, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring his already wounded body. The world spun as Duke Pendragon lay prone, vulnerable to another attack. The clash of steel echoed through the air. The ground trembled with each blow. The red-haired man pressed his advantage, his sword a blur of motion against the fallen Duke. The clash of steel echoed, the force of the blows evident. The hooded figure's eyes burned with intensity as crossed blades met. A grunt escaped the hooded figure as the pressure mounted against him. Duke Aaron pressed his attack, his expression a mask of fierce determination. Fragments of shattered stone rained down, a testament to the battle's ferocity. With a burst of speed, Duke Aaron moved to strike again, his sword blur. The hooded figure parried desperately, his smaller blade struggling to hold. The hooded figure was forced back, the impact of each block shaking him. The hooded figure thought that thin sword is suited for assassinations. Not for head-on fights, Duke Aaron thought, gripping his sword tightly. The hooded figure, battered but unbroken, prepared for the next exchange. His grip tightened on the sword, knuckles white against the worn leather. Duke Aaron's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he wondered what was happening. A piercing scream echoed through the halls, cutting through the tension. The hooded figure pressed their attack, forcing Duke Aaron to parry desperately. Was that scream just now? From the Dark King. Duke Aaron's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. From that monster. The hooded figure's expression tightened, a bead of sweat rolling down their brow. Did he? The battle raged on. The hooded figure and Duke Aaron locked in a deadly dance. Monstrous figures clashed in the shadows, their brutal struggle unseen by the combatants above. Blood splatters across the ground, coating a hand and armored leg. A figure looms over their defeated foe, demanding, "Do you get it now?" An enraged orc bares his fangs, shouting, "You shit pirate orcs?" Another orc, brandishing a crude blade, declares, "The orcs from the Ancona forest." The battlefield is littered with bodies. A voice booms, "Are the strongest." A disembodied voice declares the existence of the orcs from the archipelago. Meanwhile, the hooded figure looks up, his eyes wide with shock. "God, completely obliterated?" A man in a white suit stares upwards, a look of disbelief on his face. "What the hell?" The pirate orc's face is contorted in confusion. "Are they?" Duke Aaron's eyes dart around, sweat beading on his brow as he assesses the situation. The man in the suit stands on the staircase as the hooded figure plummets towards him. He looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension as Duke Aaron falls. He glances back, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The tables have turned, and Duke Aaron is running for his life. A hand reaches down, ready to strike. The man with dreadlocks and a shield stands over the fallen Duke Aaron. Duke Aaron lies on the ground, his sword cast aside. Duke Aaron, bloodied and bruised, declares that the tables have turned. The man with dreadlocks wonders if they have it. The shield gleams, a silent promise of protection. The man with dreadlocks warns him not to push his luck. The man with dreadlocks' eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Duke Aaron is charged at, the word Pendragon echoing. The man with dreadlocks stands firm, shield raised. He charged forward, a determined look on his face, with a muscular figure with a mohawk running alongside him. The man with dreadlocks shouted, "Isla, Carta," as Duke Aaron approached, ready to strike. Elsewhere, a hand reached out, grasping the handle of a door, ready to make an escape. The force of the blow sent Duke Aaron sprawling, the impact reverberating through the room. The man with dreadlocks gazed down at the fallen Duke, his expression unreadable. With a surge of strength, Duke Aaron raised his shield, blocking a potentially fatal blow. The force of the impact sent someone crashing to the ground, a pained grunt escaping their lips. Duke Aaron stood over his opponent, the man with dreadlocks now prone on the ground. With a desperate leap, the man with dreadlocks dove through a nearby window, making his escape. From the shadows, the man with dreadlocks declared, "Let's have a rematch sometime in the future." His eyes gleaming with malice, he muttered, "When that time comes." As he plummeted from the window, the man with dreadlocks vowed, "I will definitely snap that neck of yours." He watched as the man with dreadlocks leaped through the window. The attacker plummeted towards the ground below. A dark shape swooped in to meet him. The man landed astride a griffin, chains dangling from its harness. The griffin soared away, carrying the attacker into the night sky as Duke Aaron watched from the window. The attacker, now safely mounted, cursed his target. The attacker and Griffin escaped. The man with dark hair noted that Duke Aaron had managed to injure the attacker's arm and eye. The man with dark hair wondered why that night Vincent would attack Duke Aaron. The older man with gray hair stated that this disturbance was planned beforehand. The man with dark hair cursed that old bastard. He considered the evidence, unsure if it was enough to prove his suspicions. Nevertheless, the woman with blonde hair wondered if that night Vincent was truly strong. The man with dark hair stated that they were on even ground during the fight. The woman with blonde hair insisted there was no way he was just a nobody. Aaron listened intently as the man with dark hair continued, mentioning something else. The man with dark hair revealed that Vincent had a tattoo resembling a tower on his shoulder. Aaron's eyes widened, a sudden realization striking him. Elsewhere, the moon cast a silvery glow over the tranquil town. The quaint houses stood in peaceful silence under the moonlight. A woman sat reading by the sea, the gentle waves lapping against the shore. A child sat atop a griffin, its feathers ruffled by the wind. Aaron seemed lost in thought, pondering the implications of the tattoo. The question hung in the air, a seed of dawning realization. Against the backdrop of a luminous moon, a squadron of griffin riders descended. High above the forest floor, he soared through the air on the back of a massive, winged beast. Below, a voice called out, the name echoing through the trees. The man with dreadlocks, his face contorted in anger, shouted, Tolio Arrangens. Elsewhere, a man with white hair strode purposefully through a forest path, a cane in his hand. His face flushed with rage, the man demanded, What do you mean by this? The massive bird landed heavily, its talons digging into the earth. You bastard! Dust and debris scattered as the creature settled. The man with white hair confronted Duke Pendragon, his voice laced with accusation. Didn't you promise that you wouldn't call me that, Governor? The man continued, his anger rising. Were you the one who broke the agreement first? You made a mess out of my mansion. His face red with fury, the man spat, and you were not even able to kill the targets. Tolio Arrangens mused, his expression unreadable. Apart from a snake, the cat got plenty. To avoid further injuries, he would simply acquire the witch doctor. The deal was that he would bring the rest from the south. Tolio Arrangens's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he wonders aloud. Which? A disembodied voice questions if there's a doctor. The figure confirms that they wish to kidnap the mother of that white worm. The unseen speaker reveals that they've sent the orcs there as well. The man with the scar across his eye states that he specializes in brainwashing and assassination. The braided hair man gestures emphatically, saying if he was here, there's no way they wouldn't be able to deal with them. The man with braided hair is enraged, yelling that because he had to send him to the villa, they failed in killing them. The braided hair man accuses someone of insatiable lust. A voice commands the Dark King to shut up. Tolio Arrangens is visibly shaken, sweat dripping as he is asked if he bragged. The voice berated him, citing his supposed abilities and failure to complete the request. A finger jabbed accusingly toward Tolio Arrangens, the gesture sharp and aggressive. Tolio Arrangens gasped, recoiling from the unseen force as Duke Aaron watched on. The voice continued, laced with malice, suggesting that he also needed to be hurt. A figure was sent flying, the speaker ensuring they wouldn't be suspected of setting it up. The unseen speaker declared that they would take this. Duke Aaron regarded the scene, the winged creature at his side a silent observer of the reward. The figure plummeted through the trees, a helpless descent into the forest below. A flock of winged creatures flew over a building under the moonlight. The winged creature descended. The winged creature was surrounded by a glowing aura. The winged creature dives, talons extended, ready to strike with deadly force. The winged creatures descend upon the orcs, their assault swift and brutal, as the man in the suit watches on. One of the orcs retaliates, swinging a crude weapon at the man in the suit, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The man in the suit exclaims in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The blue-skinned figures observe the chaos, confident in their numerical advantage. The orcs, though strong, find themselves overwhelmed by the aerial assault. The sound of impact echoes through the battlefield. Duke Aaron Pendragon, bathed in a golden light, raises his sword, ready to strike. A woman is struck down, the force of the blow sending her reeling. A voice cheers, celebrating the victory over the fallen woman. The commander stands victorious over his fallen foe, his soldiers praising his strength. He considers the shaman's power, his gaze intense. A strengthening spell was in effect, its power rippling through the battlefield. A hooded figure stood amidst a complex, magical circle, avian creatures circling above. The ritual intensified, the air crackling with arcane energy as the bird-like creature squawked. The hooded figure chuckled, reveling in the power he was about to unleash after the centaur incident. He found a reason to train once more. Neutral Tolio Arrangens and another man watched the orb. The famous orcs from the archipelago, the Lachuan orcs, were being pushed back. The scene was caused by the declined Pendragon army. Neutral Tolio Arrangens' companion noted that it was because of the strengthening spell. He then addressed Neutral Tolio Arrangens as S. Sir Galota. The hooded figure with the bandaged face considered the centipede in his hand. It seemed like he wasn't the only one there capable of using the strengthening spell. There's another magician of that level there. The hooded figure, surrounded by a red aura, prepared to act. The disembodied voice echoed with arrogance, confident in its superior strength. The man with brown hair, Tolio Arrangens, looked concerned. His companion noted the sinister aura, wondering if it was the power of a witch doctor. The unseen narrator continued, describing the power as capable of slaying thousands of knights and mercenaries. The hooded figure with bandages grinned, revealing his teeth. It was all just bait, after all. Inside the purple orb, two figures were visible. The plan was to kidnap the mother of that white worm, while others were distracted by the pirates. Elsewhere, Tolio Arrangens and the blonde man stood in a forest at night. The blonde man stated that the Dark King gave them the order, not Junior. A voice demanded to know the location, the words crackling with dark energy. The hooded figure with bandages held the purple orb aloft, a manic grin plastered across his face. He wondered aloud about the lady. The blonde woman comforted the two small creatures, her expression filled with concern and empathy. Tears streamed down the crying creature's face, its distress palpable. Tata cries, not wanting to die, while another child, Kekazal, insists he isn't scared. Support Ellen Pendragon reassures the children that there's no need to fear anything, holding them close. A voice declares that their soldiers are fighting for them outside. Ellen Pendragon's eyes glisten with tears as she says that's what she chooses to believe. The voice continues, urging them to believe. A fiery barrier erupts in front of a door, blocking the way. Ellen Pendragon stares at the door, her expression unreadable from behind. Ellen Pendragon holds the children close, a mix of determination and fear in her eyes. The fiery barrier crackles with intense heat. Ellen Pendragon's eyes widen in shock, realizing the door is made of thick metal. Figures stand silhouetted behind the fiery barrier, their intentions unknown. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent prelude to the unfolding drama. A hooded figure, face obscured by bandages, held a fiery aura in their hand. The hooded figure's voice echoed, an invitation laced with menace. And come with us. The hooded figure warned of dire consequences for resistance. If you resist, the trash that is beside you will melt just like that door earlier. Clinging to a woman, one of the children expressed their fear. I don't want to become soup. The woman's expression was a mixture of worry and resolve, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. The hooded figure stood at the edge of the rug, a silent predator surveying their prey. Armored men stood guard, their faces grim as they watched the unfolding scene. The woman's gaze hardened as she questioned the source of the orders. Are those orders from Governor Segunda? She finished, her voice laced with suspicion. The hooded figure's patience wore thin. Stop talking unnecessarily. The hooded figure's threat hung heavy in the air. Or I will make you. A sudden attack throws Lady Elena off guard, a cry escaping her lips. She is quickly bound and gagged, rendered helpless against her unseen assailants. A desperate cry pierces the air, someone calling out for Lady Elena. The bound Lady Elena lies prone on the floor, completely restrained. A hand marked with strange symbols reaches out, its purpose unknown. A hooded figure commands, take her, his intentions shrouded in mystery as a man stands beside him. Lady Elena struggles against her bonds, a pained expression etched on her face. The man beside the hooded figure remarks on how easily they kidnapped the Duchess, impressed by the witch doctor's abilities. A man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, hinting at a power beyond the normal human. They moved with unnatural speed, their blue energy blades slicing through the air. The hooded figure extended a hand, his tattooed arm exposed. The hooded figure's face contorted in anger as Support Ellen Pendragon looked on, shocked. Support Ellen Pendragon stared up at a monstrous figure, fear etched on her face. The winged figure descended, a swirl of blue energy surrounding them. The winged figure stood tall, their wings spread wide, emanating a powerful aura. Blue energy crackled around the winged figure, a sign of immense power. Support Ellen Pendragon's eyes widened as she heard a name called out. Soldrake. A disembodied voice questioned the lack of blood from the fallen. The hooded figure's expression was one of shock and disbelief. The winged figure seemed to be summoning an aura blade. The winged figure prepared to strike, their aura blade glowing intensely. Duke Pendragon, shrouded in shadow, reflects on his actions. He recalls the countless lives he has taken, a grim tally of destruction. Elsewhere, a bandaged woman questions her identity and place in the world. Duke Pendragon's eye betrays a flicker of something unexpected, fear. He wonders if he can truly defeat the woman before him. The bandaged woman stands, surrounded by blades of pure light. Duke Pendragon recognizes the threat she poses. The woman's power radiates, a beacon of defiance. Duke Pendragon realizes that she is not human, noting the jewelry and wings. He marvels at her ability to conjure blades of light with her bare hands. The woman's gaze is intense, her power palpable. A declaration echoes, hinting at a singular, dominant lineage. A majestic dragon, scales shimmering, fills the sky with its presence. A voice booms, questioning who else possesses such immense power. The bandaged figure unleashes a torrent of energy, a draconic force made manifest. Amidst the swirling blue energy, two figures stand silhouetted against the light. The raw power of the energy surges, a tangible display of immense strength. Meanwhile, the Pendragon name hangs in the air, a symbol of legacy and power. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Duke Pendragon sits alone in his carriage. The horses, powerful and steadfast, pull the carriage forward into the night. A hand grips a shield emblazoned with the dragon crest, a symbol of protection. The group acknowledges the shield's healing magic, recognizing its invaluable worth. Doubt lingers, a silent but hanging heavy in the air. He is asked what is up with his body. Aaron Pendragon stands with his arms crossed as a woman leans on him. The unseen speaker reminds him that he was crushed by the monster shield. The woman with silver hair notes that Aaron Pendragon managed to stand up and continue fighting after the attack. Riding in a carriage, Aaron Pendragon states that it is the White Dragon's power. Lying down, Aaron Pendragon hears the woman with silver hair mention the White Dragon. The woman with silver hair thinks that Aaron Pendragon is something else. Meanwhile, under the light of the full moon, a question lingers. Is that really true? A horse-drawn carriage travels along a bridge at night. Elsewhere, griffins soar through the night sky above a building, their forms silhouetted against the moonlit clouds. A man with dirt smeared on his face grins widely, his eyes gleaming with manic excitement. A voice booms, declaring that they have completely demolished something. The Latuan Orcs troops lay defeated, their bodies scattered across the ground. The Pendragon army roars in triumph, their victory secured. A man raises his fist in celebration, the electric blue energy crackling around him. An orc stands with a griffin, its expression unreadable. A piercing scream echoes through the air. Griffins soar through the night sky, bathed in the moonlight. A winged woman stands on a balcony, her back to the viewer. The woman on the balcony offers her thanks as a griffin approaches. Elsewhere, a woman in a white dress stands in a room, her expression serene. A voice echoes, stating that Ray told someone to protect her. Duke Aaron, with his white hair, stands with a griffin, stating that is all. He struggles to grasp the situation, a furrow forming on his brow. The words hang in the air, incomplete and unsettling. Duke Aaron stands on the balcony, listening to the declaration. He has no duty to protect the Pendragon household. His obligation lies only with the one he made the pact with. The weight of that pact settles heavily on him. Previously, a winged figure perches on a railing, its gaze intense. Duke Aaron's eyes reflect a memory, a time when things were different. When Gordon was alive, the world held a different promise. He has only ever seen the dragon scales up close. The dragon's presence is overwhelming, its power radiating outwards. The white dragon only appeared in that form once, a fleeting glimpse of immense power. Duke Aaron remembers a moment shared, a bond forged in a different time. He gazed upward, a serene expression gracing his features as petals drifted by. The Duke's expression softened, his gaze distant as he lay in repose. He appeared stronger, more beautiful than any human, his gaze fixed on something unseen. When they looked at each other, something unspoken passed between them. The woman with blonde hair couldn't help but feel jealous, her expression a mix of longing and regret. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting a deep well of emotion. The winged Duke looked at his husband, no, his son, a complicated mix of emotions swirling within him. He wore a painful gaze, as if reminiscing about a distant past. The woman with blonde hair admitted that she had come to understand this feeling now. Her expression softened, a hint of understanding and acceptance in her eyes. The winged Duke pleaded from now on, asking that someone please keep protecting his son. He looked down, his expression a mixture of sorrow and resignation. She understood that there was a possibility that her son was different. Duke Aaron considered that he might be a different person now. But she was a mother. Even if her son was a different person, no, even if the one inside him is different, she would still love him. She was trying to love him. He too. He didn't understand her words, but even if Ray is Ravenvault or Aaron Pendragon, he still saw it. A memory burned into his mind, illuminated by the cold light of the moon. Support Ellen Pendragon reached out, his winged form silhouetted against the night sky and the dark sea. He saw Alex through him, a connection that transcended time and space, a bond that could not be broken. His hand reached towards the moon, a silent plea, a yearning for something just out of reach. So, out of all the contractors he'd had until now, one stood out, a beacon in the darkness. Ray was perhaps the one he loved the most, a sentiment that echoed in the chambers of his heart. The winged man stood on a balcony, the night air cool against his skin, a woman in white standing nearby. The scene shifted, showing a group of people rushing towards him, concern etched on their faces. A woman asked if he was okay, relaying that she heard he was attacked by those little shits. He responded that he was okay, thanks to Soldrake, and asked what about her, concern evident in his voice. She insisted that she was completely fine, that nothing had happened, though her expression suggested otherwise. He looks on with a raised hand, a question etched on his face. The woman with blonde hair confirms that they have returned. A hand reaches out, a sense of relief washing over them. Support Ellen Pendragon embraces someone, whispering that they are safe and sound, his lovely child. Tears stream down the face of the embraced, a mix of relief and lingering fear evident in their expression. He asks what happened, concern etched on his face as he looks at his mother. His hands grip the fabric of the other's clothing, a silent plea for answers. Support Ellen Pendragon's expression is a mask of worry, his eyes reflecting the weight of the situation. Under the moonlight, he stands on the balcony, lost in thought. Elsewhere, a figure with pointed ears and blue hair appears, their expression unreadable. The pointed ear figure's gaze is intense, their features sharp and focused. Meanwhile, support Ellen Pendragon is surrounded by others, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken concerns. The evening drew to a close as well-wishers bid their farewells. The well-wishers smiled, their faces flushed with the warmth of the gathering. Another voice called out, wishing him a good night. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considered something. The hems of dresses brushed against the floor as the crowd began to disperse. Support Ellen Pendragon embraced his wife, Lindsay, wishing her a good night. A soft, hesitant voice offered a good night to Lord Aaron. Her gaze drifted downwards, a hint of sadness in her eyes. He turned, acknowledging the woman's farewell with a nod. The woman's expression was serious, her words carrying a weight of urgency. Support Ellen Pendragon's face was unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression a mixture of worry and resolve. The orcs lay still, their bodies sprawled across the cold stone floor. A dark liquid pooled around them, staining the tiles a deeper shade. The face of one orc was frozen in a silent scream. From the crowd, a voice boomed, cutting through the tension. Lindsay spoke, her tone laced with a hint of accusation. Aren't you jealous of them? One of the fallen orcs seemed to believe that dying in battle was their objective. Duke Pendragon listened, his expression unreadable as Lindsay spoke of the honor they received. The orcs declared that they would send them off to the great god of earth in style. The bodies of the orcs were strewn about. A hooded figure stood over them, a strange device in their hands. Vines began to grow from the corpses of the fallen orcs. White flowers bloomed around the bodies of the fallen orcs. The vines continued to grow, twisting around the lifeless forms. A faint sound echoed through the air. The fallen orcs were surrounded by the strange, glowing flora. We are companions. You ought. A fist clenched, the speaker's voice filled with emotion. Meanwhile, the Duke Pendragon logo appeared, a symbol of power and authority. A chaotic brawl erupted, bodies flying and fists connecting. Elsewhere, Duke Aaron and Lindsay stood side by side, observing the scene before them. Lindsay commented, "It's really pretty," and tears welled in her eyes. Sad. The highest honor, Duke Aaron mused, was to be allowed to witness the ceremony alongside the dead. Lindsay considered the implications, noting that they originally would have never shown this to other races. This, she realized, meant they were considered part of the family. Duke Aaron tilted his head, listening to Lindsay's words. Is that so? He responded. The blonde-haired Duke looked down, his expression unreadable. He stated that she had said she had something to talk about. Lindsay paused, considering what she wanted to say. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light over the scene. The woman suggested they move to a quieter place. The pair sat on the steps, overlooking a grand structure bathed in moonlight. Lindsay hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Duke Aaron listened intently, his gaze fixed on Lindsay. She began to speak, saying if she hadn't brought up the divorce. She sat beside him on the steps, her expression unreadable. The question hung in the air. Was she truly his wife? Duke Aaron stared into the distance, his blonde hair catching the light. His expression was pained, lost in thought. The Duke's inner turmoil surfaced, a silent admission of regret echoing in the empty space between them. They sat in silence, the distance between them palpable. The weight of their shared history pressed down on them both. The maid's words cut through the silence, a reminder of the complex circumstances surrounding their relationship. The divorce, she stated, was a family decision. Lindsay's expression was somber as she recalled the past. She had thought there was no way around it, and gave up. The Duke ran a hand through his hair, the weight of his past actions heavy on his mind. He seemed burdened by regret. Lindsay's thoughts drifted back to a specific trip. She admitted that during the trip to the mausoleum, she kept watching him. A memory surfaced, a flashback to a moment of protection. Lindsay recalled how Duke Aaron had protected her. Lindsay's eyes widened, a hint of vulnerability in her gaze. Her cheeks flushed, a subtle sign of her inner emotions. Tears welled in her eyes, a visible manifestation of the turmoil within. But even now, thinking about it, the memories stirred within her. She stood over Duke Aaron, her expression unreadable as he sat with his head in his hand. A simple apology hung in the air, unspoken but understood. The Duke covered his face, admitting that he didn't feel that way. Lindsay's gaze drifted off, lost in the labyrinth of her memories. She paused, a moment of hesitation before continuing her train of thought. A realization dawned on her, a quiet understanding settling in. In the past, Lindsay stood with Duke Aaron as the woman smiled at them. And as soon as he managed to succeed, this despicable woman got closer. She admitted that she didn't think about it from this perspective. The two sat together, the weight of their shared history heavy between them. She covered her face, the weight of his words pressing down on her. Lindsay knew she was wrong. It wasn't about that, though. The core of the issue was something else entirely. Duke Aaron sat beside her, his expression unreadable as he looked down at her with cold eyes. He stated that he had never hated her, nor thought she was a despicable woman. But, in this life of hers, Lindsay felt there was no place for her feelings. Duke Aaron's gaze remained distant, his expression unchanging as he declared there was no such thing as real feelings. The man in dark clothing sat upon his throne, declaring that he was just like a piece on a chessboard. A hand moved a pawn across the checkered board, moving as he'd been told to. There was no place for feelings, the chess piece seemed to say, as it stood tall on the board. There was no place for feelings in him, the man seemed to say. He would have said the same to anyone else trying to court him, the man thought. Duke Aaron ran a hand through his hair, agitated, as the woman with blue hair looked on with concern. The woman's silence hung heavy in the air, punctuated only by the sound of Aaron's restless movements. Duke Aaron lowered his head, his expression clouded with regret. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, the words barely audible. The woman with blue hair sat on the steps, looking up at Duke Aaron. She told him to go rest for the day. The woman with blue hair watched him, her expression unreadable as tears welled in her eyes. Hidden within the dense foliage, a pair of crimson eyes peered out, watching the scene unfold. Duke Aaron's voice drifted through the air, reaching the hidden observer. "You do the same too," he said. The hidden observer was Princess Ingrid. Duke Aaron walked away, leaving her concealed in the bushes. His footsteps echoed softly as he walked away, the sound fading into the night. Duke Aaron paused, his expression thoughtful. However, Duke Aaron was embraced from behind. He knew that just because he could didn't mean he should. So now, he had a decision to make, and time was of the essence. Duke Aaron knew he'd definitely have to go, no matter the cost. 2. His hometown, Raven's hometown, was calling to him. Sisek, under the light of the moon, Duke Aaron stood ready to face whatever awaited him. Meanwhile, he arrived at his destination, the air thick with anticipation. Lu's Chamber of Commerce stood before him, a sign of civilization amidst the chaos. The Lachuan orcs had made a mess around here, leaving destruction in their wake. They had barged into the governor's ball, and the attending nobles were brutally killed. Only bits and pieces remained of them. Apart from that governor, one of the men at the table shouts, calling someone an idiot. He warns that they're going to get punished. He wonders if those are the fierce Lachuan orcs he's heard about. Those responsible were dealt with by the Pendragons, who were suddenly invited to the ball. The Pendragon Knights turned. The man at the table seems serious, questioning if the other man is serious. Duke Aaron looks contemplative, his brow furrowed in thought. A scale is shown, weighed down with coins. He examines a single coin, considering its value. All those Lachuan orcs were dealt with by just that one Ankono orc. Coins clink as they are carefully placed upon the scales. A voice echoes, speaking of a past opponent. The Valva's knight stands ready, twin swords glinting in the light. The scales tip, the weight of the coins shifting the balance. And the story continues to unfold. He examines the coins in his palm, a troubled expression on his face. Two figures converse, their expressions serious and intent. The voice identifies the figure, Tolio Orangus, the Dark King. A monster, unmatched in the south, is mentioned. Tolio Orangus looms over another figure, his presence imposing. The speaker admits that even they couldn't win against him. Duke Aaron's gaze remains fixed on the coins, lost in thought. A hand carefully adds more coins to the scale, tipping it slightly. The name echoes with importance. President Ron. President Ron. The man at the table demands to know why everyone is being so noisy. The reason for the commotion? A business opportunity has arrived. The man exclaims that President Ron is the talk of the town. The man looks off to the side, his expression suggesting that President Ron is incredible. The man with dark hair stood before Duke Pendragon, who remarked on the extravagance of the facilities. The man listened intently, his back turned to the viewer. The Duke crossed his arms, noting that a small or medium business couldn't afford to keep such facilities. The man with dark hair carefully weighed a scale filled with coins, his expression unreadable. That Governor Segunda developed it a lot. The economy of lose, that is. The Duke mused that the man must have had a fantastic subordinate. Cheers. A hand raised a glass of wine, the liquid shimmering in the light. The Duke and the man with dark hair raised their glasses in a toast, a thoughtful expression on the Duke's face. He extended a hand, offering the stemmed glass of pale wine. The glass tilted slightly as he accepted the offered drink. Duke Aaron brought the glass to his lips, a soft escaping him. A swift kick slammed into the table, sending tremors through the room. The attacker followed through, his leg arcing towards the Duke. The blow connected, sending Duke Aaron crashing to the floor. The assailant pressed his advantage, a fist cocked back for another strike. The punch landed squarely on the side of his head. The force of the impact sent him reeling, his vision blurring. The attacker continued his assault, each blow carrying immense power. The assailant grabbed him, preventing any chance of escape. Despite the beating, Duke Aaron smirked, muttering, "I expected nothing less." The unseen speaker references a sly old fox who fought evenly with Isla. The man with dark hair smirks, his eyes narrowed in amusement. "Aren't you the sly one?" he asks. Duke Aaron is grabbed by the collar. The man continues, "Since you dealt with the Dark King." The unseen speaker acknowledges the Duke's strength, but the tone is far from complimentary. The man's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. However, the man, now identified as Mothron, declares, "If you think it's going to be easy to kill me, you are mistaken." Mothron's grip tightens on Duke Aaron's collar, the tension palpable. Because in this world, the unseen speaker declares that he still has things he has to do. Duke Aaron's expression is grim, his eyes downcast as he listens to Mothron's words. Duke Aaron continues to listen, his face still cast in shadow. With the power of this chamber of commerce. Mothron's face is filled with shock as he stares at Duke Aaron, who looks back with a knowing gaze. He insists that Mothron is mistaken, stating his intentions are not to capture him. Mothron looks down at Duke Aaron, unimpressed by his denial. The threat hangs heavy in the air. "Kill you." Duke Aaron's expression remains unchanged, unfazed by the threat. The narration identifies Ron Vincent as the master of the Tower of Dusk. Mothron's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The narration notes that Vincent is a common name, and that the connection wasn't immediately obvious. The narration reveals that Isla reported something about the Tower of Dusk. The man is shown to have a tower tattoo on his shoulder. The tattoo depicts two towers with a spear between them. Very little is known about the Tower of Dusk, but it is certain that the members have a tattoo. He stood, a tower of silhouettes looming behind him, their purpose yet unknown. Their talented members excelled in various fields, each following a path led by a master. The other path was for the sake of the world, preaching justice as their guiding principle. A story about them, from a previous life, echoed in the silence. Within the demon core, alliances were forged and strategies were planned. A sinister smile played across the face of the man with blonde hair. The man with blonde hair declared his intention to strengthen the foundation of Luz. The man with blonde hair explained that this chamber of commerce was meant to gather the power of small and medium merchants. And through interests, they would put pressure on the big merchants and nobles. The man with blonde hair continued, explaining the plan to screw up their main source of income, preventing them from becoming too powerful. The man with scars on his face looked up, his expression one of utter shock. He had never revealed the true nature of his plans to anyone. How could this man know? Duke Aaron is told that he's planning something big, something that will exterminate the economic disparities in the empire. The gray afterglow of the sunset reveals a shirtless man with a tattoo. His name is Ron Vincent. The man in the collar reflects. Ron Vincent's name spread far in his past life. The man in the collar thinks that Ron Vincent is one of the heroes. Duke Aaron stands before the man in the collar, arms crossed. He admits that he doesn't understand. Someone wonders if they're working below someone like Count Segunda. The man in the collar looks down, a troubled expression on his face. Someone refers to that man. Duke Aaron stands with Lady Luna in a well-lit room, their conversation unheard. Someone states that he is not incompetent. He had found someone willing to collaborate, regardless of social standing. The older man rested a hand on Ron Vincent's shoulder as he read from a book. He skillfully used someone to develop all of Luz's economy. Because of that, the population was able to get riches. Due to those profits, he planned to kill him and Ian, and also perhaps the Imperial Prince. Shaun, what about it? Ellen Pendragon's expression was unreadable. The noble idiots and the imperial family are always in a struggle for influence and power. Ron Vincent stood with a bottle, while Ellen Pendragon watched with crossed arms. He dismissed the thought, finding it irrelevant to his current concerns. Ron Vincent poured a glass of wine, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications. The world itself seemed to dictate a certain order, a hierarchy of power and influence. The president of the company believed his purpose was to bring wealth and safety to everyone. That was all that mattered, the bottom line of his ambition. Ellen Pendragon watched as Ron Vincent took a sip, adding that all nobles were more or less like Count Segunda. The statement hung in the air, a subtle challenge to Ron's perspective. The Duke offered a wry smile, including himself in that assessment. Ron Vincent and Ellen Pendragon stood together, the tension between them palpable despite the polite conversation. The president of the company admitted he didn't know. Ellen Pendragon's expression remained unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a carefully constructed facade. He stood in the room, a bottle resting on the table beside him. Ellen Pendragon suggested he try coming to the Pendragon territory. Ron Vincent looked off to the side, his expression unreadable. He offered that after that, Ellen could make her judgment. The words hung in the air, a challenge and an invitation. The offer was made to cut off the Pendragon's income. Ellen Pendragon stood calmly, her expression suggesting she was waiting for a response. The Duke offered Ron Vincent the choice to do as he pleased, even to try to kill him. Ron Vincent held a glass, his gaze steady. He seemed to be considering the offer carefully. He took a sip, his eyes narrowing slightly. He asked if that was what Ellen was counting on, to expose Count Segunda's schemes. Ellen Pendragon stood across from Ron Vincent, her expression unreadable. She stated that of course there was also that. Ron Vincent stood up, his arms crossed. He paused, then said he was fine with it. Ron Vincent agreed to cooperate with Ellen Pendragon, a decision that could change everything. Ellen Pendragon looked forward to it, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. He stood, gesturing with an open palm as he spoke to Ron Vincent, who held a glass of wine. Ron Vincent's expression was unreadable, his eyes focused on some unseen point beyond the room. A scale, laden with coins, tipped precariously to one side, the weight of the gold almost too much to bear. Ron Vincent swirled the wine in his glass, the liquid catching the light as he considered the offer. The words hung in the air, a reminder of a shared past. That's for the special beer we shared. Ellen Pendragon turned and walked away, leaving Ron Vincent to ponder the implications of their agreement. He stared at the scale, the weight of the coins seeming to press down on him, a physical manifestation of the burden he now carried. A flicker of doubt crossed Ron Vincent's face, a hint of the turmoil within. The name echoed in his mind. Ellen Pendragon. Elsewhere, a coastal city basked in the warm glow of the setting sun, ships sailing towards the horizon. The city rests under the moonlight. Someone asks if their wounds are okay. A voice calls out, questioning Ian. Duke Aaron and Ron Vincent stand on a balcony, drinks in hand. Ron says it's all because of that healing shield. It's been a hell of an adventure this time. Duke Aaron looks off into the distance, contemplating the recent events. Someone thinks that Ingrid is going to be hurt for the rest of her life. Another voice declares, I will not let you. Ron Vincent is confronted by someone demanding their sister back. He asks if that is something they've decided. Ron Vincent states that he will trouble them with dealing with it. Duke Aaron and Ron Vincent stand on the balcony. Ron asks if they will go to Sisek now, while Duke Aaron says they have to continue their investigations. Someone declares that they will bring Isla and Sol along this time. He was asked if just the three of them would be all right. The man admitted they didn't know what their enemies were planning. Support Ellen Pendragon was sure he saw the strength of himself and Isla at Count Segunda's mansion. He added there was also the last one. The unseen speaker stated that she is much stronger than both of them. It was then revealed that she's a dragon. Support Ellen Pendragon supposed that was so, referring to a monster who has the appearance of a human. He corrected himself, saying that monster wasn't the appropriate word, and wondered what the hell he was. Meanwhile, two figures clashed, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The battle raged, neither combatant gaining a clear advantage. Elsewhere, a sinister figure emerged from the shadows, his face twisted in a maniacal grin. He was revealed to be the leader of the pirates. He observed the other man, noting that he appeared to be a half-orc. He seemed like a normal human. The man was also well-versed in southern fighting techniques, a valuable asset in any conflict. Support Ellen Pendragon continued, his gaze distant. He said after Count Segunda. The other man revealed that there was an even bigger enemy behind that incident. The two men stood on the balcony, the night sky stretching out before them as they discussed the past. Support Ellen Pendragon looked down, his expression thoughtful. He considered it reassuring to have the other man as his comrade. The man's eyes widened, a sudden realization striking him. He exclaimed, a sharp intake of breath. The man began to speak, referencing the battle against that monster. He said, if you support Ellen Pendragon continued, his expression somber. He admitted that had the other man not been there, he probably wouldn't have survived. The man looked at support Ellen Pendragon, his expression a mix of concern and surprise. The man started to say something, his expression serious. He simply said, "Why?" The man's words hung in the air, unfinished. He simply said, "You." He was asked if he hurt his head and if he took damage in the fight. An angry aura emanated from an unseen source. Support Ellen Pendragon stated that they would be departing tomorrow morning. The other man stood with his hands in his pockets, listening intently. Support Ellen Pendragon touched his head, as the other man said they also needed something. They needed to search for Godfrey in the Imperial Castle. Support Ellen Pendragon thought of Godfrey. A man in shadow spoke of someone. A letter depicted a coronation scene. The eye of support Ellen Pendragon reflected the words, "is going to become the emperor in the future." The man in shadow warned not to be careless, as their enemies were everywhere. Support Ellen Pendragon asked where. He points upward, a smile on his face as he says, "You too." Meanwhile, a quaint building sits near the water's edge, sunlight glinting off the waves. A group stands near a wall overlooking the sea, their expressions unreadable from this distance. Elsewhere, a grand carriage stands on a dirt road, its polished exterior gleaming in the light. A woman with blonde hair waves from a doorway, a cheerful smile on her face. A trio of women stand together, their expressions suggesting camaraderie and shared purpose. A man with silver hair rests his chin on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face as he gazes out at the sea. A sprawling cityscape stretches out towards the horizon, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A man's face is partially visible, his expression unreadable as he looks off into the distance. A man with dark hair stands beside a horse, his hand resting gently on its neck. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the vibrant hues of the setting sun. Elsewhere, under the cloak of night, a grand structure pierces the starry sky. A man sits on the edge of a lavish bed, lost in thought within the opulent room. Ron Vincent clutches his head, a visible sign of distress etched upon his face. "What do I do?" His eyes dart nervously, the weight of a recent report pressing down on him. "What do I do?" This morning, Ian departed to the Imperial Castle. A magnifying glass hovers over a document, revealing the grim truth. The assassination was a failure. The unseen speaker laments, "I didn't manage to get my hands on Duchess Eileen." A woman with blonde hair and blue eyes stares forward, her expression unreadable. A man with dark hair sips wine, his words laced with resignation. And Vincent disappeared. A disembodied voice cries out in disbelief. What the hell happened? Frustration boils over, erupting in a single, sharp curse. "Shit." The man on the bed rises, a new resolve hardening his features. "Anyway, I have make Godfrey the Crown Prince as soon as." Duke Aaron, still recovering from his injuries, considered the implications. If they were searching for clues about Prince Shaun's assassination attempt, the word that was promised to them echoed in his mind, a heavy weight on his conscience. The future was going to change, and the consequences were unknown. He knew what he had to do. He had to contact them, no matter the risk. Elsewhere, a lone ship sailed towards a towering structure, its destination shrouded in mystery. The name Sisik hung in the air, a promise or a threat. Meanwhile, across the rugged landscape, unseen forces were on the move. A powerful being was approaching, its arrival heralded by the thunder of hooves. The air crackled with unseen energy, a sign of impending conflict. Sharp eyes watched from above, ready to strike. The monstrous birds descended, their screeches echoing through the cursed land. Riding hard, the group pressed on, the pounding of hooves a frantic rhythm against the earth. The urgency was palpable, the winged horrors were closing in fast. One of the riders, sweat beading on his brow, exclaimed, "For those monsters to be here." Another lamented, "I knew we shouldn't have come." The monstrous bird shrieked, its cry a declaration of ownership over this cursed land. The creature's eyes burned with predatory hunger as it dove toward its prey. Arrows rained down, a desperate attempt to ward off the aerial assault. The man on foot watched as the monstrous bird descended, its talons extended, ready to strike. The riders exchanged a look of grim determination, knowing the odds were stacked against them. Elsewhere, figures stood atop a cliff, observing the unfolding drama below. Duke Aaron's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He readied his crossbow, the weapon humming with contained energy. Slashes of energy tore through the air, an unseen force at play. Mothron descended, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike with deadly precision. Unseen, three cloaked figures watched from a distance, their intentions obscured by shadow. Below, an armored figure braced for impact, ready to meet the monstrous threat head-on. The cloaked figure gazed upward, the monstrous Mothron looming above, casting a menacing shadow. More slashes tore through the air, the unseen battle intensifying. A figure in black clothing moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the chaos. The air crackled with energy as the unseen forces clashed once more. Two onlookers watched in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with terror. Mothron descended upon mounted riders, scattering them like leaves in a storm. A lone man with long black hair stood defiant, his gaze fixed on the unfolding carnage. A figure stood victorious over a fallen foe, their sword gleaming with ominous light. The dust settles, obscuring the aftermath of the recent battle. His expression unreadable, the man with long black hair remains stoic. The man with brown hair curses under his breath, calling them mercenaries. He worries what will happen if they provoke them. The man with long black hair turns his head slightly, overhearing their hushed conversation. A voice calls out, recognizing the man with long black hair. Mercenaries on horseback approach, questioning if they plan to take money from them. The man with long black hair calmly states that there's no need for that. He explains that he was merely testing his blade. The man with brown hair expresses his gratitude, thanking him profusely. The man with long black hair turns away, his ponytail swaying behind him. He pauses, revealing his name. Raven is my name. He was called by someone in the distance. Let's go. Elkin, Soul. The group continued on their journey. Ellen Pendragon and Ron Vincent walked together, cloaked and silent, their destination still unknown. Elsewhere, two figures rode on horseback through a rocky landscape, the sound of hooves echoing in the distance. Raven strode forward, his expression unreadable, followed closely by Ellen Pendragon and Ron Vincent, their cloaks billowing behind them. Meanwhile, the town of Sisek stood beneath a sky heavy with clouds. A sturdy building stood ready to welcome weary travelers. A sign proclaimed the establishment as Elma's Bar. Inside, patrons gathered, seeking respite and camaraderie. Support Ellen Pendragon sat at a table with a hooded figure. She asked if they had decided. The server inquired about their orders. Support Ellen Pendragon offered a range of services, from food and drink to more intimate companionship. Leaning in conspiratorially, Support Ellen Pendragon whispered that she could take care of everything. The hooded figure placed a pile of coins on the table. Support Ellen Pendragon gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the payment. The hooded figure requested 2 beers, smoked pork, and herb-roasted chicken. He considered the request, thinking about the implications of this particular specialty. Rice. The man with dark hair paused, considering something. He mused that he would eat rice like this after leaving the South. Support Ellen Pendragon tasted the rice, noting that Sisek was surrounded by mountains. The man with dark hair offered a piece of meat to the woman with white hair. The man with dark hair stated that she was very knowledgeable about Sisek. Support Ellen Pendragon took another bite of the rice. The man with dark hair and the woman with white hair continued to eat. He eats the rice offered to him. The woman with white hair watches him. Elsewhere, groups of people sit at tables, eating and drinking. The atmosphere is lively. A woman with purple hair carries a tray of drinks. A man tells her she is so cute. A group of people argue and drink. One man asks if another wants to go at it. The man with long black hair is seen in profile. The text describes the land as the cursed land of Sisek, full of mercenaries and demons. A close-up of the man's eye. The text says that's what they called it 10 years ago. The flag of the Lord of Sisek is displayed, featuring a golden horse. Count Brija paid large amounts of money. He sought to buy the right to be the lord of the territory. Because of that, the imperial troops that were on the territory retreated when he bought the land. But because he spent half of his fortune buying the land, he couldn't afford to organize the defense of the territory. Due to that, pirates and demons soon overflowed the land. So, the Lord had to count on the people of the territory for its defense. And with the little money he had left, he hired mercenaries to bolster his forces. Mercenaries. In the middle of it all, the Vault family found themselves caught in the chaos. But the city burned, a testament to the conflict consuming the land. Rain fell upon the huddled masses, offering little comfort in their despair. Confined within a cell, a lone figure lay, chained and defeated. His face bruised and bloodied. The imprisoned man looked up at his visitor. A sinister smile crept across the visitor's face as he gazed down at the prisoner. He took a long drink from his wooden mug, seemingly unconcerned with the suffering around him. Meanwhile, a brawl erupted in the tavern, a chaotic reflection of the war outside. He had barely settled in when trouble found him, boots landing heavily on the table. The man continued to eat, unfazed by the intrusion, a spoonful of rice halfway to his mouth. A voice sneered from above, the speaker unimpressed by the display. Shit, amateur. The man on the floor was warned, the threat hanging heavy in the air. You're pushing your luck. The unseen speaker continued, their voice dripping with malice. The one pushing their luck here is you. The woman stood with her hands on her hips, flanked by 2 men, her expression one of cold command. The voice dripped with false familiarity, the threat barely veiled, clinging and acting all familiar. The woman's face contorted with rage, her eyes blazing. If you want to touch. The unseen aggressor issued a final demand, the threat unmistakable. You better pay up. The man on the ground brandished a knife, his face a mask of desperation as he prepared to defend himself. But the man eating was too fast, his eyes glowing with power as he launched a counterattack. The man on the ground was sent flying, the force of the blow evident in the explosive impact. The sounds of a bustling tavern filled the air, a symphony of chatter and clinking mugs. Patrons gathered, some in armor, others in more casual attire, all seeking respite and camaraderie. A man with a warm smile placed his hand on the shoulder of a woman with red hair. He chuckled, admitting, "It seems my little companion ended up being a bit too rough." The man gestured expansively, declaring, "This will be our treat." A figure cloaked in blue sat hunched over a table, murmuring, "So forgive us." The man with the warm smile introduced himself. "My name is Jonathan Beerson." Jonathan Beerson offered a more casual alternative. "You can call me Jody." A man with dark hair and a sharp jawline regarded someone with a serious expression. Someone mentioned, "The one over there with the slant eyes is Gus." The man with dark hair listened intently, his gaze unwavering. Jody asked, "What about you guys?" Names are important, Jonathan Beerson thought, a key to understanding people. He tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. Also mercenaries? Connections, after all, were important in this line of work. The man with long black hair simply stated his name, Raven. Jonathan mused that Raven didn't seem like his real name, but it was suitable enough. He raised his mug, considering the implications of hiring a mercenary. The names of the others were then revealed, Elkin and Sol. Raven sat at the table with Elkin and Sol, the three of them eating in silence. Jonathan explained that Elkin and Sol were siblings, and Sol was his wife. The group was an unusual sight, a family being a mercenary group. Jonathan then asked if they had come to hunt the monsters, explaining that the land was overflowing with them due to the Lord's mismanagement. The man with brown hair continued, saying that the Lord was not only having trouble with the monsters and the people, but also with the territory. Jonathan explains that the demand for highly qualified mercenaries has been high. He slams his fist on the table, declaring that it is enough. Raven and Elkin stand side by side, listening to the conversation. A woman with red hair smiles slyly, resting her chin on her hand. Someone off-panel comments that Raven looks cute and is just their type. The woman with red hair, flanked by Jonathan and a man with a mug, invites them to join their group. The woman assures them that it would not be bad for them either. Jonathan retorts that someone is getting way more perverted by the day. Someone shouts to trade Elkin with Gus, inviting Elkin to come with them. Elkin is offered a spoonful of something by Jonathan, while the woman with red hair looks on. Raven observes that they always behave like that, asking Elkin to please not mind them. Elkin simply hums in response. Jonathan states that the Lord is hiring mercenaries. He paused, considering the implications of the Lord's offer. The man with black hair spoke of the Lord of this entire region. The name RYV Thailand hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Jonathan Beerson looked startled, his eyes widening in surprise. The man with black hair felt a shift in the atmosphere, a palpable sense of dread. Jonathan Beerson stammered. The murderous aura he felt was almost palpable. Jonathan confirmed that they were planning to meet with RYV Thailand soon. The man with black hair considered the situation. The pay was good, after all. He takes a swig from his mug, the liquid sloshing against the sides. Sol lowers the mug, his gaze drifting off into the distance, a decision forming. Sol declares, his voice firm, "I've decided, Elkin." Elsewhere, two figures enjoy a meal, oblivious to the decisions being made elsewhere. Sol continues, his resolve hardening. "We are going to Thailand's estate." He sets the mug down on the table, the sound echoing slightly in the room. Duke Pendragon stands at the bar, overhearing that someone is going to Ruv Thailand's estate. The group at the table seems surprised by the news. The man with long black hair smiles, saying it seems like they've found some good companions. Elkin's name is called out. Elkin looks surprised, while the woman beside him seems excited. At the table, one of the women confirms that she understood what he meant, calling someone hubby. Someone declares that they will teach them all of it. Jonathan Beerson recalls that Duke Pendragon's said connections are important, adding that it seems like they were destined to meet. Someone emphatically agrees. Elkin looks concerned, while the woman beside him seems excited. He sat at the table, listening intently to the discussion at hand. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the estate stood silent. Inside, the ornate banister gleamed softly in the dim light. Duke Pendragon, arms crossed, asked, "What did you mean by that?" Duke Aaron questioned why they had to travel with the other three. The man in black explained that they needed to gather information, since they've traveled throughout the whole empire. And besides, Elkin added that it would be easier for them to disguise themselves, especially since Sol stands out too much. Sol listened intently, his expression unreadable. The Duke glanced at Sol, considering the implications of their upcoming journey. He gazed out the window, the city lights twinkling below. The more they stood out, the more difficult it would be to move around. A cloaked figure stood in the shadows. The figure considered their true objective and what it would take to achieve it. His expression was unreadable, lost in thought. The weight of their mission pressed heavily upon him. Ellen Pendragon stood with another, their faces etched with concern. The air hung heavy with unspoken worries. The building stood silhouetted against the night sky. A voice echoed, naming RYV Thailand, a human. He looked down, his brow furrowed in thought. The mention of RYV Thailand stirred something within him. The two figures sat in silence, the weight of the past hanging between them. The name RYV Thailand lingered in the air. A voice questioned if he was the one who framed Raven. The accusation hung heavy in the air. The voice continued, asking if he also ruined the Vault household. The accusations mounted, painting a grim picture. He sat with his head in his hands, overwhelmed. The memories, now seen, weighed heavily on his soul. RYV Thailand's name escaped his lips, a tormented whisper. He was consumed by anguish. A sudden realization dawns, leaving one to question what they've just heard. RYV Thailand's face is alight with ambition. He declares his intent to become a knight in the Brescia family. Someone agrees with RYV Thailand's statement. Another man with blonde hair stands nearby. The reason for this is because of Jeff's swordsmanship. Jeff holds a letter, his expression one that shines brightly. Since he's recommending them, someone declares that they want the other. RYV Thailand holds a letter, a small smile gracing his lips. The letter is to be sent to the guest who is staying in this county. Someone exclaims that they did it, calling out to their father and brother. Lord Thailand recommended both him and Jeff to become knights, but there is one thing he needs to do. RYV Thailand sits with Jeff, stating that he can become a knight. Jeff is happy to hear this, as RYV Thailand calls out to Ray. RYV Thailand explains that a recommendation from him is legitimate, as he is the Count's most trusted subordinate. But something was amiss. The flag of the kingdom seemed to be at half-mast. The next day, everything suddenly changed, and the kingdom was thrown into chaos. The knights, clad in armor, bellowed that RYV Thailand and his associates were traitors. The knights ordered the immediate capture of RYV Thailand and the others present. The knights advanced, their intentions clear. RYV Thailand and his group were now enemies of the state. A man looked on in shock, his expression a mixture of disbelief and fear. Someone exclaimed that it had to be a mistake, insisting they had been framed. Meanwhile, two figures stood in a dimly lit room, seemingly discussing the unfolding events. The letter was meant to be for Prince Shaun, a secret correspondence now potentially exposed. And he was visiting Sisik in secret, a revelation that could have dire consequences. He opened the letter, unaware of the danger it contained within its ink. And then, the letter began to vaporize, dissolving into nothing but ash. Some sort of magic must have been engraved on the letter, triggering a deadly reaction. And since RYV Thailand and the others were the prime suspects behind the incident, they were put under heavy torture, enduring unimaginable pain. And then, RYV Thailand lay battered and bruised within his cell. He could only stare blankly at the stone walls, his body aching. Meanwhile, the father figure spoke from outside the cell, revealing a key piece of information. Grave Vault has confessed. RYV Thailand learned that he was hired with 5 gold bars. The father figure continued, explaining the plot, to make his son replace the letter with an assassination attempt device. RYV Thailand, beaten and confused, could only manage a disoriented, The father figure concluded that, in order to allow his eldest son to safely inherit the family, he made his good-for-nothing second son do it. The man mused that it was a shame, even though RYV Thailand was respected as a proud knight. He continued, adding that RYV Thailand was also considered a good friend. RYV Thailand, battered and bruised, yelled that his father would never say such things. The man's words echoed in RYV Thailand's mind. You were the one to... The man continued, saying that RYV Thailand was the best vassal of Count Brescia. He added that RYV Thailand was also the second son of some inferior family. The man smiled, wondering which words were more likely to be heard, even by a brat. The man taunted RYV Thailand, calling him a bastard. RYV Thailand, bloodied and bruised, realized it had all been arranged. The man told RYV Thailand that he was to be freed from here, only to be sent to the Demon Core. The man stated that even a brat could understand that if he managed to survive for 10 years in that hell. RYV Thailand, imprisoned and injured, was told that he would be pardoned of his crimes. RYV Thailand remained chained, as the guard looked down on him with a smug expression. The guard remarked that it warmed his heart to see him sentenced. RYV Thailand's face contorted in a silent scream, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The guard smiled, telling him to be grateful for his father's testimony. A memory flashed before RYV Thailand's eyes, Raven Vault. Raven's eyes widened in shock and fury. RYV Thailand, enraged, gripped the bars of his cell, vowing vengeance. He promised that he would definitely kill them and survive through those 10 years. Raven Vault's face was bloodied, his fangs bared in a feral snarl as he spoke of years passing. The guard, standing before RYV Thailand's cell, promised to rip him into pieces. The guard walked away. Elsewhere, a figure sat slumped in a chair, head in their hands, while another sat on a bed, thinking of their father. Someone thought that their father lied. He could only manage this much. RYV Thailand sat with his head in his hands, consumed by regret. He thought to save my life. The weight of his survival pressed down on him. All of this because he switched the letters. RYV's hands tightened as he remembered the betrayal. Meanwhile, Raven Vault's expression was resolute, a plan forming in her mind. Her silver hair cascaded down her shoulders. The Vault household members were framed as traitors. RYV's memory painted a grim picture of injustice. And everyone besides me was hanged, but the memory was a heavy burden for RYV to bear. This time, RYV's face was obscured, but his determination was evident. We will disguise ourselves, get closer to RYV Thailand. The plan was set in motion. Look for an opportunity, restrain him. RYV's eyes burned with a fierce resolve, and make him confess to all of his deeds. The goal was clear, justice. Raven Vault's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. And as for the people who orchestrated it all, he thought of them, the ones responsible for his suffering. He vowed he would find all of them, and he would definitely kill all. The building stood tall, its architecture hinting at a long and storied past. A question hung in the air. Were they truly getting along? The conversation continued, the topic still centered on those they were with. A hint of resentment laced the words. If you hated it so. At the table, the woman with red hair told RYV Thailand to go there by himself. RYV, looking annoyed, thought to himself that the woman was an idiot and should leave him alone. The topic shifted to the woman who had been with them. It seemed, according to the speaker, that she could neither hear nor. RYV Thailand stood with his arms crossed, listening intently to the hooded figure beside him. The air crackled with unspoken questions and veiled intentions. A question arose, tinged with doubt and curiosity. Was she really a mercenary? The implications hung heavy in the silence. But according to what they said, she's the strongest among them. RYV Thailand listened, while the man with black hair looked on. RYV Thailand's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. He found it hard to believe what he was hearing. This was indeed. RYV Thailand looked at the woman with red hair, a sense of unease settling over him as she ate. Certainly, there were some strange things. RYV Thailand looked down at his food, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The man with black hair felt a murderous aura in that instant. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing in them. The disembodied voice exclaims that they are not just nobodies. Seated around a table, the group discusses the implications of this revelation. One man assures the others not to worry about that. Another man, giving a thumbs up, declares that his intuition is never wrong. A voice calls out a name, Jody. The man with black hair prepares to depart, his companion ready to follow. With a smile, Support Raven announces their destination, Ruv Tyleen's estate. As they walk, the man with silver hair asks how long it will take to reach Ruv Tyleen's estate. After leaving, the group continues their journey at a brisk pace. A voice estimates the journey to Elma will take about half a day. Support Raven observes a commotion at the castle gates, a question forming in his mind. A figure on horseback demands that the peasants bow down. A carriage approaches, its wheels kicking up dust as it rolls toward the castle gates. The arrival heralds the beauty of Sisek, or so it is said. The name echoes, Sophia Brescia. Not only of Sisek, she thinks, but of the whole empire. She envisions a future where she is the most important person. Someday, Sophia Brescia vows, she will win the heart of an imperial prince and leave this dirty Sisek, and become the queen herself. The townsfolk bow low as the carriage passes through the gates. The man with dark hair has heard rumors that the daughter of the count is a piece of trash woman, but for it to be true, no way, he thinks. They have to avoid those troublesome people. He urges Raven to leave right away. The carriage continues its procession as they turn to leave, a sense of urgency in their steps. Raven's name echoed through the air, the urgency in the voices clear. A piercing gaze, focused and intense, narrowed in response to the call. The flag of the Brescia family waved in the wind, a symbol of power and influence. Whispers spread among the group, the realization dawning that they were the target. The group stood their ground, facing the approaching threat with a mix of apprehension and resolve. The question hung in the air. Who had betrayed them, leading to this confrontation? Ray stood resolute, a blue aura surrounding him as he prepared for what was to come. A silent pact was sealed, a bond of trust and shared purpose evident in their intertwined hands. The determination etched on Ray's face mirrored the gravity of the situation. He knew the stakes, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. There was no time for hesitation, no room for doubt. Action was required. Meanwhile, a carriage, bearing unknown passengers, made its way through the landscape. He and Raven stared at the woman in the ornate carriage. An imperious voice cut through the air. The woman in the carriage glared, her face contorted with disdain. "You garbage mercenaries." The command was sharp and demanding. "Kneel down right away." Ray heard Raven's voice, laced with concern. "It seems we weren't fast enough. Lady Sophia, if you act recklessly like this dash." Sophia Breshaw's anger flared as she addressed the knight. "You dare interrupt me, knight captain?" Her voice rose in fury. "I order you, catch them and make them kneel." Immediately, two knights lunged forward, but they were met with swift resistance. Ray stood over the fallen knights, his expression unreadable. The knight captain reeled from a blow, his face contorted in pain. A swift kick sent another figure sprawling. A purple energy slash cut through the air. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of motion and steel. The knights stood little chance against his assault. A surge of purple energy crackled around him, enhancing his already formidable power. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of fear and disbelief at the display of power. Ray stood amidst the fallen knights, a silent testament to his overwhelming strength. They were defeated. Another knight tumbled through the air, defeated and broken, a victim of Ray's relentless assault. Ray's voice was low and dangerous as he spoke. "If you dare to lay your hands on him." The air crackled with tension as an unseen figure responded. "You'll have to get past me first." Ray's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed as he prepared to face this new challenger. He was ready. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, the leather creaking softly under his grip. Ray's voice dripped with disdain as he questioned, "What do you mean?" The woman stammered, fear evident in her eyes. I am the Sea Count's daughter." Ray looked down at his swords, his expression cold. "I couldn't care less about your lineage." A strangled cry tears through the air, a sound of pure anguish. Her face contorted in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. The man with the ponytail's expression is pained as he shouts, "Stop it, Elkin!" Elkin's blade flashes, a silver arc against the encroaching darkness. The force of the blow sends shards of energy scattering. Amidst the chaos, Elkin clashes swords with the gray-haired man, while the woman lies prone near the overturned carriage. The impact reverberates, a deafening boom that shakes the very ground. Elkin's face is a mask of grim determination as the blue-haired man watches on. The gray-haired man's expression is one of regret as he says, "I ask you for forgiveness." The man with brown hair is silent, his face etched with unspoken thoughts. The distressed woman struggles to speak, her voice trembling as she utters, "V Valvis." From the ground, a voice filled with confusion asks, "What?" The knights hailed from the far south, a land of chaos. Support Ellen Pendragon confirmed that they were knights. Support Ellen Pendragon stated that they would kill anyone who bared their sword toward their master, be they nobles or royalty. Support Ellen Pendragon finished. The distressed woman's eyes widened, her mouth covered by a gloved hand. The woman was told not to be too conceited about her lineage, young lady. Support Ellen Pendragon acknowledged her incredible skills, asking if he would mind sharing his name. He had no intention of telling her about the world. He had no intention of telling her his name. The knight stood firm. A figure in a carriage declared they would report this to their father. The conversation alluded to the Brescia household, a name whispered with a certain weight. Knight Commander Fillmore's image appeared, his expression unreadable, yet commanding. The memory surfaced. Fillmore as a fierce warrior, a childhood aspiration now tinged with the present's grim reality. The narrator considered what it would take for him to stop Isla's attack. A carriage, a symbol of the life they were discussing, rolled along the dusty road. The thought of serving under Count Brescia brought a sense of shame. Meanwhile, the sky stretched wide above the buildings, indifferent to the dramas unfolding below. A group stood outside a building, their expressions suggesting a tense discussion or confrontation. The man was surprised, acknowledging the other's skill as a knight from Valvas, and asked to be taught. The focus shifted to the throwing technique, the same one used just moments before. The teaching was to be done very carefully, with precision and attention to detail. Since he was a knight from Valvas, he wouldn't follow someone weaker than him. He and another man exchanged a knowing glance, as if a plan was set. The man with black hair was the focus of their attention. The narrator observed that he was much stronger than someone else. The man with brown hair commented that someone's intuition was reliable. The man with brown hair, now identified as Jody, spoke a name. Someone smugly remarked, "Didn't I say so?" as another voice declared they could see it now. The group walked together, their destination unknown but their purpose clear. The imposing structure of Ruv Tyland's estate loomed before them. Duke Pendragon sits in his ornate chair, a slight smile playing on his lips. He wonders if they want to work as mercenaries for him. Before him stand a group of mercenaries, their expressions a mix of curiosity and defiance. They await the Duke's offer, weapons strapped to their sides. The mercenaries stand their ground, their shadows stretching long across the floor. They are ready to hear what the Duke has to say. Duke Pendragon listens intently, his gaze unwavering. He acknowledges that they are skilled in the art of battle. One of the mercenaries, a woman with red hair, speaks with a confident tone. As long as they get money when they defeat their enemies, that's all there will be to it. The mercenaries make their stance clear. They're not going to be anyone's pet dogs, though. Duke Pendragon observes the group, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems they're not easily swayed. One of the mercenaries speaks, acknowledging the Duke's assessment. They have some skill, since they're talking like this. He gestures. Duke Aaron clarifies that the offer extends to Raven's companions as well. Raven's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considers the implications. The silence stretches, broken only by the distant sounds of the castle. Seated on his throne, Duke Aaron proposes a test. He tasks them to hunt monsters, promising a reward upon their return. Duke Aaron reveals that they stand on the outskirts of the territory he governs, his gaze unwavering. A sudden realization dawns as they arrive at the village of Manhwa, a place that stirs something within Raven. Raven's eyes widen, a flicker of shock and disbelief crossing his face as the name echoes in his mind. Manhwa. The name reverberates, a heavy weight settling in the air. Raven's thoughts race, a silent question forming in his mind. If it's there, that is, a place he thought he'd left behind forever. His face contorted in anguish, Raven cries out, realizing he has returned to his hometown. A village that the Vault family once managed, now a place of potential reunion and painful memories. A swift, unseen force cuts through the air with deadly precision. Landing gracefully, the figure prepares for the next strike. The two soldiers' faces contort in a mixture of shock and fear. Energy crackles, a prelude to a devastating blow. The power intensifies, focused and ready to unleash. The ground trembles beneath the force about to be unleashed. Elsewhere, Duke Aaron, cloaked and hooded, stands defiant against a pack of snarling wolves. His gaze is steady, betraying no fear despite the danger surrounding him. The soldiers watch from a distance, unable to intervene in the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in a peaceful village, workers tend to the fields, seemingly unaware of the battles raging elsewhere. A woman bursts into laughter, exclaiming about the soldiers' expressions. The group sat around the table, mugs in hand, the remnants of a shared meal scattered before them. Someone remarked that those three had done most of the work, surprised that Sol was capable of such feats. The speaker continued, stating that they were certainly going to be hired for their efforts. Another voice chimed in, expressing gladness that Raven had joined their group. Raven's expression was unreadable, his gaze distant and thoughtful. Someone asked Raven what was wrong, noticing his long face and concerned tone. Raven sat at the table with two companions, his gaze troubled as he considered the question. He dismissed it, saying it was nothing, but admitted he'd noticed something about the villagers. The villagers toiled in the water, their bare feet submerged as they tended to the crops. Someone wondered aloud if the farmers from the village were really that poor, observing their difficult labor. Raven remained silent, his expression thoughtful as he sat with his companions, the plight of the villagers weighing on his mind. The scene faded to black. He listened intently, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. Elkin looked on, his expression a mix of concern and resignation. The text explained that serfs possessed neither riches nor freedom. They were, in essence, bound to the land and their lord. The implications of this information began to dawn on Raven. He voiced his disbelief, the word hanging in the air, heavy with concern. What? Elkin stood beside a woman with blue hair, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications of the serf system. The group sat around a table, the weight of their discussion evident in their somber expressions. Elkin spoke. Isn't almost all of Sisek like this, though? Elkin continued, explaining that when the Brescia household bought the territory, they wasted half of their fortune. To recoup their losses, they imposed. That didn't work, so at last, they turned to the serf system. The image showed serfs toiling in the fields. The text explained that they adopted the class system of serfs. Everything apart from what they eat is taken from them. They're basically slaves who do nothing but get exploited. Elkin took a swig from his mug, lamenting that those pig bastards were blinded by greed and did this. A figure sits at a table, the details of the scene obscured by shadow. He is cautioned to keep his voice down, lest the soldiers overhear their conversation. The woman worries about the consequences. Elkin dismisses her concerns, confident that they won't be heard in this garbage dump. The man with brown hair looks at Elkin with concern. Elkin's expression hardens as he stares back. Elkin's face contorts with anger as he thinks that they are rotten to their cores. The man with dark hair clenches his fist, remembering that it wasn't like this before. At least, a memory surfaces when my father... A large, monstrous wolf-like creature looms over a child being held by an adult. The memory continues. And the Vault household were here. The aftermath of an attack is shown, with people injured and lying on the ground. People in suits stand around, observing the scene with detached expressions. Elkin smiles, a brief moment of levity before the shift in weather. The sky darkens as Raven stands beside Elkin, lost in thought. A woman notices the change. Huh? It started raining. She says, looking up. The rain intensifies as he bows his head, his expression unreadable. Someone calls out, "Hey Raven, what are you doing? It's raining." He replies, his voice heavy with emotion, "Let me be alone for a while." An older man watches Raven, his expression a mixture of concern and understanding. The downpour continues, each drop a heavy weight. The rain falls harder, obscuring the world. Tears mingle with the rain on his face, a silent testament to his pain. He stands before a ruined building, a solitary figure against the storm. His eyes reflect the turmoil within, a storm mirroring the one outside. The rain continued to fall, each drop mirroring the tears on their face. A crest bearing a raven and crossed swords stood defiant against the storm's relentless assault. Rain lashed against the aged stone of the vault household, a place steeped in history and now, a somber atmosphere. The downpour obscured the details of the surroundings, leaving only the impression of a desolate, rain-swept landscape. The man with black hair stood alone in the rain, his expression a mask of sorrow and resignation as droplets streamed down his face. Even the family crest seemed to weep under the relentless assault of the rain, its proud emblem now blurred and indistinct. A voice echoed, tinged with a mix of curiosity and melancholy. "So this is the vault household, the place where you were raised?" The man with black hair was joined by Duke Aaron, whose blue eyes reflected concern as he gazed at the other man's grief-stricken face. The man with black hair, his voice heavy with sorrow, spoke. "Soul, I told you to leave me alone for a bit." Duke Pendragon's expression softened with worry. He confessed, "I was worried about you." The man with black hair remained lost in his thoughts, the rain mirroring the tears that streamed silently down his face. Aaron observed him with concern, noting, "Ever since we came to Sisek, you've been acting strange." He speaks, the words hanging in the air amidst the downpour. They are contractors bound by their souls. Duke Aaron's expression is unreadable as he asks a simple question. Or am I wrong? Raven stands silently in the rain, his dark hair plastered to his face, a tear mingling with the raindrops. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the view of the vault household in the distance. Raven stands before the graves, his back to Duke Aaron, the rain soaking his cloak. Duke Aaron wonders if those are the graves of Raven's family members, his expression thoughtful. The names are etched in stone. My father, Grave Vault, my brother, Reed Vault. The Vault family crest is visible on the headstones, weathered by time and rain. And my mother, Sheena. The names echo in Raven's mind, a litany of loss. Raven and Duke Aaron stand together before the graves, the weight of the past heavy in the air. Duke Aaron states that there's no way Tylene or the Brescia made those graves. Raven's eyes narrow, his grief hardening into suspicion. Who the hell did TH? He and Duke Aaron stood among the graves when a disheveled figure approached. The newcomer's clothes were torn, his expression wary. Rain streamed down the villager's face, highlighting the weariness etched into his features. His garments were tattered, revealing the extent of his hardship. Raven stared at the man. Duke Aaron wondered if he was just a villager. Raven's eyes widened, realization dawning. He recognized the man. This person was... A memory surfaced. A group gathered, their faces familiar yet distant. The butler of the vault household, Sir Imelda. Raven stared intently at Sir Imelda. He asked if he had come to laugh at the graves. Sir Imelda spoke of the traders from the vault household, stating he had served them for a long time. The man's eyes reflected a deep sorrow, his expression unreadable. Sir Imelda thought that even now, his lord hadn't changed. The rain continued to fall as he spoke, the drops clinging to his hat. Sir Imelda stated that he had heard of the head of the vault household. The rain streamed down Raven's face, mirroring the somber mood. The head of the vault household was good people. Duke Aaron spoke up, stating that he didn't believe they were traitors. Something must have been wrong, he insisted. Sir Imelda's expression was sorrowful as he looked down. He offered a quiet thank you. Raven asked if he was the one who made those graves. He wanted to give them a proper funeral. They were wonderful people, he said, his voice thick with emotion. The head Gray always said that there should be... He stood with the others in the rain, the knight and the ragged man. There were no differences between a lord and his people, only their roles. Reed, his son, took after his father. He was a brave warrior, always ready to defend those in need. 3 tombstones stood side by side, silent witnesses to a family's legacy and the passage of time. He had seen him put his life on the line countless times, protecting the villagers from the beasts that roamed the land. The villagers suffered every time the harvest was bad, their livelihoods threatened by the whims of nature. She even helped plow the field with the rest of the village, working tirelessly to ensure everyone had enough to eat. The 3 of them were wonderful people, remembered fondly for their kindness and dedication to the village. Something changed, a shift in fate that altered the course of their lives. When their son, Reed, went to the Brescia household, the man in ragged clothes stood beside the character with long dark hair, a silent understanding passing between them. Tears streamed down his face, a torrent of grief and regret washing over him as the memories flooded back. Wait, the one who delivered the letter. The realization struck him, a sudden understanding of a long-forgotten truth. The question hung in the air. Wasn't it Raven Vault? The man with the beard and glasses repeated the name, a question in his tone. Raven Vault? Raven's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Who is he? The voice boomed, declaring Raven Vault to be the second son of the Vault household. The man with the beard and glasses argued, stating there was no way he could know him. The woman with red hair looked on, concerned. The man with the beard shouted, incredulous. What are you saying? The Vault household didn't have a second son. The woman with red hair questioned why he would say such a thing, her expression a mix of confusion and worry. So, Ralph and Vault. Raven's eyes widened in horror. He doesn't exist. In this world? Raven stood with the woman with red hair, his face etched with shock and disbelief. He saw it all again, the revival, the cityscape burning beneath a crimson sky. The flames danced before him, consuming everything in their path, the Vault's legacy reduced to ash. A brutal battle flashed before his eyes, a desperate fight for survival against impossible odds. If no one survived, what was his household? Was his fight meaningless? The question echoed in the void, a chilling reminder of potential failure. Steel flashed, a desperate parry against an unseen foe, a dance of death in the ruins. His objectives, once so clear, now seemed distant, obscured by doubt and uncertainty. He was falling, spiraling into the abyss, the weight of his potential non-existence crushing him. After all this, after all the battles fought, was he nothing more than a ghost? The ground rushed up to meet him, the fall seemingly endless, the truth inescapable. What the hell was happening? His mind struggled to grasp the fractured reality around him. Am I even real? The question echoed in the shattered fragments of his consciousness. The world dissolved into shards of light and shadow, his identity crumbling with each passing moment. He clutched his head, the rain plastering his dark hair to his face. A voice echoed through the downpour, calling out to him. Ray! The sound reverberated, shaking the very air around him. Duke Aaron stood firm, his expression a mix of concern and determination. His legs gave way, and he began to fall. Duke Aaron reached out, his face etched with worry as he tried to catch him. The Duke's expression deepened with concern as he struggled to support the collapsing figure. The rain continued to fall as Duke Aaron knelt, trying to shield him from the elements. The desolate landscape stretched out around them, mirroring the internal turmoil. The scene was framed by the rough, broken terrain, emphasizing their isolation. He looked up, his eyes filled with a deep, unreadable emotion. Duke Aaron embraced him, offering what comfort he could in the storm. He seemed to be searching for the right words. The rain continued to fall as Duke Aaron held Raven close, offering what comfort he could amidst the storm. Meanwhile, the downpour showed no signs of stopping. Someone was furious with those rude mercenaries. A carriage sped through the rain-soaked forest, its occupants consumed by thoughts of vengeance. The woman with blonde hair vowed to gauge their eyeballs out. She continued, promising to make them work themselves to death as slaves. The man with gray hair cautioned her, saying she was talking too loudly. She declared that she is royalty. The woman with blonde hair, visible through the carriage window, proclaimed that she is the daughter of the Count, wondering if they thought she would forgive. She demanded they be given what they did at Sisek. A desperate plea echoes through the rain-soaked landscape. Someone asked for their father to listen. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across a face, teeth bared in anticipation. A hollow laugh bubbles forth, promising ill tidings. The armored figure surveys the scene, a cruel amusement glinting in their eyes. They believe they have found two fools. The armored figure's grin widens, a predatory gleam in their eyes as they consider their next move. Something that can be used. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, a looming building stood as a gateway, but something was amiss. A palpable dread filled the air as the ominous words echoed. The demons came. From the shadows, monstrous figures emerged. A predatory bird and demonic wolves descended, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A figure moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the encroaching darkness, ready to defend against the demonic onslaught. The demonic wolf lunged forward, its jaws wide, ready to tear into its prey with savage ferocity, a symbol etched on its forehead. Duke Pendragon met the demonic assault head-on, his blade a streak of silver against the night, poised to strike down the monstrous bird and wolf. The wolf's form blurred as it moved, a dark shape against the light, its movements swift and deadly as it evaded the attack. Duke Pendragon's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he focused on the battle, his determination etched upon his face as he prepared for the next attack. The demonic wolf turned, its dark fur rippling as it prepared to strike again, its presence a looming threat against the light. Duke Pendragon stood firm, his stance unwavering as he faced the demonic onslaught, ready to defend against the encroaching darkness. The demonic wolf was struck, dark blood splattering as it was forced back, the attack leaving it wounded but still dangerous. The onlookers cheered, relieved that Duke Aaron Pendragon had dispatched the foe. The Duke stood over the monster, his sword dripping with its ichor. He was one of the best knights of Sisek. But something was wrong. Aaron's brow furrowed, sensing an unsettling energy emanating from the fallen beast. A voice echoed in the air, remarking that even with its neck severed, the monster hadn't stopped moving. The severed head of the beast emitted a guttural growl, its eyes still glowing with malevolent intent. The sound grew louder as the head twitched, its jaws snapping shut with unnatural force. The growling intensified, the disembodied head writhing on the ground as if still alive. Arcane energy crackled around the beast's head, a dark magic fueling its unnatural persistence. The monster's red eyes glowed ominously, the power of the dark magic becoming increasingly evident. With a final, desperate snap, the monster's jaws slammed shut, teeth grinding against the stone floor. Whispers carried on the wind spoke of the honor it was to have the knight captain and the young lady present. The people pleaded with Duke Aaron Pendragon to stay, their faces etched with worry and desperation. He stood before the ornate doorway, his back to the unseen observer. Duke Aaron Pendragon turned, his expression unreadable as he heard someone call out, "Lady Sophia." The Duke's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice boomed, addressing him as, "How are you, O brave warrior of Sisek?" The warrior of Sisek grinned, his eyes gleaming with a sinister intent. The warrior questioned, "Knight Captain Fillmore?" Lady Sophia, bound and gagged, pleaded with her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Knight Captain Fillmore held Lady Sophia captive, his expression cold as he threatened. Otherwise, the warrior of Sisek declared that her head will fly off. Knight Captain Fillmore sat on his throne, Lady Sophia still bound, the bodies of his enemies scattered at his feet. He stood amidst the carnage, the floor stained with what appeared to be blood. Knight Captain Fillmore spoke, revealing that the 3 specially selected escorts were all murdered. The unseen speaker noted that Lady Sophia was taken without a single sound. Fillmore, his expression hardening, demanded to know what they wanted from him. A voice echoed, the single word hanging in the air. Money? Fillmore, holding Lady Sophia, declared that it was all for a grandiose plan. The knight captain stated that small fry like the speaker had no need to know about it. Fillmore continued, stating he could make use of the speaker and the foolish Brescia. Lady Sophia, bound and gagged, thought to herself that she could catch someone effortlessly. The knight captain's face contorted in anger, his eyes narrowed. The unseen speaker demanded that Fillmore release Lady Sophia. Fillmore remarked on the speaker's quick words, implying a threat. The scene is set, the stakes are high, and the tension is palpable. He grinned, a cruel glint in his eyes as he spoke of gauging out eyes. A man with gray hair looked on, his expression a mixture of concern and anger. Fillmore loomed over Lady Sophia, warning her to make it quick. He continued to threaten the gagged Lady Sophia, his words laced with malice. Lady Sophia's eyes widened in terror, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The man with gray hair watched, his face etched with worry as Lady Sophia struggled against her restraints. A voice echoed with determination, promising retribution. Tears streamed down Lady Sophia's face, her muffled cries a testament to her fear. The sound of something breaking shattered the tense silence. The man with gray hair's eyes welled up with tears, his face a mask of anguish. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a promise of impending action. She's held tightly, a blade pressed against her throat. Fillmore's eyes gleam with manic glee. A dark power gathers, coalescing into a tangible force. Tears of black ichor streak down Fillmore's face, his expression a mask of anguish. He seems to question if it is enough. Fillmore laughs, mocking their loyalty. He wonders if that is the will of a knight, and finds it amazing. Fillmore's face is twisted in pain as he speaks. He calls someone an idiot. The black tears continue to stream down Fillmore's face. His face is stained with black tears. Fillmore clutches at his chest, the dark energy crackling around him. A scream tears from his throat, a raw expression of agony. He is struck, a blade piercing through both eyes as blood splatters. The attacker's armored form looms over the fallen knight captain. The blade is pulled free, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The attacker continues their assault, the axe cleaving the air. The attacker sneers, declaring, "There's no way you can win without your eyes." Lady Sophia lies prone on the floor, the attacker's words echoing around her. "For serving this incompetent bitch." The attacker, holding a glowing orb, proclaims, "Now instead, you will have." The attacker finishes, stating that she will have an excellent master. The orb pulses with power. Lady Sophia is surrounded by a magical circle, its symbols glowing brightly. The orb's energy intensifies, enveloping Lady Sophia in its light. She remained suspended within the orb, the magical energy swirling around her form. The light intensified, bathing the chamber in an ethereal glow as the ritual continued to unfold. The magical energy pulsed, drawing closer to her, as if seeking to merge with her very being. Standing before the spectacle, the armored figure watched, their presence imposing and silent. A heavy fog began to roll in, obscuring the edges of the room and adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The armored figure remained unmoved, a silent sentinel amidst the encroaching darkness and magical display. The armored figure, with a sinister grin, declared, "From now on, you guys are." Elsewhere, a man with elongated fangs mused, "My puppets." The man with fangs continued, "By any means you wish." A young blonde girl knelt, her expression unreadable as she awaited further instructions. The man with blue hair, now identified as Lord Tovin Balta, embraced the blonde girl. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the city slept, unaware of the dark machinations unfolding. A question hangs in the air. What has happened to Raven? The group worries. Ever since that rainy day, he hasn't left his room. They urge him to say something. The man with dark hair remains silent, his expression unreadable. The room is dark, lit only by the faint glow of chandeliers. Raven sits with his head in his hands, the woman with white hair looking on with concern. The grand estate loomed, a silent question hanging in the air. How was it? The strengths of those 6 mercenaries were being considered. Meanwhile, a figure knelt before the armored Duke Pendragon, who sat upon his throne. All of them were first class, but there was a problem. Duke Pendragon rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Elsewhere, a figure sat hunched over on a bed, their head in their hands, consumed by despair. A server approached, carrying a tray with food and drink. The server offered the tray, concern etched on their face. "Ray," a gentle voice urged, "you have to eat at least a little." A table held a meager offering of food, untouched and forlorn. The server stood beside the bed, offering the tray to the despondent figure. Raven Vault clutched his head, a dark cloud seemingly hanging over him. The words echoed in the air, a stark declaration of his non-existence. Ellen Pendragon approached, carrying a tray laden with food, her expression unreadable. She noted that the Vault household was already. Raven Vault, his voice barely a whisper, could only utter, "No more." Despair etched on his face. He questioned his very identity, wondering who he was supposed to be. Ellen Pendragon's expression softened, her voice gentle as she urged him to confide in her. The tray remained untouched, a silent offering amidst the turmoil of his thoughts. A single name escaped his lips, a desperate plea for someone named Soul. Ellen Pendragon's gaze was filled with a mixture of concern and understanding. A voice, filled with remorse, echoed in the darkness, offering an apology. A name, Ray, hung in the air, heavy with unspoken emotions and regret. A grand castle pierces the sky, its spires adorned with flags and intricate details. A hand, adorned with rings bearing precious stones, gestures subtly. A voice speaks, the words hanging in the air. Lately, Sophia's gaze falls upon the man seated regally on his throne. The man on the throne is revealed to be Count Brescia, the Sisek Lord. An unseen figure protests, "That's not true, sir." Count Brescia responds, his tone measured, "Is that so?" The Count declares, "That's it. Let's give Sophia another precious gem, one so expensive that it could be part of the royal family treasury." The Count's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He continues, his voice laced with determination, "We have to raise the tax rates more." The Count's subordinate nervously replies, "Sir, that..." The Count finishes, "Those who don't pay will be made into serfs, at one's own risk." He declared that Love Tylene, their family's most important vassal, would also receive a promotion. Count Brescia announced this new policy with a stern expression, his voice resonating through the hall. The guard, standing beside the door, looked surprised by the announcement, his eyes widening slightly. Suddenly, a voice boomed, announcing, "Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have returned." Count Brescia, caught off guard, fell from his chair. The guard rushed to his side, exclaiming, "S. Sophia." The Count, still on the floor, could only manage to utter Sophia's name, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the focus shifted to a woman's back, adorned with a fur collar, as she walked forward. The woman's outfit, a dark dress with a fur collar, suggested a sense of elegance and mystery. The slit in her dress revealed a glimpse of her leg, adding to the allure of her presence. Lady Sophia stood tall, a confident smirk playing on her lips as she held a long smoking pipe. Sir Fillmore walked beside her, his presence a stark contrast to Sophia's flamboyant entrance. Sophia thought to herself, "Hello, dear father," a hint of sarcasm coloring her words. He regarded the unseen arrival with a calculating stare, his expression unreadable. The message, delivered with ominous weight, confirmed their return. Count Brescia's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he heard the news. The Count could only manage a small O as the implications began to dawn on him. Elsewhere, a woman listened intently, her expression hidden from view. Lord Tovin Balta stood beside her, the woman noting that they were behaving differently from their usual selves. Lord, a troublesome problem has appeared. Tovin Balta considered the news. It was an important topic, so he wished for everyone else to be dismissed. 3 figures stood before an ornate doorway, awaiting further instructions. A disembodied voice questioned, Before the seated figure, Tovin Balta and the woman stood on the steps. To present it simply, a troublesome problem has appeared. Tovin Balta's expression hardened. He was planning a rebellion. Count Brescia's shock intensified, his mouth agape at the revelation. Count Brescia's face contorts in disbelief, his brow furrowed with concern. What? He exclaims, clearly taken aback by the news. Lord Tovin Balta stands beside him as the Count sits on his throne. The Count learns that Lady Sophia was taken hostage, and they were attacked on the mountains. Tovin Balta continues, relaying that large numbers of mercenaries have been recruited recently, a worrying development for their current situation. The Lord suggests that it would be better for them to strike first, otherwise things could become troublesome for them in the future. Count Brescia appears shaken by the information, his fingers steepled before him as he contemplates the implications of these revelations. This. The Count continues, stating that Fillmore is the vassal who he is most familiar with, suggesting a level of trust or reliance on him. However, Count Brescia acknowledges that Fillmore is one of the fiercest warriors of Sisek, a testament to his strength and combat prowess. The Count thinks of Fillmore as his most loyal subject, emphasizing the depth of their relationship and the Count's faith in him. Tovin Balta stands with a bag in hand, thinking that there's no way a report made by him could be wrong. With a thud, the bag lands heavily before Count Brescia, the sound echoing in the grand hall, its contents unseen but undoubtedly significant. The bag rests on the floor, its dark form contrasting against the ornate carpet, the implications of its arrival hanging heavy in the air. The coarse fabric of the bag is all that is visible, the content a mystery, but the weight of it suggests something substantial and potentially dangerous. He recoiled, nearly falling from his throne as a wave of unseen force buffeted him. Someone had been murdered by Ruv Tylene assassins, and despite managing to save her, she was still tied up by them. A woman in a black dress and wide-brimmed hat stood tall, a knight in shining armor at her side. Her arm bore the marks of terrible abuse, a permanent brand of disgrace etched into her skin. Count Brescia's eyes widened, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as realization dawned. His voice cracking with a mixture of shock and paternal concern, he cried out, "Father!" The woman stood behind him, her presence a suffocating weight of unspoken history. A desperate plea echoed in the silence, a fragile hope clinging to the air. Somehow, please. The woman leaned in, her voice a desperate whisper, "Protect me." Count Brescia's face flushed, a storm of conflicting emotions raging within him. The woman's words hung heavy in the air, a painful reminder. This daughter of mine. Tears streamed down her face, a silent testament to the horrors she had endured. He clenched his teeth, a deep resolve hardening his features. A powerful declaration echoed, promising unwavering protection. The castle stood tall, a silent promise of defense against the coming storm. The soldiers murmured, the gravity of the situation settling upon them. The call to honor resonated, a solemn oath hanging in the air. The armored figure stood firm, a silent guardian ready to defend. Count Brescia's face contorted with a mixture of fear and determination. The order was given, a swift dispatch into the unknown. The troops mobilized, their faces grim as they prepared for battle. The declaration to protect Sophia hung heavy in the air. A woman with blonde hair, wearing a large black hat, expresses her affection. A knight in shining armor smiles warmly, his expression open and friendly. One of the men admits to a mistake, chuckling sheepishly as he speaks. Another man expresses gratitude, hinting at the destruction of evidence. The word love hangs in the air, a silent declaration of affection. A man with a beard and a horned helmet looks on, his expression unreadable. The name Tylene appears, signaling the end of this part of the story. The armored boots of Duke Pendragon come to a halt on the stone floor. His gloved hand rests on the hilt of his sword, a blue gem glinting in the light. The Duke Pendragon's armor gleams, a testament to his power and status. The air crackles with unseen energy. Duke Pendragon stands tall, his gaze unwavering as he surveys the scene before him. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready for whatever may come. The Duke Pendragon is flanked by 2 figures cloaked in blue, their faces obscured by shadow. Elsewhere, a man with brown hair looks up, startled. "You wait, Jody." The atmosphere around him is much nobler than before. "I've seen countless high-quality items when I was a bandit. However, I've never." He observed the armor, noting its craftsmanship. It was unlike anything he had seen before. The quality of the armor was of a higher caliber than he had ever witnessed. Duke Pendragon wondered if he was truly dealing with a mercenary. A voice commanded the group to head towards the Tylene estate and to bring the horses. The group looked on with shock and concern, their faces etched with worry. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the situation unfolding before them. A man questioned if they were planning on allying with Tylene, his tone laced with disbelief. A voice boomed, reminding everyone that Tylene had made an enemy of the territory lord. Elkin stated that even if they joined him, they wouldn't be getting anything out of it. Duke Pendragon declared that, on the contrary, that rotten household would. A voice responded with a simple, questioning, "Is that so?" He paused, his expression hardening as he considered the situation at hand. But right now, his focus was singular. The Duke knew that if one of them were to fall, it would be troublesome. Mounted on horseback, Duke Aaron declared that this was his battle, his alone to fight. He stated firmly that he had no intention of dragging anyone into it. Duke Aaron offered a parting sentiment, a quiet request for them to take care. The Duke spurred his horse forward, a surge of power emanating from him as he prepared to charge. Dust billowed as the horse galloped forward, carrying Duke Aaron towards the impending conflict. The others watched him ride off, one calling out, trying to get his attention. "Hey, are you?" A voice called out, questioning the situation with urgency. "Serious?" Elkin, adorned in his blue cloak, watched Duke Aaron ride away, his expression unreadable. Elkin affirmed his loyalty, stating simply, "I am his." The group followed after Duke Aaron, their resolve firm as they rode towards the impending battle. They rode onward, the wind whipping past them as they pressed forward. The group slowed, noticing that the woman with red hair was no longer with them. The woman with red hair paused, a look of concern etched on her face. She muttered, "Wait." She called out, "Wait. Elkin, Raven." Her voice echoed in the distance. Elkin, riding his horse, looked back in surprise. "Huh," he exclaimed. Someone muttered, "That red bitch is gone." Elkin looked back, a worried expression on his face. The man with black hair stood behind him. The man with black hair stated, "We do owe them after that monster subjugation accident." Elkin paused, considering the words. He questioned. Besides, Elkin had a feeling that. He thought, if we part ways with him right now, we will definitely regret it. He stood on the path, watching a lone rider approach in the distance. Elkin's expression tightened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The rider cursed, spurring his horse forward with desperate urgency. The rider's desperate cry echoed, a furious command to unseen allies. Elsewhere, a group of riders crested a hill, silhouetted against the sky stained with fire. Hooves pounded the earth as the riders descended, their destination a scene of chaos. The village burned, its inhabitants fleeing in terror from the encroaching flames. Amidst the destruction, villagers lay injured or dead, victims of the brutal assault. The riders pressed on, their faces grim as they surveyed the devastation they wrought. Elkin's brow furrowed, the weight of the unfolding tragedy etched on his face. How did he view this strife? The question hung in the air. Pendragon? It seems that someone wants to erase Tylene. Unlike the Breshas to declare war so suddenly. And Tylene's soldiers also seem confused about it. There's a high chance that someone is meddling in this war, the man with brown hair observes. The man with black hair and a ponytail thinks it is perhaps the one behind the assassination attempt of Prince Shaun. Segunda, or someone with a higher position. The man with brown hair is holding two swords. The swords are drawn. Don't recklessly, the man with brown hair says. They're ultimately just following orders from their lord. He glances over his shoulder, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The man's expression hardens, a grim understanding settling in his eyes. The city burns, a raging inferno consuming everything in its path. Soldiers ride hard toward the blaze, their faces grim with purpose. Elkin, Ellen Pendragon, and Tylene stare in disbelief. Exclamation point. The destruction unfolds, a scene of utter devastation. The mounted soldiers charge into the fray, weapons raised and ready. Ellen Pendragon's eyes widen in horror. We are too late. Elkin's expression darkens. No, they are still attacking. He thinks, and besides the Tylene I know. A flashback reveals Tylene, his face resolute. Ruv Tylene isn't a man. The thought continues, who would hurt himself because of his pride. She rode, a glimmer of hope flickering within her heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, he still drew breath. The three knights pressed onward, their resolve hardening with each stride of their steeds. The order rang out, a desperate plea cutting through the din of battle. Find him, no matter the cost. Ellen Pendragon's face lit up with relief. Elkin, she cried, spotting the familiar face among the chaos. The trio split, each rider charting their own course through the ravaged landscape. Elkin stood shoulder to shoulder with a new ally. Their numbers had indeed increased, bolstering their chances of success. The Valva's knight smirked, a glint of confidence in his eyes. He was living up to his reputation. Elkin's expression hardened, a flicker of pride in his eyes. They had earned his trust quickly. The intricate details of the cape hinted at the power and prestige it represented. With a unified cry, the group surged forward, their determination a palpable force. Let's go. Amidst the chaos of explosions, figures tumbled through the air, their fates hanging precariously in the balance. A grand estate blazes as figures sprint across the manicured lawn, swords drawn and glinting in the firelight. From the chaos, a figure emerges, dark hair flowing as purple energy crackles around them, a storm of power brewing. A mounted knight, clad in shining armor, rides a warhorse through the inferno, a beacon of defiance against the flames. The inferno rages, consuming the building in a furious display of destruction, a testament to the battle's intensity. Flames engulf the city, consuming everything in their path. Mounted soldiers rode through the burning streets, their expressions grim. The armored man, eyes wide with fury, bellowed, "Sophia!" From the shadows, a voice declared, "The end of the one who messed with you." Neutral Tylene, cradling neutral Sophia, spat, "That despicable love Tylene." Neutral Sophia, nestled in his arms, thought, "My smart and brave." Her eyes gleamed with affection as she whispered, "I love you." The inferno raged, consuming the city in a sea of fire. Bodies lay scattered on the steps of a burning building, victims of the carnage. A voice seethed with anger. "You Tylene mercenary bastards were still alive." Huh. 3 warriors stood ready, swords drawn amidst the burning city. Their expressions were grim, anticipating the coming clash. A voice roared, commanding them to crush their enemies without mercy. The camera focused on a gleaming sword, its polished surface reflecting the chaos around it. A figure in a dark cloak launched into the fray, a whirlwind of motion and steel. The clash of steel echoed as the battle intensified, sparks flying with each strike. He knew he had no time for these petty squabbles. Tylene was his priority, and he had to find her quickly. The man with brown hair charged forward, his sword a blur as he attacked. The man with purple hair met the attack head-on, his own blade deflecting the blow. The force of the impact sent the man with brown hair crashing to the ground. Amidst the flames and fallen foes, the man with purple hair stood victorious, surveying the scene. The man with purple hair paused, his expression unreadable as he considered his next move. 2 swords were held aloft, ready for the next clash, their destiny intertwined. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning why they aren't being killed. A close-up reveals a mouth set in a grim line, hinting at inner turmoil. Tylene stands amidst the chaos, while a knight with silver hair watches from behind. An unseen observer remarks that someone is being too gentle. The knight with silver hair stands tall, his expression unreadable amidst the carnage. The word knight hangs in the air, a silent accusation. Tylene stands over fallen bodies, as the knight with silver hair approaches, recognizing him. The man with dark hair hears himself being called the Knight Commander. His eyes widen, a silent no, escaping his lips as realization dawns. The man with dark hair grips the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with tension. He draws his blade, the steel glinting in the firelight, ready to face his past. The man with dark hair brandishes his swords, a grim determination etched on his face. A figure stands amidst the flames, 2 swords crossed before him. A voice echoes, demanding to know the figure's identity. "Who are you?" The man's face contorts in fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. Blades of pure energy clash, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends debris flying, the air crackling with displaced power. The warrior is sent hurtling backwards, a trail of sparks marking his violent trajectory. The white-haired man stands his ground, a blue aura emanating from his blade. The dog growls, its hackles raised as it stands protectively before its master. The dog shifts its weight, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. The armored man grits his teeth, his eyes burning with renewed determination. A monstrous roar tears through the air, a primal challenge issued from the depths. Are there monsters inside the estate? One of the fighters wonders as he and a woman battle, a hulking beast. They aren't dying, even though their necks have been cut, the fighter thinks, struggling against the monster's might. Support Ellen Pendragon shouts to forget about the monsters, his face etched with concern amidst the chaos. The order rings out. Search for neutral Tylene, prioritizing her safety above all else. The pair continue their desperate fight, ascending the burning staircase as more monsters descend upon them. The estate burns around them, the inferno casting long shadows and painting the scene in hues of orange and red. Even decapitated, the monster's head emits a guttural growl, a testament to its unnatural resilience. Neutral Tylene stands over the severed head, his expression unreadable as the monster continues its death throes. Monsters who still move, even with their necks cut off, a disturbing reality settles in. A magic circle glows ominously on the monster's flesh, hinting at the dark forces animating these gruesome creatures. In a sudden attack from the Breshas, the text ominously states as the battle rages on. As expected, a voice muses, suggesting a grim acceptance of the unfolding events. The Duke stands amidst the chaos, his wolf companion at his side. He senses a presence, a puppeteer pulling strings from the shadows. The estate burns, the air thick with smoke and the stench of death. The sounds of destruction echo through the night. Support Ellen Pendragon surveys the scene, the bodies of the fallen littering the ground. The situation is dire, and the enemy remains unseen. A sinister grin spreads across a face, the speaker impressed by the strength displayed. "You're pretty strong, aren't you?" The character with dark hair looks up, startled by the unseen speaker. For a mercenary, that is. The unseen force prepares for another assault, the intent clear, to inflict maximum damage. The figure with the staff advances, wading through the fallen. "Of those zombies," the unseen speaker declares their intent, promising invulnerability, to not deal any damage to you. The character with dark hair grits his teeth, his expression a mixture of pain and determination. "This," a voice echoes through the battlefield, filled with disdain. The speaker reveals their target. "How pitiful, Raven." The voice continues, promising a grim fate. "For you to die here without regaining your freedom." A figure stands silhouetted against the chaos, ready to face whatever comes next. The battle is far from over. The armored figure looms over in kneeling form, the rain of fire reflecting in their polished helm. Everything, it seems, was part of someone's plan. The unseen enemy's words echo through the burning estate, a chilling farewell directed at one specific target, Raven. The armored figure's face is obscured by shadow, but the intent is clear, violence. A blade is drawn, ready to strike. A silhouette stands defiant against the inferno, a lone figure amidst the chaos and destruction. The world blurs, the speed of the attack leaving only streaks of light and shadow in its wake. The attack intensifies, the lines of motion conveying the sheer force and speed of the assault. Duke Aaron, clad in burning armor, declares his intent. He will deal with the situation himself. Raven stands amidst the flames, their long dark hair swaying slightly as they survey the scene of devastation. The armored figure's face is twisted in a grimace, their words echoing with determination, for the sake of something. The flames engulf everything, a single word cutting through the roar. Ball. A figure is caught in the inferno, their face contorted in pain and terror as the word Tali echoes around them. The flames rage on, consuming everything in their path, leaving only destruction and despair in their wake. They plummeted from above, the burning estate stretching out below them. Flames licked at the edges of their vision, the heat intense. Below, a man in a helmet grinned, his teeth bared in anticipation. A woman looked up, her eyes wide with terror at the sight above. The ground rushed up to meet them, the inferno raging all around. Raven's name echoes in the darkness, a whispered threat. The unseen speaker declares that, unfortunately, someone will die here. A brutal clash unfolds, a flurry of blows exchanged in the shadows. The voice promises that freedom will never be regained. Energy explodes outward, a chaotic display of power. Darkness descends, a curtain falling on the previous scene. Meanwhile, a heavily armored figure stands amidst flames, promising to deal with someone personally. The armored figure descends the steps, their intent unknown. The figure declares they are acting for the sake of something. The armored figure's face is revealed, a cruel smile twisting their lips. The armored figure roars, their challenge echoing through the flames. Duke Pendragon stands amidst the inferno, his expression a mask of fury. Flames engulf everything around him, consuming the very air. The burning structure groans, threatening to collapse at any moment. Explosions of fire erupt, sending debris flying through the air. The emblem of Duke Pendragon is visible amidst the chaos. The sound of metal on metal echoes through the burning halls. Figures clash on a balcony above, silhouetted against the inferno. A maniacal laugh pierces through the din of battle. The Duke Pendragon lunges forward, his sword a blur of motion. His blade meets another, sparks flying as the two warriors collide. The clash of steel rings out, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. A pained grunt escapes, signaling a blow landed. He is sent flying backwards, the force of the unseen blow staggering him. The antagonist, eyes narrowed, spits out an insult. "You brat." The antagonist's fangs are bared, a feral snarl twisting his lips as he prepares to strike. The two clash, swords meeting in a shower of sparks as the battle intensifies. The edge of the blade cuts through the air, aimed directly at Duke Pendragon. The antagonist's sword is blocked, but the force of the blow is still shallow. The antagonist shouts, "Take this!" The blade glances off his armor, sending sparks flying as the force of the blow rocks him. Duke Pendragon is sent reeling, the impact of the attack visible on his face. The antagonist presses his advantage, his sword a blur as he attacks again. His foot slams into the ground, driving him forward with renewed force. The sword connects, slicing across Duke Pendragon's chest. He is struck, the force of the blow sending a spray of blood. Duke Pendragon reels from the impact, his eyes widening as Raven stands before him. Raven advances, his foot falls barely disturbing the dust-covered ground. The blade flashes again, and Duke Pendragon is struck once more, the force staggering him. The distance between them widens slightly, but Raven is relentless in his assault. He moves with unnatural speed, closing the gap in an instant, his sword a blur. Another strike lands, the sound of steel on armor echoing through the chamber. The Duke's armor buckles and cracks under the relentless assault, failing to protect him. Blood trickles from a wound on his face, a grim testament to Raven's skill. Duke Pendragon falls, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud as Raven towers over him. The sword gleams, its edge stained with the Duke's blood, ready for the final blow. Raven raises his sword high, preparing to deliver the killing strike. He grits his teeth, blood dripping from his face as he glares ahead. They move with unnatural speed, a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop. Duke Pendragon coughs, clutching his arm as blood seeps between his fingers. Ugh! Raven stands amidst the flames, their sword crackling with dark energy. The Duke's cloak billows behind him as he struggles to remain standing. Raven's face is marred with blood, but a sinister smile plays on their lips. They grip their head, a strange energy emanating from their body. Duke Pendragon kneels, clutching his chest, his face contorted in pain. Raven towers over the kneeling Duke. They remark, "It seems this body is unsuitable for going against you." Duke Pendragon spits back, "You bastard." He asks, defeated, if they gave up on being human. Raven declares that they have far surpassed a human, for the sake of their grand plan and their great lord. They declared they had obtained an immortal body to cut down enemies. The scene was a field of fire and fallen swords. Duke Aaron stood among the destruction, kneeling. Raven stated that insignificant beings had no need to know about their plans. Raven looked down at Duke Aaron, who remained kneeling amidst the destruction. The figure declared that Duke Aaron was certainly not human anymore, questioning their grand plan. Raven's expression was cold, their gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. The unseen speaker declared that Duke Aaron was just a puppet. Duke Aaron's face was contorted in a mix of pain and fury, his eyes burning with hatred. A close-up revealed the intensity of Raven's gaze, their eyes narrowed and focused. The air crackled with energy as the battle continued to rage around them. Duke Aaron lunged forward, sword raised, ready to strike at Raven. The air crackled with heat, the very foundations of the building groaning. Explosions tore through the structure, sending debris flying in all directions. A figure stood amidst the chaos, their hair billowing in the fiery updraft. Duke Aaron stood his ground, sword raised against the encroaching flames. His grip tightened on the hilt, knuckles white against the worn leather. The dark-haired figure moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the inferno. The figure's blade cut through the air, leaving a trail of displaced heat in its wake. Duke Aaron, surprised, demanded, Hey, how do you know my name? Where have we met?" He wondered if he was simply that famous, his brow furrowed in confusion. The dark-haired figure prepared to strike, their eyes narrowed with determination. The figure declared, "To answer you, since you are going to die here." The dark-haired figure's blade descended, a flash of purple energy accompanying the strike. He swung his blade, a flash of light against the encroaching darkness. The axe wielder sneered, confident in his attack. "You are wide open, aren't you, little brat?" Duke Aaron met the descending axe head-on, his stance unwavering. The clash of steel echoed through the air, a shower of sparks erupting. The axe wielder's eyes widened in disbelief as Duke Aaron blocked the blow. The axe wielder was shocked. He thought, "He stopped my war axe." The axe wielder couldn't believe it. With just one arm, the force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air. The axe wielder's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with fury. His grip tightened on the axe, knuckles white with strain. The axe wielder's grin widened, revealing sharp teeth. Duke Aaron stood firm, ready for the next attack. He is engulfed in a burst of energy, the clash of their weapons echoing. The axe wielder stands amidst the fiery aura, his presence radiating power. Raven prepares to strike, the air crackling with anticipation of the next blow. Raven's eyes widen, a strange aura beginning to manifest around him. Duke Aaron is surrounded by a fiery, dragon-like aura, its intensity growing. The axe wielder is silhouetted against the intense light, the dragon aura taking shape. The dragon aura fully materializes, a spectral beast of fire and rage. Raven mutters the word dragon, as if realizing the nature of the power. Raven's expression shifts to one of manic glee, reveling in the power. Raven, surrounded by the dragon aura, finds the situation interesting, declaring it something worth hunting. Raven smirks, a predatory glint in his eyes as he contemplates his next move. They felt it, the monster hunting blood beginning to boil within. A sinister grin stretched across Raven's face, revealing sharp teeth. Crimson energy crackles, a prelude to the coming storm. A fierce battle unfolds amidst the fiery landscape, figures clashing in a whirlwind of motion. The red-haired warrior's gaze pierces through the chaos, determination etched on their face. A savage grin spreads across the warrior's face, their eyes burning with intensity. The bearded man's expression hardens, his jaw clenched in anticipation of the coming conflict. A heavy foot crushes the earth, each step resonating with power. The air shimmers with crimson energy, a tangible force ready to be unleashed. The red-haired warrior lunges forward, a blur of motion and deadly intent. The warrior descends upon their foe, a whirlwind of destruction unleashed. A sinister smile creeps across the bearded man's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. The creatures roar, their savage fury unleashed upon the battlefield. A monstrous creature wreathed in fiery energy lunges forward, claws extended. The red-eyed character clicks their tongue in annoyance, energy flaring around them. Nuisances, the red-eyed character exclaims, surrounded by swirling red energy. Duke Aaron stands firm, his cape billowing as red energy crackles around him. The fiery creature roars, engulfed in flames, as it continues its assault. The red-eyed character watches the unfolding chaos, a grim expression on their face. Amidst the fiery battlefield, the ponytail character clashes with an armored figure. The armored figure is surrounded by a whirlwind of fire. The ponytail character moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion. The ponytail character is engulfed in a fiery explosion. The fiery energy cuts through the air, leaving trails of destruction. The ponytail character continues to fight, despite the overwhelming odds. A warrior astride a monstrous wolf charges into the fray, engulfed in fiery energy. The red energy character grins, blood trickling from his mouth as he declares, "You can't escape." His intent is clear. The red energy character vows, "I will be killing you." Eyes glowing red, the red energy character's fangs are bared, ready to strike right here. The warrior on the wolf shouts a command, "Balta!" The warrior, cloaked in darkness and fire, surveys the battlefield with his pack of wolves. A soldier in a horned helmet smirks, his expression suggesting a cruel satisfaction. From the shadows, a voice wonders if rage is the key. Is that so? Overflow with rage, then. Elsewhere, a group flees down a long corridor, the fiery chaos hot on their heels. One of the fleeing figures expresses relief. "It seems like we managed to avoid those monsters." Another is less certain. Doubts linger among the fleeing group. "Think we evaded them. It's more likely that they just disappeared." Amidst the raging fires, the man with brown hair smirked. "It was good they weren't here." The order came down, urgent and clear. They had to find Tylene. Cornered, a lone figure sat on the floor, facing 3 armed men. Their swords glinted menacingly in the dim light. The man with brown hair spat the words out like venom. "Love Tylene, you traitor!" The knight, acting under Lord Breshaw's command, vowed to strike his target down right then and there. Another man, incredulous, declared the idea baseless. He questioned if they truly believed what that fat pig had said. The knight pressed his sword closer to the man's neck. This matter, he explained, had been reported by one of Sissek's fiercest warriors. The voice boomed, identifying the knight as Knight Captain Sir Fillmore. There was no way that person. The man with brown hair roared, his face contorted in fury as he raised his sword high. Swords clashed as the man with brown hair engaged Sir Fillmore in a fierce duel. The air crackled with energy. A cry of alarm pierces the air amidst the chaos. He deflects a blow, assessing his condition. "Are you all right?" "I guess not." A mercenary shouts, charging into the fray. "Mercenary!" The mercenaries advance, swords drawn, ready to engage. Sir Fillmore parries another attack, his expression grim as the battle rages around him. A swift strike narrowly misses its mark. The clash of steel echoes as Sir Fillmore continues to fight. The battle intensifies, with both sides exchanging blows amidst the flames. Mercenaries are thrown through the air, defeated. The mercenaries close in, surrounding their target. "At least we found him." Sir Fillmore grits his teeth, determined to survive. While he's still alive. The red-haired woman smirks, observing the scene. "You're not a big deal at all, huh? For someone who claims to be such a great knight." He is surrounded, the mercenaries closing in. One of them speaks, a simple, ominous greeting hanging in the air. Another mercenary shouts, berating someone for their tardiness and questioning the whereabouts of others. The clash of steel echoes as the battle intensifies, the sounds of conflict filling the air. Sir Fillmore grits his teeth, his expression a mask of determination amidst the chaos. The man with black hair retorts with anger, silencing the woman with red hair. He makes a threat, his rage palpable. The mercenaries declare their ruthless intentions, vowing to pursue their target's relatives to the ends of the earth. Sir Fillmore is caught in the thick of it, as another mercenary urges his comrades to focus on the task at hand. A fresh wave of soldiers arrives, their numbers seemingly endless as they rush into the fray. The man with black hair curses, realizing the situation has grown even more dire with the arrival of reinforcements. The woman with red hair urges retreat, sensing the overwhelming odds as the soldiers continue to pour in. A massive dragon descends, its fiery presence dominating the battlefield as a figure stands defiantly before it. The battlefield is engulfed in chaos, the dragon's arrival signaling a turning point in the conflict. He stands ready, sword drawn, prepared to face the monstrous onslaught. A wolf-like creature lunges, jaws snapping, intent on tearing him apart. The creature's fangs sink into his armor, a shower of sparks erupting from the impact. The battlefield is a chaotic scene of fire and beasts, with Sir Fillmore surrounded by the monstrous pack and a dragon looming in the background. Sir Fillmore shouts, frustrated, "Hey, you're only dealing with the monsters. I'm getting lonely over here." The wolf-like creatures advance, their eyes glowing menacingly as one snarls, "Didn't you say you were going to kill me right here?" Bloodied but unbowed, Sir Fillmore glares at his attackers, his expression a mix of defiance and determination. The wolf-like creature prepares to strike again, its demonic eyes burning with malice. Sir Fillmore raises his sword, ready to meet the creature's next attack head-on. The wolf-like creature lunges, its claws extended, aiming to tear through his defenses. Amidst the chaos, the dragon-like creature looms over the battlefield, its presence adding to the overwhelming threat as Sir Fillmore is surrounded. The dragon-like creature unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the battlefield in flames. He is battered, bloodied, and surrounded, but Sir Fillmore's eyes still burn with defiance. A figure stands amidst the chaos, wreathed in flames, seemingly unfazed by the monstrous horde. The voice echoes, acknowledging the power of one who carries the dragon's aura. Though wounded, Sir Fillmore grits his teeth, preparing to face whatever comes next. The speaker struggles to distinguish the warrior from the monster he fights. That's right, a voice declares, "This isn't a fight, it's a hunt." The hunter prepares his crossbow, a grim determination etched on his face. Kill, and keep on raging, until you exhaust your strength. Go wild. Sir Fillmore's expression is a mask of pain and fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. The monster's teeth are bared in a predatory grin, ready to strike. The hunter declares his purpose, dragon hunting. The clash of steel echoed through the burning halls. The battle raged on. Sparks flew as the swords met, each strike carrying deadly intent. The heat of the flames intensified the already desperate struggle. His face contorted in fury, he pressed his attack. The older man roared, his sword raised high. The blow landed, sending him reeling. The battle continued to rage around them, the flames consuming everything. Despite his wounds, he spoke, knowing the end was near. From the chaos, the soldiers cried out, "Captain, Sir Fillmore." He stood amidst the chaos, sword raised, bracing for the next attack. The air crackled with heat and the scent of burning wood. From behind, a unified cry arose. The soldiers surged forward, their voices echoing their unwavering support. A silver-haired figure parried Sir Fillmore's blow, sneering. He warned that if those soldiers joined the battle, there would be no chance of winning. The silver-haired man continued, promising to hunt down any deserters. He threatened to cleanly cut off their heads. Sir Fillmore's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with determination. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The clash of steel echoed as the two swords met. The force of the impact sent vibrations through the air. The silver-haired man's foot slammed into the ground, kicking up dust and debris as he pressed his attack. Sir Fillmore, grimacing, struggled to maintain his stance against the relentless assault. Sparks flew as their blades scraped against each other. He gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white with strain. The battle raged around him, a whirlwind of fire and steel. Focusing his gaze, Sir Fillmore prepared to counter. His brow furrowed, sweat dripping down his face. His fingers tightened around the hilt, ready to unleash a decisive blow. The fate of the battle hung in the balance. The light glinted off the polished steel of his blade. He was ready to meet his enemy head-on. He is knocked back, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. The enemy presses his advantage, moving in for another strike. A hand reaches out, desperation etched on the palm. Sir Fillmore struggles to parry, his movements becoming sluggish. Dust and debris rain down as the battle rages on. The enemy's blade descends, poised to deliver a crippling blow. The tip of the blade draws a line of crimson across his armor. Sir Fillmore cries out in pain as the attack lands. The soldiers watching from afar are horrified by what they see. They shout a warning, their voices filled with alarm. "Captain!" The soldiers rally, shouting, "Let's go help Captain Fillmore. Kill that bastard right now." He stood over the fallen figure, the air thick with the smell of smoke. It seemed like he was really respected. The man on the ground, injured and defeated, insisted that was right. He added that he couldn't go against that many soldiers. The fallen man continued, stating that there's no way something like this can kill him. Sir Fillmore stared down at the man, his expression unreadable as the flames danced around them. The knight's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, the polished steel gleaming in the firelight. Sir Fillmore raised his sword high above his head, preparing to strike the final blow against his opponent. The knight lowered his sword, declaring that this fight was about to end. The knight declared that the fight is over. Meanwhile, a figure peeked from behind a wall, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed through the battlefield. Blood splattered across the ground as the sword found its mark. Flames engulfed the battlefield, consuming everything in their path. The warrior stood, multiple spears piercing his armor, yet he remained defiant. Blood trickled down his face, his teeth bared in a grimace of pain and fury. He was enveloped in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, a manifestation of his rage. The warrior's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his grip tightening on his weapon. A surge of power erupted, a violent expulsion of raw, untamed fury. The crimson energy lashed out, tearing through the air with savage force. The air crackled with destructive power, the very atmosphere vibrating with menace. The warrior moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of red fury and flashing steel. Meanwhile, Sir Fillmore watched the carnage unfold, a chilling laugh escaping his lips as wolves circled him. A voice echoed, urging the warrior to embrace his rage even further. Sir Fillmore mused that while rage creates strength, it ultimately dulls the blade and leads to exhaustion. The slashes, imbued with dragon aura, possess considerable power. However, their accuracy left much to be desired, rendering them largely ineffective. This particular zombie army presented the worst possible matchup. The odds were stacked against him, creating a dire situation. Sir Fillmore intended to have the zombies exhaust his enemy's stamina. Then, with a single strike of his axe, he would end the battle. Sir Fillmore's expression was one of grim determination, his mouth set in a thin, cruel line as he plotted his victory. A figure atop a wolf-like creature urged someone to do their best. They believed that everything they did would ultimately be hopeless. The figure declared that everything in this world had already been set in stone since the beginning of time, an unchangeable fate. Sir Fillmore, with a manic grin, proclaimed that everything, even this fight, was part of his grand design. The figure with dark hair was told that their idiocy and stubbornness would not prolong their life. The end was near. Sir Fillmore declared that Ruv Tyleen's end was already guaranteed, sealed by fate and his own machinations. The figure with dark hair was told that they would fall along with Sisek, their fate intertwined in a tragic end. The figure atop the wolf-like creature reiterated that fate was unavoidable, a force that could not be defied. The unseen speaker declared that they would be ruling the empire, their ambition driving them forward. He roared, his voice echoing with a promise of enslavement for those who opposed him. Amidst the inferno, a figure gasped, their face streaked with soot and desperation. Elsewhere, figures toiled in the flooded fields, planting rice with grim determination. The older man watched the village burn, his expression a mixture of sorrow and resignation. Blood trickled from the corner of their mouth, a silent testament to the brutality of the conflict. That's right. What was I? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the flames danced around them. Even doing? The words echoed as the figure stood defiant, flanked by monstrous wolves. The cry was a raw expression of rage and a thirst for vengeance. Sir Fillmore prepared to strike, his weapon charged with deadly intent. A surge of blue energy crackled, promising destruction. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy, aimed with deadly precision. The energy spears streak through the air, leaving trails of light. The armored figure watches as the blue energy decimates the battlefield. The armored figure's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The blue energy coalesces, forming a dragon-like shape. Sir Fillmore stands amidst the swirling energy, his sword at the ready. The force of the attack sends debris flying, a guttural growl echoing. The wolf-like creature is struck by the energy, recoiling in pain. The armored figure realizes Sir Fillmore managed to precisely deal with only the mobility of his zombie army. Sir Fillmore's opponent grits his teeth, muttering about the effectiveness of the attack. The blue energy dissipates, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. He stood tall, a spectral blue dragon looming behind him, its power resonating with his own. A warrior clad in spiked armor stands amidst a swirl of blue energy. Duke Pendragon stands firm, a blade at his side, facing a massive, shadowy beast. The armored man is shocked. His enemies have been rendered completely immobile. The armored man raises his weapon, the heat of battle radiating around him. The armored man realizes that his opponent's aura, is far more potent than he initially believed. The armored man grits his teeth, his expression hardening into a scowl. He begins. Duke Pendragon stands within a barrier of swirling blue energy, his resolve unwavering. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with power as it emanates from Duke Pendragon. Duke Pendragon's gaze is resolute, his eyes narrowed with determination. That's right, he thinks. The armored man acknowledges that he is not in a position to act rashly. The armored man knows he cannot afford to be clouded by anger because of him. The weight of responsibility settled heavily, a burden passed down through generations. The armored figure stood resolute, a gleaming sword held firmly in their gauntlet hands. Darkness descended, a visual representation of the chaos about to unfold. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunged, teeth bared, its red eyes burning with savage intent. A man clutched a child protectively, while another stood defiantly over the fallen beast, a grim determination etched on his face. The survivors knelt, heads bowed in fear or supplication, the aftermath of the brutal attack weighing heavily upon them. The armored figure remained steadfast, the sword a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Power surged, a promise whispered on the wind as the figure prepared to unleash their full potential. Duke Pendragon stood bathed in azure light, a spectral dragon coiling protectively behind him, ready to answer his call. The armored figure declared their resolve, a solemn vow echoing in the face of impending conflict. It was their duty. The air crackled with energy, a prelude to the earth-shattering clash that was about to begin. Chaos erupts as armored figures charge forward, their blades glinting amidst the fiery explosions. The ground is littered with fallen bodies, a testament to the brutal assault. The grand building is engulfed in flames, its once proud facade now crumbling under the intense heat. More soldiers advance, their silhouettes stark against the burning sky. They press their attack, scaling the burning remains of the fortress. The lead soldier declares, "This is the end for you." A desperate voice cries out, "You can't run away anymore." Trapped and surrounded by fire, the distressed group huddles together, fear etched on their faces. They draw their weapons, preparing for a final stand against the encroaching enemy. The yelling man cries out in anguish, "Why did we come here? We've been cornered." The yelling woman retorts, "We had no choice. This was the only place." The desperate cry echoed, a plea to find any escape from the inferno. Aaron Pendragon, face contorted with rage, issued a chilling threat. "If you keep talking, I'm going to behead you." The unseen speaker was warned, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. A man, scarred and resolute, considered their dire situation. Escape might be the only way. A fragile hope flickered amidst the chaos. We can survive, after all. The enemy ranks stood firm, a wall of hostility against the desperate survivors. The group huddled together, backs turned against the encroaching flames and the looming threat. A realization dawned, a desperate gamble forming in someone's mind. With a surge of adrenaline, the group charged forward, a desperate attempt to break through. A figure brandished a sword, a flash of steel against the backdrop of fire and fury. The survivors stood defiant, a small band against overwhelming odds, ready to fight for their lives. Each step was a gamble, the ground beneath them cracked and scorched, a testament to the inferno's power. A surge of blue energy erupts from the ground, illuminating the scene. The armored figures stand their ground amidst the chaos, weapons at the ready. The armored figures react in shock, their faces betraying their surprise. The three companions can only utter a soft double-ish as they witness the unfolding events. A voice cries out, questioning the sudden turn of events. "What?" He looks up, sword in hand, at a winged figure descending from above. The companions watch with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of fear and awe. Their faces are etched with disbelief as they gaze upwards at the unfolding spectacle. A hand crackles with blue energy, ready to unleash its power. The winged woman descends, her gaze focused and determined. The descending figure holds a sword, poised to strike with divine force. The air shimmers with heat and energy, signaling an imminent clash. A voice cries out, calling the winged figure by name. "Soul." The winged figure, adorned with golden accents, descends with a stoic expression. A man and woman look up in shock. "Huh, are those wings?" the man exclaims. He mutters a single word, his expression grim. "Full." The winged figure plunges into the midst of a group of soldiers, creating a fiery explosion. Blades of energy slice through the air. He descends rapidly, surrounded by shards of energy. The soldiers below brace for impact as the winged figure approaches. The winged figure's feet touch down amidst the chaos. The man and woman from before are caught in the blast, their faces etched with terror. Another man looks up in disbelief, uttering a simple, "Huh." The winged figure descends, talons extended, a blur against the sky. She soars above the battlefield, carrying a group of people to safety. Below, Soldiers watch the rescue unfold amidst the burning landscape. The protagonist's gaze is fixed upward, watching the escape. The soldiers on the ground continue to watch the winged figure fly away. They escaped, the soldier realizes. One of the soldiers expresses his shock at the situation. The winged figure carries the group of people away for the battlefield. One of the soldiers marvels at her ability to carry so many people with just her fingers. A woman asks if that's what surprised him. Two soldiers observe the scene with varying expressions. The soldiers can't believe what they are seeing. The building blazed, consumed by an inferno of destruction. Debris rained down amidst the chaos. Even the interior was not spared from the raging flames. A line of soldiers stood firm, their swords drawn and ready. He watched the scene unfold, his expression grim. The man's cloak bore the marks of battle, yet he held his sword steady. Blood dripped from the blade, a testament to the fighting. The woman cried out, calling for her soldiers. The soldiers stood proudly, having been raised well to become prideful warriors. He looked on, a complex mix of emotions on his face. A voice booms out, commanding someone to strike down their target immediately. Below, a man with white hair grits his teeth, his expression contorted in pain or fury. Another figure stands amidst the chaos, a sword at their side, as a voice declares, "This man." From a lower vantage point, soldiers look up at the scene unfolding above them, their faces obscured. The soldiers below look up in disbelief. One of them stammers, questioning if it's the captain. The question hangs in the air. Is that really Captain Fillmore they are seeing? The white-haired man's face is partially obscured, a question mark hovering above him. A close-up reveals the man's eyes, filled with an unreadable emotion. The soldiers' expressions turn to horror as they vehemently deny what they are seeing. One of the soldiers declares that the figure before them is not the captain they know. Another voice cries out, claiming that this monster is a fake, a false representation. The white-haired man is shown again, his expression still unreadable as the accusations fly. The world blurs, vision tunnels, and the roar of battle fades. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Something is terribly wrong. The clash of steel echoes as the remaining soldiers fight for their lives. Duke Aaron, his expression grim, stands amidst the chaos, a silent promise of retribution etched on his face. His purple coat, once pristine, is now marred with the grime and blood of the battlefield. Flames engulfed the staircase as Duke Pendragon stood defiantly, sword in hand. The soldiers watched as Duke Pendragon was struck down, crashing to the floor. A surge of energy pulsed through the air. The soldiers exchanged worried glances, realizing their assumptions had been wrong. One soldier exclaimed that Duke Pendragon was not their captain, but a monster. Duke Pendragon gazed down, his expression unreadable amidst the chaos. Doubt crept into the eyes of one soldier. The Duke was a fake. The revelation hung heavy in the air. The soldiers questioned if the captain had told Count Brescia something, sparking this fight. The question echoed, was everything a lie? The soldiers stared at Duke Pendragon, their trust shattered, their faces etched with disbelief. Perhaps they had all been deceived, manipulated from the very beginning. The fallen soldier lay amidst the flames, a victim of the deception. He stood over the body, sword in hand, the weight of betrayal heavy on his shoulders. His face contorted in rage, the revelation of the Duke's true nature sending him spiraling. One of the soldiers voiced his suspicion, "I've been thinking that something was weird." The sense of betrayal spread like wildfire, consuming the ranks. Another soldier echoed the sentiment, confirming that he, too, felt something was amiss. Their anger reached a boiling point. "How dare you deceive us?" they cried. The cry for blood echoed through the ranks. "Kill him!" Swords were drawn, reflecting the firelight as the soldiers prepared to strike. A voice boomed out, claiming dominance. "I'm the real one," the crazed character declared. "I've far surpassed being a human." The crazed character's face filled with manic intensity, driven by a grand plan. The air crackled with raw, untamed power, a furious roar echoing. He stood amidst the chaos, the devastation a testament to his power. His face, marred with cuts, held a stoic expression, a storm brewing within. The Duke Pendragon gripped his sword, a puppet who had surpassed his strings. Was he truly human, or was something else entirely? Blood dripped from the blade, a grim reminder of the battles fought. His eye reflected the turmoil, a deep blue amidst the chaos. The Duke Pendragon stood defiant, his sword a symbol of his resolve. His grip tightened on the hilt, knuckles white with suppressed rage. Facing the soldiers, Duke Aaron declared their actions foolish. The world burned around them, a reflection of the conflict within and without. They descended from the sky, a winged figure carrying a group of people. Below, the city burned, engulfed in flames and smoke. Sir Fillmore, looking up, called out to his companion, drawing his attention to the scene above. A sense of unease settled in, a feeling that something was not right. From above, the Brescia soldiers had stopped their advance, their purpose now unclear. A soldier questioned if they were under attack. A voice called out, seemingly from nowhere, uttering a single name, Ray. The building was consumed by the inferno, a symbol of the chaos that had engulfed the city. The soldiers below exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Captain Fillmore was a fake. One of them questioned what they were fighting for. Amidst the destruction, two figures stood their ground, ready to face whatever came next. The armored man scoffed, dismissing someone as a useless puppet. He stood amidst the burning city, the armored figure addressing Duke Aaron. It seemed reinforcements were not coming. Sir Fillmore declared that they should finish this then, calling out the Duke by another name, Baltai. The wounds he had received began to close, the flesh knitting itself back together with unnatural speed. Duke Aaron's expression remained stoic, but the healing was undeniable. Had his wounds already healed? The armored figure watched, a dawning horror in his eyes. Did he have the same immortal body as the zombies? Sir Fillmore recoiled, denying the possibility. This power, it couldn't be. The healing continued, the Duke's wounds closing completely. The power felt familiar to the armored figure. Sir Fillmore's eyes widened, a look of utter disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the Duke. Duke Aaron stood tall, the flames reflecting in his eyes. He questioned how the armored figure knew his name, demanding to know who he was. The Duke's expression hardened, his gaze intense. He began to reveal his true identity. The Duke declared his true name to Sir Fillmore, Ravenvault. He stood, the revelation of his true name hanging in the air. And a figure descended, wreathed in blue energy. The energy crackled, intense and vibrant. Meanwhile, Sir Fillmore's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. He exclaimed, what the hell? The armored figure's gauntlet glowed with power. The color of his armor whitened. The armor shone, pristine and otherworldly. The figure stood tall, bathed in the ethereal light. A spectral dragon of pure energy materialized behind the armored figure. A figure stands, clad in pristine white armor, a spectral aura swirling. The text declares this figure to be the contractor of the White Dragon. The spectral dragon looms, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. The contractor's face is revealed, framed by long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The name echoes, Pendragon. The figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of power, facing an unseen foe. Sir Fillmore's eyes widen in disbelief. He utters, Aaron Pendragon. He struggles to comprehend what he is seeing. You say? The knight's expression is a mixture of shock and dawning recognition. He's Aaron Pendragon stands resolute, the spectral dragon a silent guardian behind him. Sir Fillmore's face contorts with a mix of emotions, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. Aaron Pendragon's gaze is unwavering, his expression unreadable as he faces the knight. Amidst the flames, the axe-wielding warrior raises his weapon high. Aaron Pendragon meets the attack head-on, a blue aura surrounding him. The clash of steel and magic sends shards of energy scattering. The warrior's face contorts in a furious battle cry. Aaron Pendragon advances, his sword crackling with power. Another strike, another burst of blue light. Aaron's eyes burn with determination as he faces his foe. The axe-wielding warrior roars, his attack relentless. The energy intensifies, the air thick with magical power. He narrowly dodges a blow, the force of it still buffeting him. The swords meet again, a final, desperate clash. The figure in white and red moved with blinding speed, a torrent of blue energy swirling around him. His blade met the enemy's defense, a clash of power echoing through the chamber. The protagonist's expression was grim, his eyes narrowed as he focused on the battle before him. His opponent roared, a furious display of raw strength and rage. The force of the impact sent tremors through the very foundations of the structure. The monstrous figure loomed, a dark silhouette against the fiery backdrop. Lightning crackled around the blade, a testament to its immense power. He was knocked back, the force of the blow staggering him. The sword gleamed, ready to strike again with its potent energy. The monster sneered, you really are something, Aaron Pendragon. Aaron Pendragon's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. However, the battlefield was silent, the monstrous figure defeated at Duke Pendragon's feet. Unfortunately, the monster lay in a pool of its own blood, defeated. This is nothing but a mere puppet. The monster gritted its teeth, blood still flowing from its wounds. You, where did you get that immortal body of yours? And how do you know my name? A boy from the Pendragon household who was laughed at for being a cowardly little white vermin. Ho-ho. Anyway, to our plans. The defeated monster, lying amidst the rubble, vows to chase and hunt his enemy down until they are dead. By all possible means, the monster thinks, plotting his revenge. The monster swears on the name of the Empire Demon Corps Commander's Mad Dog. That name? Tobin Baltai. The defeated monster laughs, relishing the thought of revenge. His laughter echoes, a promise of future conflict. Meanwhile, amidst the flames, a blond-haired man stands, his sword at the ready. The ground is stained with a dark substance, hinting at a recent battle. Tovin Baltai reflects that nothing has changed as of now. This is just the beginning, he thinks, his expression unreadable. First, he resolves, let's start with Love Tylene. Meanwhile, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. The city stood firm against the encroaching waves, a testament to its enduring strength. Candles flickered, casting dancing shadows across the walls of the chamber. Two women, startled, clutched at the sheets, their eyes wide with concern. They exchanged worried glances, a silent question passing between them. He sat cross-legged, his torso scarred and marked, oblivious to their gaze. Neutral Tovin Baltai's face was grim, his eyes narrowed as he stared down at his own body. A dark aura seemed to emanate from him, a sign of the power he wielded. The woman with black hair gasped, pointing, "Be Baltai, there's blood." The camera focused on the blood staining the sheets, a stark contrast to the pale fabric. He thought to himself, the wounds I received got through the puppet and reached my real body. He realized he had to report this to that person, his expression hardening with resolve. The message arrived with a tone of utmost urgency. The symbol of Duke Pendragon hung in the air. Flames engulfed the city, consuming everything in their path. A group of people stood amidst the chaos, their faces etched with concern. Sweat beaded on Tovin Baltai's brow as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Raven Vault's gaze was steady, his expression unreadable against the fiery backdrop. The inferno raged, reducing buildings to smoldering ruins. The group surrounded Tovin Baltai, their faces a mixture of worry and determination. Raven Vault's thoughts drifted back. At that time, the situation had drastically changed. Our positions were reversed. Tovin Baltai looked up, confusion clouding his features. What the hell are you saying? Raven Vault's blue eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. The city blazed around them, the inferno casting long shadows. He gripped the man's throat, his expression unreadable in the firelight. The man looked up, fear etched on his face as the grip tightened. Chains bound his wrists, a symbol of his helplessness. Rain lashed down, soaking the kneeling figure. Silhouettes loomed in the background, their faces obscured by the downpour in the distance. A snarl twisted his features, revealing sharp teeth. Raw fury burned in his eyes, a storm of rage barely contained. The sword gleamed, reflecting the chaotic light of the burning city. It stood as a silent promise of violence to come. Raven Vault stood over his fallen foe, sword raised high. The man beneath him could only stare up in terror, uttering a choked cry. A voice echoed, counting down. The number 3 hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. His gaze was intense, focused on some unseen point. Determination hardened his features, a resolve forged in fire. A voice questioned, accusing. Had someone sent a letter to the Vault household, defying some unspoken order? The man's eyes widened, surprise and fear warring within him. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. The voice declared a purpose, a dark ambition. It was all for the sake of assassinating Prince Shaun, a plot shrouded in secrecy. His eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping as the situation escalated rapidly. A surge of blue energy erupted around him, crackling with immense power. The energy coalesced, forming a protective barrier around the antagonist Raven. Concern etched on their faces, the onlookers watched the display of power with growing unease. One man questioned if this was an aura, something only fierce warriors could use. Despite the intensity, it was the first time he had used this power. Seeing such a large display of power was a first for him. The aura surrounded Raven, his expression unreadable as he faced his opponent. The words hung in the air, the Vault household as traitors. With a swift motion, Raven pressed his sword against the man's neck, demanding an answer. The demand echoed, a single word filled with menace. Answer. His eyes burned with intensity, the question hanging heavy in the air. The man with the ponytail struggles to speak, barely managing a choked affirmation. The reason for the Vault household's downfall begins to surface. He admits that they were a bother, his face contorted with fear and regret. The man's resistance crumbles under the pressure of the interrogation. Tovin Baltai reveals he didn't know the poison would be given to the crown prince. His aura is beyond common sense. It's just like the aura of that man, the man with the ponytail thinks, his eyes wide with terror. Raven, in the flashback, demands to know who ordered him. The man's memory flashes to the burning Vault estate. The flashback shows Raven standing over the kneeling man, his sword radiating power. Or, the man reveals it was an orc, tears streaming down his face. He remained kneeling before Duke Pendragon, awaiting his judgment in the aftermath of the revelation. The Duke recalled that the one who ordered the Vault household's demise was a fearsome pirate boss, a hybrid of an orc and a human. The kneeling man had delivered the letter to him, a task that now seemed far more significant in retrospect. The Duke considered the implications, To dispose of the Count's guests, the mastermind had employed a pirate? The memory shifted, showing two figures standing side by side, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Of course, Duke Pendragon had been wary of him, even then, sensing the danger he represented to the Vault household. And besides, even if they were found out, the consequences would be minimal, surrounded by such imposing figures. They wouldn't do anything bad to him, or so he believed, as he looked upon the scene. The pirate sat upon his throne, a dark aura swirling around him as he gripped his sword. He was not just a pirate, the man thought, his gaze intense and unwavering. The pirate's name was Oranges. The man's eyes widened, a sheen of sweat on his brow as the flames roared behind him. The figure in shining armor stood tall, the name echoing in the air, Tolio Oranges. That was his name, the name of the pirate who ordered the Vault household's demise. Raven's eyes snapped open, a wave of shock washing over him. Oranges? The Oranges dukedom? The revelation hung heavy in the air, a dark secret unearthed. The name echoes in the air, a revelation hanging heavy between the combatants, Oranges. The man's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he hears the name spoken aloud. The name is repeated, a declaration of identity. Tolio Oranges. That was his name. The man realizes the weight of the revelation settling upon him. Tolio Oranges repeats his name, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The absolute ruler of the Southern Territory, a dragon looms, its scales shimmering in the dim light. The Oranges dukedom, the Sea Dragon King? Questions arise as the massive beast is revealed. That pirate, a figure emerges from shadows, his eyes gleaming with malice. Duke Pendragon is sent flying, his body crashing through the air as his opponent advances. The pirate strikes, his fist surrounded by a crimson aura as he delivers a devastating blow. The impact reverberates, the force of the blow shaking the very ground. He stood amidst the flames, his sword pointed down at the kneeling figure. A voice wondered what the man was talking about, questioning the name Elkin. Two men stood side by side, their expressions a mix of concern and confusion as they listened. The man with black hair's face was grim as he heard the words Pendraven. The immortal crow seemed to consider something, his gaze fixed on the kneeling figure before him. The symbol of Duke Pendragon was displayed, hinting at those behind the incident. A man's enraged voice echoed, demanding to know what they had done to his Sophia. The scene was one of utter devastation, with flames engulfing the buildings. The knight stood among the destruction, his head bowed in what seemed like defeat. A figure whispered the word Count, their expression hidden from view. Raven spoke a single word, Brescia, as the flames raged behind him. The man held the other person close, his face contorted in anguish and rage. The distressed man lamented the fate of one of the Empire's beauties, his beloved daughter. The name echoes with a desperate plea. Sophia. The armored man cradled the limp woman, his voice filled with anguish. How could his beloved daughter become like this? The silver-haired man looked back, accusing the armored man. That's your deed, isn't it, Tylene? Tylene's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. Gouge his eyes out and make him crawl on the floor like a dog. The command echoes. Kill him. The silver-haired man knelt, defenseless, before Tylene, who towered over him with a drawn sword. Meanwhile, in front of a burning building, the protagonist and a red-haired woman watched the blaze. He listened to the woman speak. The woman questioned the words of someone she considered a fat pig. Raven, his gaze fixed on the inferno, stated that Captain Fillmore was being manipulated. The unseen puppeteer controlled Fillmore like a puppet. The armored man cradled the woman in his arms, his expression grim. He wondered if her daughter, Sophia, had suffered. Raven observed the scene with a calculating gaze. He remarked that those two should have done the same thing. The armored man, flanked by his soldiers, questioned why they had behaved unnaturally. Raven's gaze hardened as he accused someone of starting a meaningless battle for no reason. The armored man's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized he had been deceived, calling himself an incompetent fool. Raven, surrounded by soldiers and Tylene, suggested that they simply ask their soldiers for answers. The armored man pressed on, demanding to know why they had stopped attacking. The armored man's shock intensified, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. The armored man, with Raven and Tylene in the background, denounced those disrespectful bastards. A figure was being carried away as someone shouted to catch them. The armored man demanded to know what they were doing, his voice filled with anger. Two men in blue and gold uniforms issue a command. Go catch them now. Amidst the chaos and flames, the armored man demands to know if he is not being heard. Raven declares this battle meaningless due to someone starting it. Countless villagers and soldiers became sacrifices in the ongoing conflict. Raven's expression is cold as he looks out over the destruction. Despite knowing the truth, he remains unmoved. Tylene, being carried, hears the armored man shouting for silence. The armored man declares that villagers and soldiers are nothing. But The armored man, his face contorted in rage, claims they are his property. The soldier's eyes darted around, sweat beading on his brow as panic set in. Tylene's face contorted in fury. "Vermin mercenaries," he spat, his voice dripping with disdain. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword, drawing the blade with deadly purpose. "Steel mit flesh." A strangled gasp escaped the soldier's lips as the blade pierced his armor. Raven's expression hardened, his thoughts a silent command. Asterisk, shut your mouth. As of now, you are not the one who should be speaking. Asterisk. Another soldier's face mirrored the same terror, his eyes wide with impending doom. Elsewhere, two figures stood silhouetted against a backdrop of raging flames, their presence radiating power. Raven stood over a kneeling soldier, his gaze cold and unforgiving as he surveyed the battlefield. The figure with long black hair spoke softly, the single word hanging in the air, soul. The figure with white hair and pointed ears turned their head, their expression unreadable. A magnificent winged creature descended from the heavens, its form radiating celestial energy. The figure in the black coat stood poised, their sword glinting in the fading light. A soldier's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as he saw something approaching. An ethereal being descended, its wings glowing with celestial light, its gaze piercing. Another soldier stammered, his face pale as he muttered about the beautiful sight before him. The winged figure's presence radiated power, its very being a beacon of otherworldly energy. He stood, his eyes glowing with an ominous power, ready to unleash a devastating attack. A torrent of energy erupted from him, tearing through the ground and obliterating everything in its path. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the battlefield, eliciting cries of pain and terror. Soldiers were thrown into the air, their bodies ragdolling as they were caught in the destructive wave. The attack continued to spread, consuming everything in its wake with relentless force. The landscape warped and twisted under the immense power, the very air crackling with energy. The battlefield became a scene of utter devastation, littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. The remnants of the attack faded, leaving behind a trail of destruction and despair. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, a prelude to the impossible. From the swirling chaos, a single, piercing blue eye opened, cold and ancient. A roar ripped through the sky, the sound of a god made flesh. He gazed up at the colossal form, a mixture of awe and dread washing over him. A collective gasp echoed, the realization dawning. A dragon had appeared. Panic seized the onlookers as they witnessed the impossible becoming reality. The old man's eyes widened, his face contorted in disbelief at the sight before him. The dragon, a being capable of raising entire nations, unleashed its fury upon the land. Scales shimmered with an ethereal light, a testament to its immense power. The dragon was the strongest living creature, a force of nature unbound. The armored man stammered, fear gripping his heart as he faced the impossible. He strode forward, the devastation of the dragon's arrival evident all around him. The immortal crone knelt, his expression unreadable amidst the chaos and destruction. The fallen knight could only stare, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. No way. The knight's terror intensified as the impossible became reality. No way. Raven watched as a figure stood before a massive, white dragon, its scales shimmering in the firelight. The knight stared in disbelief. White Dragon Duke. The power to burn down a country by itself was now being displayed. The strongest living creature, the white dragon, descended. It was a dragon. The man in armor stuttered, realizing what he was seeing. This man is... The man in robes stood over the fallen knight, the dragon's presence looming. The man in robes knelt, the knight behind him still prone on the cracked earth. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. The knight could only utter, "No way," as he gazed upon the dragon and the man in robes. The dragon's claws were massive and sharp, radiating power. Duke Pendragon stood before the white dragon, an imposing figure in shining armor. He declares the white dragon, his expression unreadable as he stands firm. The declaration hangs in the air, a question echoing in the minds of those present. Pendragon? A colossal white dragon materializes, its form wreathed in swirling energy. The dragon roars, a sound that seems to tear through the very air. A swift, brutal strike lands, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The white dragon descends, its massive form a blur of motion as it continues its assault. A pained cry echoes as the dragon's attack finds its mark. The force of the blow sends the figure hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground. The figure struggles to rise, battered and bruised from the dragon's onslaught. The armored figure lies defeated, uttering a strangled cry of pain. Elsewhere, a group of figures stand around a kneeling form, their faces obscured by shadow and smoke. 3 men watch with wide eyes, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The armored figure lies prone, battered and broken, as he gasps out a desperate thought. A mob descends upon him, wielding crude weapons, intent on ending his life. The armored figure cries out in pain as the villagers continue their assault. Fueled by rage, the villagers declare that their families were burned down. The villagers vow to no longer tolerate the armored figure's actions. They scream for his death, calling him a disgusting pig as they attack. The sounds of the brutal assault echo through the air. The armored figure, battered and bleeding, desperately pleads for someone to save him. His cries for help are filled with terror and pain. The villagers continue their relentless assault, their faces contorted with hatred as they surround the fallen knight. Meanwhile, Raven observes the scene with a stoic expression as the blonde-haired man remarks that it's finally over. Raven simply replies with a terse, "Yeah." The man with blonde hair seems to have acquired something of value. The dragon, perched in a field, declares that they saved Sisek a little. The dragon roars, energy crackling around its open maw. The man with blonde hair stands with another figure before the dragon, energy swirling around them. Elsewhere, under the light of a full moon, a large house stands silhouetted against the night sky. Someone muses over a drink, realizing that he would be the White Dragon Duke. The name Pendragon hangs in the air. Around a table, others discuss how they always thought he wasn't just a normal person, but a strong and handsome young master. The sentiment is echoed. Let's work under him. The man with black hair sits alone, a mug in his hand. They were mercenary bastards who didn't work under anyone. He reclined, hands behind his head, but it wasn't like that. The man with brown hair sat across from the woman with red hair, both looking weary. Footsteps approached. Raven sat with the other two at the table. Jody approached with two others, announcing that he found them. A voice exclaimed, "Array, Pendragon." The man with brown hair asked why Jody didn't go to the Sisek nobles' reception party. After hearing all their flattery, the food and drinks started tasting sour. Jody said he came here to drink with them. Jody added that he had a favor to ask. He had a favor to ask of them. They stood bathed in the soft glow of twilight, its windows like welcoming eyes. They stood on the balcony, the night air cool against their skin as a lone woman sat at a table nearby. Jody looked at Raven expectantly. She wondered if he was done with his task. Raven confirmed that he was. Jody spoke the name, Isla. Raven's thoughts drifted, the weight of the past pressing down on him. "Everything is because of you." He reflected on the time since waking from his coma. Jody's voice cut through his reverie. She reminded him of his coma. Raven's mind wandered further, lost in the labyrinth of his memories. "I felt no reason to live." He struggled to grasp the threads of his former self. "I didn't understand." Raven questioned his very identity. Who I was. The memory of a brutal attack surfaced, a shadowy figure looming over him. "I got hit by you." The words hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement of unspoken truths. The man with long blonde hair stood on the balcony, gazing out at the night sky. He turned his head slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The man spoke, revealing himself to be Aaron Pendragon. Aaron Pendragon stood on the balcony with Raven, the full moon illuminating the Pendragon dukedom. Raven's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Aaron leaned against the railing, his posture relaxed, but his words carried a hidden weight. Aaron warned, a subtle threat laced within his tone, that if he strayed again, he would face the consequences. Raven's eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in their depths as he declared he was Aaron's sword. A close-up revealed a hint of a smile on Raven's face, a silent promise or perhaps a challenge. Aaron's expression softened, a complex mix of emotions swirling within his gaze. The tension between Aaron Pendragon and Raven hung heavy in the air, a silent understanding passing between them. He stood with another, gazing up at the full moon hanging in the sky. A winged figure soared through the night, bathed in lunar light. The man with long blonde hair sat at a table, lost in thought. Soul. A bottle and two mugs sat on the table, ready for a shared drink. Raven stood beside the blonde man, a concerned look on his face as he gazed at him. The blonde man seemed to be thinking of someone. She. The winged figure continued its flight, descending towards the land below. Under the moonlight, the two men sat together, the night stretching out before them. Their feet rested on the wooden floor, the silence broken only by the night sounds. The mugs clinked together in a toast, a moment of camaraderie under the stars. Meanwhile, a long road stretched toward a distant mountain, people walking towards the rising sun. In a town, people discussed recent events. It seems like the Pendragon Duke came to Sisek. The news spread quickly. That disgusting fat pig, Count Brescia, had died. The townspeople gathered, eager to engrave his splendid figure into their eyes. A cry went up from the crowd. "He's here." It seemed like the people had long awaited this moment. The hero who would free them from the grasps of their foolish ruler. The sole woman of the Pendragon cavalry, the Valkyrie of the battlefield, approached. Scylla. The Pendragon cavalry arrived, greeted by the cheering townspeople. "Hey, Scylla, you're acting up way too much." He was always stuck between those two mutes, so he was bored out of his mind. Raven was grateful that she accepted his offer. An offer is made, a proposition of servitude, a power dynamic established. He smiles, but his eyes betray a hint of unease as he claims it's nothing. Scylla expresses gratitude, thanking him for something left unsaid. The armored figure acknowledges his help in their mission to capture Tylene. The words hang in the air, a declaration of his strength and worth. Scylla states that they are comrades who crossed the border of life and death together. The armored figure finishes the thought, death together. Scylla admits to taking a liking to him and his companions. Raven listens intently, his expression unreadable, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He seems to be considering the implications of Scylla's words, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Raven's brow furrows slightly, a subtle sign of his internal conflict. But Gus expressed his surprise. He didn't expect that someone who hated nobles would accompany them on their journey. Raven responded with a low murmur. He admitted it was because of his rotten ties with them. The man with brown hair continued, adding another thought to the conversation. The scene shifted to a memory. When he lowered his head, those around him watched as Raven lowered his head and asked him a question, his voice barely audible. Someone reflected on their initial impression of Raven. He felt that Raven was different from the other nobles. Another person thought the same thing as they watched the armored figure on horseback. The armored figure continued to ride, his destination unknown. The man with the hat and beard spoke, identifying the figure. He declared, "That's Aaron." The man continued, lost in thought. He muttered, "Aaron Pendragon. I feel like I've seen him before somewhere." The man's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. He stood alongside a figure in armor, light glinting off the polished metal. A man with dark hair looked off into the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man with the hat and beard raised a finger, as if making a point. Tears welled in his eyes, reflecting the light. The man with the hat and beard watched as riders departed. A voice echoed, declaring, "Let's go back." He smiled, a flash of sunlight illuminating his face. A grand hall stood silent, figures gathered beneath a massive, claw-like structure. A figure sat on a throne, overlooking the court. The man with the hat and beard spoke, "Even after my son was defeated." An elf-like woman sat, her hand resting on a sword hilt. A voice echoes, delivering a harsh judgment of failure. A figure kneels, surrounded by imposing wolves, offering themselves for punishment. A calm voice responds, accepting the situation with a simple, "It's fine." The speaker, standing before a throne, declares a preference for strength. The voice continues, stating that a proper fighter is needed to deal with such a strong person. A close-up reveals a face, a sinister smile hinting at hidden plans. The same voice questions whether the next step of their plan has already been considered. A figure sits with a large wolf, a silent agreement passing between them. A voice expresses their reaction. To hear this, a majestic sea dragon king is mentioned, a figure of immense power. A character kneels before a throne, as the crowd proclaims, "Duke Arangis." The white dragon Duke, Aaron, stroked his beard, lost in thought. Pendragon, the name echoed in his mind. A vision of a great white dragon filled the space. It had been bothering him a lot recently. The Pendragon territory basked under the sun. Conrad's castle stood tall and imposing. The women clasped hands, surprised by the news. Their brother was returning. The bird-like creature relayed the message. He had accomplished his mission in Sisek and would be returning home soon. Lindsay's companion asked if she had heard the news. It was expected of her brother. Aaron stood with a young girl. A man in black faced off against several opponents, watched by a crowd. He held the staff before him, his grip firm and steady. 3 figures charged forward, weapons raised, their battle cry echoing. The staff blurred as he spun it, preparing to meet the attack head-on. He moved with practiced ease, deflecting blows from multiple opponents at once. The orcs watched with wide eyes, surprised by the display of power. He recalled a past battle, a younger version of himself holding a small object. He thought to himself, realizing he had become stronger. Raven remembered the Battle of Silval Coast, a turning point in his journey. He reflected on his true strength, forged from years of serving the young master. Raven considered his current self a culmination of past experiences. He knew he could even defeat the likes of Isla. He was being watched. The crowd seemed impressed by the immortal crow's strength. Among the onlookers were orcs, their expressions unreadable as they observed the scene. The crowd clapped, acknowledging the captain's arrival as they had expected. Someone mused that Raven was able to cut down 3 knights by himself, showing his importance. The captain stood tall, wondering what amazing strength he possessed. Raven received a compliment from a man with a mustache, thanking him for it. The man admitted he didn't think he'd seen him before, asking if he was a visitor. Raven stated he came there by Lord Pendragon's recommendation, his expression unreadable. The man introduced himself. His name was Vincent Ron. Ron stood with 2 other men behind him, the group watching Raven intently. Ron stated that he understood, as he must have also heard from the Lord. Ron finished by saying that over here, neither politics nor military affairs mattered. The promise hung in the air. They would take the lead and rebuild the country. But the words were met with scorn, an accusation of boasting about being chosen. A blade flashes as a man lunges, intent on silencing Raven's ambitions. Surprise flickered across his face, a silent what? Escaping his lips. Raven narrowly avoids the blow, the force of the attack splintering the wooden floor. The attacker's face contorts with rage, demanding he pick up the sword. The air crackled with anticipation. It was time for his entrance examination. Strength surged as Raven found himself surrounded, the command ringing out. Right now. A man with dark hair and a stern expression is cheered by his men. They call him Captain. Elsewhere, a figure with long blonde hair and a serene expression watches from the shadows. His eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he watched the unfolding events. Raven gripped the wooden sword, a flicker of self-doubt crossing his mind. Was he really the sly old fox here? He agrees to the terms, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he grips the sword. Meanwhile, the sun shines brightly over a sprawling city, its buildings stretching towards the clear blue sky. The city bustles with activity, people moving through the streets of Count Sirod's territory. Someone exclaims with glee, finding the city amazing. The crowds continue to move, the speaker noting how different big cities are. A woman excitedly displays a handful of gems, eager to show them off. A hooded figure walks through the city streets, as someone nearby realizes that about half of the gems are fake. Someone questions why they weren't told this information earlier, their tone laced with frustration. A man asks the hooded Raven why he has such a long face, addressing him as Lord. The man with brown hair remarks that he knows a big city like this is nothing new for Raven. Raven, shrouded in his hood, looks away as the man speaks to him. He replies that it's nothing like that, his tone suggesting otherwise. He is asked why they came all this way. The hooded figure states that they came to greet someone. Meanwhile, a grand building stands tall against the sky. An older man and a woman with gray hair stand side by side, looking concerned. A man with long blonde hair stands at a grand hall, a maid standing behind him. The man with long blonde hair says it has been a long time since he has seen the Count and Miss Luna Sirod. The older man says he has heard the rumors, but to think that Aaron Pendragon has changed this much. The woman with gray hair thinks something has changed. The man with long blonde hair says, after Luz, he underwent another transformation, his appearance subtly shifting once more. Ornate windows filtered the light, casting a warm glow across the room's interior. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams, illuminating the intricate details of the window's design. A woman in a blue dress sat across from the man with gray hair. He stated that he had heard about his activities in Sisek. The man with blonde hair, sipping from a teacup, was told that he wasn't the main culprit, that there was someone bigger behind him. He couldn't say much about it there, but the man with gray hair stated that he would soon make his way to the imperial capital and explain the matter to the emperor, and then perhaps everything would be clear. The man with blonde hair was asked if everything would be fine, since Count Brescia had also died because of this matter. After all, you're not free of suspicion either. The man with blonde hair, holding his teacup, thought that someone deserves to die. The woman in the blue dress and the man with gray hair looked shocked. The man with gray hair asked if he was perhaps the one who... A declaration echoes, stating that something goes against the law of the empire. A hand delicately holds a cup. The narration speaks of a tyrant and oppressor, dealt with by his own people. The words hang in the air. If the empire were to attack those people, a figure sits, radiating power. They declare that others will have to bear their aggression. A voice declares a willingness to fight against them, whomever them may be. A man reacts with visible distress, his expression conveying shock and disbelief. The concerned woman's eyes widen, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. Two figures stand silhouetted against a vibrant sunset, overlooking a sprawling landscape. A man calls out, simply stating Luna. A man gazes out at the vista, remarking that someone's territory is thriving. The woman's expression remains troubled as she hears that it is even more prosperous than the Pendragon territory now. A voice expresses sorrow regarding Luz. She admitted that she hadn't heard him at all. The pair stood, overlooking the city. Luna reassured him, saying it was fine, despite the circumstances. The woman with purple hair reflected on what had happened. Raven considered the situation with a stoic expression. He thought back to a time when he didn't understand. The man with black hair, playing chess, thought of his life. He considered what it all meant to him. What he was alive for. But now, the pair stood together overlooking the city. I can say, two pairs embraced, finding solace in each other's arms. He gazed out at the landscape, a serene expression gracing his features. The backs of people walking away faded into the distance, a stark contrast to his resolve. The immortal crow stood tall, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a silent promise etched on his face. He vowed to live as Aaron Pendragon. He He affirmed that his territory would be one where the people would live plentiful lives. That was the resolve Aaron Pendragon found in Sisek. The man with black hair stood with his back to the viewer, his resolve hardening. That was his answer. Ravenvault held up his wine glass, the liquid swirling within. He noted that the beer brewed here had a special flavor. But for him, it was not enough to satisfy his desires. Ron Vincent, seated across from him, tilted his head, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Why do you think so? Ravenvault smirked, a glint in his eye. It had begun. The Duke reclined in his chair, the very picture of languid nobility. Ron Vincent watched him, waiting for an explanation. He mused about what was missing in this territory. Ravenvault turned his head slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Was that what Ron Vincent thought? The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Ron Vincent continues to pour the drink, the amber liquid swirling in the glass. He considers the beer here, compared to what he drank in Luz. The glowing eyes watch intently as the drink is poured. What are their differences? From above, Ron Vincent looms over Ravenvault, the glass raised in his hand, ready to pour. The tension is palpable. He glances away, his gaze distant, as if contemplating a difficult question. The question hangs heavy in the air. It feels as if Ron could pierce him with the tip of his sword at any time. The weight of the unspoken words makes Raven feel like. Ron Vincent holds the glass, his expression unreadable. He feels as though he is crossing swords with him. The two men sit at the table, the tension thick between them. Ron knows that if he makes a mistake here, it's over, and he won't have Raven as one of his people. Ron Vincent pours the drink, lost in thought. The beer made here, compared to the beer made at the port. The coastal town stretches out before them, a symbol of the difference between Pendragon and Luz. The castle stands tall, but something is missing here. He considered the matter, his gaze distant. The population was a key factor. The people, above all, were the biggest difference, he mused. Ron took a sip of his drink. He seemed to agree with Raven's assessment. Despite the Pendragon territory being huge, it was lacking in people. The blond man knew its population was far too small for its size. Only 30,000 people resided there. The influx of people entering the city was too large, some thought. Compared to them, it was a difference between heaven and earth. Usually, this land could easily fit more than 100,000 people, he thought, considering the bottle before him. The amount of people in a territory was also considered its strength. Due to Luz having a port, and that's something the current Pendragon didn't have. Like locally brewed sake, a place having a local culture was a very important thing. Ron seemed to emphasize that a local culture was a very important thing. He mused over the strength of a territory. It all came down to the basics, he thought, the fundamentals of power. The president of the company explained that territory strength is measured by the amount of products it can distribute. According to his investigation, the territory has been making rapid progress due to Aaron Pendragon's leadership. Immigration is gradually increasing, Ron noted, but many of those immigrants are living in poverty. Raven observed the impoverished people. He knew they had to do something about it. Ron agreed, stating that they first have to support them, the new citizens. It was all for the sake of developing the territory, Ron explained. Raven turned to him, his expression thoughtful. He asked him what way they could support them. Ron gestured with a glowing sword, explaining that they could support them by creating fertile land. The president elaborated on the plan, the creation of fertile land being key. Ron continued, saying that they would also give them the right to take advantage of it. This way, Ron explained, they can naturally make them their citizens. He explains that increasing food supplies while attracting citizens is like killing two birds with one stone. But Raven raises a concern, pausing thoughtfully as he considers the implications. Ron acknowledges that there's a problem with this strategy, urging Raven to continue. Raven states that the primary concern is safety, his expression serious as he considers the matter. The potential influx of thousands of people to use the land would exponentially increase the number of villages. Raven points out that they don't have enough soldiers to protect everyone from bandits and monsters. The two men sit across from each other, the weight of the problem hanging heavy in the air between them. Ron wonders aloud what would happen if they sent something else. He asks about the griffins, his expression suggesting a possible solution. Raven looks down, a golden light reflecting off his face as he considers the idea. Raven states that no matter how domesticated they are, there are still risks. There are still beasts, after all. To make them our citizens, a glowing figure stands beside Ron. We have to provide them with people they can trust, such as knights and mercenaries. If we don't, they won't feel like they're being treated as people, but rather... Raven's expression hardens as he considers the implications. They came here to escape poverty. If we were to treat them as serfs, the influx of people coming here with their ambitions and dreams will stop. The influx of people coming here with their ambitions and dreams will stop. A lot of nobles think that suppressing them with force is the right way. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. If they continued down this path, the territory would not prosper. Elsewhere, the people toiled in the fields, their bodies weary. A child wept amidst the ruins of what was once their home. And at last, another falls victim to the violence, struck down without mercy. The mob descended, a flurry of blows raining down. The Lord will be dealt with by his own people. Because the Real Lord is the people living? The immortal crow's power began to manifest. A golden aura emanated from him. The air crackled with energy. The throne room shimmered with golden light as the power surged. The energy intensified. He mused, considering something after meeting someone again, his expression thoughtful. He paused, as if searching for the right words to express what he felt. Across from him, the blond man stated that he had changed, his gaze steady. The blond man tilted his head slightly, questioning if that was so. Raven swirled the liquid in his glass, lost in thought as he considered the blond man's words. He continued, stating that no matter what good intentions one might have, if there's no plan about how to do it, it's all in vain. The blond man questioned if Raven wasn't being too harsh with his assessment. Raven continued, stating that if the blond man were an ordinary person, he would just flatter him over and over again to use him. But Raven intended to be serious with him. He tilted the bottle, the amber liquid flowing freely down his throat. The beer cascaded down, a brief respite from the weight of his responsibilities. Raven grinned, setting the bottle down. Since I want to drink even more. The blond man watched him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of this delicious beer. The blond man sat patiently, his hands clasped in front of him. His expression was calm, but his eyes held a keen interest in what Raven would say next. The two men sat across from each other, the tension palpable in the air. Raven leaned forward, his gaze intense. I already have a solution for the immigrant poverty. He continued, laying out his strategy, and a plan to increase the influx of people to the territory. The blond man listened, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the information. I see. Raven smirked, a hint of triumph in his eyes. And this answer, Pendragon, is contained in what you said just now. A piercing shriek echoes through the sky. The source of the sound is a majestic griffin. High above, Duke Pendragon rides one of the griffins. The griffin's powerful talons grip a massive wooden beam. A flock of griffins soars through the air, each carrying its heavy load. The griffins fly in formation, a river of white and gold against the blue sky. Meanwhile, orcs strain under the weight of similar beams, their muscles bulging. Centaurs, too, bear their burdens, their hooves pounding the ground. Workers swarm a massive wooden structure, fitting the beams into place with practiced efficiency. The framework of a colossal building rises against the horizon. Two men gaze up at the construction in awe. How astonishing, one murmurs. The speaker mused on the transformation of the shabby York village. The village bustled with activity, a testament to the ongoing construction efforts. The blond-haired man sought confirmation, his expression questioning. The response was a simple affirmation, sealing the agreement. Duke Pendragon spoke of a large-scale construction operation, his gaze distant. The blond-haired man sought clarification, his brow furrowed in thought. Construction? The plan was to provide jobs to the impoverished immigrants, offering them a chance at a new life. The workers gathered, ready to perform their assigned tasks under the Duke's direction. Duke Pendragon explained that instead of giving land to each of them, it was better to entrust the construction to them. Since it was a large-scale operation, thousands of workers would be needed. The Duke smiled, confident that they would be able to gather all of them in just one place. He considered the implications, knowing that such a large undertaking would require significant protection. The Duke knew the number of soldiers needed would decrease if his plan succeeded. Ravenvault explained that it was a large-scale operation, requiring different people for different tasks. A subtle smile played on his lips as he considered the possibilities. He knew that people would be calling for people, seeking opportunities within this new venture. The Duke envisioned that this would be the establishment of a city of freedom. Ravenvault pictured a city open to everyone, regardless of citizenship, race, and species. He mused that if everything went well, the population would multiply like rats. Elsewhere, the city of York sprawled beneath a vast sky, its buildings clustered together. The conference hall stood as a place for important discussions and decisions. A man addressed a group, his words carrying the weight of future plans and possibilities. He explained that in his land, there was a forest nearby where they could get lots of high-quality wood. He implored, requesting that they be prioritized for the city's expansion plans. Another man expressed his desire to build a tavern, specifically for the immigrant workers. The sentiment echoed that alcohol was the everyday healer for the people. Meanwhile, Duke Pendragon presided over a meeting, listening intently to the discussion at hand. The blond-haired man finally understood what was meant, a realization dawning on his face. The underlying truth remained. People call for people, seeking connection and community. The man emphasized that if there were enough people, the need for new businesses would naturally follow. It was declared that this would be the most important thing from now on, a guiding principle. Duke Pendragon engaged in conversation with a blonde woman, discussing the matters at hand. He explained that with the merchants gathered, contracts would be made, solidifying their plans. A large crowd of people had gathered, ready to contribute to the city's growth and prosperity. Deep appreciation was expressed for everyone going to such lengths to come here and participate. He declared this city, York. The man beside him listened intently to the Duke's plans. Ravenvault explained that if they want to do business there was one rule they needed to follow. The men listened intently. A bag of coins spilled open, revealing a trove of gleaming gold. That is, you must use these, Pendragon. The Duke gestured to the coins, stating that they were right here, ready for use. Three men watched with concern etched on their faces, their expressions mirroring a shared anxiety. Ravenvault sat on his throne, the weight of responsibility evident in his gaze. Creating a new, independent currency? Of course, this won't be welcomed by the Empire. The man with Ravenvault noted that if the Pendragons did it right now, it might be possible. Because of your fight and lose. He managed to get the gratitude of the Imperial Prince Ian, and because he managed to apprehend the one behind the assassination attempt of the first prince in Sisek. He stood tall, his gaze fixed on the kneeling figure before him. The Sea Dragon King loomed, a silent promise of power and influence. The Pendragon's strength was essential for the fight against the Arangis household. The blonde-haired person seemed lost in thought, their expression unreadable. Because of all this, they will have no choice but to comply. Raven sat across from the blonde-haired person, the weight of their shared burden heavy in the air. Raven considered the implications, knowing the Pendragon's influence would only increase if their currency became exchangeable with the Empire. The blonde-haired person needed to achieve something in the Empire. Raven leaned in, his expression serious. He told the blonde-haired person that they needed even more strength. They will have to bear his full brunt. The Pendragon's influence would increase even more as he fought with the Empire. The blonde-haired person clasped their hands together, agreeing with Raven, but with a hint of reservation. He stated that no matter how many mines there are in this territory, it won't be enough to mint all those gold coins. The man in the black shirt listened intently, awaiting further explanation. A man with parted bangs erupted in laughter, finding humor in the situation. Raven assured him that there was no need to worry about it. The man in the black shirt smiled, explaining that the currency will... The sun set over the city, casting long shadows as the discussion continued. A hand held up a gold coin, questioning if it was really fine to use. The man wondered aloud about the Pendragon gold coin and if there's only about 70% of the gold in the Empire's coins here. A group of people walked down a cobblestone street, discussing when the construction finishes. Someone commented that such a low-quality currency will disappear right away, and that the one disappearing will be the Empire. A man looked surprised, his eyes widening at the statement. The text bubble identified the president of the Empire's fourth-largest merchant group, Giovanni. He held a small coin, examining it closely. The man with gray hair was known as Toast Giovanni. A dark void filled the space between panels. Giovanni noted that the coin was small and easy to carry. Despite its size, it contained a significant amount of gold. The man in the black shirt listened intently as Giovanni spoke. He seemed to be considering the implications of the coin's value. The coin and the Empire's currency had the same worth, Giovanni explained. But the Empire's coins were harder to carry. The question hung in the air. Which currency would you keep? Giovanni pressed further, asking which currency they would choose to spend. The man in the black shirt looked surprised, as did the other men around him. They seemed to be caught off guard by the question. A proverb was invoked. A rat that moves in the market is better than the elephant who sleeps at the vault. The man in the black shirt held a bottle, considering the proverb. For a currency, its price is determined by its circulation in the market. If they made the Empire's currency be treated as an asset, the man in the black shirt mused. Sooner or later, it will become like the gold nuggets of today, and the Pendragon coins will flood the market. The idea was floated that inferior currency would inevitably displace its superior counterpart. He held up a bottle, its contents catching alight. The woman with silver hair confirmed the theory. The man's voice echoed, stating that the same effect could be achieved with just a piece of paper. Raven took a swig from the bottle, a confident smile playing on his lips. He stated his belief in the idea. The woman with silver hair questioned the idea. The man with blonde hair stood nearby, listening intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. The man's voice echoed, stating that it was just a hypothesis, after all. Raven looked out the window, contemplating the distant future, long after their deaths. A voice declared that perhaps they would have actual proof of it. The man with blonde hair looked on, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man with blonde hair thought about knowing the actual future and how far he could see. Raven was described as a horrifying man, even as the dusk settled. Vincent Ron's name echoes, though the context of the utterance remains unseen. The gray-haired man muses on the architect of a certain plan, impressed by their capabilities. The figure with long blonde hair asks if someone managed to tame that sly fox. Aaron Pendragon's name is spoken, though the speaker remains unseen. In just half a year, something will become an impressive thing. The gray-haired man's expression is unreadable as he clenches his fist. This city of freedom stands silhouetted against the setting sun, a beacon of hope. A grand city sprawled, its gates open to welcome those who sought entry. The gray dusk Vincent Ron stated a plan as people walked the streets. The immigrants rapidly flooded York, two men discussing the situation. The city was flooded, just like the men in suits. A crowd gathered, listening intently to the speaker at the front of the room. A chair sat empty in a room, awaiting its occupant. Ron Vincent spoke, his expression serious as he gestured with his hands. A woman with silver hair sat at a desk, quill in hand, ready to record the events. A castle stood tall, its spires reaching towards the sky. A stack of reports, bound in crimson and gold, is presented with care. The woman with silver hair presents the documents. Here are the reports about the businesses that came to York today. The woman stands before the two men, a table separating them. The reports are placed before them. The man with blonde hair examines the reports, his expression unreadable. The man with blonde hair asks, "Everything is as expected, right?" Ron Vincent replies simply, "Yes." Ron Vincent's gaze sharpens as he considers the reports. "However, you manage to see their business vision." He continues, his expression thoughtful, and even figure out their true intentions. The woman stands before them, awaiting their judgment. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension. The woman with silver hair is complimented. "You are very talented in this." A close-up on the woman's face reveals a hint of pride, quickly masked. Ron Vincent continues, a hint of concern in his voice. "Since the number of businesses that have come here has increased exponentially, just the two of us wouldn't be able." He concludes, his expression grave, "to deal with all of them if not for your help." The woman with gray hair offers her gratitude, expressing thanks for the praise she received. She turns and walks away, her long skirt swaying gently with each step. Meanwhile, Ron Vincent sits at a table with another man, the two of them seemingly in deep discussion. The man with blonde hair believes she is a pretty good girl. Ron Vincent questions if he is referring to Pendragon. The man with blonde hair pauses, considering the question. He confirms the statement with a simple, "Yeah." Elsewhere, construction workers continue to build a large wooden structure, hammering beams into place. The workers climb ladders and balance on the framework, steadily progressing with their task. A large, muscular figure carries a heavy beam on his shoulder, approaching the structure. The large figure throws the beam, shouting a challenge. The beam hurtles towards the structure, the name Pendragon echoing in the air. A man delivers a powerful kick, sending a wooden beam flying through the air. An angry voice booms out, calling someone an idiot for being so rough. An orc declares that what just happened was a light throw for them, implying they can't be helped. Elsewhere, Raven Vault sits atop a massive, winged creature, surveying the landscape below. He appears lost in thought, a single feather adorning his attire as he gazes into the distance. Two men stand together, engaged in conversation, their expressions suggesting a serious discussion. Raven Vault sits on a bench with another person, both observing the construction site in the distance. A question hangs in the air. Why is Aaron so involved in the construction? Two individuals, each holding a glass of wine, share a moment, their expressions hinting at a complex relationship. One man states that it's an image strategy, implying that sweating together with the workers is part of a plan. The man with black hair says that it is as someone who stands together with them. He considered the suggestion, the amber liquid swirling in his glass. But his mind drifted back to a time of labor and construction. The man on the scaffolding seemed so familiar, a ghost from forgotten life. The blond man's face was etched with determination, sweat glistening on his brow. Back then, he had been a builder, a craftsman shaping the world around him. In his previous life, he had also helped out a lot in the Vol household. And his mother, the memories flickered like a dying flame. A woman approached, a basket overflowing with freshly baked bread. Always, the word echoed in his mind, a constant refrain. Aaron's name was called, a summons from the past. "Everyone, it's lunchtime." The woman's voice rang out, a welcome interruption. The woman beamed, presenting a feast of sandwiches. He found himself surrounded by a motley crew, all happily munching on sandwiches. The blonde-haired man accepted a sandwich from a woman with dark hair, pulled back into a bun. The woman watched him expectantly. "It's delicious." Raven took a bite, his expression shifting slightly as he savored the taste. The woman's thoughts drifted back to her past. "I used to be a commoner, after all." A gentle smile graced her lips as she remembered those simpler times. She considered many things. Raven's gaze met hers, a silent question passing between them. The pair stood together, the city skyline a distant backdrop to their quiet moment. Raven's expression was thoughtful, his blue eyes reflecting the city lights. The woman stood with another man, both smiling gently. Raven and the woman shared a look, a silent understanding passing between them. The hem of the long skirt brushes against dark trousers and boots. Elsewhere, a woman looks up at a blond man, a question in her eyes as he gazes back. In the background, Raven sits with another woman. Raven holds a glass of wine, his gaze steady. The silver-haired woman beside him declares it their territory. The woman with silver hair looks down, her expression unreadable. Raven's gaze remains fixed, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, a winged figure stands overlooking a vast city, its back to the viewer. The figure descends, the city sprawling beneath them. The winged figure's face is serene, a blue gem adorning their forehead. A voice declares that something is changing. The text says it stayed the same for a long time ever since I first came here to the Pendragons. But after, a dragon appears. He was making a pact with Ray, a figure wreathed in light. The winged figure soared over the landscape, its destination unknown. Raven looked out over the city, a thoughtful expression on his face. What do you think of this, Alex? The name Alex Pendragon echoed in the air, a whisper on the wind. The winged figure spread its wings wide, casting a shadow over the land. The city sprawled beneath a vast sky, a testament to civilization's reach. A lone figure on horseback crested a hill. He finally managed to come here. Raven gazed at his desired destination, the Pendragon territory, a place of both promise and peril. And right here, the sword gleamed, ready for its purpose. Leon John Bolt declared he would become a prideful and honored knight. Leon John Bolt smiled, his eyes full of determination and hope. Raven's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his thoughts unreadable. He gazes forward, his expression unreadable as the wind blows. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. The Pendragon territory was currently offering jobs to immigrants who wanted to work in construction. It was as expected. Lady Erin was the perfect person for this job. Humans are weird. Lady Erin, with a gentle smile, looks directly forward, her expression open and inviting. She speaks, a hint of challenge in her tone. You know you are bad-mouthing her, right? She offers something to Raven, her smile widening. Here, take it. He accepts the offering, a small, grateful smile gracing his lips. Thank you very much. Lady Erin reassures him, her expression softening. Don't worry, we will introduce jobs to all the immigrants, so... She seems to pause, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Huh? A thought occurs to someone nearby. This person is carrying a pretty good sword. The sword gleams, its hilt intricately designed and radiating a faint, inner light. The observer continues, their suspicion growing. And his posture is pretty neat. Lady Erin looks at Raven, a question forming in her mind. Is he really a migrant? Meanwhile, a monstrous figure claws its way into reality, its presence ominous and terrifying. The demonic figure looms behind them, unnoticed as Lady Erin and Raven continue their conversation, unaware of the danger that approaches. She stares in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden appearance. A voice cries out, identifying the grotesque figure that has materialized before them. The monster, a bizarre fusion of flesh and bone, bares its fangs, ready to attack. The creature seems to recall a similar event from the past, its form radiating dark energy. The monster lunges, its claws extended towards Lady Erin, threatening to tear her apart. A sudden impact shakes the air as the battle begins. Raven, seeing the danger, draws his sword, determined to protect Lady Erin from the monstrous assailant. He leaps into action, his blade a blur as he strikes at the creature, attempting to drive it back. The monster roars in pain as Raven's attack lands, but it remains a terrifying threat. He lands hard, recovering his stance, ready for the next attack. The monster retaliates, its grotesque form lunging forward with unnatural speed. Raven stands firm, his sword raised, prepared to meet the monster's onslaught head-on. He and Lady Erin fought back-to-back against the encroaching monsters, their movements a blur of practiced defense. The hunter's expression tightened with concern. It seemed dangerous for the monster to appear here. Raven gripped the hilt of his sword, his brow furrowed. This situation was not accounted for in his data. Lady Erin, shaken but alive, expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Ron. The supporting lady rushed to Ron's side, concern etched on her face. Are you okay? She asked. The man on the ground thought to himself that he was truly pathetic. Ron Vincent struggled to sit up, wincing in pain. His hands trembled as he pushed himself off the ground. Ron, despite his pain, insisted that he was fine. Don't fuss about it, he stammered, trying to appear strong. Lady Erin reassured him, her voice filled with gratitude. You were really brave. The supporting lady expressed a relief, stating that she was able to make it in time because of his help. Ron declared that it was no good and that he wanted to become a knight. Despite his injuries, Ron Vincent's determination burned bright. "That's why I came here," he exclaimed. He and Lady Erin stood together, the scene unfolding before them. The castle loomed large, a symbol of power and tradition, as a voice echoed thanks. The unseen speaker expressed gratitude for saving his sister. The man on the throne, adorned in regal attire, declared that he had heard the news. His hands rested on the ornate armrests as he delivered a harsh verdict. Ron and Lady Erin stood before the man on the throne, awaiting his judgment. The man on the throne admitted that although he didn't manage to become a knight, it was an honor to meet them. Ron smiled wistfully, revealing that becoming a knight was something he'd been wishing for a long time. The man on the throne inquired if it had been a long time, his gaze fixed on Ron. Ron confirmed, recalling that it had been ever since Count Sigunda's banquet. The man on the throne revealed that he, too, was present when the orcs attacked. A flashback begins, showing a fierce battle. One combatant managed to escape at full speed. The man with brown hair is told that he was different. He engaged in a deadly battle with the pirate orcs. The man is told that he even managed to subdue him. He is the hero of Luz. The man looks determined. Meanwhile, President Ron Vincent asks if that is so. Lady Erin asks if being there means he is a noble. The man looks up, considering the question. He confirms, "Yes, I am Leon John Bolt." He is the heir of the John Bolt County. He stood regally, the name John Bolt County echoing in the air. It was a title unfamiliar to those present. Elsewhere, the man with brown hair stood before the throne, flanked by two figures. The room was opulent, befitting royalty. The man with brown hair chuckled, stating that the count title was merely honorary. He seemed amused by the notion. The disembodied voice declared that the title was granted for being the Imperial Palace's jester. Leon John Bolt seemed surprised, realizing that the honorary title meant his family possessed a national treasure level of skill. The man with brown hair affirmed that generation after generation took pride in this path. The woman with blonde hair looked on. The voice continued, adding a caveat, "But to the nobles of the Imperial Palace." The man with brown hair's expression shifted, a hint of sadness or resignation in his eyes. The voice concluded, stating that they were nothing but pierrots, clowns. The man with brown hair finished the thought, adding that they were despised for it, as Leon John Bolt listened intently. The blonde-haired knight's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed and distant. Raven clenched his fist, a burning desire taking hold within him. He yearned to reclaim something precious. His grip tightened, knuckles white with determination. Leon John Bolt considered the rampant discrimination throughout the Empire, even here. The knight's thoughts were interrupted by Raven, who addressed him by his given name, Leon. Raven clasped his hands together, his expression expectant. He wanted to see Leon's gift. The Duke sat on his throne, awaiting the knight's offering, his words of command, "Show it to me." Leon's face was a mask of understanding, his gaze steady and resolute. He understood what was asked of him, and prepared to present it. Leon's expression was determined, ready to fulfill the Duke's request. He is sent sprawling, the force of the blow sending him crashing down. His vision swims as he hits the ground, momentarily disoriented. Pushing himself up, Leon flips backwards, regaining his footing with a flourish. Raven watches the display, his expression unreadable as he sits on his throne. He plants his foot, preparing to launch himself forward. The impact of his foot hitting the ground sends dust and debris flying. He leaps, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the throne room, Raven still watching. Spinning through the air, Leon prepares his next attack. Arms outstretched, he seems to float for a moment, suspended in mid-air. He gathers the flowing fabric of his uniform, preparing to use it as a weapon. His boots hit the ground, ready to unleash his attack. A sudden realization struck, the weight of the situation crashing down. A memory surfaced, a man and a woman, their expressions etched with concern. He recalled a time when his path seemed blocked, his future uncertain. The words echoed in his mind. "Perhaps I can't make you a knight." He remembered standing before a throne, a pivotal moment in his life. But then, a glimmer of hope. "However, I know someone who can." The memory urged him, "Make your skills bloom," as a surprise reaction registered. He recalled someone who taught him martial arts in his previous life. The teacher who fought alongside him on the battlefield came to mind. The demon Core Black Leopard. Argos. The name echoed with power. A figure emerged from the depths of his memory, a question forming. "If it's you?" He considered the flexibility that surpasses common knowledge, a key to his past. Reliable balance and explosive strength were key attributes to consider. A man with blonde hair clasped his hands together, a faint smile playing on his lips. The man with brown hair looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he considered becoming a fighter. Raven's expression shifted, a genuine smile gracing his features as the idea took root. The prospect of becoming a fighter sounded incredibly appealing to him. The castle stood tall against the night sky, a silent promise hanging in the air. The trip to the imperial capital was of utmost importance, the man with long blonde hair was told. Yeah, the man with long blonde hair wondered who could be his master, and if it would be fine. The man with dark hair would have Leon, and had a lot of goals and objectives to achieve this time. The man with long blonde hair considered such things as the awards for the punishment of Love Tylene and the approval of the Pendragon coin. Is bound. The situation was shaping up to be dangerous, a threat looming on the horizon. The two figures sat across from each other, the ornate table between them a silent witness to their discussion. Ravenvault spoke, relaying information he had received from Carta and the orcs. A portion of the zombies and ghouls near the mausoleum they had fought before were still active. The scene flashed back to a fierce battle, the group fighting against hordes of zombies and ghouls under a dark sky. The creatures had come back to life, defying the natural order. Ravenvault fought with determination, his sword glowing with power as he faced the undead. The lingering threat remained. Something was still roaming around somewhere, a danger yet to be confronted. Back in the present, the two men sat in a room, discussing the situation with concern. The other man spoke, mentioning the pact made with the White Dragon. The question hung in the air. Had he still not lost all his strength, even after such a pact? Ravenvault seemed lost in thought, his expression troubled as he considered the implications. He considered the implications, the weight of the undead and the pact. A white dragon soared through the night sky, a creature of immense power. The castle stood tall against the night, its golden spires piercing the darkness. Ravenvault lay resting on the bed, his blonde hair splayed across the pillow. He stirred, his eyes fluttering open as he sat up in the ornate bed. The elf-like figure with silver hair gazed out the window, lost in thought, murmuring soul. The silver-haired figure sat across from Ravenvault, their expression unreadable as they waited for him to speak. Ravenvault spoke, a hint of concern in his voice. I haven't seen you for a while. What happened? The elf-like figure explained that they were restoring their magic power in their lair. The silver-haired figure continued, explaining that staying outside the Pendragon territory in human form uses up quite a bit of magic. The golden aura of magic power swirled around them, a testament to the figure's words. Ravenvault looked surprised, questioning why the figure hadn't told him this before. He recalled the silver-haired figure's words, a past conversation echoing in his mind. The figure had wanted to stay by his side. The figure's expression was unreadable, his gaze distant. His long, silver hair was braided. The figure's blue eyes were filled with a strange mixture of concern and regret. His hand was raised slightly. The silver-haired figure asked if he wasn't happy. Ravenvault simply responded, no. He thought to himself, no, well. His expression was pained. The silver-haired figure embraced a cloaked figure in the rain. The moment was somber and filled with unspoken emotion. He sat on the bed, deep in thought, while the silver-haired figure stood nearby. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken words. The silver-haired figure's face was etched with sadness, his eyes downcast. He seemed burdened by something. He remembered the figure's words, you took care of me. The winged figure, Sisek, sat regally, looking down at him. The scene was bathed in soft light. Sisek stated that there was nothing to apologize for, as they were contractors bound by their souls. He recalled Sisek's words, the weight of them pressing down on him. And it's my fault that you. The elf with white hair listens intently, as Sisek's words echo in his mind. Turn out the way you did in your past life. Ravenvault's expression is unreadable as he considers the implications of Sisek's statement. His mind races, thoughts swirling like a vortex of possibilities and unanswered questions. A vision flashes before him, a figure lying prone, defeated amidst a desolate landscape. The fallen figure's face is obscured, but the weight of defeat is palpable, heavy like tar. Another image surfaces, a majestic dragon, its form radiating power and ancient magic. The landscape is barren, the sky ablaze with an ethereal light, hinting at a world beyond comprehension. Back in the present, Raven's gaze sharpens, his voice laced with a hint of accusation. You had no idea, right? The blonde-haired man sits, his brow furrowed in thought, grappling with the implications of Sisek's words. A grandfather clock looms large, its hands frozen in time, a symbol of magic that can turn back time. The elf with white hair reflects, his expression a mixture of doubt and curiosity. The current me doesn't know of any magic like that. Ravenvault's gaze is distant, lost in contemplation. And even if something like that exists, he sat, lost in thought, the weight of Sisek's words settling heavily upon him. The possibility of time travel stirred within him. A strange energy seemed to pulse around him, and his life as the head of the dragon tribe. For something like that to be possible, Sisek's words echoed in Raven's mind as he sat across from her. He remained silent, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications of what she had said. Certainly, the white dragon back then seemed like she wasn't fighting seriously. A vision of the white dragon filled his mind, a creature of immense power and ancient wisdom, and threw away her life on purpose. My previous life seemed, wished to come back to the past and be reborn. The visions faded, leaving Raven to ponder the meaning of what he had seen, Sisek watching him intently. He declared his decision, stating that's why he's decided to go. The destination was to the place where the both of them died back, the Lopton Prairie. Meanwhile, a majestic white dragon soared through the night sky, passing over a towering castle. Elsewhere, a horse-drawn carriage made its way along a path, heading towards an unknown destination. A figure stood, gazing out of a window, watching the carriage approach in the distance. The figure's expression was melancholic as they watched the carriage. Meanwhile, the white dragon's head filled the sky, its golden horns gleaming in the light. Elsewhere, two people sat together in a room, seemingly in deep conversation. A man with long blonde hair stood silhouetted against the light, his expression unreadable. He lay defeated, blood trickling from his mouth. The taste of iron filled Duke Pendragon's senses as he gasped for air. His armored hand, once raised in defiance, now lay limp against the cracked earth. The battle was over. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the stands as they witnessed the impossible. Rumors spread like wildfire. The third son of Count Louv, the Divine Eye, Lord Eder, had emerged victorious. Lord Eder stood over the fallen Duke Pendragon, his expression unreadable. The air crackled with an ominous energy. The spectators wondered who could have beaten Duke Pendragon so badly. They questioned who Lord Eder was. Eder's feet were planted firmly on the ground, surrounded by a swirling purple aura. The mercenary's power was undeniable. Debris rained down from the sky, a testament to the sheer force unleashed in the arena. The very air seemed to vibrate. Lord Eder stood triumphant amidst the destruction, his purple aura flaring. The crowd watched in awe and fear. The victor is declared, the fighter revealed amidst a surge of power. He calls out, his hand raised, energy crackling around his armored gauntlet. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched upon his face. The Pendragon crest, a symbol of power and legacy, hangs in the air. Meanwhile, two women admire the city, exclaiming about its beauty with delight. The city of Cosmos, a sprawling metropolis, is viewed from a high vantage point. A bustling bridge teems with people, a vibrant tapestry of commerce and culture. The great territory of Alice boasts a city like this, a testament to its prosperity. They will soon be on par with the Empire, their influence growing steadily. Since there's a festival every year, the women discuss the city's appeal. It has become a city of tourists, drawn by its charm and attractions. He declared that he had come to train his skills, a statement that drew some attention from the surrounding crowd. Elsewhere, two girls watched with anticipation, eager to witness Leon's skills in action. One of the girls expressed her agreement, also wanting to see Leon's skills. Raven chuckled softly to himself, a hint of amusement in his expression as he held a red apple. He thought to himself that he would train for just a bit. With a flick of his wrist, the man with messy black hair sent several apples floating around him. The two girls watched with wide eyes, clearly impressed by the display. The apples danced in the air, spinning and twirling around Raven with seemingly no effort. The crowd watched in amazement as the apples continued their aerial ballet. He continued to manipulate the apples, his control absolute and unwavering. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at the skill on display. They exclaimed that he wasn't even using his hands. Suddenly, one of the apples plummeted to the ground, shattering upon impact. He continued his practice, sending an apple spinning into the air. With a graceful spin, the young man prepared to catch the falling fruit. He kicked another apple high, the impact echoing in the square. Two women watched with excitement, clapping their hands in anticipation. He landed smoothly, the crowd murmuring in appreciation of his skill. Nearby, three men watched the performance with varying degrees of interest. One man glanced back nervously, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Elsewhere, a hulking figure stood amidst a crimson haze, gripping a massive axe. His eyes glowed with malevolent intent, promising destruction and ruin. Meanwhile, he continued his juggling, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking elsewhere. The apples fell around him, a testament to his practiced skill and focus. Hooded and cloaked, Raven Vault muttered, "Food is not something to waste." He lay on the ground, muttering a quiet apology, his expression filled with regret. His hand reached out, fingers outstretched as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. Meanwhile, armored figures stood together, their faces grim, as they prepared for the coming battle festival. The town's architecture stood tall against the sky, a silent witness to the events about to unfold. Townspeople bustled through the streets, their excitement palpable as they prepared for the annual battle festival. The woman with the hat noted the presence of many strong people, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation. The hooded man explained that it was the day of the annual battle festival, a significant event for the town. The woman with the hat seemed surprised by the news, her eyes widening slightly as she processed the information. He looked up, realizing he had completely forgotten about the upcoming event. Raven's face lit up with excitement, a wide grin spreading across his face as he considered the possibilities. The hooded man exclaimed, realizing that his master was going to be a participant in the battle festival. However, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, a subtle hint of danger amidst the festive atmosphere. He wondered if Argos would actually listen to him, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He had heard of him in his previous life, so now he should be. Meanwhile, a grand castle stood against the sky, a testament to generations of power and influence. How outrageous! Alice territory, High Lord. Count Louvre sat imposingly on his throne, his expression a mask of stern authority. For generations, the Louvre household has been famous for producing famous. 3 figures knelt before the imposing staircase, their posture conveying deep respect. Who has been receiving superior training since birth, is now famous, and known as the Divine Eye in various countries. An injured man sat in a grand hall, his bandages a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. The defeat was absolute, a crushing loss that echoed through the halls. The man with the mustache roared in disbelief. How could they lose to an unarmed old man? Count Louvre sat upon his throne, his voice laced with disappointment. He questioned their shame. 3 figures knelt before him, their voices filled with remorse. Their defeat was inexcusable, they pleaded. The man with the mustache lamented the potential victory. He feared for their legacy as the Cosmos Night Corp. The shame of the Louvre household would be a heavy burden to bear, the speech bubble declared. The man with the bandage reassured them. There was no need to worry, he insisted, his voice calm. A voice called out, a single word filled with concern. Father. The kneeling figures remained bowed, as the 2 figures standing behind them watched the scene unfold. After all, a new resolve emerged, a silent promise. There was still someone who could act. Morgan stood between 2 women, a determined look in his eyes. He was ready to take action. The figures continued to walk, their destination unknown, their purpose yet to be revealed. The Louvre family valued beauty, considering it the #1 virtue. A glass of wine was held delicately, the liquid swirling within its confines. The man raised his hand, a small sword appearing in his grasp. The sword was raised high, a flash of light emanating from the blade. The man with the sword stood beside a woman holding a glass of wine. A surge of energy pulsed outwards, distorting the air around them. The wine glass was held with care, the red liquid reflecting the light. An exclamation marked the sudden appearance of Lord Morgan Louvre. Lord Morgan Louvre stood in a grand hall, the strongest knight in history. Lord Morgan Louvre stood amidst swirling energy, his sword held at his side. Lord Morgan Louvre revealed himself, a smug expression on his face. A voice questioned the revelation, disbelief hanging in the air. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, declaring the victor of the match. The victorious fighter stood tall, his bare chest heaving as he towered over his defeated opponent. From within the stands, a voice began to speak, identifying the man as Sir Morgan Louvre. Duke Pendragon stood victorious over his fallen foe, the sky a brilliant backdrop to his triumph. The man watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications. The announcer declared that the fighter would advance to the finals. Elsewhere, the Dawson barony stood in its splendor, a testament to generations of power and influence. One of the men asked what the other thought of the fighter, and the other suggested hiring him as a guard for their household. The speaker extolled the fighter's feats in the battle festival. The seated man, Morgan Louvre, listened intently as the 2 men stood before him, awaiting his command. Morgan Louvre finally spoke, uttering a single word, enough. One man suggests that perhaps someone can defeat the genius, Sir Morgan. A voice booms out, demanding that someone leave immediately. The intensity of the command is palpable. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand before a grand, ornate building, the silence broken only by the wind. One asks what happened to their master. The other responds that even though he is a knight, he didn't spectate the tournament, nor does he train. It's as if he isn't even a noble anymore. An older man sits, contemplating, as he thinks about how useless someone is, despite having a title. His feet are planted firmly on the ground. He examines a small, golden coin. A portrait of a woman hangs on the wall. The coin glints in the light as it is held aloft. A dimly lit room, the silence broken only by unseen sounds. A man sits hunched in a chair, his head in his hands, burdened by some unseen weight. Elsewhere, under the watchful gaze of the moon, a building stands silhouetted against the night sky. 4 figures stand before the building, their destination clear. One of them wonders if their teacher will be staying at this inn. The blond man sighs, thinking of a respectable teacher from his past life, Argos. A voice calls out, demanding to know if someone is there, right now. The blond man starts to say something, but hesitates. The blonde man and woman look down in shock at the scene before them. What the hell happened? What happened to these people? The blonde man stares at the fallen figures, trying to understand what transpired. A voice echoes, seemingly confirming a previous statement with a hesitant agreement. A man in armor lies prone, battered and bruised, acknowledging the immense strength of an unseen foe. The man's thoughts drift, the sheer power of the attacker seemingly affecting even his mind. Nobles and knights lie unconscious, having sought the powerful figure after witnessing his feats at the festival. The scene speaks of a swift and decisive defeat. Everyone was beaten down like this. Two young women, dressed in elaborate dresses, tremble with fear at the unfolding events. A worried man wonders if everything will truly be all right, his anxiety palpable. The man's thoughts hint at the possibility of extenuating circumstances surrounding the situation. A cloaked figure stands before a doorway, declaring that they will handle the situation. The cloaked figure is identified as Figure Argos, their presence promising a confrontation. Argos states that he has something to discuss, his tone suggesting a serious matter. Argos warns someone to get lost unless they want a black eye, his words laced with threat. He walked down the dimly lit hallway, a sense of purpose in his stride. Argos paused, a thought crossing his mind about the knowledge he possessed. A sudden, sharp blow struck his outstretched hand, the force sending vibrations up his arm. A figure descended from above, a powerful kick aimed directly at Argos. The man's face contorted in a savage snarl, his eyes burning with fury. The kick connected with brutal force, sending Argos reeling backward from a sheer impact. The force of the blow ripped through his defenses, leaving a visible mark. Argos, momentarily stunned, realized the attacker's speed was a serious threat. The man pressed his advantage, launching another swift attack. The attacker's movements were a blur as he continued his relentless assault. Another strike landed, the impact echoing through the hallway. The man with the ponytail continued his assault, his attacks growing more ferocious. He moved with incredible speed, his foot arcing toward his target. The man with long white hair smirked, anticipating the attack. As expected, his eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the incoming strike. He will now use his third technique. The air crackled with energy as the words, "The axe kick," echoed. Argos descended, his leg a blur of motion, aimed directly at Raven. Raven met the attack head-on, preparing to counter the axe kick. The two fighters collided, their movements a whirlwind of power and precision. Argos's face contorted in a mix of surprise and frustration. Raven spun, his cloak billowing around him as he prepared his own attack. The axe kick faltered, the momentum broken by Raven's unexpected defense. Argos struggled to regain his balance, his eyes wide with disbelief. Raven's counterattack began, a swift and decisive strike aimed at his opponent. He descends, blade glinting, ready to meet his opponent head-on. Argos, barefoot, prepares to meet Raven's attack, his stance wide and ready. Argos touches the wound on his forehead, his expression a mix of pain and suspicion. The man with the black hair narrows his eyes, questioning if Raven is copying his techniques. "No," he replies. Raven's expression is unreadable as he asks, "Do you know them?" Argos demands, "Who are you?" The distance between them remains, as Argos presses, "And how do you know about my daughters?" Argos's face is partially obscured by shadow as he asks if Raven is a comrade of Morgan Louv. Raven pauses, considering his words before answering. Raven declares, "I came here to change your fate." Argos stares intently, listening to Raven's words. "So, I want you to listen to me." The tension hangs heavy in the air between them. Raven Vault spoke of finishing a task, driving the final nail. The unseen speaker referred to a beast wearing human skin. Argos laughed, a cruel sound echoing in the night. He reveled in the moment, declaring that he could not get tired of it. The moonlight cast long shadows as Argos proclaimed it was time for a murder play. Feet walked across bodies, the scene grim and silent. He mused about using his beauty and wits, believing women were easily manipulated. A sinister grin stretched across Argos's face, revealing sharp teeth. The Count authority ensured that all scandals and rumors were covered up, the anklets on the victim's feet glinting in the dim light. Argos, consumed by power, felt like everything in the world was in his hands. The scene was the epitome of ecstasy for him, a twisted sense of pleasure. Argos walked away from the carnage under the full moon, leaving a trail of death behind him. 2 days after the finals, a bloodied blade rests in a pale hand, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. He broods, remembering the old mercenary who dared to oppose his household. They will drown in a sea of blood. The man with the beard regarded the blonde man with suspicion. Why should he believe someone he doesn't even know? The man with the beard stroked his facial hair, considering the offer. Argos, an extraordinary and honored fighter, spoke with a calm demeanor. The man with the beard washed Argos's hands as he spoke. Argos's blue eyes held a glimmer of hope. He merely wanted to save him. The man with the beard sat across from Argos, listening intently to his words. The man with the beard was happy to hear that. However, he had a question. The man with the beard held a cigar between his fingers, his expression unreadable. Would it bring back his daughters? Argos looked down, his expression somber as he considered the man's question. He fumes, recalling how Jor and Raja were manipulated and murdered. The antagonist blames the despicable Morgan for their deaths. Argos's rage boils over. Nothing will bring Jor and Raja back, will it? The blond man sits across from Argos, listening intently. He states that existence itself is the law. The blond man continues, explaining that no matter what sins they commit, the world won't punish them. Argos's rage intensifies as he thinks of him. The antagonist declares that if the world doesn't punish them, he will. Power crackles around Argos's hands as he vows, I will. The blond man watches as Argos's power flares. Purple energy surrounds them both. The blond man questions what Argos is saying. The blond man warns that Argos won't be able to punish him. He explains that instead, Argos will be branded a criminal and sent to the demon core. Argos's face is filled with rage as he listens to the blond man's warning. He sat, contemplating the battles ahead, knowing the price of victory. Fighting in those meaningless, unstoppable wars seemed to be his only path. He knew that in the end, he would become a living corpse, hoping for nothing else but death. Argos sat across from Raven, the dim light casting long shadows in the room. From the way you are speaking, Argos began. It's as if you've already seen the future. Raven remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floor as Argos watched him intently. Argos continued, your backhand counter back there. Raven trained relentlessly, honing his skills with unwavering focus. Your timing and reaction speed were all perfect. Argos sat, his expression unreadable as he watched Raven's dedication. A voice echoes, demanding to know if his techniques are recognized. Argos's expression hardens. He declares he will ask one final time. The question hangs in the air. Who are you? Elsewhere, two figures sit in a dimly lit room, engaged in hushed conversation. The response comes, a firm refusal to reveal the truth. The man with blonde hair looks directly towards the speaker, his expression unreadable. The scene shifts back to the dimly lit room, where one of the figures pleads for understanding. Argos's gaze intensifies, his features etched with a mixture of frustration and determination. A voice demands clarity, urging the speaker to articulate their true intentions. The sky hangs heavy with unspoken meaning, the clouds swirling with an ethereal glow. Meanwhile, a colossal stadium looms, poised to host a spectacle of epic proportions. The announcement rings out. The Battle Festival Finals in the great territory of Alice are about to begin. The arena buzzed with anticipation as the two combatants faced each other, ready to begin the final battle. An outstanding talent, born once every 100 years, was about to enter the ring. A knight stood tall, his armor gleaming under the arena lights, ready to prove his worth. The crowd roared as the announcer presented the genius, Morgan Louv. On the other side, an unknown individual with a clean record was ready to fight. The announcer presented the fighter, Argos, the dark horse of this tournament. Two men watched the proceedings, one simply saying, someone commented that the old man, Argos, sure is popular. Lord Dawson had come to watch the tournament. A man with a mustache and beard looked on with a somber expression. Argos stared intently, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The crowd observes the fighters. One spectator remarks that the person in the arena is the usual Argos, but something feels different this time. A strange calm washes over someone, an unsettling feeling amidst the anticipation of the battle. A woman asks Raven Vault if he managed to have a proper talk with someone. He confirms that he did. Elsewhere, someone mentions laying out some of the groundwork, suggesting preparations are underway for something significant. The spectators watch with bated breath, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and concern as the fight draws near. From the sidelines, Leon is urged to pay attention to the fight, the gravity of the situation weighing on him. A man on a throne scoffs, dismissing the crowd as idiots rooting without understanding the true stakes of the battle. A voice echoes, demanding that the fighters show the real difference, hinting at a deeper meaning behind the spectacle. The man's face contorts in disdain, emphasizing the divide between nobility and the common people, fueling the tension in the arena. Argos faces his opponent in the arena, the tension palpable as they prepare to clash. The crowd roars its approval. A voice taunts the armored figure, reminding him that he roughed up his brother quite pathetically yesterday. The armored figure responds with a simple, dismissive insult. Old man. He stood, facing the armored figure. The man's bare chest was exposed, ready for battle. Argos spoke, his voice laced with disdain. Do your ears have problems, senile old man? The armored figure's eyes narrowed, his threat hanging heavy in the air. Today, you'll die here. Purple energy began to emanate from Argos, his sword glowing with dark power. A sinister smile crept across his face. The purple aura intensified, engulfing Argos as he prepared to strike. Raven Vault stood firm, awaiting the attack. Those watching from the sidelines looked on with a mix of fear and anticipation. The air crackled with tension. The observers knew that what was about to happen was something only a select few could achieve. A hooded figure noted the powerful aura. They wondered if they were in his territory. The declaration hung in the air, a promise of violence. This festival will only end with death. With a burst of speed, Argos lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Ravenvault. He wouldn't let him interfere. Ravenvault's expression remained calm, his eyes focused on the approaching threat. He seemed unfazed by the incoming attack. Is that so? Leon states that he is glad to hear something, though the context is unclear. Ravenvault looks on, a question forming in his mind as the purple energy swirls around him. Argos declares that Ravenvault will be the one dying, as he intends to kill him. Ravenvault's eye reflects a chilling calm, a declaration of peace of mind amidst the chaos. With a surge of power, the swordsman launches himself forward, his blade poised to strike. The dark-haired man prepares to meet the attack, his stance firm against the onslaught. Steel clashes against steel, the force of the impact evident on their faces as the battle intensifies. The caped figure is thrown back, the force of the blow sending him reeling through the air. The swordsman presses his advantage, his blade crackling with violet energy as he closes in. The dark figure braces for impact, the violet energy threatening to overwhelm him. The battle unfolds in the arena, the crowd watching with bated breath as the two warriors clash. The spectators watch intently, their expressions a mixture of fear and excitement as the fight continues. They clashed in the center of the arena, a whirlwind of motion and power. The audience watched with bated breath, unsure of what had just occurred. They were frozen in place. A man in uniform shouted, demanding that Argos kill Ravenvault. He screamed Morgan's name in frustration. The audience looked on, their faces etched with worry and concern as the battle unfolded. Argos grabbed him, his face contorted with rage. The grip tightened, threatening to crush the life out of him. Argos's voice echoed, a chilling reminder of a promise. He called him a fool. Ravenvault gasped, his eyes wide with pain and shock. His vision blurred, the pain intensifying with each passing moment. He screamed in agony, his body racked with unbearable pain. Blood splattered as the attack landed, the force of it nearly shattering his resolve. He lay defeated, the dust swirling around him as Argos towered above. Agony contorted Ravenvault's face, a silent scream etched in every line. The audience watched, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief at the brutal display. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the seemingly impossible defeat. Argos stood triumphant, his muscular frame casting a long shadow over the fallen Ravenvault. A low chuckle escaped Argos's lips, a sound of cruel satisfaction. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Morgan Louv, the oldest son of the Lord of Great Territory of Alice, had been named. His opponent stood tall, the victor in a deadly contest. He was defeated and killed in combat. The fallen fighter's face was obscured by shadows, his expression unreadable in defeat. The onlookers could only whisper in shock. What had just happened? The crowd struggled to comprehend the swift defeat. He supposedly hid his armor, but the woman looked on with concern. His internal organs were probably obliterated. His attack flowed through his palms like waves, a devastating technique. The damage was catastrophic, the effects of the blow evident in the grim expression. The crowd questioned the victor's power, penetrating his armor and wrecking his organs. Is that really possible? The utmost debt of gratitude. Utmost debt of gratitude. The onlookers were impressed by the display of power they had just witnessed. The hooded man watched with a calculating gaze, realizing the technique was beyond his ability to imitate. The shirtless man stood tall, confirming his identity. Argos, the strongest fighter. The crowd murmured, acknowledging Argos's reputation as the strongest fighter. A man watched in horror, shouting the name of the fallen Morgan. The man's grief echoed as he cried out for his son. The man commanded his soldiers to capture the old man and kill him immediately. The man, consumed by rage, vowed to take matters into his own hands. He moved with furious speed. Argos stood over the fallen Morgan Louv as the man questioned his audacity. The man's rage intensified as he called Argos a peasant. A disembodied voice echoes, directing someone to act in the name of their noble son. Standing over the fallen Morgan Louv, Argos declares that the festival will only end with death, as per the law. The defeated Morgan Louv lies prone, dust swirling around him as he is asked if he said something earlier. Argos scoffs, remarking that they cannot even abide by the rules they made themselves. Another man declares that nobles are nothing more than spoiled brats. After all, a man in a regal outfit, flanked by guards, shouts for everyone to shut up. A booming voice declares that in this territory, he is the law itself. The man yells, his face contorted in rage. The man in the regal outfit stands before a crowd, declaring that this is as far as things will go. The man states that things will go as he wills. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure strides forward, determination etched on their face. The cloaked figure's eyes glow with an intense light. He stood, the high collar of his cloak obscuring his face. The man with the beard addressed someone, his voice echoing in the arena. You? The man continued, demanding, Bastard, do you wish to protect him? The man with the beard stood with his soldiers, his expression furious. The man with the beard raised a hand, declaring, The criminal's comrades will be treated as the criminal themselves. Is that what you want? The cloaked figure was surrounded by soldiers, their swords drawn. A voice declared that, Then you are also a criminal. The cloaked figure's expression was unreadable beneath the hood. A soldier exclaimed, WH what? The man with the beard looked on, his face a mask of fury. The cloaked figure stood defiant, as a voice accused him of ignoring the evil deeds of your son, bending the rules you yourself made. A voice echoes, contemplating the necessity of doing what is right. The man with a mustache declares someone a fool, unfit to rule this territory. The cloaked figure acknowledges the accusation with a simple, That's you. The man with the mustache is identified as Count Louvre. Morgan Louvre sputters, demanding to know what is happening. Argos retorts, questioning what the Count is even talking about, given his ignorance. The cloaked figure demands to know who the Count is. Argos' eye glows with an intense, otherworldly light. A surge of blue energy erupts around Morgan Louvre. The blue energy intensifies, engulfing the Count. Morgan Louvre and another man react with shock and disbelief. Count Louvre is overwhelmed by the frightening aura emanating from Argos. A crowd gazes upward, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and confusion. What is that? One of them exclaims. A collective gasp sweeps through the onlookers. Look, someone shouts, pointing towards the sky. A radiant, serpentine form descends, shimmering with azure light. A dragon, a voice cries out in disbelief. From below, a figure declares, I am the contractor of the White Dragon. The light illuminates Aaron Pendragon, his expression resolute as he faces the unknown. The White Dragon looms behind Aaron, its massive form dwarfing the arena and casting long shadows over the battlefield. A wave of shock reverberates through the crowd. Aaron Pendragon? Someone exclaims, their voice filled with disbelief. The man with the beard stares in disbelief. One of the 5 great dukes of the empire, in the flesh. The bearded man's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion creeping into his gaze. This, he mutters, questioning the display. Aaron stands before the dragon, bathed in its ethereal glow, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The man with the mustache chuckles, his expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Aaron Pendragon? What is so special about him? The mustache man scoffs, dismissing Aaron's power. When you're only borrowing the dragon's strength to threaten me, you. He declares that he will take on their entire army. Alice, he claims, is one of the most powerful forces of the empire. A voice booms out, declaring that they are justice itself, as a massive, spectral dragon looms behind Aaron Pendragon. Someone calls him a fucking idiot, questioning if he heard what was just said. Another voice accuses him of being the criminal. A man with long blonde hair addresses the people of the territory, demanding their attention. He explains that the reason why the fighter Argos went to such lengths was because Morgan Louvre lured countless women. The man shouts that Argos did it just to kill them, calling Aaron Pendragon the worst criminal there is. The crowd reacts in shock and disbelief, exclaiming, What? And his daughters were victims of that. The blonde man stands defiantly, his words hanging in the air. The man's face contorted in fury, his voice booming, demanding an end to what he perceived as blatant lies. Another figure stood his ground, unflinching, as he demanded proof to back up the accusations being hurled his way. The man with blonde hair stood firm, his name whispered in the air, Ryan. The man, Dawson, regarded the scene with a stoic expression. The angry man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. A bare-chested man watched the proceedings with a neutral expression. A voice echoed through the arena, demanding the presence of Baron Dawson. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a wave of anticipation washing over the spectators. The crowd shifted, their attention focused on the unfolding drama. A man with a mustache observed the scene, his expression unreadable. Dawson's gaze intensified, his thoughts focused on the evidence at hand. The evidence, they claimed, was right in his hands. A voice echoes, calling out a name. The call is for Dawson. The announcement booms, declaring a knight's subordination. Raven Vault's voice rings out, demanding Dawson's presence. A man with a beard looks on. Another man, distinguished by his mustache, watches with wide eyes. The crowd murmurs, a sea of faces turn towards the unfolding scene. Footsteps approach, the sound crisp against the stone floor. A man with graying hair observes the scene with a stern expression. Raven Vault stands, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, awaiting Dawson. A man with blonde hair shouts at neutral Dawson, revealing that his daughter was killed 2 years ago. The man with blonde hair reveals the name of the killer, Morgan Louvre. The man with blonde hair continues to yell at neutral Dawson, stating that he earned the Verid for keeping his mouth shut. Neutral Dawson stands in the arena, shocked by the revelation. He wonders if it's true. Neutral Dawson's face is contorted with anguish, sweat beading on his brow as the accusation hits him hard. Neutral Dawson is seen from behind, still standing in the arena, processing the information. Tears well up in Neutral Dawson's eyes as he remembers the events of the past. Neutral Dawson thinks to himself that he is a foolish father. 2 years ago, Neutral Dawson remembers his beloved daughter. The memory continues, revealing that his daughter was killed by someone on a rural road. The gruesome image of Neutral Dawson's daughter is shown, her eyes still open and her lower half splattered with blood. And inside, the memories swirled, a vortex of past events. Her hands. Dawson remembered the chilling words, the weight of the past pressing down. Raven Vault's face appeared in his mind, a sinister smile playing on his lips. There was a gold button. The gold button, with the symbol of the Count household engraved on it, gleamed ominously. Faces of onlookers, frozen in shock and disbelief, flashed before Dawson's eyes. He was resolved to go to the Count castle, a decision that would change everything. Dawson's face contorted in anguish, the memory of his resolve a painful reminder of what was to come. But over there, he was caught by Morgan, a twist of fate he could never have foreseen. And he said to me, Raven loomed over Dawson, his words a chilling promise of what was to come. You can either go to my father now, and I will kill you to keep your mouth shut. Raven's sinister smile widened, a predator relishing his power over his prey. Or in exchange for keeping your lips sealed, I will give you a title, Raven promised, his eyes glowing with dark intent. The memory flickered, a fragmented glimpse into a past Dawson could not escape. A voice echoed, a choice presented before a sea of expectant faces. Choose. Dawson stood on the platform, head bowed, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. A voice boomed, declaring, This is the proof. Dawson raised his hand, a golden coin glinting in the light, held high for all to see. The coin, intricately designed, bore a symbol of power and authority, a testament to his claim. The crowd erupted, a wave of noise washing over the platform as the coin was revealed. Whispers spread through the crowd, some questioning, others acknowledging the truth of the matter. A voice from the crowd recalled, suddenly became a baron 2 years ago. The man exclaimed, This gold button, it has the Count's symbol on it. The coin was passed around, examined closely, its authenticity scrutinized under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The crowd surged forward, their voices rising in unison, demanding, Show it, show it. The onlookers could not believe what they were seeing. Was this what laying the groundwork meant? The man in the military uniform could only mutter in disbelief. No way. Dawson chuckled, a hint of surprise in his voice. That's surprising. But a young girl looked up at Dawson, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Why do you know about such a thing? Elsewhere, 2 figures stood facing each other in what appeared to be an arena. A man with long blonde hair looked down at Dawson. After you were caught, Dawson sat in a cell with another man, his expression somber. Knight Dawson visited you to express his gratitude for what you did. The man with long blonde hair spoke of a past life. He stood tall, his gaze fixed on a kneeling figure before him. The man's hands were planted firmly on the ground, as if bracing himself. Dawson declared that everything here was done, ordering the man to get out of the way. Another man, cloaked in red, seethed with anger, declaring he wouldn't forgive him. The man in red continued, stating that not only did he commit treason against the Empire, but he also stole the life of a great noble. Dawson stood over the fallen man, as the man in red declared the value of a commoner's life and a noble's life were different. The man in red proclaimed that to protect a great criminal like him is nothing more than... The man in red, consumed by rage, screamed that it was treason against the Empire. A surge of pink energy erupted around the man in red. Dawson walked forward, unfazed, through the swirling pink energy. The pink energy swirled around him as Dawson drew his sword. Then, he declared that he had no choice but to fight the Empire. A figure in a dark cloak stood above him, radiating a menacing aura. A voice echoed, declaring that there was no need for rulers who disrespect their servants' lives. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in his gaze. He heard the voice continue, the words laced with accusation. That includes yourself? A surge of blue energy erupted around him, crackling with raw power. The figure in the cloak descended, surrounded by the same intense blue light. The energy slammed into him, the force of the blow visible in his contorted features. He gasped, a strangled sound escaping his lips as the energy coursed through him. Dawson stood amidst the swirling blue energy, his expression a mix of pain and determination. A sharp cry pierced the air. His eyes widened in shock, the pain etched deeply into his face. A blinding blue energy rips through the air, seeking its target. The energy explodes upon impact, sending shards of light scattering. The attacker, with flowing blonde hair, leaps away from the blast. A man with a mustache watches, his face contorted in disbelief and horror. The attacker stands over him, sword drawn, a cold determination in their eyes. The attacker declares that his life is worthless. The attacker gazes down, their expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the attacker is surrounded by armed soldiers, ready to strike. A bearded man watches the scene, his face grim. The bearded man comments on the speech, calling the attacker boy. The attacker looks up, hearing the bearded man's words. A voice whispers, filled with a desperate need. The shirtless man stands, his expression unreadable against the bright sky. A voice declares, uncaring of titles or status. The blond man in the cloak stands face to face with Dawson, declaring he doesn't even know him. Dawson's expression hardens, a silent challenge in his eyes. A voice echoes, stating that there is no choice but to listen to their benefactor. The blond man's face is partially obscured, but a smug expression is visible. The blond man strikes, his hand connecting with Dawson's back. From a distance, two women observe the scene, one commenting on the mood. The woman with the hat remarks that it's as if they've been. Dawson stands shoulder to shoulder with the blond man, a strained smile on his face. The voice continues, describing them as old and reliable comrades for a long time in the world of men. The two men bump fists, a sign of camaraderie despite the earlier conflict. He pointed a finger, as if making a declaration of some kind. Elsewhere, a blond man with sharp eyes peered out, declaring that someone would be his disciple. Meanwhile, Dawson stood with a muscular, bearded man, who wore a strange gauntlet on his arm. The carriage wheels spun, kicking up dust as it sped along the worn path. The horses galloped, their hooves pounding against the ground, pulling the carriage forward with relentless speed. The man with the beard held a pipe in his hand, his gaze distant as he considered some unseen matter. The man gasped for air, his face contorted in pain as he struggled to breathe. A strangled cry escaped his lips as the unseen force tightened its grip. The man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he prepared for the inevitable. A dark tendril pierced through the man's chest, causing him to scream in agony. The man with the beard watched, his expression grim as he offered a piece of advice. Don't lose your breath. The man with the beard continued. Breathing correctly is the backbone of the art of fighting. The man clenched his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. The carriage continued its relentless journey as the man cried out, the shadowy figure looming over him. The man with blonde hair sits, listening to the woman in the blue dress speak. The woman with brown hair wonders if Leon will be all right, noting that his training methods are too harsh. He states that as a teacher, his skills are unparalleled. Another man thinks that Leon has the talent to match him. A foot crashes through a wooden floor. The man with brown hair falls through the air. The man with long black hair tells someone that they are not focused. The carriage continues its journey as someone thinks that when they get to the imperial capital, they will be sparring against real opponents. Someone says to engrave the fundamentals into your body. The man with long black hair says that according to what the Lord said, he has 3 months. A figure lay prone, his face contorted in a scream of pain and disbelief. The group considered the news. The information was too harsh to accept at face value. A castle loomed in the distance, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. A voice echoed, filled with confusion. The woman gasped, revealing a shocking truth. Aaron was involved in the death of Count Louv's legitimate child. A name hung in the air, heavy with accusation. Morgan Louvre? At a desk piled high with documents, a figure stood, seemingly unmoved by the gravity of the situation. He had been surprised at first, but as he listened, the pieces began to fall into place. Apparently, the man called Morgan was someone who abused his authority. He assaulted and killed young women, a real villain, and the perpetrator was the family member. The fallen lay still, another addition to the growing list of victims. Justice, however, was firmly on their side, or so it seemed. The man with silver hair adjusted his suit, a hint of unease in his expression. However, he had given an opening for the forces arrayed against him. The man with silver hair listened intently, as another man spoke of those hostile to the Pendragons. The man with black hair narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. He wouldn't be deceived, not while he was protecting him from the rabble of the world. The man with blonde hair sat in his chair, contemplating what he should do now, and making him strong enough to be the one true king. He would save the people of the Empire, no matter the cost. He would fulfill his long-time cherished ambition, whatever it may be. The winged creatures soared through the sky, ready for battle. A figure rode one of the creatures, prepared to act on his ambition. 2 figures clashed atop their griffins, spears meeting with brutal force. The riders maneuvered skillfully, each seeking an advantage in the aerial duel. The impact of the training exercises left its mark. Dense and splintered which showed the power of the griffins and their riders. Raven Vault observed the training, his expression thoughtful. The future of warfare might very well depend on these magnificent beasts. A voice echoed, praising the efforts. The training was progressing well, exceeding expectations. Sir Isla approached, a glass in hand, a griffin at his side. He seemed pleased with the progress. The griffin stood tall, its feathers pristine white. Its keen eyes watched the surrounding area with sharp intelligence. Raven Vault stood with another man, both holding glasses. The other man stated that griffin riders are the future. The man continued, saying that with things progressing like this, only the best knights will be able to match them. Griffins soared through the sky, riders mounted on their backs. They were being mass-produced, so many like this. The man with orange hair stated that it must mean that the griffins are receiving proper instruction. He added that Raven Vault was an amazing leader. Raven Vault's expression remained stoic, his gaze unwavering. He seemed to be considering the implications of their success. A voice trailed off, posing a question. The speaker wondered if he could do something. He stood with Isla, a glass of wine in hand, discussing the finer points of strategy. Isla considered Raven's words, finding him as dependable as always. Raven Vault smiled, a glint in his eye as he spoke of the task ahead. He continued, stating that Isla's strength was indispensable for the plan to succeed. Isla remained silent, his expression unreadable as he listened intently. The two stood before majestic white griffin, the creature a silent witness to their discussion. Raven took a sip of his wine, wondering if Isla still held a grudge from their past. Or perhaps, Isla was simply reserved, lost in thought about the task ahead. The man in the brown vest was just reserved, his thoughts hidden behind his stoic facade. Raven and Isla stood together, the griffin between them, as they discussed the transportation strategy. The tension hung in the air, unspoken questions lingering between them. The griffin screeched, breaking the silence as Raven continued to speak with Isla. She stands beside the large, winged creature as Raven speaks, prefacing his words with a casual tone. The winged beast remains still as Isla gazes upon it, wondering if he knows something. Elsewhere, Raven holds a glass of amber liquid, his expression unreadable as he contemplates its contents. He raises the glass to his lips, comparing the drink to something divine as he takes a sip. The sun sets over a distant landscape, a reminder that they only leave the duchy when matters of great importance arise. A white dragon descends from the sky, its scales gleaming in the fading light. Elsewhere, a dark dragon soars through a canyon, its shadow falling across the rocky walls. The dragon lands within a cavern, surrounded by an eerie green mist. A burst of blue energy erupts, filling the space with blinding light. A figure with white hair stands amidst the swirling energy, their expression serene. Below, legs clad in blue robes and golden heels hover above the ground, seemingly floating in the green mist. She remembered something, a feeling that resonated deep within her being. What Ray had told her, from his memories, echoed in her mind. That place had an enormous quantity of dormant mana, a dragon vein. If she made her new lair here, he could. The winged figure felt a surge of power, a familiar energy coursing through her. Elsewhere, a massive dragon descended, its shadow looming over the landscape. The dragon landed amidst rocky terrain, its presence radiating immense power. Isla recalled the black dragon, a creature of immense power and ancient origins. The dragon's name echoed in the air, Amelhalt. Amelhalt was surrounded by swirling purple energy, a sign of its immense magical abilities. The energy coalesced, forming a powerful vortex of arcane power. The vortex erupted in a blinding flash, unleashing its raw magical force. Purple energy crackled around their feet as they stood their ground. The winged figure remained suspended in the air, wreathed in arcane power. The purple energy intensified, swirling around the figure's legs. Sir Isla, their golden eyes narrowed, questioned, "Why have you come here, our queen?" Duke Ian Pendragon strode confidently, his cape billowing behind him. The Duke now lay sprawled on the ground, his expression unreadable. Ian Pendragon grinned, his eyes gleaming with amusement. A voice called out, clear and strong, "Aaron Pendragon." Prince Ian smirked, declaring that Aaron was as rowdy as ever. A woman's voice echoed, simply calling out, "Aaron." Aaron Pendragon stood regally, her expression unreadable. "It had been a long time," she said, standing before Ian. Aaron smiled, stating that it was their first time meeting. Ian's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He wore a look of mild annoyance, his gaze fixed forward. Aaron, standing beside a woman in a white dress, waved enthusiastically. Princess, she called out. The woman in white smiled, stating that it was an honor. Ian, his red eyes gleaming, reached out with an open hand, a wide smile plastered on his face. A voice called out, announcing Lady Aaron. Ian, surrounded by others, was told that he had become even more beautiful. Ian looked away, a slight frown creasing his brow as Aaron smiled at him. A voice mused, "This really is..." The view opened up to reveal a sprawling cityscape, described as a turbulent city. A voice wondered, "Are they..." The man with blonde hair is asked if he's ignoring the other man in the carriage. Lately, the man at the table says, "Ian has become the talk of the moment." Aaron Pendragon's name hangs in the air as the pair discuss the siblings. Prince Ian is told that he looks really worn out. The man yells that it's Ian's fault, that wherever he goes, he does nothing but create problems. He is accused of causing trouble in Sissik and Alice. Ian is told that he has no idea how worried his lovely sister was about him. And because of that, Ian states that he did what had to be done. He stood with Aaron, his expression unreadable as he listened intently to the conversation. The Duke Pendragon spoke of the culprit apprehended in Sissik, his tone measured and deliberate. Ian mentioned Love Tylene, stating he would have a subordinate bring him later. He inquired if it was acceptable, voicing concern about a potential attack en route. A voice assured him there was no need to worry, as they were capable enough. Ian held a glass of wine, a slight smile playing on his lips as he listened to the response. The Duke's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he considered the current situation. A man with dark hair added that, in addition to the Count Louv alliance, an older man with gray hair listened intently, his fingers steepled in thought. Ian sat at the table, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the implications. The conversation shifted to the awarding-granting ceremony this time. Ian stated that the Lindegor and Oranges households were among the Empire's 5 great dukes. She looked up, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Someone, it seemed, would soon be arriving. The name echoed in the darkness, a promise of dread. Oranges. A figure emerged from the shadows, eyes burning with malevolent intent. This was Oranges. He steepled his fingers, lost in thought. The Bear Duke and the Sea Dragon King, he mused, rarely visited the imperial capital. Prince Ian looked up, a question in his eyes. Could you do me a favor, he asked. A grand hall stretched before them, the figures at the end awaiting orders. The command was clear: gather the strongest knights of the Empire. Elsewhere, a hand clenched, crushing the nuts into pieces. The cracking sound echoed. A triumphant declaration filled the air. He had finally done it, and his master would be pleased. The man with brown hair beamed, holding up the broken nut. The women behind him cheered. The Nutcracker. The name resonated with power and skill. The bearded man looked at Leon, a hint of pride in his eyes. He was ready to test him further. This time, the voice declared, he would have to break 3 of them at once. The challenge was set. 3 walnuts sit nestled in a calloused hand, ready for a test. Leon, visibly straining, affirms his readiness to the imposing Oranges. Why, yes, sir. The man in the black coat crosses his arms, watching Leon struggle. He mutters that this wasn't supposed to be a joke, right? The walnuts are displayed again, a testament to the challenge ahead. Oranges crushes the walnuts with ease, the shells exploding in his grip. A fighter without grip strength. The shattered remains of the walnuts rain down around Leon, a visual representation of his failure. Leon stammers, seemingly giving up as Oranges and another woman look on. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand at the end of a long hall, discussing events unfolding elsewhere. One of the figures wonders who Leon and Oranges are. It is revealed that Leon and Oranges are fighters who joined the Pendragons. The figure realizes that Oranges is the man they've been looking for. The blonde-haired man wondered aloud who had dealt with Alice's strongest knight. Elsewhere, Leon struggled with the nuts, oblivious to the conversation occurring about him. The unnamed man stated that he is not a jester anymore. Ian Pendragon listened intently, his expression unreadable. The dark-haired man stood beside Ian, listening to his assessment of the situation. The dark-haired man continued, noting that even though he is just an apprentice, Leon continued to struggle, unaware of the discussion about his potential. He will become for the battle that will come. Ian offered a high evaluation coming from him. Ian Pendragon smirked, seemingly pleased with the situation. Leon strained, his face red with effort as he continued to try and break the nuts. He felt out of place, the grandeur of the hall overwhelming him. The chandeliers glittered, reflecting light across the polished floors. Argos called out to Leon, his voice echoing through the hall as Ian Pendragon approached. Elsewhere, Ian Pendragon stood with another blond man, a smug expression on his face. A golden statue of a lion knight stood proudly, a symbol of those who would become the sword and shield of the Empire. The Golden Lion Knight Order trained within the castle walls, preparing for battle. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds. Knights observed the sparring matches, their faces grim with determination. 2 knights locked blades, each struggling for dominance. Another pair engaged with spears, the points dancing dangerously close. A hollow, humorless laugh echoes through the training grounds. The sound emanates from Oranges, his expression one of cruel amusement. Oranges drapes an arm around Leon's shoulders, a predatory glint in his eyes. He tells Leon he will let him play with him a little. Prince Ian, the Duke Pendragon, stands tall, a red cape draped over his shoulders. A voice booms out, welcoming Prince Ian with the utmost respect. Golden Lion Order Captain, Count Granite, awaits the prince's arrival. Prince Ian is greeted by Count Granite, surrounded by soldiers and subordinates. Aaron Pendragon, is the current lord of the Pendragon barony. Prince Ian speaks with Count Granite, gesturing with a gloved hand. The Count's attention is drawn to Prince Ian's subordinates. The subordinates stand nervously, awaiting their fate. The Count reveals that they requested to join the Golden Lion's training. Prince Ian explains that he invited them here for that very reason. The Count vows to treat them with due respect. He speaks, perhaps giving instructions or commenting on the training grounds. Statues of knights and griffins stand tall, symbols of the Duke Pendragon's military might. Outside the castle, soldiers train in various combat disciplines, honing their skills. Elsewhere, Prince Ian, Aaron, and a subordinate observe the training exercises. Close combat training intensifies as soldiers clash steel on steel. Sharpshooting practice is underway, testing the archer's precision and focus. And cavalry charges across the training grounds, practicing their mounted combat skills. There are even griffin riders, showcasing the elite aerial forces. The castle walls stand as a silent testament to the kingdom's strength. All their soldiers are being trained to a high level, the subordinate observes. Prince Ian asks Aaron what she thinks of the fighting strength of the Golden Lion Knights, the pride of their empire. Count Granite explains that every member of the Golden Lion Knights comes from a noble or knight household. Prince Ian states that they've gathered the cream of the crop to turn them into elite warriors. The prince remarks that knights of this level are common here. Prince Ian looks off into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, a man's hand clenches tightly around several golden coins, murmuring the word master. Two men stand in a training area. One asks why the other isn't looking around with the Lord, suggesting this is a better place for finding something. The man thinks to himself that he needs an opponent to play with. The man with the beard tells the other that it's fine now and to stop cracking his knuckles for a while. The man with short hair responds with a "Why yes, sir." The man with short hair launches a kick, his face contorted in exertion. His opponent is sent flying, crashing to the ground. The man on the ground is being addressed by the man with the beard, who says he is sorry for showing such discourtesy. The Count admitted that when training the newcomers, his hands slip a bit. Count Granite held a thin rod in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. The buckle on his belt glinted in the light, a subtle detail on his otherwise dark uniform. His eyes widened, a hint of surprise or perhaps feigned shock on his face. A man with a long beard stared intently at another man with short brown hair, a question hanging in the air. The man with the long beard stepped closer, stating that the other's face reminded him of someone he knew. The man with the long beard exclaimed that he couldn't recognize him since he used to wear makeup. The man with short brown hair looked startled, his eyes wide with a hint of fear or surprise. The man with the long beard loomed over him, declaring him to be the oldest son of the John Bolt household. The man with the long beard asked if he was Leon, demanding confirmation. Leon's face was etched with fear, sweat beading on his brow as he stared ahead. Surrounded by armed figures, Leon seemed to recognize someone. Uttering the name Bolt, he stands before Count Granite, who recalls seeing his techniques before. The Count claims to have witnessed them at the Imperial Castle. The memory replays. A jester contorts his body, rolling across the stage to the amusement of the crowd. Count Granite's voice booms with praise. He declares the jester's performance a true masterpiece, calling it excellent. A hearty laugh erupts from Count Granite, his hands clasped together in amusement. Leon looks up, a silent question hanging in the air as he considers the Count's words. Two figures stand nearby, observing the exchange between Leon and Count Granite with quiet interest. Count Granite wonders why that jester from long ago decided to change jobs now. Count Granite's gaze lowers, fixing on Leon with a strange intensity as he continues to muse. The Count's words hang in the air, suggesting that Leon's trump card might be a throwing technique. Count Granite's expression twists in a manic glee as he shouts, "Knife?" His laughter echoes. A projectile hurtles through the air, spinning rapidly towards its unseen target. Count Granite holds a small, wooden object between his fingers, a look of crazed anticipation on his face. He watched as two fighters sparred in the training yard. Count Granite seemed unfazed by their efforts. The Count held up his hand, revealing his chosen projectile. "It's these." A closer view revealed the projectiles to be nuts, held delicately in his fingers. Count Granite examined the nut, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Nuts?" Leon watched, listening intently. "We are fighters," the Count began to explain. The Count held the nut aloft, a small smile playing on his lips. "We train our..." The text explained the philosophy, fist to the limit using those. The Count's hand clenched around the nuts, crushing them. "With just one hit, we can break a skull." The nuts were pulverized in his grip, a testament to his strength. He released the crushed nuts, letting them fall to the ground. "So we don't need useless or troublesome weapons." Count Granite stood tall, gesturing expansively. "We can fight anywhere, anytime." The philosophy was clear, to decide whose fighting style is stronger. He adjusted his collar, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Count Granite's expression hardened as he crushed something in his hand. "That's shit nuts." Leon grimaced, clutching his hand. I too. Up. Aranjus watched as Count Granite placed a hand on Leon's shoulder, a gesture of encouragement. Count Granite spoke to the young man. Leon. Leon stared intently at the walnut in his palm, a newfound determination etched on his face. With a surge of strength, Leon crushed the walnut, the shell splintering into fragments. Elsewhere, Leon sparred with another fighter, his movements becoming more confident. Aranjus observed Leon's progress, a silent acknowledgement passing between him and Count Granite. Count Granite considered the training regimen. 3 months. No, 1 month. He smirked, confident in Leon's potential. Is enough for him to win against you. The Count thought to himself, considering his role in Leon's development. If I'm the one teaching him. Leon swung the baton, fury etched on his face as he yelled. His grip tightened, knuckles white as he prepared to strike. The man's face contorted in pain as the blow landed. Aranjus was sent flying backward from the force of the impact. The baton, a blur of motion, continued its arc. Aranjus, pinned, told him not to make a fuss. Leon pressed his attack, his face a mask of fury. His eyes glowed with a fierce determination. Elsewhere, a captain, flanked by 2 soldiers, arrived on the scene, demanding to know what was happening. Someone stammered, denying any involvement and blaming others. The man with the baton and Aranjus were confronted by the captain, who accused them of slandering their Golden Lion Order. Aranjus, looking down, declares that someone's very existence is a disgrace. His expression dark, Aranjus continues, stating that they are an embarrassment. Leon, looking shocked, clenches his fist as the man before him shouts a curse. A voice declares that someone will go no further. Meanwhile, Prince Ian stands before his soldiers, his expression unreadable as he clasps his hands. Ian wonders what they should do, stating that he doesn't think of either of them. Count Granite suggests a duel to see who is right, but Ian questions why they don't have both commanders here. Someone wonders what Prince Ian is planning. Count Granite looks off to the side, a stern expression on his face. Ian smirks, thinking that the man was planning this from the very beginning. He asks Leon if it seems like they aren't the only ones who want to play a little. Leon responds nervously, agreeing with Aranjus. He lies defeated on the ground, dust and debris swirling around him. A figure looms over Duke Pendragon, their red cape billowing ominously. A man looks on with wide eyes, seemingly shocked by the unfolding events. A formal announcement is made. It is in the presence of Prince Ian. The spar will be between the Golden Lion Order captain, Count Granite. Count Granite stands tall, his expression unreadable as he awaits the start of the duel. Aaron Pendragon is announced as the representative of the Pendragon Duchy. The tension rises as a sword is drawn, its polished surface gleaming. The duel will begin, the figures poised and ready to strike. The moment of truth arrives, the command given now. Count Granite declares that once the sword is drawn, it matters not if you are a peasant or a monarch. He stood, the words hanging heavy in the air, do or die. A voice promised that the Count's opponent would not forget this moment. The intensity in his eyes was undeniable, a storm brewing within. A figure, bathed in radiant light, prepared for battle. The light intensified, obscuring the figure's features as they stood ready. Leon observed, stating that this person was strong, even stronger than Morgan. Count Granite's response was a simple, "Oh, so you understand." Leon could only offer a quiet, subdued agreement. The man with brown hair elaborated, stating that the opponent was about 5 times stronger. Leon continued, explaining that the opponent was more skilled and had more battle experience. The man with brown hair admitted that the opponent was stronger than him. Elsewhere, a figure called out, addressing someone as brother. He stood with Aaron, a question hanging heavy in the air. Aaron wondered aloud if she had changed so much from the past. Leon considered her words, his expression thoughtful. Now, the time for talk was over. Count Granite stood ready, his sword drawn. What'll he do? Leon's eyes narrowed, a determined glint in them. Then, he declared he would fight seriously. Count Granite took a step forward, his boot hitting the ground with purpose. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion. The clash of blades echoed through the air. Leon's eyes widened, acknowledging the speed of his opponent. He's quick. Count Granite stood his ground, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He moves with blinding speed, the force of his attack palpable. The clash of steel echoes as Count Granite's blade meets Leon's, sparks flying from the point of impact. The force of the blow sends Leon staggering backward, a grunt escaping his lips as he struggles to maintain his footing. An unknown voice cries out, seemingly in shock, "The Lord." Watching the fight, a man with dark hair and a beard looks on in disbelief. "Is he being pushed back?" he exclaims. The dark-haired man analyzes the battle, muttering to himself, "He's fast." Leon, struggling to keep up with the Count's speed, can only manage a surprised H. Another voice echoes the sentiment, simply stating, "Huh." Ian Pendragon observes the fight, noting he's not making any preparatory actions or unnecessary movements. It's just pure swordsmanship. Count Granite's presence is overwhelming. When actually facing it, a voice narrates. A closer look at Count Granite reveals the intensity of his attack. It doesn't look like anything more than a quick thrust, a voice observes. But the captain took the imperial swordsmanship to its very limit. He advances sort of blur, pressing the attack with practiced ease. The silver-haired swordsman clashes against Leon, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. Leon parries the blow, his expression focused as he anticipates the next strike. Count Granite's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The two warriors continue their duel, each strike carrying immense force and precision. Watching intently, a bearded man acknowledges Leon's skill, impressed by his resilience. By closing the gap, Leon managed to block the counterattack. Count Granite recovers quickly, adjusting his stance for another offensive. Leon and Count Granite exchange a flurry of blows, their movements a whirlwind of steel. The silver-haired noble lunges forward, his sword aimed with deadly precision. Leon meets the attack head-on, his determination unwavering as he prepares to counter. The clash of their swords echoes through the arena, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Count Granite readies himself, his hands forming a familiar stance, preparing to unleash another attack. He moves with incredible speed, closing the distance between himself and his opponent in a heartbeat. The Count's attack comes down with tremendous force, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. The swords clash, sparks flying as Leon meets the Count's blow head-on, their power evenly matched. Surrounded by soldiers, Leon continues to fight, deflecting blow after blow with incredible skill and precision. The onlookers watch with bated breath, their faces a mixture of shock and awe at the display of swordsmanship. A gasp escapes one of the observers, the intensity of the battle holding everyone captive. One of the men murmurs in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the level of skill on display. The bearded man thinks to himself, recognizing the familiar style of combat. He notes that it closely resembles the Tarami's technique, a style he knows well. The man marvels at the unique swordsmanship as Leon and Count Granite continue their intense battle. He regarded the incoming attacks with disdain. Count Granite scoffed, unimpressed. The Count declared that those petty tricks simply weren't enough to defeat him. The silver-haired noble pressed his attack, forcing Leon to block with his own blade. The force of the blow reverberated through the crossed swords. The impact threatened to overwhelm Leon's defenses. Count Granite's relentless assault sent Leon flying backwards. The Count's expression remained cold, his eyes narrowed in determination. The observers watched with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Count pressed his advantage, moving to strike the downed Leon. But Leon, with a burst of speed, regained his footing, narrowly avoiding the blow. Count Granite landed on one knee, his sword still pointed at his opponent. One of the observers murmured in surprise at Leon's resilience. The Count's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead. What has happened? Leon's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with newfound resolve. He grips the hilt of his sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light. Count Granite watches him warily. Somehow, things are going to be different from now on. A surge of power emanates from Leon, a blue aura enveloping him as he prepares for what's next. Prince Ian falls from above, a torrent of blue energy swirling around him. Count Granite's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The Count Granite senses a shift in the air, a change in the prince's power. Two men observe the scene, one questioning if the feeling has changed. The blond man's retainers look on, wondering what is happening. The prince descends, energy crackling around him as he falls. Ian Pendragon and Count Granite are now surrounded by swirling energy. Count Granite raises his sword, ready to meet the prince's attack. The two clash, swords meeting as the energy intensifies around them. He clashed swords with Count Granite, the force of the impact reverberating outwards. The Count's eyes widened, surprised by the power behind the blow. Ian pressed his attack, his blade meeting the Count's with increasing ferocity. Count Granite gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his ground against the onslaught. The Count was forced to his knees, the force of Ian's blows overwhelming him. Watching from afar, one of the soldiers exclaimed in shock, calling out to their captain. Count Granite grunted, struggling to rise as Ian towered over him. A surge of power emanated from Ian, his aura flaring with intense energy. Count Granite's eye widened in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. Ian's power surged, the ground around them cracking under the immense pressure. The force of Ian's aura intensified, pressing down on Count Granite with overwhelming strength. The soldier watching the fight commented to his companion that Ian's aura had become even stronger. The Count's face contorted in a scream, his eyes wide with disbelief. Blue energy crackled around him as he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow prompted a reaction from onlookers. What fierce attacks! The captain continued his assault, his allies cheering him on. Count Granite's expression shifted to one of shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The air crackled with energy as the attacks collided. Golden energy emanated from the figure as he brandished his sword, preparing for another strike. Theirs! Count Granite's eyes widened, a fresh wound appearing on his cheek. He continued his relentless assault, but the attacker felt no impact at all. It's the same feeling Count Granite thought that I felt back in Luz. It's a special technique from South. To channel strength, the man with the beard explained to the young man. He thought the technique could be used like this, remembering his time with Isla. Ian Pendragon's expression hardens as he recalls the lessons he learned. The blond man uses his newfound skills against Count Granite, who is thrown back by the force of the blow. The air crackles with energy as the technique takes hold. The force of the attack continues to build. Ian Pendragon unleashes a torrent of blue energy, striking Count Granite amidst the onlookers. Count Granite's face contorts in pain as he struggles against the onslaught. He realizes that Ian Pendragon has become stronger. The Count realizes something else has changed within the blond man's technique. Ian Pendragon's eyes narrow, the blue energy swirling around him. Count Granite, overwhelmed, pleads for him to stop. The blond man stands over Count Granite, the battle's outcome hanging in the balance. He beams, declaring that both fighters possess amazing skills and that he is satisfied with the duel. The booming voice commands them to sheath their swords, signaling the end of the contest. Count Granite stands amidst the remnants of the duel, his expression thoughtful as he looks at Ian Pendragon. The Count admits to having underestimated someone, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Count Granite's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his expression seems to be one of grudging respect. A handshake seals the end of the duel, a gesture of respect between the two fighters. Elsewhere, two subordinates observe the scene, one remarking that their master is truly something else. The other subordinate responds with a simple yes, prompting his companion to elaborate. Ian Pendragon and Count Granite clasp hands, their swords resting on the ground between them. The rules of the duel are acknowledged, and one of the observers notes that Ian saved the pride of the captain. A sense of change hangs in the air, an unspoken feeling that something is different. Count Granite gestures towards Ian, remarking that he feels like he's changed, even. A smirk plays across Duke Pendragon's face, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Ian Pendragon is addressed by the captain, who speaks to him in a respectful tone. The captain expresses his deep impression with the strength of Ian's night order, hoping they will train there more. The man with the beard believes this place will be a great environment, especially for Leon's growth. The man with the mustache appears to be deep in thought, his brow furrowed. The man in the military uniform commands his men to train with them as much as they want. Leon is held back by two men, seemingly eager to join the training. Ian Pendragon looks determined, believing their forces will grow even stronger. The city looms, ready to fight the battle. The location that is waiting for them is a sight to behold. The entrance to the Grand Hall is adorned with statues. The sound of drums echoes through the city. The drums beat rhythmically. The drums grow louder as the procession approaches. One of the most powerful High Lords of the Empire has arrived, the Roxon County. The High Lord has a friendly relationship with the Pendragons. The Sirad County has arrived. Count Segunda arrives in his carriage. The title-granting ceremony will be held this year. Even the drummers must be getting tired. The drums continue to beat as the ceremony draws near. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the nobles began to arrive. The drums and trumpets heralded the arrival of a duke or someone of even higher rank. The golden dragon statue gleamed, awaiting the dignitaries. A hushed reverence fell over the crowd. The Sea Dragon King's delegation had arrived. The flag bearing the Sea Dragon King's emblem fluttered in the wind. The head of the 5 great dukes had arrived. The absolute ruler of the South made their grand entrance. The Oranges Duchy was also represented. A blond man with sword stood ready. Count Segunda watched the proceedings with a knowing smile. A piercing scream echoed through the chamber. The hulking monster advanced, its crude club raised high. The man's eyes narrowed, a blue aura surrounding him. He gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to strike. The man and the monster clashed, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The man dodged a blow, narrowly avoiding the monster's club. The monster roared in frustration, demanding, "Stop dodging." The monster's massive arm swung down, threatening to crush the man. The man parried the attack, his sword deflecting the heavy blow. The monster's foot slammed into the ground, shaking the earth. The man leaped back, narrowly avoiding the monster's clumsy assault. The hulking monster, teeth bared, is sent crashing to the ground. The monster groans, its large hand slamming against the earth in frustration. With a shout, the man brings his weapon down upon the downed beast. The man spins, his dark coat billowing around him as he moves. His grip tightens on the hilt, ready to strike again. The man and a monster clash, a flurry of blows exchange between them. Meanwhile, one of the observers notes that Isla seems to be in a bad mood. The other explains that he was entrusted with a different mission and couldn't accompany the Lord, so he's been venting like this. The observers watch as the fight continues, the monster taking the brunt of the man's frustration. The man's eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he battles the monster. The man continues his assault, the observers watching with concern as the monster struggles to defend itself. A distant castle looms, a silent witness to the battle, as one of the observers remarks that it is scary. The training they're undergoing is truly amazing, one observer remarks. Another agrees, stating that it is on a different level entirely. The man with the mustache is pleased. It's amazing that his knights are leveling up their skills. The woman finds the training impossible, or so she thinks. Someone nearby objects to the comment, telling her not to say things like that. Count Segunda stands with a blonde girl, holding a glass of an amber liquid. The topic of conversation is Isla's technique and Carta's strength. The young man with dark hair faces off against the green-skinned monster. They're really good opponents for each other, someone observes. The response is a simple, certainly. Count Segunda asks Kurtul if he has any news. Kurtul stands with Count Segunda, the blonde girl, and a woman with silver hair. The blonde girl sits atop Kurtul's shoulders. That magician has. The message was clear. The Pendragon territory had been infiltrated. Count Segunda and the silver-haired woman exchanged a look of alarm, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He explained that last time, the intruder broke through the barrier, so he prepared a two-layered trap this time. Because of the trap, he managed to detect the intruder earlier than before. The silver-haired woman, standing beside Count Segunda, inquired, "You mean the magician who brainwashed the centaurs?" The lich that appeared near the mausoleum was a terrifying sight, and the large amount of undead that appeared in Sisek created widespread panic and destruction. A figure wondered if there were any links between those incidents, the implications hanging heavy in the air. Count Segunda considered the mastermind behind the assassination attempt of the Crown Prince and the Oranges Duchy, but there was no way to know for sure. Count Segunda, swirling the wine in his glass, wondered what would happen next. There were still 10 days left until the title-granting ceremony, a deadline looming over everyone. Elsewhere, the silver-haired woman, gazing out over the landscape, whispered a name, Aaron. From the castle ramparts, Leon called out, eager to show off the view. Leon complimented Lady Aaron, remarking on how well the dress suited her. Elsewhere, Count Segunda puffed on his cigar, his thoughts drifting to the events of the day. He mused over the granting ceremony, his tone laced with disdain. From behind a closed door, someone called out to Lady Lindsay, urging her to hurry. A soft, hesitant voice responded, filled with uncertainty. Back in the hall, Leon reassured Lady Aaron, telling her not to be embarrassed. Lady Lindsay stood with a downcast expression, while Leon and Count Segunda looked on. The two men stared ahead, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. A woman stood beneath an archway of white flowers, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. The hem of the gown, trimmed with gold, brushed against a bed of white roses. Lindsay looked distraught, but Aaron reassured her, reminding her of her duties. The speaker emphasized the importance of her unique appeal. She was instructed to change into specially selected clothes. The day had finally come, the text declared, as the camera panned across the palace. Two figures stood on a balcony overlooking the city, one responding with a simple yeah. One man confessed that the thought of seeing Lady Aaron in her best clothes made his heart flutter. The mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince would finally reveal themselves. The scene was set in front of Love Tylene, and the Emperor, his gaze fixed on some distant point. She considered the implications of the upcoming event, her expression a mix of concern and resolve. The prince's words echoed in the air, a grim reminder of the challenges ahead. Ian Pendragon's gaze hardened, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he spoke of the current situation. From the balcony, Duke Pendragon warned Lindsay that Count Segunda had most likely schemed a lot for today, so they must be prepared. The palace stood tall, a silent witness to the events unfolding within its walls. The staff bustled about, ensuring every detail was perfect for the upcoming event, their movements precise and practiced. The polished floors reflected the light, adding to the grandeur of the setting. Ian Pendragon's face was etched with worry, mirroring Lindsay's own apprehension as the weight of the day settled upon them. The prince asked if she was worrying about her clothes, but Lindsay admitted that was only part of her concern. Lindsay confessed her unease, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation as Ian Pendragon listened intently. She thought back to her origins, recalling that she came from a farming household. Lindsay considered her hands, rough from labor, and lamented that she wasn't particularly beautiful. She marveled at the fact that she was here, able to stand side by side with Lord Aaron Pendragon. Aaron Pendragon's gaze was steady, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, farmers toiled in the rice paddies, planting the seedlings with practiced hands. A man beamed, holding a basket overflowing with freshly baked bread. A couple stood together, their expressions serene and content. A voice echoed, expressing a shared sentiment. I feel the same as you. Aaron Pendragon walked alongside Lindsay, his presence commanding and regal. The pair continued their stroll, the sunlight glinting off Aaron's golden hair. Meanwhile, three women observed the scene, their expressions hidden beneath wide-brimmed hats. A hushed voice confirmed the identity of the figure. So that's Aaron Pendragon. The blonde-haired man gazes off into the distance, his expression unreadable. A voice whispers, commenting on his appearance. He is even more handsome than rumored. Two women stand together, one in a dark dress and the other in a large green hat. They ask if she will join them. The woman in the green hat calls out, questioning if it is Ingrid's turn. The woman with blonde hair looks down, a slight smile playing on her lips. Another woman, wearing a large red hat, tells Sylvia to stop, stating that she has already been rejected. The women declare that they are as sisters. Hands adorned with rings reach out, bathe in a soft, purple glow. It is their turn, having both beauty and lineage. They are the pinnacle of the Empire ladies. The woman in the red hat is identified as one of the imperial princesses. Ingrid, the woman in the green hat, looks down thoughtfully, her fingers interlaced. Sylvia's name is framed by flowers. She considered the invitation, her fingers tracing the rings on her hand. The whispers began, a silent promise of rivalry. Who would compete to win? A gathering takes place within a sunlit, glass-enclosed garden, the air filled with the murmur of polite conversation. Guests mingle, exchanging pleasantries and sipping from stemmed glasses, their voices echoing softly in the open space. Then, the question hangs in the air, how is Luna doing? A man in a blue military uniform holds a glass of wine, his expression one of concern as he awaits the answer. The response comes, she's doing very well. A blond man in a red coat stands with two women, the one responsible for their internal administration, praised highly. Highly. The man with the wine glass expresses his relief, stating he is glad to hear that she's doing well, chuckling softly. The blond man in the red coat walks away, followed by guards, the two women trailing behind him. It seems like Count Sirad is. Ingrid considered the prospect, her expression thoughtful as she listened intently. The idea of getting Lady Luna to marry her brother once again hung in the air. The details of the plan remained unspoken, yet the implications were clear. Erin clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I support it. Sister Luna is very beautiful and smart. The idea that a baron must have multiple wives was voiced, adding another layer to the discussion. Ingrid stood alongside Lindsay and Erin, the three women seemingly in agreement. Ingrid's expression shifted, a hint of doubt creeping in her eyes as she said, "Of course." The scene shifted, the focus now on a different group reacting to the unfolding events. One man erupted in laughter, his voice echoing through the halls as guards stood by. Two men clutched their heads, overwhelmed by the situation. We made eye contact. One of the men was overcome with emotion. My hand was touched. I'm really glad I was born for this moment. Two other men observed the scene with disdain. Are those idiots? A hush falls over the assembled crowd. All eyes turn toward the entrance. Three figures approach, their elaborate hats and dresses drawing attention. Servants and guard alike bow low as the women pass, their presence commanding respect. One man stares, aghast at the sight of the pompous dress. A question hangs in the air. Who are these women? The answer comes swiftly. Leah, Sylvia, and Elaine, the imperial princesses. A blonde-haired woman looks on, her expression unreadable as a man beside her speaks. Whispers spread about the princesses, noting how their facial features are similar. A man with a beard watches the princesses, a cigarillo held loosely in his fingers. The princesses approach, their arrival causing a stir among the onlookers. Their fashionable shoes click against the floor as they walk, each step measured and elegant. A formal greeting echoes, signaling the arrival of esteemed guests. The imperial princesses have arrived. Duke Pendragon is greeted with fanfare. The imperial princesses stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. Ian Pendragon observes the princesses, a hint of unease in his eyes. He senses that he is being targeted, a silent alarm ringing in his mind. A woman with dark hair looks on, her expression filled with worry. Her concern deepens, her eyes reflecting a growing sense of foreboding. Whispers circulate, hinting at the Duke's growing reputation. The imperial princesses surround Ian Pendragon, their interest piqued by tales of his exploits. The princesses compliment Ian Pendragon, their words laced with hidden meaning. His skill with a sword is lauded, even surpassing Prince Ian's own prowess. Ian Pendragon is told he possesses everything a gentleman could desire. The women continue to discuss potential partners, but with certain exceptions. The topic of conversation centered on finding someone deemed a suitable partner. Lindsay listened, her expression a mix of apprehension and uncertainty. Ian Pendragon remained composed, his gaze distant and thoughtful. His blue eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a hint of concern beneath his calm facade. The conversation turned directly to Lindsay. One of the women stated that she had heard about Lindsay. The woman revealed that Lindsay was a former maid of the Pendragons. The woman with the green feathered hat inquired if Lindsay came from a good family. The woman continued, questioning if her father was a knight or perhaps a government official. The woman with the green feathered hat looked at Lindsay expectantly, awaiting her answer. Ingrid, overhearing the conversation, reacted with shock. Two men in military attire stand, their expressions unreadable as the conversation unfolds. Tears streamed down Lindsay's face as she uttered a single word, "Father." The scene shifts to a group, the blonde man identified as her father, a farmer. Two women with elaborate hats share a knowing glance, their expressions smug. The group reacts with shock, their faces a mixture of surprise and disbelief. A voice calls out, Aaron's name echoing in the air. The women with the hats continue their conversation, noting a lack of suitability for an ideal partner. The implication hangs in the air. She's a concubine, right? A plea is made, urging someone to look at them. The focus shifts to hands, pale white and uninjured, without a single callus. The women declare themselves the epitome of beauty and lineage. A statement is made about being fit to be someone's true Y-. Uninjured hands, the image suggests, are not the only measure of worth. Or perhaps, brandishing a sword is not the only valuable contribution. You never cultivated the fields to ensure the seed of tomorrow, or brandished a sword to deal with monsters, or sew the clothes of your family and followers, or cooked for them. Ian Pendragon declares that someone has done nothing. So why are you acting so proudly? She did all of that and continuously supported me. He spoke with a stern expression as Lindsay looked on with worry. And yet, a bond remained between them, a silent promise. Lindsay steeled herself, resolving to continue on her chosen path. Ian Pendragon addressed the crowd, his words carefully chosen. He found people whose values differed so much from his difficult to meddle with. Their hands intertwined, a silent agreement passing between them. Lindsay spoke softly, urging Ian Pendragon to leave. Let's go. Lindsay's expression softened, a hint of hope flickering in her eyes. She looked up, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she responded, yes. Tranquility. Ian Pendragon watched her, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He clenched his fists, knuckles white with suppressed fury. Three women wept openly, their faces contorted in anguish and despair. A muffled groan escaped someone's lips. A man's voice boomed, demanding how anyone could speak to them in such a manner. Another man declared that they had gone too far. The crowd murmured about having a commoner as a concubine. One man exclaimed that it was unimaginable, an offense towards the dignity of the aristocracy of the empire. The crowd agreed, stating that it was the same as committing treason against the empire. Someone recalled Prince Ian's words, noting that he has too many enemies and how they can be so overbearing towards, Another man wondered how every single one of them could. He apologized to Aaron, calling the others pathetic, boisterous bastards. A voice declared, let's go. A deep chuckle rumbles from the bearded man, a glint in his eye. The air crackles with a strange energy, though outwardly, everyone seems lively. But the man in the purple suit looks stricken, his eyes wide with alarm. Neutral Ian Pendragon's expression hardens as he glances at the woman beside him. The polished shoe taps impatiently against the stone floor. A small crowd gathers in the courtyard, their faces a mixture of anticipation and unease. The hem of an ornate robe brushes the ground, embroidered with a golden dragon. The man in the purple suit stammers, his face paling as he speaks to his companion. A sharp intake of breath cuts through the tension, a silent warning. Neutral Ian Pendragon's gaze hardens, a storm brewing behind his blue eyes. See Dragon King. The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Duke. The bearded man stands tall, his opulent robes a symbol of his power. He smiled, a glint in his eye as Duke Pendragon spoke. They were under the Emperor's care, so? Flames danced above a narrowed eye, a glowing mark emblazoned on the cheek. Power surged, barely contained. Ornate carvings adorned the walls of the palace. The Aragon Empire's ruler stood solemnly, his crown heavy on his aged head. The Emperor was surrounded by his courtiers, all awaiting his command. The courtiers stood in silent anticipation, their eyes fixed on the Emperor. The blond man's eyes widened, realizing this is the Aragon Empire's. An old man, the blond man thought, observing the Emperor. A man declared himself heir of the great Roxan territory. Jamie Roxan's voice echoed through the halls. The Emperor's collar was adorned with jewels. Jamie Roxan stood before the Emperor, his declaration hanging in the air. Jamie Roxan looked on, awaiting a response. He stands before the Emperor, awaiting the response to his bold declaration. The Emperor acknowledges Jamie Roxan as the heir of the Roxan household. Therefore, the Emperor bestows upon him the title of Count. The Emperor's expression is unreadable. A murmur ripples through the court. The man with blonde hair is deeply grateful. The Emperor grants Mobris Bullen the title of Baron. The court observes the ceremony. Charles Viscount is granted the title of Viscount. Argon Habsburg awaits his title. The courtiers watch with bated breath. Two men discuss the implications of the emperor's decisions. The words hung in the air, a dismissive judgment. Duke Pendragon stood, arms crossed, a dragon emblem gleaming on his chest. Erin Pendragon tilted her head, concern etched on her face. She wondered aloud if Ian Pendragon had always been this way. Argon Habsburg's thoughts drifted to treason and the destruction of his household, a heavy weight on his mind. But the truth was a carefully constructed facade. If only he could pierce through the web of deceit. The emperor, seated on his throne, lamented his lack of control over the noble's tyranny. If only he possessed the will to act, to change the course of events. Beneath the moon's pale light, a figure stood, muscles rippling, a cape billowing in the wind. The weight of the past bore down, the specter of Alice looming large. Blame surged, a torrent of anger and regret threatening to consume him. Then, a decision, a path forward, however fraught with peril. Chaos erupted, a maelstrom of destruction unleashed upon the world. Argon Habsburg, cloaked in red, declared his defiance. Elsewhere, the emperor sat upon his ornate throne. The emperor's expression was unreadable. However, the emperor seemed to be currently in thought. Argon stood before the emperor's seat, dismissing him as a mere figurehead. The emperor remained seated, his face obscured by shadow. A close-up revealed the emperor's aged face, his eyes glowing with power. Golden energy swirled around him, taking the form of a dragon. The emperor was framed by the majestic, golden dragon. The dragon's power emanated from its radiant wings. A powerful energy emanates, crackling with unseen force. Ian Pendragon and Erin Pendragon reel back, faces contorted in shock and alarm. The emperor stands amidst the swirling power, seemingly unfazed. He thinks so this. The aura intensifies, a visible manifestation of the emperor's might. Is the emperor's aura? The force of the emperor's aura is overwhelming. He's stronger than Ian. The emperor remains at the center of the storm, his power radiating outwards, affecting everyone around him. An old man's eyes, filled with a deep-seated resolve, narrow as he observes the unfolding events. Meanwhile, two figures clasp hands, preparing for a dangerous undertaking. Be in harmony with them, without collapsing. A man with a blonde ponytail stares intently, his expression focused and determined. Another man, his dark hair tousled, closes his eyes, concentrating on the task at hand. Sinking, he touches his chin, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to synchronize. Synchronize with them. The emperor's power manifests as swirling energy, a force that threatens to overwhelm all who stand against him. He looked up, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. What was happening? The air crackled with energy, and Erin's presence seemed to amplify the strange phenomenon. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source, the energy coalescing around a royal crown. An ancient figure, wreathed in celestial energy, observed the unfolding events with glowing eyes. The king-like figure stood amidst the grand hall, bathed in an ethereal light that pulsed with immense power. The energy intensified, swirling around the figure as if drawn to a central point of unimaginable strength. Meanwhile, a man in military attire watched with a guarded expression, a cloaked figure standing silently beside him. Another man in military attire stood nearby, his face etched with concern as he witnessed the unfolding events. The king-like figure's expression hardened, a sense of anticipation radiating from him. I've been waiting for someone like you. The words hung in the air, the name Duke Pendragon echoing with unspoken significance. The king-like figure's regal attire and imposing presence suggested an authority that transcended mere mortal power. A hand clenched into a fist, a symbol of defiance against the overwhelming force that loomed before them. Before the king, a knight awaits the royal decree. The king's voice booms, declaring, I acknowledge you as the heir of the Pendragon household. The Pendragon crest, a golden dragon, adorns the flowing red cape. The king continues, and will therefore grant you the title of Duke. Ian Pendragon stands tall, the weight of the title settling upon him. A figure stands tall, clad in a pristine white military uniform. An old man lies prone, his face etched with exhaustion and despair. The elderly man's face contorts in a scream, his eyes wide with terror. Two men observe the scene, one questioning the identity of the white-haired elder. A man with a neatly trimmed beard gazes forward, his expression unreadable. The name. The man in the white uniform is revealed to be Love Tylene. Love Tylene stands before a crowd, the old man kneeling at his feet, a former count. The man was once powerful and influential in Sisek. The man is one of the culprits behind the assassination attempt of Prince Shaun. 3 years prior, the gears of fate began to turn. A sudden revelation sparked a wave of disbelief. The declaration hung heavy in the air, prompting a stunned silence from the gathered crowd. The armored figure stood rigid, his expression unreadable behind the metal. Deep lines etched into the older man's face spoke of years burdened by responsibility. The man with blonde hair confessed that he had cooperated with Prince Ian previously. He sought the truth behind the incident, and thus they infiltrated Sisek. The distressed man revealed the question that haunted him. Who poisoned the crown prince? However, Love Tylene stood tall, his gaze fixed on the kneeling man. He declared, "This man is nothing more." The shocked group realized they were merely pieces in a game of chess. He stood among the assembled, the gravity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. The older man, his brow furrowed, muttered that the mastermind was someone else entirely. The man with blonde hair declared that the man standing before them would reveal everything. The man with the beard spoke of traitors bearing their fangs towards the empire. The games. The man with blonde hair was addressed as Your Excellency. Before the king on his throne, a man in armor stood guard. The armored man began to speak. The man with blonde hair stood among the others. The man with blonde hair walked with purpose, a prisoner in tow. The man in the red jacket stood among the assembled, his expression unreadable. The man with gray hair looked on with concern. Two figures stood in the ornate hall, the air thick with unspoken tension. An older man, his brow furrowed, held a ring to his lips, a silent act heavy with intent. Aranjus, his gaze unwavering, seemed to be activating a similar ring on his own hand. Elsewhere, the old man remained, the ring glinting ominously in the light. The ring on Aranjus's finger pulsed with a faint, purple light. The gem in the old man's ring began to glow, casting strange shadows. Sweat beaded on the old man's face as the ring's power intensified. The light from the ring burned into the old man's eyes. Purple energy swirled around Aranjus, the ring now fully activated. The old man struggled, the purple energy now engulfing him. The old man gasped, the power of the ring overwhelming him. With a final, strained groan, the old man succumbed to the ring's influence. He writhed in agony, a guttural scream escaping his lips. The old man's fingers tightened around the ring, purple energy crackling. The old man lunged forward, his target being Aaron Pendragon. Three onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Aaron Pendragon's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips as he registered the danger. The old man was too fast. He moved with unnatural speed. A dagger materialized in the old man's hand, glowing with the same purple energy. A woman screamed, her voice filled with terror. "Lord Aaron!" The dagger gleamed, poised to strike. The blade descended, aimed directly at Aaron Pendragon. The old man lunges, dagger in hand, a surge of power crackling around him. The blade finds its mark, piercing through fabric and flesh with brutal speed. Count Segunda's hand, adorned with a ring, remains firm on the dagger's hilt. She clutches at the wound, her face contorted in a silent scream of agony. A guttural roar escapes the old man's throat, a sound of savage triumph. Count Segunda presses his attack, driving the dagger deeper as Aaron Pendragon struggles in vain. Blood stains the white fabric, a grim testament to the ferocity of the assault. Aaron Pendragon's eyes widen in terror as the Count's face twists into a grotesque sneer. The dagger is pulled free, leaving a trail of dark blood in its wake. Weakened, she stumbles backward, her hands desperately trying to staunch the flow. The onlookers gasp in horror, their faces reflecting the brutality of the scene unfolding before them. Her eyes, wide with shock, begin to glaze over as the world fades around Aaron Pendragon. Vincent Ron and Goofly Aragon look on, stunned by the sudden attack. The onlookers gasp, their faces etched with disbelief and horror at what just transpired. Aaron Pendragon's eyes flutter, her consciousness fading as she struggles to comprehend the attack. Count Segunda, standing over Aaron, is met with a furious outburst. The gravity of the situation begins to sink in as Aaron's vision blurs. She struggles to focus, her mind reeling from the sudden, brutal assault. The thought echoes, is Aaron dead? But that can't be right, can it? Count Segunda is surrounded by a dark aura, his power seemingly amplified in an instant. A collective sense of shock washes over the room. Vincent Ron and Goofly Aragon exchange worried glances, questioning the motives behind the attack. The question hangs in the air. Could Count Segunda really be responsible for such a heinous act? Vincent Ron, his expression grim, believes there's only one explanation for the events that transpired. The revelation hung heavy in the air. It was unexpected, indeed. The man with the beard considered the implications, his expression unreadable. The words echoed, pointing to a single, terrible conclusion. Aaron Pendragon lay injured as the accusation was leveled. Was Count Segunda himself behind the assassination attempt? The accusation stung, bringing a pained expression to the face of the injured girl. Before the assembled court, Count Segunda offered a deep apology as the representative of the six High Lords. The name hung in the air, a question and a challenge. The man with the beard affirmed the accusation, stating it was just as he had said. Aaron Pendragon, wounded and weary, heard the words, "And you exposed his terrible sin." The declaration rang out, a vow of fealty and service. Count Segunda stood beneath the chandeliers, the undisputed. Erin Pendragon remained kneeling, her fate hanging in the balance. The man's rage was palpable, a declaration echoing in the air. Count Segunda's face contorted in fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. The crowd recoiled in horror. Erin lay motionless, as Count Segunda loomed over her fallen form. A blinding light filled the room, obscuring the scene in a wash of white. The blonde-haired figure's face was etched with terror, eyes wide with disbelief. As the representative of the 6 High Lords, Duke Pendragon knelt, offering his deepest apologies. Pendragon's name echoed in the halls. It was just like, Segunda was indeed a traitor. And since he exposed his terrible sin, as a loyal sword of the Empire, the undisputed, the Emperor stood tall, looking down at Duke Pendragon. Treasure of the Empire. The Emperor's eyes glowed with fury. The crowd looked on as Duke Pendragon knelt before the Emperor. Just like he thought, Erin is indeed this kind of man. He is being praised for acknowledging his mistakes so quickly, though the situation remains tense. The display was impressive. One man thinks, though he remains silent, observing the scene unfold. A blonde-haired man stands with a stoic expression, while another behind him looks on with concern. Another man with gray hair and a beard watches with a stern gaze, his expression unreadable. Someone begins to speak, their voice trembling with emotion, the tension palpable. The speaker's anger erupts as they denounce someone as a bastard, their fists clenched. A figure is sent flying backwards, the force of the impact evident in their posture. A red-haired man looks on, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. The blonde-haired man's face is contorted in shock and anger, his eyes wide with disbelief. 2 figures watch with concern, their expressions mirroring the chaos unfolding before them. A white-haired man speaks, his face stained with a dark substance, hinting at a sinister truth. 3 figures clap, their expressions unreadable, as the events continue to unfold. He looked down, a dark thought clouding his mind. No one would believe it. A voice boomed, declaring that with this, tonight's banquet was over. Ian Pendragon was dismissed, the words echoing in the grand hall. The crowd watched as the events unfolded, their expressions a mix of shock and curiosity. Then, as he spoke with another, Ian stated that he would also be going. The man hoped they could meet each other again someday, his expression sincere. Ian Pendragon responded, "Ah, we will," a hint of determination in his voice. His mind drifted to the battlefield, a place of conflict and strife. A close-up revealed a face filled with anger and resolve, eyes glowing with inner fire. Surrounded by hooded figures, Ian Pendragon was escorted away, the sounds of their departure echoing. He stood with another, the future uncertain, but the resolve in his eyes remained. He bore a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on some distant point. Guarded by cloaked figures, a man strode forward with purpose. The bearded man spoke, his words carrying a weight of anticipation. "It seems like you're..." A voice declared that the time had come. The hooded figures stood in silent formation, one musing about his 3 Valvas knights. A figure stood, triumphant over a fallen foe, his victory seemingly assured. A woman hesitantly called out to Lord Erin, her voice laced with concern. Ian Pendragon stood alongside another, both with somber expressions. A voice whispered a single word, "Oranges." The old man's mouth was set in a grim line, hinting at unspoken resolve. The 2 figures reacted with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Before the king on his throne, the man stood, awaiting judgment or command. The king sat upon his throne, his expression unreadable. A grand table sat ready for a meeting of great importance. The man looked off to the side, contemplating the monster they fought back in Luz and the pirate bastard. A shadowy figure emerged, said to be from the Oranges household. Ian Pendragon looked concerned, hearing that he was the one who orchestrated the poisoning. The meeting was about the crown prince. The duke's face was grim. Pendragon was told that he will be appointed as the governor. The king said he would entrust him with a secret order to subjugate the Oranges household. He speaks with urgency, his hands clasped tightly before him. The Duke Pendragon gazes off to the side, lost in thought. He holds up a gold coin, considering its value and purpose, since he will need funds. The armored man addresses the king, his tone deferential. "Your Excellency, that is..." Pendragon dismisses the concern. "It's fine." The Duke sits with his hands clasped, a contemplative expression on his face. The king reveals that he has heard from Ian. The armored man listens intently. The king asks Pendragon what he thinks of the Empire. "But what do you currently think of the Empire?" The king continues, referencing Sisek and Alice. "After seeing Sisek and Alice, what did you think?" Pendragon remains silent, his expression unreadable. The king laments his current state. "The current me is lacking in power necessary." The king's hands were clasped tightly, a sign of his inner turmoil. Ian Pendragon stood tall, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He thought about the corruption of the nobles. The Shadow King, Oranges, would not stand against the Empire. The king's hands remained clasped, knuckles white with tension. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair looked down, his expression unreadable. The young man looked up, a single word escaping his lips. Father. At the investiture ceremony, he had mustered all the aura he could let out. And yet, he didn't cower before the power. The aura swirled around him, a vortex of golden energy. Nor did he clash against it, the voice echoed. Instead, he assimilated with it, becoming one with the immense power. The king sits at the table, addressing two figures in the room. He states that something is neither of them. The king's words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. He continues, excluding his eldest son, Shaun. The king's aged face is etched with worry, his eyes heavy with the weight of his decision. He considers what he could do. The king's voice booms, echoing through the hall as he calls out two names, Ian and Aaron Pendragon. The king's hands rest on the table, his gaze unwavering as he declares, I entrust the future of the Empire to you two. Ian Pendragon stands tall, his expression unreadable as he listens to the king's decree. His arms are crossed. Ian's eyes narrow, his gaze intense as he considers the weight of the king's words. He seems to be thinking deeply. Ian Pendragon bows his head, his voice a low murmur as he responds to the king. He says that he humbly accepts. Ian kneels before the king, his head bowed in reverence as he accepts the weighty responsibility. He says, Your Excellency. Elsewhere, the sun rises over the city, casting a golden glow on the spires and rooftops. The city is bustling with activity. The camera pans across the cityscape, revealing the intricate architecture and the vastness of the kingdom. The city is full of life. Aaron Pendragon stands on a balcony, silhouetted against the rising sun, his cloak billowing in the wind. He gazes out at the kingdom. Ian Pendragon gazed into the distance, the setting sun casting long shadows. Did he really consider cooperating? His expression turned somber, the weight of past decisions etched on his face. The Sea Dragon King. He didn't really expect anything from him or Segunda. A memory surfaced, a shadowed figure standing in a grand doorway. He knew it when he saw him. But, you said, you weren't coming. A flurry of feathers danced in the air, ethereal and dreamlike. The memory intensified, the figure now visible amidst the swirling feathers. Feathers drifted down, illuminated by soft, heavenly light. The figure seemed to float, suspended in a dreamlike state, surrounded by feathers. The feathers formed intricate patterns, like the wings of an angel. A feathered wing, edged with gold, stretches into the light. Above, a radiant halo shines, illuminating the figure below. A voice whispers, reverent, as if beholding a goddess. An angel stands tall, wings spread wide, a hooded cloak draped over their shoulders. The figure is identified as Ilianoe Envoy, an archangel of immense power. The archangel's gaze is knowing, a hint of a smile playing on their lips. Ian Pendragon's brow furrowed, a familiar anxiety creeping in. Soul still hadn't returned. He wondered if she would come back at all, his expression a mix of longing and concern. The griffin-like creature stood beside him, its presence a strange comfort. A woman in a black dress assured him it was because of the creature's huge aura. He could feel if she was near, a subtle shift in the air. The woman in black seemed to sense his unease. She wondered if that was so. The woman in black reassured Ian Pendragon that Soul Drake wanted to meet Lord Aaron as soon as possible. She added that she expected her to come flying in any time now. Ian Pendragon sat patiently as someone brushed his long blonde hair. Lindsay brushed Ian Pendragon's hair. He thanked her. The griffin-like creature and the small woman stood together, the small woman whispering about a husband and wife. Aaron Pendragon called out to her brother, her expression bright with excitement. Aaron Pendragon announced that the parting ceremony had already started, her smile wide and joyful. A man in a suit, his face flushed with emotion, declared that someone had been appointed as the governor of Luz. Aaron Pendragon exclaimed her extreme happiness for the person in question, her eyes sparkling with joy. Two figures walked together, their steps measured and their destination unknown. A man was tackled to the ground, the force of the impact evident in his strained expression. Elsewhere, a group gathered around a table, their expressions a mix of relaxation and camaraderie. Aaron Pendragon and another woman exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Aaron Pendragon greeted a woman, a little girl standing beside the woman. Ian Pendragon greets Aaron with a warm smile. Those two, someone observes, have grown quite close. The observer notes that they are much closer than before. Another person agrees, stating that they both have been through a lot. Meanwhile, a figure with silver hair stands alone, lost in thought. The camera focuses on the details of her elegant dress. A man asks Lady Sirod if she is enjoying herself. He offers her a glass of wine, a slight smile playing on his lips. Lady Sirod hesitates, seemingly reluctant to accept the drink. The man reveals that the Duke is set to depart to lose tomorrow. He urges her to say anything she wants to say today. Lady Sirod looks away, a mixture of apprehension and sadness in her eyes. He tilted the glass, the liquid swirling as he took a drink. Sirod sat, his expression unreadable as he stared into the distance. A long blue dress flowed as the wearer walked past the table of drinks. Ian Pendragon stood with Aaron, who looked up at him, calling him Duke. The Duke and Aaron walked through the ballroom, passing many people. Ian looked off into the distance, thinking of a lady. Sirod's name hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with meaning. His lips were pursed, a sign of the internal conflict he was facing. Ian Pendragon informed Sirod that he was delighted to know that he'd been appointed as the governor of Luz. The silver-haired man's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a deep concern. Sirod's gaze was downcast, his expression a mask of hidden emotions. The ballroom buzzed with activity, oblivious to the internal turmoil of the new governor. He swirled the wine in his glass, lost in thought. She's still stalling. The feast continued around him, oblivious to his inner turmoil. "We have just started," someone shouted. The call for more drinks echoed through the hall. "Bring more beer." The territory's beer, brewed with local ingredients, flowed freely. The atmosphere was thick with revelry, the air filled with laughter and cheer. A server poured another glass, the golden liquid catching alight. Seal watched the festivities, a slight smile playing on his lips. This territory beer gets more delectable with each sip. He took a sip of his wine, his expression unreadable. Even the soldiers were enjoying the celebration. The soldiers also took a liking to it. Ian Pendragon, seated regally, addressed Seal. "I will entrust the territory to you." Ian continued, his voice filled with relief. "As long as you are here, I can depart to Luz in peace." Seal considered Ian's words, his expression thoughtful, though it wouldn't have been possible if it hadn't been for them to alleviate all. He sat in his chair, a contemplative expression on his face as he pondered the matters at hand. A man with graying hair spoke, mentioning internal affairs under Sir Melbourne. A lot of internal affairs matters. The focus shifted to those entrusted to Lady Sirod, especially those entrusted to her. A woman with gray hair held a document regarding the development of the immigrant city of York. The city of York had progressed smoothly thus far, its lights twinkling in the night. Ian Pendragon sat, looking out over the city, his expression unreadable. He held a glass of wine, his fingers tracing the rim as he contemplated his next move. The man with dark hair asked Ian Pendragon what he thought of the situation. Ian Pendragon was asked if it wasn't time for him to review his engagement with Lady Sirod. Ian Pendragon's expression remained thoughtful as he considered the question. A close-up of his attire revealed a large, ornate brooch. Other nobles were shown, compared to the ladies of the capital, who only knew how to dress themselves and don't have anything going for them. Ian Pendragon sits at a table, observing a young woman writing in a book. The man with dark hair speaks, his expression thoughtful as he considers the scene. He notes that she is different. The blonde man holds a glass, mentioning it's from Lady Lindsay. The woman at the desk continues to write, seemingly unaware of the conversation. Ian's expression is unreadable. The two men sit across from each other at a table, drinks between them. The dark-haired man questions Ian, asking what would happen if he didn't like her. Ian denies any such feelings. He begins to speak, his expression serious. The dark-haired man looks at Ian expectantly, awaiting his response. He floated, suspended in what appeared to be a glass of liquid. The night sky stretched out, a crescent moon hanging in the inky black. Seal stood on the balcony, gazing out at the cityscape below. Her expression was unreadable, her gaze distant and contemplative. She seemed lost in thought, her brow furrowed slightly. Ian Pendragon approached her, his footsteps echoing softly on the stone floor. Seal turned slightly, a questioning look on her face. Ian paused, considering his next words as he approached Seal. A bottle of wine, its label featuring a dragon, was presented. Ian held the bottle, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asked if they should. He proposed that they have a drink together. Seal's expression softened, a hint of surprise in her eyes as she looked at Ian. Ian Pendragon stood framed in the doorway, a silent observer. Erin Pendragon watched him approach, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She gasped softly. Erin whispered his name, a question hanging in the air. Ian Pendragon held up a bottle, a playful smirk on his face as he offered, "Have a drink together?" Erin's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and apprehension etched on her face. Her hand instinctively went to the pendant around her neck. The night air hung still as Ian filled Erin's glass with a golden liquid. Beneath the crescent moon, the pair sat on the balcony, the city lights twinkling below. Their legs dangled from their seats, the clink of glass echoing softly as Ron's praises were recalled. Ian smiled, holding up a book. He mentioned recent achievements for the Empire. Erin expressed her gratitude for Ian's help. The woman with the silver hair raised her glass, a thoughtful expression on her face. The glasses met in a silent toast against the backdrop of the night sky. The pair sat in comfortable silence, the remnants of their shared drink catching the moonlight. Ian observed that Aaron had changed a lot since they first met. Aaron acknowledged the change, though she felt it wasn't as much as Ian had undergone. The silver-haired woman's expression was unreadable. Speaking frankly, Aaron admitted she hadn't liked Ian at all, specifically before the coma incident. She gazed out at the night sky, a somber expression on her face. Aaron thought to herself, but for my own. The weight of her responsibilities seemed to press down on her. For your own life. Ian Pendragon sat across from her, his expression thoughtful. Aaron asked, do you remember what you said in the Sirad territory? He stood beside her, gazing at the horizon. Ian thought, I want to live just so I can make sure that the people and the country can enjoy abundant lives. Aaron looked up at Ian, a slight smile gracing her lips. She responded, so, not only I respect you as a man. Her gaze intensified, her words carrying a deeper meaning, but also as a lord who is leading his people forward. Ian's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He asked what you said back. Aaron stood beside him, her expression resolute. She stated, which is why, regardless of whether you like it or not. Her eyes softened, a hint of determination in her voice. Aaron declared, I will become your strength. Her words hung in the air, a promise of unwavering support. Your strength. She looks down, a question hanging in the air between them. The response echoes, a soft confirmation in the quiet atmosphere. Ian looks away as Ilyana A. Envoy stands beside him, observing the exchange. A dark-haired man stands behind Aaron, his expression unreadable as he watches Ian. The dark-haired man's face is reflected in Ian's eyes, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The dark-haired man's expression is pained, a silent scream etched on his face. Elsewhere, a warrior rides a monstrous wolf, locked in fierce combat. A swordsman clashes with an unseen foe, the blade a blur of motion. A lone figure stands amidst a desolate landscape, his sword planted in the ground. Meanwhile, Ilyana A. Envoy stands on a balcony, her thoughts echoing her desire to be loved for herself. Back in the room, the dark-haired man stands behind Ian, a silent presence as they share a drink. As for himself, Ian Pendragon wonders if he is real. His face contorts in anguish, a silent scream trapped within. Elsewhere, Ian sits with an older woman on a balcony under the moonlight. The older woman looks at him with concern etched on her face. She watches as Ian takes a drink, his expression unreadable. He claims it's nothing, but his eyes betray a deeper turmoil. The older woman thanks him for something unspoken. The woman's presence seems to offer a measure of comfort to Ian. The older woman's gentle smile suggests understanding and support. The scene shifts to a wider view of the balcony, the city lights twinkling below as she tells him he is welcome. Ian's expression softens, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. The moon hangs high in the inky sky, its light deemed sufficient. The castle looms, a silent promise hanging in the air, for now. Elsewhere, the sky is bright, the air filled with the sounds of a ship cutting through the waves. Two ships sail across the water, their silhouettes stark against the horizon. A pirate flag snaps in the wind, a declaration of intent against the clear sky. A man and woman react in horror, their faces contorted in fear as they cry out. Pirates leap onto the deck, weapons raised, ready to attack. A woman falls, thrown back by the force of the attack, while a man is sent flying. The man in the blue suit cries out as he is struck, his body twisting in pain. Another man clutches his head, screaming a warning about the Empire Navy. A man's face is contorted in a scream as a blade descends towards him. The woman in the red dress lies bleeding on the deck, hearing the grim pronouncement that no one is coming to help. A figure stands amidst a scene of carnage, sword in hand. A monstrous maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The pirate declares himself the apex predator of the ocean, brandishing his sword. Boots stomp on the blood-soaked deck, accompanied by maniacal laughter. The one-eyed pirate grins, a sinister glint in his visible eye. A document bearing the name Duke Pendragon lies discarded on the blood-stained floor. The document states that the Pendragon Duke is set to take the role of Governor of Luz. The pirate stands on the deck, his crew looming behind him as he holds the necklace. Someone observes that he seems to be thriving. Arrows pierce the document bearing the name of Duke Pendragon. The pirate vows to settle his debts. The city sprawled along the coast, a mix of old and new construction. The towers of a grand building pierced the sky, a monument to a deceased governor. Segunda's mansion stood proudly, overlooking the sea and the ships sailing upon it. Ian Pendragon looked around, a flicker of confusion in his blue eyes. What happened? He wondered. A voice called out, questioning, to you guys? A figure stood tall, a decorative staff in hand, the sound of footsteps echoing around him. Two women in Navy uniforms discuss the White Dragon Squad. So what do you think, brother, about our White Dragon squads? Ian Pendragon stood with the women, observing their new uniforms. New Navy-styled uniforms? One of them asked. The woman explained, this is because today we will be meeting the Guardian of Luz, commander of the Empire Navy. A ship sailed into view, its name proclaimed, Viscount Moraine. Sailors scrambled up the rigging, preparing the ship for arrival. The sounds of clashing steel and desperate cries filled the air. A figure in a tricorn hat and naval coat danced through the chaos, a blur of motion. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, power crackling around him. He moved with impossible speed, cutting down anyone in his path. The deck was littered with bodies, a testament to his overwhelming strength. He stood amidst the carnage, unimpressed. Next, he barked. Meanwhile, the title card announced the arrival of Empire Navy Admiral Viscount Moraine. Elsewhere, the city stood tall, a testament to the Duke Pendragon's power. A procession of soldiers on horseback makes its way through the city. Two men observe the procession as it passes, their expressions unreadable. The flag bears a seahorse emblem, its meaning yet unknown. The soldiers ride onward, their destination a mystery. The announcement rings out. Viscount Moraine, Empire Navy Commander, has arrived. Viscount Moraine's face appears more frightening than before, a sign of changes to come. It is said that he has a meeting with the Pendragon Duke. He turned his back on the Navy, a decision that would alter his path. Orcs, beasts of burden, are seen in the city. If light is shed upon the governor's weakness, the two men speculate. Something will happen. The great white teeth will fly. A cryptic warning hangs in the air. A ship sails in the distance, its purpose unknown. He stood amongst his peers, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The Empire Navy Admiral stood firm, his expression unreadable as he listened intently. Aaron Pendragon declared that he would be assuming the post. The post as governor of Luz was now in Aaron's hands. Viscount Moraine listened, his aged face betraying nothing of his thoughts. The Empire Navy Admiral stood beside Oranges, the weight of the conversation heavy in the air. Sir Viscount Moraine's name hung in the air, a silent warning. Oranges' gaze intensified, a silent promise of what was to come. The man with the mustache shifted uncomfortably, sensing the tension in the room. Viscount Moraine heard that after Segunda's passing, Luz was being managed by Aaron. So he would like to hear about the current situation as they dealt with the majority. The Empire Navy Admiral and Oranges discussed the situation of Segunda's allies. He listened to the man speak, his expression unreadable as the conversation continued. Oranges stared intently, his eyes narrowed as he declared, "You're not the one." A man with dark hair listened from afar, his gaze fixed downward as he heard, "Governor is talking to." A surge of blue energy erupted, crackling with visible power. Oranges stood amidst the swirling blue energy, swords of light forming around him. Ian Pendragon watched the display, a concerned expression on his face as Viscount Moraine stood beside him. Viscount Moraine murmured, his eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before him. Viscount Moraine apologized for the discourtesy he'd shown, addressing someone as Pendragon. Ian Pendragon stood among his soldiers, his back to the viewer, as they observed the unfolding events. The man declared that it was in his nature as a military man. Viscount Moraine's expression hardened as he stated his intention to ascertain what a man is. The unseen speaker declared that something was made with his own eyes. Viscount Moraine looks on, a slight smirk playing on his lips. How would Ian Pendragon go about this? The Viscount's words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken challenge. He simply desires a bout with Ian. The Viscount draws his sword, the steel glinting in the light. He reveals himself to be Duke Gordon. Two men stand behind Ian Pendragon, watching the unfolding scene with concern. The air crackles with anticipation. Duke Gordon recalls his past, stating that he was a friend of Ian's father. His expression is stern, his eyes filled with purpose. Duke Gordon reflects on a weakling who adored flowers and immersed himself into paintings. The memory seems to fuel his resolve. The image of the painter fades, replaced by a memory of a battle. Duke Gordon's past is intertwined with conflict and loss. Duke Gordon remembers the hearsay that Ian fought with the Empire Knight Captain. He sees Ian as Granite, his rival, on equal terms. Duke Gordon's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Is something difficult to believe? Surrounded by soldiers, Duke Gordon declares that he wants to test Ian himself. The challenge is laid bare, the stage set for confrontation. Ian Pendragon listens intently, his expression thoughtful. He understands the weight of the challenge, the history behind it. Then, Duke Gordon declares, "Let's begin." The battle is about to commence, the past colliding with the present. He looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his aged features. The sound of footsteps echoed on the tiled floor, growing louder. Viscount Moraine found himself face to face with Ian Pendragon, who stood with a menacing glare. The Viscount's eyes widened slightly, a silent escaping his lips as Ian Pendragon moved. With shocking speed, Ian Pendragon's hand shot out, seizing the Viscount's face in a brutal grip. The metallic shink of steel filled the air as the young man drew his sword. Momentum carried Ian Pendragon forward, sending him crashing downward. The Griffin Knight tumbled backwards, his expression a mask of fury. Viscount Moraine's face contorted in pain and shock as he was struck. Ian Pendragon roared, his voice filled with rage, calling the Viscount a bastard. The blade gleamed, reflecting the light as it was fully unsheathed. Ian Pendragon stood ready, his sword now fully drawn and poised for battle. He descends, sword angled to strike. The polished steel glints, ready to cut through the air. Viscount Moraine's eyes widen in terror. Behind him, a soldier watches, equally stunned by the sudden assault. The blade descends further. Viscount Moraine can only utter strangled, "Why you?" The attacker's expression hardens, a cold fury in his eyes. Does such a thing exist? Does such a thing exist for pirates? His eyes widen, pupils dilating. What do you think we will be fighting against? Ian Pendragon stands over the fallen Viscount Moraine, his sword still raised. The Viscount lies prone, seemingly defeated. Elsewhere, the most cruel pirates on the ocean are shown. We're being led by the Latuan Orcs chief. The Dark King, Tolio Orangus, and he's clearly... Viscount Moraine says that Tolio Orangus is stronger than both of them. Viscount Moraine looks concerned. Duke Pendragon's profile is displayed, showcasing his stats and achievements. A ship is caught in a storm, cries of terror echoing across the waves. Two pirate ships approach, their silhouettes cutting through the turbulent sea. A pirate flag, emblazoned with a skull and crossed swords, snaps in the wind. Meanwhile, on another ship, an orc raises his weapon, laughing maniacally at the prospect of battle. The orcs declare their hatred for the Empire, viewing them as nothing more than pigs. The orc's face is contorted with rage, his tusks bared in a snarl. Elsewhere, an Empire ship sails towards the horizon, unaware of the dangers ahead. The Empire's flag, bearing a golden eagle, flutters proudly in the breeze. On the Empire ship, the crew expresses their allegiance to the Empire's navy. The orcs voice their disdain for humans, referring to them as filthy. The orcs question whether the humans believe they can stand against them in battle. The griffins descended from the sky, their screeches echoing across the water. Below, Orangus gazed upward, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he watched the aerial assault unfold. The griffins dove, their talons extended, ready to tear into the Empire's ships. The water churned as the griffins swooped low, creating a maelstrom of foam and spray. With piercing cries, the griffins attacked, their sharp beaks and claws aimed at the sailors. The griffins tore through sails and rigging, their assault relentless and brutal. The impact of the griffins' attacks sent splinters of wood flying in every direction. The sailors cried out as the griffins descended upon them, their shadows looming large. Aboard one of the ships, a man raised his crossbow, his eyes narrowed in determination. Below deck, the orcs clashed with the remaining crew, their crude weapons meeting steel. An orc roared in fury as a blade pierced his flesh, the battle growing ever more desperate. He soared through the air on his griffin, facing down a monstrous foe. The Griffin Knight swung his blade, a flash of steel against the beast's hide. The griffin's talons tore through the monster's flesh as the battle intensified. A warrior, scarred but resolute, watched the battle unfold with a grim expression. Meanwhile, the town bustled with activity under a clear sky, unaware of the aerial battle. Three men walked along the street, their destination unknown. A poster of a stylized orca, marked with an X, hung on a wall, prompting a question. A man with a cigar commented on the situation with a knowing look. A man in a pirate hat stated that it was only natural for pirates to be among their customers. Two men stood at a bar, one admitting he didn't know much about something. Someone ran through the town, urgency in their stride. He presents a document, holding it out with a stern expression. A blade presses against the other man's neck, his eyes wide with fear. The document is pressed firmly onto a surface. Ian Pendragon demands to know what the man is doing as the pirate captain looks on. The pirate captain stands with a stern look. The document is held up, the writing on it clear. The document is presented, the text bubble stating that it has the man's blood print. The document clearly states that the man was bribing Count Segunda to permit something. The man with the blade to his neck is reminded of the commercialization of smuggled goods. The pirate captain asks if he should cut off the man's fingers. The man with the blade to his neck is asked if he wants to cross-verify their warrant. The man is shocked, the orca poster visible in the background. He was escorted through the courtyard, the guards flanking him closely. A stern gaze surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable. Ian Pendragon stood with another man, both wearing similar navy blue uniforms. Vincent Ron's information was being discussed. The man in the chair seemed confident. They had seized almost all of the businesses that had ties with the pirates. If they removed them from Luz, what would happen next? The pirate grinned, suggesting they could cut off the Dark King, Tolio Orangus. Funds were being transferred, the deal was being made. In the Empire, there's no room for negotiation with those who have sided with the pirates. Due to the policies of the new governor, all the activity bases from the inland and sea pirates were seized. So they shifted their focus to the small islands on the Mulad marine territory, where the Empire Navy's vigilance is low. A fleet of ships sails across the ocean, their destination unknown. A red banner bearing a white dragon crest flaps in the wind. A man in a vest shouts, alerting his comrades. It's the Pendragon army. A green-skinned warrior leaps down, brandishing a crude axe. The scene descends into chaos as the battle begins. Blood splatters against the sky, a grim testament to the violence. Meanwhile, feathers drift through the air, perhaps from a quill. A letter speaks of eliminating the pirates as a matter of time. Vincent Ron holds a letter, a butler standing nearby, as expected of a young master. Vincent Ron sips from a glass, his expression thoughtful. A hand writes a letter, detailing the movements of ships. Another person diligently writes, the quill scratching against the parchment. He seemed pleased, a faint smile gracing his lips. The name echoed in his thoughts, Aaron. So, he had no choice but to try even harder. Vincent Ron considered the next meeting, the one with the businessman. His expression remained thoughtful, almost melancholic. A letter lay before him, bearing the name Joseph Breeden. The elegant script detailed some kind of arrangement, signed by Joseph Breeden. Vincent Ron murmured the name, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Joseph Breeden. The name triggered a memory. Elsewhere, a flashback began, showing Sirod County's former head knight. Vincent Ron stood opposite the knight, his expression unreadable. The knight stood ready, while a cloaked figure watched from afar. The mounted knights continued their march, their destination unknown. Vincent Ron's eyes widened as he read the name on the letter. That Breeden? A woman's hand guides a quill across parchment, carefully composing a message. The words form a name, Lady Luna. The woman with short, silver hair stares intently, her expression unreadable. She has changed a lot. The blonde-haired man gestures, explaining that he can no longer fight with an arm like this. He can't be a knight anymore. The man in profile asks what business the other has here, his expression hidden from view. The woman sits at the table, her gaze firm. She cannot possibly permit it, which is why. The man stands in the room, listening intently. He has changed. The man with the hat explains that he cannot turn back, not now at least, which is why. The man in the hat smiles faintly, his expression suggesting a hidden resolve. Still, the woman with short, silver hair appears shocked, her eyes wide with surprise. A close-up of a face, identified as the Dark King, asks why someone has come here. Tolio Arangis reclines, a hand resting on the hilt of his blade. A blue-skinned orc grins, tusks bared, as the scene fades to black. A figure lies prone, a boot pressing down on their face. Another figure is on the ground, hands clasped in desperation, fighting a stupid brat. Tolio Arangis stands beside the blue-skinned orc who sticks out his tongue. The orc speaks, noting that someone has been weakened a lot. The blue-skinned orc sits at a table with two other blue-skinned individuals, discussing governor policies. Tolio Arangis sits alone, remarking that it looks like a large blue hand slams down on a table. The blue-skinned orc sits at a table with the others, one calling someone a half-orc bastard and asking why they have come here. A voice suggests joining hands for a little while. The blue-skinned orc grinned, confident in his declaration. Tolio Arangis sat at the table, flanked by the two imposing orcs. The camera angle shifted, focusing on the room's interior. A man with dreadlocks watched from the shadows, his expression unreadable. Power coalesced around a clenched fist, crackling with energy. The two blue-skinned orcs exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. A close-up revealed a determined gaze. The scene faded into darkness. A chaotic brawl erupted, Tolio Arangis caught in the middle of the fray. One of the blue-skinned orcs roared, demanding an end to the conflict. Tolio Arangis, face bloodied, prepared to unleash his power. The blue-skinned orcs charged forward, weapons raised, ready to strike. He narrowly avoided the incoming strike, the force of it shaking the ground. Flames erupted, searing the air with intense heat. The figure within the inferno cried out, seemingly injured by the very flames they commanded. Another figure screamed, caught in the blaze. The fire-wielding man declared that he was emitting flames. He gripped a sword wreathed in fire, proclaiming himself the strongest. He mused that it was only fair he also got the strongest weapon. The man, now holding a shield, declared that there was no one who could be his opponent. Elsewhere, blue-skinned orcs laughed, their voices echoing with cruel amusement. The orcs grinned, their eyes gleaming with malice. Meanwhile, a room stood silent, untouched by the chaos outside. The sword crackled with heat, the flames licking around the blade. He stood amidst the inferno, the fallen groaning at his feet. Since I am the strongest, it's only fair that I also get. A shield gleamed, reflecting the intense heat of the battle. A chorus of laughter echoed through the scene. Elsewhere, a ship sailed across the vast ocean, its sails billowing in the wind. The man's expression was fierce, his eyes narrowed with determination. The sword cut through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. That Valva's knight possesses such frightening strength. Pendragon stood with another officer, the ocean breeze ruffling their uniforms. Yes, but for Governor Pendragon. The clash of steel echoed as the two figures fought, each strike carrying immense power. To be equally matched with him is also... He had been through a lot, but 3 months had now passed. The blonde-haired man went through all that trouble to make them lose most of their funds. He wondered why Talio had not shown himself yet, and then why. He was surprised, but there had still been no outreach from anyone. The 3 major pirates, Red Skull, had gathered together. And there was Zagielka, one of the major pirates. And there's us, the inland pirates. The Winter Storm. All the inland pirates have gathered together, but have you noticed? They don't seem any different from the bunch. Hey, stop it, you guys. A mission was at hand, and the sound of boots echoed. The call went out. They had gathered. A figure stood atop a rock, flanked by 2 men. The pirate with the eye patch declared, "As of today, I will be your new captain." The narration clarified that it was Tolio, the pirate king, though not the Dark King. Tolio Oranges offered greeting. "Nice to meet you." The words echoed. That sea dragon king. 2 men watched as bags of gold rained down from above. One man reacted in disbelief. "And, no way, he possesses this much gold." The thought lingered. If they have this much. The narrator mused that the cut on their businesses wouldn't affect them at all. Tolio Oranges looked off into the distance. He gripped the sword tightly, the metal gleaming in the dim light, as the ruler of the pirates. As their king, a fiery aura seemed to emanate from him, a promise of destruction. The declaration hung in the air, a promise of violence. He would chop that white worm brat. Tolio Oranges' face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with murderous intent, to pieces. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices echoing the sentiment. Cheers to the pirate king. A hand raised a silent request. "May I have a word, Captain?" Tolio Oranges turned, his expression questioning. "What is it?" The question hung in the air. Is the Griffin Rider squad that the Valva's knight is leading? A sinister chuckle echoed, a prelude to something wicked. "Foo, foo, foo, foo." The man with the beard looked on, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. A subtle gesture, a silent signal passed between unseen players. In the distance, the Griffin Riders descended, their forms casting long shadows as Tolio Oranges watched. The sound of heavy armor echoed, signaling an approaching force. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers, their expressions a mix of fear and surprise. A close-up revealed the intensity of the gaze, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The Griffin Riders descended, their majestic mounts casting long shadows across the land. A cry went up from the crowd. "Knights?" A ship sails through the vast ocean, its destination unknown. The pirate sightings have decreased recently, or so they say. 2 glasses clink together, celebrating a recent victory. Another ship sails on the horizon, perhaps unaware of the dangers that lurk. 2 men look up in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. One of the men begins to speak, his voice trembling. Those are... The sound of flapping wings fills the air. A figure rides atop a griffin, soaring through the sky with purpose. The men below stare in astonishment, one exclaiming, "Griffins?" The figure with the weapon prepares for battle, his eyes narrowed in focus. A sudden, brutal assault. The man cries out, caught completely off guard. A massive griffin descends, talons extended, ready to strike its prey. Desperation fills the air as a man pleads for someone, anyone, to save him. The fall begins, a chaotic tumble through the sky, with no hope of rescue. The griffin's massive wings beat powerfully, creating a vortex of wind and fear. A scream pierces the air as another victim plummets towards the unforgiving ground. His pleas become more desperate as the ground rushes up to meet him. A final, choked-off cry for mercy echoes in the wind. Meanwhile, Oranges surveys the chaos from atop his griffin, a grim satisfaction on his face. The world spins as the ground looms ever closer, promising a brutal end. A flag bearing a golden lion emblem flutters in the wind, a symbol of power. From the ground, a voice filled with rage declares, "You broke ass." He gripped the ship's wheel, veins bulging as he fought to maintain control. The ship sliced through the narrow channel, the rock walls looming close on either side. A ship bearing a golden flag sailed into view, its sudden appearance eliciting surprise. A shout rang out, the single word cutting through the air, "Captain!" The vessel continued its perilous journey through the jagged, unforgiving rocks. The crew watched in disbelief. Some were amused by the other ship's predicament, while others marveled at their skill. More ships followed, navigating the treacherous passage with surprising ease and speed. A glint of anger flashed in his eye as he recognized the approaching vessels. A voice seethed with rage, spitting out a curse. Fucking pirates! One of the ships succumbed to the rocks, sinking beneath the waves. The man with glasses wondered aloud if this was to be their new island. The man smiles, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda beneath the surface. Scattered debris lies on the ground, hinting at a recent conflict or destruction. A thin line divides the panel, creating a sense of separation or anticipation. A pirate with an eye patch grins, revealing that the funds are being brought by Tolio Arangis. The man in the blue uniform states that even cutting their fund from Luz isn't a strong enough blow to them. It's revealed that Arangis is using his secret weapon and sending his Valva's knights. He doesn't. The Valva's knights advance, their forms shrouded in shadow and mystery. The man in the blue uniform looks off to the side, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to draw it from its sheath. The man in the blue uniform declares that he will take them on if that's what they want. The sword is drawn, its blade gleaming with a cold, deadly light. He sits with the others at the table, the meager offerings laid out before them. A wave of discontent washes over the group as one of them exclaims about the lack of meat. Tolio Arangis holds up a plate, displaying the picked clean bones as evidence of their plight. The man across from him cautions Tolio Arangis to keep his voice down, lest they attract unwanted attention. The server sighs, lamenting the scarcity of fish due to the increased pirate activity. Tolio Arangis sits at the bar, listening to the man at the table blame the decline of Luz for their troubles. The man reflects on the past glory of the city, now just a shadow of its former self. Growing impatient, Tolio Arangis grabs the man, his expression turning menacing. The man cries out, warning that this will only make things worse. Despite the grim situation, the man continues to eat, seemingly resigned to their fate. Another man expresses his belief that a good lord is simply someone who can provide. The scene fades as someone reflects on how much more prosperous things used to be. The man with dark hair eats, his expression unreadable as he chews. A sudden shift, a visual break, as if reality itself is tearing apart. Farmers toil in the fields, their labor a testament to their resilience. As a duke and a ruler, one thinks. Under the moonlight, a figure stands on a balcony, contemplating his duty. I vow to do the things I must do. Pendragon thinks to himself, his expression troubled. Inside, the man with light brown hair eats as others look on. What is it this time? The townspeople react in disbelief. There's no way people can fly. Pendragon looks up, his eyes wide with shock. Then what is that? A view of the town, peaceful and unaware of the approaching danger. A massive shadow, unmistakably dragon-like, looms over the town. Pendragon stares upwards, a mix of fear and determination etched on his face. Pendragon's expression is unreadable as he gazes into the distance. The winged woman stands before a group, her presence inspiring awe. The winged woman and the man in black stand face to face, a silent exchange passing between them. Pendragon's thoughts crystallize into a single, burning desire. He wants to meet with Ray. The name echoes in his mind, Griffin Knight. Pendragon called out, his voice echoing through the halls. The winged man stood, a small bird perched delicately on his finger. He mused, reflecting on a long absence. Arangis recalled meeting someone at the mausoleum. Though, he remembered, the other claimed to have known of the dragon vein for a long time. A dragon statue stood silently, a reminder that they won't be able to use their full powers anymore. Duke Pendragon contemplates recovering mana in his lair, lost in thought. The memory surfaces, the day they made the pact, dealing with the 6 dragons so overwhelmingly. Another detail emerges, the black dragon coming to the Lobstein Prairie. Ian Pendragon stands with an elf-like figure, who asks if it had anything to do with it. Visions of a dark figure wielding a sword and an armored warrior flash before his eyes. A stern-looking man with a beard appears, a reminder that everyone he keeps facing is part of all the plots. Duke Pendragon's face is etched with anguish, the weight of the past pressing down on him. The elf-like figure stands with their back turned, large wings spread wide. The elf-like figure's face is revealed, a serene yet sorrowful expression gracing their features. The name echoes, Ray. Ray and Duke Pendragon clasp hands, a silent understanding passing between them. A voice whispers an apology, admitting to getting too carried away. He held her hand, kneeling before her on the balcony. The topic was clearly uncomfortable. The subjugation of the pirates infesting the sea was being discussed. Elsewhere, the gray-skinned pirates prepared to disembark from their ship. She questioned his earlier vow, the one about protecting her even if he died trying. A blinding light erupted. The sea dragon's territory, Viscula. When another dragon enters the inland sea, it becomes incredibly furious and attacks. Without his dragon vein in the vast ocean, victory was not guaranteed. Ray gazed out at the ocean, lost in thought. Ian Pendragon was overcome with frustration. A surge of power emanated. His teeth bared, the man's eyes burned with a furious intensity. A single tear threatened to escape, betraying the steely resolve in her gaze. The city sprawled below, a silent witness to the turmoil brewing within its walls. Elsewhere, sweat beaded on Ian Pendragon's brow as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. He stood at the balcony's edge, contemplating the lives hanging in the balance. The pair walked in silence, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The gentle sound of water filled the air, a momentary respite from attention. Her gaze hardened, a silent promise of strength and resolve. He listens, his expression unreadable as Ray offers her heartfelt apology. Meanwhile, Ian Pendragon stands on a balcony with Ray, overlooking the town below. The air is still, heavy with unspoken words. Ray looks up at Duke Pendragon, concern etched on her face as he speaks. He apologizes, seemingly having come to his senses. Sweat glistens on Ian Pendragon's brow, his expression a mix of determination and regret. The Duke's resolve hardens, a clear sense of purpose returning to his eyes. Sunlight bathes a field of vibrant flowers, a symbol of hope amidst the turmoil. As a duke and a ruler, there are things he must do. A promise echoes, a vow to protect those under his care. I will save. Elsewhere, the vast ocean stretches out, its surface shimmering under the bright sky. A bridge stands tall, a testament to human ingenuity against the backdrop of the endless sea. Workers swarm a large ship, their movements purposeful as they prepare for a voyage. Two men watch the activity before them, one wondering aloud what they are doing. Below, men work on the ship's rigging, preparing it for departure. One wonders where the money is coming from. The word is that the Pendragon household is using their own funds for this endeavor. One of the men examines the coins he's been given, a thoughtful expression on his face. The coin is new, bearing the Pendragon crest. The new currency is now in circulation. The city bustles with activity, unaware of the changes brewing. A document details Governor Pendragon's new policies, which are slowly improving the lives of the impoverished. He's using the experience of York City to guide his decisions. Aaron Pendragon listens intently as a woman speaks to him, presenting documents for his review. On top of strengthening the Navy, he has implemented other measures to fight against the pirates. The documents are exchanged, sealing the agreement. She reads the document, a slight frown creasing her brow as she absorbs the details. The town expands, a testament to the family's ambition and influence. Employing a huge amount of immigrants in the construction of the town. No, that's exactly what he's doing. And it still is the center of the empire economy. The Pendragon coins will spread over to the entire empire in the blink of an eye. Erin's expression shifts to one of determination, a plan forming in her mind. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Ian Pendragon listens intently as she speaks, his gaze unwavering. A thought hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Right now, loose trading is impaired, so goods will be lacking. The man states that just giving away coins to the poor won't change the situation. From now on, the man resolves to focus. Transporting goods from here to Luz using this canal will be the fastest. Aaron and Ian Pendragon walk along the docks, crates stacked high nearby. The man in the hat asks about the escorts during the transportation. Ian Pendragon states that using the Pendragon soldiers for this is overkill. You don't trust me, right? The woman with silver hair looks concerned. She watched as Ian Pendragon tipped his hat, offering himself. Then, take me as a hostage. He stated that he would remain there while the transportation was ongoing. Aaron Pendragon looked at him, a hint of concern in her eyes. At the docks, workers move crates. They were told to be suspicious of anything out of the ordinary. Ian Pendragon adjusted his hat, stating that they could deal with him in any way they saw fit. Aaron Pendragon's expression was troubled, her brow furrowed with worry as she looked at him. Ian Pendragon's face was partially obscured by his hat. He was asked why he was going so far. He simply stated that it was because he owed them something, the sunlight glinting off his hat. Aaron Pendragon questioned if that was a sufficient reason. The docks bustled with activity in the background. Her expression remained troubled, her eyes reflecting a deep concern for the situation. The collar of Aaron Pendragon's shirt was visible, neatly buttoned and pressed. At the docks, the workers were told to bring down the goods coming from York City. The city got the goods as guards stood watch over the unloading process. He seemed pleased, a flicker of amusement dancing in his blue eyes. The man with the pirate hat admitted he never thought the governor was skilled in politics. Ian Pendragon stood beside the man, listening intently to his companion's words. The governor paused, a thoughtful expression gracing his features as he considered the situation. The policy could only be implemented because of York's prosperity. Then now, the man with the pirate hat declared, his tone suggesting a shift in focus. A company of soldiers marched forward, their boots echoing on the cobblestone streets. It was their turn to play their part as warriors, the words hanging heavy in the air. The man with the pirate hat stated that they would deal with the pirates for good, now for sure. Ian stood silently, his expression unreadable as the conversation continued. Still, no matter how much they strengthened the navy, the governors seemed concerned. They had no means of dealing with the attacks from above from the Valdez Knights. Since they were young, they were taught how to ride griffins to battle. The map showed the grim reality. They couldn't restore Lu's trading to what it once was. And if this situation continued, the consequences would be dire for the kingdom. If only they had another card to play to deal with them, the rogue figure thought. A man struggles to control a griffin, the beast's power evident in its movements. Aranjus's expression is unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. The weight of the situation seems to press down on Aranjus, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A flicker of annoyance crosses Aranjus's face, a subtle shift in his otherwise composed demeanor. Against the backdrop of a moonlit castle, a figure requests, "Lend me one griffin." Aranjus's eyes narrow, a hint of calculation in his intense stare. His jaw tightens, a silent indication of the internal conflict raging within Aranjus. The moon hangs high over the mountains, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. He sat perched above the group, the flickering firelight dancing across his face. A feather drifted down from above, catching his attention as it floated gently. The others noticed the falling feathers as well, their expressions a mix of confusion and alarm. A figure astride a majestic griffin descended from the sky, feathers scattering in their wake. Meanwhile, waves crashed against a rocky cliffside under the light of a crescent moon. Erin Pendragon's piercing gaze met the viewers, a hint of determination in her eyes. Duke Pendragon tilted his head back, his gaze following a single, drifting feather. Three figures, alerted by the same disturbance, looked skyward with mounting concern. One of them muttered, questioning what was happening, while another chuckled ominously. A wry smile played on Duke Pendragon's lips as he considered the situation unfolding around him. A voice echoed, questioning his decision to arrive alone. The governor of Luz descended, his winged form framed by the crescent moon. A massive, avian-like creature stood perched atop a rocky island, waves crashing around its base. The governor of Luz's piercing gaze cut through the night, his expression unreadable. A disembodied voice whispered the name, Erin Pendragon. The governor of Luz stood on the beach beside his mount, the massive creature dwarfing him in size. Duke Pendragon stood on a rocky outcrop, facing a large group of armed men. Before the castle gates, a man with long blonde hair kneels before the Duke's griffins. Ian Pendragon's expression hardens as he states, "I can't do that." The Duke's gaze is firm, his resolve seemingly unyielding in the face of the request. The blonde-haired man pleads, "If you are going there, then take me with you." The man's expression is serious, his eyes conveying a deep sense of urgency and determination. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of the protection he offers. The man insists, "As your sword, I will slay thy enemies." Ian Pendragon's face is etched with conflict as he repeats, "That's why I can't take you." The Duke's refusal is firm, despite the man's earnest plea and unwavering loyalty. The man's hand remains firm on his sword, his resolve unshaken by the Duke's denial. He is prepared to draw his blade, knowing that they will draw theirs. He declared that he would go alone and unarmed. The man gripped the sword tightly, refusing to let go, so he couldn't. The man's expression hardened, his resolve unyielding. His hand tightened around the hilt of the sword. A griffin stood amidst a field of bodies, a scene of battle. The sight of the griffin was meaningless. A flock of griffins descended from the sky. He was ordered to stay here, Isla. The man stood beside the griffin, Duke Pendragon watching them. Then, at least, he was told to take his companion with you. The man's face is obscured, but his distress is palpable. He stands on a balcony overlooking the sea, a storm brewing within him. His fist slams down with earth-shattering force. A guttural scream tears from his throat, a sound of pure agony. His face contorts in anguish, tears welling in his eyes. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, mirroring the turmoil within him. The winged beast soars above, as the man is revealed to be John Myers, Winter Storm Pirates' captain. Elsewhere, a group of pirates stand on a beach, awaiting their captain. A hand rests on a rocky surface, the owner unseen. Duke Pendragon's expression is serious as he says, "I want to talk with you." A man with a neatly trimmed beard looks on with a slight smirk. The man with the beard says, "Before that, new governor." Ian Pendragon listens to the offer, a slight smirk playing on his lips. A mug is extended toward the Griffin Knight, an unspoken invitation hanging in the air. Without warning, the contents of the mug are hurled into Ian Pendragon's face. The pirates erupt in laughter, their taunts echoing through the cavernous space. A pirate shouts, asking if it was tasty, declaring it was their pirate beer. The pirates surge forward, their expressions a mix of anger and anticipation. The Griffin Knight wipes the liquid from his eyes, his expression unreadable. The liquid drips from Ian Pendragon's face, staining his pristine uniform. Ian Pendragon stands his ground, facing the approaching pirates with a stoic resolve. Boots crunch on the ground as the pirates close in, their intent clear. One of the pirates, a burly man with an eye patch, glares menacingly. The pirate with the eye patch yells at Ian Pendragon, and the Griffin Knight retaliates with a swift strike. The pirates raise their arms, ready to strike with a makeshift weapon. The pirates' expressions shifted to fear as they realized their mistake. Despite his injuries, Ian Pendragon stood tall, his gaze unwavering. The pirates trembled, their bravado replaced by a chilling dread. Ian Pendragon surveyed the scene, his presence commanding respect. The Griffin Knight's expression was unreadable, his intentions unknown. A man with an undercut hairstyle stepped forward, declaring he wanted to talk. The pirates' fear intensified as the man spoke, their faces contorted with worry. He extended his hand, signaling for everyone to stand down. Ian Pendragon stood his ground, facing the pirates and the man who wished to parley. The pirates looked to their captain, awaiting his command. Swords remained drawn, the tension palpable in the air. The new governor addresses the crowd, announcing that they took the trouble of coming here. He states that it is time to talk about business now, the ship looming behind him. Meanwhile, a man sits at a table, smoke rising in the background, seemingly waiting for the new governor. The scene shows a table with maps and documents, suggesting strategic planning and important discussions are about to take place. A man with a goatee holds a coin, his expression thoughtful as he considers the situation. Another man, with long blonde hair, holds a coin as well, his gaze intense and focused. The man with the goatee rests his chin on his hand, seemingly amused by the unfolding events. The man with the goatee asks if the other understands the position he is in and if he is still serious. The man with blonde hair responds that he is only doing what is best for the people. The man with blonde hair sits with his hands clasped, his expression unreadable. The man with the goatee looks off to the side, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The new governor is called an interesting person as the three men sit at the table. Beneath the crescent moon, the night sky stretches out. A ship cuts through the water, its destination unknown. The city's architecture stands tall, a testament to its history. A hand slams down on the table, the sound echoing. The governor of Luz questions the new governor's sanity, demanding to know if he's crazy. The words hang in the air. You join hands. The governor of Luz's expression is one of fury. The governor of Luz believes they are in a difficult situation. A peace is needed. Luz has taken a lot of measures. As long as those Valvas Knights are here, Luz trading won't recover. They were slowly being exhausted, resources dwindling with each passing moment. The new governor stood across from the governor of Luz, discussing the need to engage in a decisively battle as soon as possible. The amount of coins had been doubled, the hand hovering over them, mentioning that Tolio Arangis had given them, but these coins would be used instead. Captain John Myers had seen through their plan of developing, his gaze sharp and calculating as he considered the implications. The shipbuilding industry was kept alive by distributing those gold coins, a vital lifeline in uncertain times. Coins would soon possess enormous value and dominate the entire empire, a prospect that fueled ambition and greed. He was quite the sharp person, his mind a keen blade ready to cut through any deception. His gaze was intense, his expression unreadable as he pondered the situation at hand. The captain's face was etched with determination, his eyes narrowed as he considered his next move. And in the event of their victory, the future seemed uncertain, hanging in the balance like a fragile dream. The right of trading in this sea was at stake, a prize worth fighting for, a source of immense power. It will be given to him, the promise hanging heavy in the air, a destiny yet to be fulfilled. He roared, his face contorted in fury, unable to accept the situation. The words hung in the air, directed at those who would bear their fangs. The governor of Luz, face red with anger, shouted towards the empire, his voice booming. The question of honor echoed, a stark contrast to the emperor's own actions. The governor's face was a mask of rage as he wondered what would become of it all. The new governor's expression hardened, honor seemingly a distant concept. The weight of the decision pressed down, the question of saving their people heavy in the air. The governor of Luz's gaze was intense, his expression a mix of anger and desperation. The new governor stood resolute, stating she was only fighting to give plentiful lives to her citizens. The tension was palpable, the weight of the empire's expectations pressing down. The new governor's face was etched with determination, focused on achieving her goals. The weight of the decision settled, the new governor realizing she had to choose. His face contorted in a grimace. The governor of Luz appeared deeply troubled. The governor of Luz remained silent, his expression a mask of worry and contemplation. The governor of Luz stood opposite the new governor, the weight of their decision hanging heavy in the air. The new governor leaned against the wall, a picture of calm amidst the brewing storm. He gazed out the window, lost in thought as the rain intensified. The rain continued to fall, mirroring the somber mood within the room. The ship approached a small island, its sandy beach meeting the turquoise water. The vessel docked, its shadow falling across the assembled figures on the pier. A crossbow was drawn, the bolt sliding into place with a metallic click. Terror gripped the blonde woman, her eyes wide with fear as she stared up at her captor. The crossbowman leveled his weapon, the string taut with deadly intent. Her captors mocked her fear, their laughter echoing across the deck. "You suck." The crossbowman grinned, revealing sharp teeth as he prepared to fire. He sneered, advising his companion. "You have to aim for their vital points." The blue orc scowled, retorting, "SH, shut up. This isn't fun at all." One of the captors suggested a more direct approach. "It would be faster if we just killed them." The woman, bound and helpless, faces her captors as one declares he will make an example of her. A crossbow is loaded, the mechanism clicking ominously as the bolt is prepared to fire. Bolts strike the woman, piercing her flesh as she cries out in pain and agony. The pirate-like figure, a red bandana covering one eye, asks if his companion saw the display of Bull's heart. Hanging by his neck, the tied-up man defiantly asks if they think everything will be over with this, proclaiming his noble lineage. An arrow pierces the tied-up man's eye, silencing his protests with a wet, sickening thwack. The pirate-like figure declares that next, they will take the eyes of the tied-up man. The blue-skinned orc steps forward, his expression savage as he anticipates the order. The pirate-like figure assures the governor of Luz and the others that there is no need to worry, referring to the emperor as old and senile. The pirate-like figure declares that he himself will make sure of it. The pirate-like figure reiterates that he will make sure of it. He calls out to the Valvas Nidus, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The pirate-like figure proposes a bout, eager to see who is the better one. A hand points towards a ship where several figures are hanging from the mast. The man glances back, his expression unreadable as he prepares his weapon. He raises the crossbow, the weapon gleaming in the light. The crossbow bolt hurtles through the air, aimed with deadly precision. Meanwhile, a man sits beside a large griffin, the creature's feathers a deep shade of blue. The man carefully adjusts the crossbow, ensuring his aim is true. He kneels, bracing himself as he prepares to fire the crossbow. The bolt strikes its target, a spray of dark liquid erupting from the impact. The pirate-like figure stands with his crew, a sense of anticipation in the air. The pirate-like figure seems impressed by something he has witnessed. An urgent summons echoes, demanding immediate attention. A subordinate nervously approaches, eager to deliver news. The report speaks of a ship laden with gold coins. The ship is reportedly shipping out of Luz, raising questions. The blue-skinned figures celebrate the substantial catch. The pirate-like figure inquires if the contents are new Pendragon coins. The subordinate confirms the nature of the coins with a nervous yes. The coins are intended for distribution in the south, increasing someone's influence. Elsewhere, the governor of Luz is in the process of something. The subordinate warns that even the governor's father will be affected. The pirate-like figure contemplates the situation, a silent assessment. The pirate-like figure identifies the troublesome element in the situation. He presented himself as the Gold King of the South. The man was known as Carl Mandy. Right now, Carl Mandy worked under the Arranges household, supporting them with his funds. Everything boiled down to money. After all, if those coins became predominant, he would betray them. Meanwhile, a pirate-like figure contemplated his next move. This was a good chance to show some filial piety. He roared, "Let's sink that ship." He declared that they would work together with those bastards, and every single one of those coins would be given to them. He didn't care if it was whores or beer. He encouraged them to spend it however they liked. He was in the dark, the only light source coming from above. The towers of a grand structure pierced the sky, gleaming in the sunlight. A strategy meeting was in progress, the participants focused on the table before them. "That's what they are thinking," one of them said. The governor of Luz considered the situation. Then, the ship carrying those gold coins. A figure held a gold coin, contemplating the upcoming events. The ships of Luz would be escorted by him. Admiral Moraine's fleet moved across the map, arrows indicating their path. While the pirates aimed for the coins, the admiral was on a run, his ships scattered across the board. The pirate ships converged, their black flags stark against the pale map. The ships of Luz waited in ambush, their cannons ready. The map showed the strategic positioning of the ships, a complex dance of potential conflict. The governor of Luz spoke with a man in a pirate hat. On their backs will be Winter Storm, John Mayer's pirates, that have betrayed them. The map displayed the planned pincer attack, a coordinated assault on the unsuspecting ships. The assembled officers reacted to the declaration of 3 different directions. The naval officers prepared for the upcoming battle. Ian Pendragon stood before the Pendragon fleet flag, which boasted 20 ships. The Moraine Fleet flag showed a proud lion, representing their 60 ships. The flag of John Myers' fleet was displayed, showing their 20 ships. John Myers stood with his arms crossed, a confident smirk on his face. The Pendragon fleet prepared to face off against the pirate fleet. The flag of the Tolio fleet was displayed, showing their 60 ships. Ian Pendragon sat in his chair, explaining, with this formation, the officers gathered around a table, studying the naval strategy laid out before them. The lights streamed in as the speaker declared, "We can definitely defeat them." Ian Pendragon looked up, his expression determined, as he listened to the plan. The Pendragon fleet, numbering 20 ships, prepared for battle. Viscount Moraine's fleet, a force of 60 ships, stood ready to engage. The Viscount watched, his expression unreadable as he considered the odds. Myers' fleet, matching the Pendragons with 20 ships, sailed alongside them. The stage was set for a naval confrontation. Tolio Oranges, with a fleet of 60 ships, prepared to meet the enemy. The Tolio fleet moved into position. The fleets maneuvered on the strategic map, each commander plotting their course. Ian Pendragon, surrounded by advisors, considered the formation laid out before him. With this formation, the Duke's strategy promised victory. Ian Pendragon clenched his fist, determination etched on his face. "We can definitely defeat them." The harbor bustled with activity as the naval fleet prepared to depart. A woman's voice echoed across the docks, filled with worry. Her hands reached out, a silent plea for his safe return. She embraced him tightly, clinging to the moment, no matter what. He offered a reassuring smile, trying to ease her fears. He spoke softly, reminding her of his past successes. Ian Pendragon was surrounded by well-wishers, but his sister's concern was palpable. Ian Pendragon entrusted his sister and the state to Lindsay, a woman with dark hair. Lindsay lowered her gaze, a mix of responsibility and sadness etched on her face. She clenched her fist, a silent vow to protect what was entrusted to her. Looking up, Lord Aaron vowed to pray for his success. She faces Count Granite, his expression unreadable as he prepares to leave. His resolve is firm. He'll be going now. The Duke Pendragon embraces a woman, a silent promise exchanged between them. Elsewhere, the Griffin Knight stands on a rooftop, observing the city below with an elven companion. A single word echoes, "Soul." Ian Pendragon looks up, a sense of duty etched on his face. He must take care of everyone. The elf-like character watches, a knowing smile playing on their lips. Boots hit the ground, a steady march towards an unknown destination. A man shouts, urging everyone to go. With strength and the protection of the White Dragon, they will definitely return victorious. The group charges forward, a mix of determination and fear on their faces, as orcs loom in the distance. One orc declares that Carta will definitely take the neck of that half-orc bastard. The orcs roared, their crude weapons raised high, ready to strike. A young man watched with concern. Ian Pendragon stood tall, a massive griffin at his back, its gaze sharp and unwavering. Another man, with long blonde hair, watched with a grim expression, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Elsewhere, under the cloak of night, a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie glow upon the world. A ship sailed through the dark waters, its sails billowing in the wind, cutting through the waves. The griffin's head was visible over the ship's railing, its blue eyes gleaming in the dim light. Ian Pendragon stood with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable as he gazed out at the sea. A woman with blonde hair stood at the ship's helm, her red cloak billowing behind her as she steered the vessel. The wind whipped through Ian Pendragon's hair as he stared intently ahead, his jaw set. On the deck, a fierce battle raged, the clash of steel echoing across the ship. A bearded man traded blows with an orc, each strike carrying immense force. The orc snarled, its tusks bared. Energy crackled as a powerful attack was unleashed, the air shimmering with its intensity. He is sent flying backward from the force of the kick. The Griffin Knight prepares to strike back, his fist clenched tight. The punch connects with a resounding impact, sending his opponent reeling. The man with the braid grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. A foot slams down, poised to crush the rope beneath it. Both fighters tumble from the ship's railing, locked in combat. Ian Pendragon reaches out, desperately grabbing for a rope. His hand tightens around the coarse fiber, seeking purchase. Swinging precariously, he uses the rope to regain his balance. The Griffin Knight drops back to the deck, ready to continue the fight. His opponent plummets toward the dark water below. The man with the braid cries out, realizing his peril. He grits his teeth, scrambling to regain his footing on the tilting deck. Oranges leaps from the ship's railing, descending with a swift kick aimed at the Griffin Knight. Ian Pendragon braces himself, anticipating the incoming attack from above. Oranges shouts, his voice booming as he descends, ready to strike. The kick connects, sending Ian Pendragon flying backwards from the force of the blow. The air crackles with energy as the attack lands with devastating impact. Oranges stands over the prone form of Ian Pendragon, ready to deliver another blow. The Griffin Knight struggles to rise, his body aching from the brutal assault. Ian Pendragon winces, a trickle of blood running down his cheek as he steels himself. A voice echoes, reminding him that he has already mastered how to fight on board a ship, Leon. Oranges smirks, confident in his victory as he looks down at his opponent. Ian Pendragon's expression shifts to one of determination, ready to continue the fight. He responds affirmatively, acknowledging his inability to land a hit. Ian admits his failure to his master. Oranges points out that Ian kept shouting while attacking. He explains his reasoning to the young knight. Oranges explains that attacking from a blind spot is pointless if he telegraphs his moves. The seasoned warrior shares his wisdom. Ian seems to understand the advice, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. He scratches the back of his head. Oranges states that useless actions will only result in death in a real situation. He emphasizes the importance of strategy. Oranges remains firm, his expression unchanging. He is still waiting for Ian to understand. Ian wonders if he might have landed a hit if he hadn't shouted. He ponders the advice he received. Oranges gestures towards something, presenting it to Ian. The sound of the item echoes in the air. An exclamation mark appears, signifying the importance of the object. The moment hangs in the air. Ian holds the Dragon of Justice arm guards in his hands. The gauntlets gleam with power. The text describes the items as the Divine Fist of Tarami's, Dragon of Justice arm guards. The name resonates with power. Oranges watches as Ian equips the Dragon of Justice arm guards. He seems pleased with the development. He stood on the deck, listening to Oranges' words of advice. Oranges remarked that Ian had learned his fist techniques, and that he and the Lord could not be shamed in battle. The Dragon of Justice arm guards were now equipped. Ian held the arm guards, his expression determined. The arm guards gleamed as he took a step forward. Ian declared that he understood. He adjusted the arm guards, preparing himself for the upcoming battle. Ian stood tall, his resolve unwavering as he prepared for his first battle. Meanwhile, under the watchful eye of the crescent moon, the fleet sailed towards its destination. The ships cut through the dark waters, their silhouettes stark against the night. The fleet advanced, each ship a silent promise of the battle to come. The lead ship surged forward, a beacon of light piercing the darkness. Oranges grinned, his sharp teeth glinting as he spoke to someone unseen. The figure in the cloak remained silent, as Oranges continued, a sinister edge in his tone. A monstrous mask seemed to leer from the shadows, a silent promise of violence. Elsewhere, under the watchful eye of the crescent moon, the sea stretched out before them. Ray stared ahead, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepared for what was to come. The ship cut through the water, its hull slicing through the waves with increasing speed. The ocean's surface churned, the ship battling against the rising tide. Higher and higher the ship climbed, each wave a challenge to its journey. The vessel strained against the elements, its wooden frame groaning under the pressure. The sails billowed, catching the wind as the ship pressed onward, undeterred. The ship crested a massive wave, poised for a moment before plunging into the depths. The ship sailed on, the first battle drawing ever closer on the horizon. He drifted in the water, his blonde hair flowing around him. The ship cuts through the churning waves, its bow slicing through the water. The fleet sails onward, the ships dwarfed by the vastness of the ocean. The ship presses forward, its sails billowing in the wind. One of the men laughs, declaring that the Navy is not only weak, but full of cowards. Sailors work diligently, adjusting the rigging and preparing for battle. Two figures stand on the deck, observing the activity around them. The man chuckles to himself, calling someone an idiot. The speaker notes that as soon as they pass through the rocky area, the enemy will be attacked from 3 different directions. The man smirks, believing it will be a perfect cleanup. Ian Pendragon stood on the deck of the ship, listening intently. The older man's words hung in the air, a question of possibility. Ian Pendragon's expression hardened, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. The question lingered. Could they truly trust John Myers? The older man's silence spoke volumes, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Governor Pendragon's offer to double the amount was a tempting proposition. The older man seemed to agree with the offer. Doubt still lingered in the older man's expression. Ian Pendragon considered the possibility of Myers renegotiating with Tolio. Elsewhere, a man considered the possibilities, toying with a coin. Meanwhile, John Myers stood surrounded by others, implying he would sell them off for more. He listened to Ian Pendragon's assessment that people who only see gains are opportunists. Ian Pendragon continued, adding that they have fought many of them in this sea. The Count Granite stated that they understand their craftiness better than the governor. The soldiers stood at attention. As John Myers looked forward, his expression unreadable. John Myers' eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he considered the implications of the conversation. Ian Pendragon's expression shifted, a hint of doubt creeping into his features as he wondered if they could really trust them. The admiral's face contorted in anger, his brow furrowed as he exclaimed, "Admiral!" The sailors looked on in shock, one stammering, "Yes, sir," as they reported what they saw. A pirate ship sailed on the horizon, its flag bearing a skull and crown, a symbol of defiance. They did what? The pirate ship cut through the waves, its sails billowing in the wind, a golden emblem adorning its stern. The flag depicted a crowned skull, a message declaring that the old and useless emperor had outlived his time. Ian Pendragon and John Myers reacted with shock, their faces mirroring the gravity of the situation. They were strung up like grotesque decorations on the pirate ship. A sinister grin stretched across the pirate's face, promising cruelty. John Myers watched the approaching ship, his expression a mix of shock and dread. A man, bound and helpless, cried out for his father. Rage contorted John Myers' face. He vowed revenge against the pirates. An officer urgently called out to someone, relaying information about the situation. The report confirmed that some of the ships belonged to Myers. The prisoners dangled beneath the pirate flag, a taunt against the Empire. The old man's face was a mask of fury, veins bulging with rage. The old man declared that they couldn't trust the pirates, ordering the signal flare to be shot to start the battle. The number of ships the pirates possessed was higher than their own. However, the pirate fleet advanced, their intentions clear. If they eliminate John Myers, the pirates believe they will be even. The man with blue hair expresses his determination, a dark resolve hardening his features. John Myers considers the situation, a bead of sweat trickling down his weathered face. Another voice chimes in, suggesting they deal with the approaching threat. Before they can join up in that position, the Pendragon fleet sails into view. They will be able to join forces with the Pendragon fleet, waiting in a rocky area. The man with blue hair declares that they will have the advantage. The pirate admiral's eyes widen, a silent command passing through his mind. The quality of their soldiers, they believe, is far above their enemies. John Myers watches his men, confident that they are the chosen soldiers of the Empire. One soldier shouts that there's no way they will lose to mere pirates. The order is given, shoot up the flare, signaling the start of the battle. His teeth gritted, the strain etched deep into his face. Oranges watched the unfolding chaos, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. How resilient, he mused. The word hung in the air, a silent challenge to the unseen admiral. A snap of fingers echoed, a signal for the next phase of the assault. The Pendragon fleet descended, griffins diving through the smoke-filled sky. Ian Pendragon, astride his griffin, led the charge, the banner of granite held high. A lone sword plummeted from the heavens, a fallen symbol of a lost battle. The Griffin Knight soared through the chaos, a beacon of hope amidst the carnage. The pirate flag, once a symbol of fear, was now torn and battered. Ian Pendragon pressed his attack, his griffin a blur of feathers and fury. Meanwhile, on the ground, the pirate captain and his men watched in stunned disbelief. Fear gripped the faces of the young soldiers, the reality of war crashing down upon them. Oranges cackled, his voice booming across the deck. "What a masterpiece you've created, Valves!" The pirate captain stood triumphantly, flanked by his crew, reveling in their apparent victory against the Empire. Oranges sneered, confident in his assessment. "We pirates can do whatever we want with them, and they can't even fight back." On the other side of the battlefield, Imperial soldiers watched with grim expressions. It looks like the Empire's navy is just a bit tired. The soldier's eyes narrowed, a spark of determination igniting within him despite the dire situation. Oranges' face hardened, his thoughts turning to past grievances. After all, he recalled the reason for his actions, the justification for his ruthlessness. Taking care of that senile old fuck of an emperor who was way past his time. Oranges' expression twisted with a mixture of anger and satisfaction. Must have been really troublesome. A clenched fist slammed down on a table, the force of the blow shattering the wood beneath. The Imperial soldiers' eyes glowed with determination, their resolve hardening in the face of the pirates' taunts. "Shoot up." Oranges stood surrounded by his crew, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he prepared for the next phase of his plan. A mysterious energy began to gather, swirling with an ominous power. The flare. He grits his teeth, a storm of fury brewing behind his eyes. A surge of power erupts, tearing through the water. The ocean churns, reacting to the immense energy unleashed. The cliffs stand tall, witnessing the commencement of the naval conflict. Warships advance, their flags snapping in the wind as they approach the fray. Ian Pendragon looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Confusion ripples through the ranks. Huh? What? A soldier's eyes widen, a silent question forming on his lips. Panic sets in. They already started the battle? No way. The message relays the unexpected change in plans. That's different from the plan. A warship cuts through the waves, heading straight into the heart of the conflict. Ian's surprise turns to alarm as he realizes the battle has begun without him. He gave the order, his voice ringing out, demanding all ships move forward at maximum speed. The commander's expression was fierce, his command to join together echoing his determination. The order was given to move with the Empire fleet as soon as possible, the urgency palpable in the air. The ships surged forward, cutting through the water with incredible force, answering the call to arms. Ian Pendragon muttered a single word, Moraine, his expression unreadable as the battle commenced. Amidst the chaos, a voice questioned what they were doing, the confusion evident as ships maneuvered around them. Two figures declared their opponents as the embodiment of evil, their faces grim with determination. On the deck, officers stood ready, swords drawn, prepared to face the enemy head-on in the escalating conflict. The sin of disgracing their great emperor was not to be taken lightly, the consequences dire for any who failed. The threat echoed, promising payment with their deaths. The speaker's face contorted with rage and bloodlust. The order came to set sail toward the Tolio fleet, the vast armada stretching out before them, ready for battle. The command to fight this instant reverberated across the fleet, signaling the true beginning of the bloody conflict. He stood on the deck, confident in his assessment of the situation. See, I told you, didn't I? The pirate captain grinned, displaying rows of sharp teeth. They're extremely stupid. The pirate with dreadlocks advanced, his sword glinting in the sunlight as he prepared to strike. With a burst of speed, the pirate leaped from one ship to another, closing the distance. Two sailors watched in alarm as the pirate approached. He's coming, one shouted, fear etched on his face. The pirate's blade crackled with energy, a fiery aura surrounding the weapon as he prepared to unleash its power. The pirate's attack descended, a blazing inferno threatening to engulf everything in its path. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, the heat intense and overwhelming. A sailor cried out as the flames erupted around him, the pirate's assault relentless. Ark! The pirate stood amidst the inferno, his eyes burning with malice. Exterminate all of you. The pirate captain sneered, his gaze fixed on his enemies. Insignificant insects. The ships cut through the waves, their destination unknown. The man in the blue uniform stares in disbelief. What? He exclaims, his eyes wide with shock. He turns, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. The message blares. They've already started the battle. The man's eyes dart around, his face etched with worry as the orc looms behind him. Ian Pendragon's eyes widen. No way. He whispers, his voice laced with disbelief. A wave of shock washes over Ian Pendragon, his expression turning grave. The order rings out. All ships forward at maximum speed. Ian Pendragon's face contorts in a mixture of fury and determination. The command is given to engage with the Empire's fleet as soon as possible. The fleet advances, cutting through the water at breakneck speed. The ships of the Empire close in, smoke billowing from their cannons. The sea boils as cannon fire finds its mark, setting ships ablaze. Flames engulf the ships as soldiers watch, fear etched on their faces. From the inferno, Aranjus's voice booms, declaring his intent to exterminate all of them. Aranjus sneers, dismissing his opponents as insignificant insects. A sword clashes against another, sparks flying as the battle intensifies. Aranjus laughs maniacally, reveling in the chaos of the battle. The clash of steel echoes as the fighters exchange blows amidst the inferno. With a burst of speed, Aranjus advances, his sword wreathed in flames. Soldiers urge each other to push back, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. He moved with a speed that belied his size, shield raised. The soldiers below watched the shield, unsure what to do next. One soldier shouted in frustration, unable to see the sword coming because of the shield. Another soldier yelled for his comrades to attack Aranjus from the sides. The shield absorbed the blow, vibrating intensely from the impact. Aranjus, unfazed, called his opponent Stiapid. Energy crackled around the shield, building to a crescendo. The shield unleashed a burst of energy, sending the attackers flying. One of the soldiers was sent sprawling, smoke rising from his armor. His hand lay limp, the armor scorched and useless. The remaining soldiers watched in disbelief as the shield released lightning. Aranjus's face was obscured, but his intent was clear. What do you think? His foot comes down hard, crushing the prone figure beneath his boot. The flames crackle around Aranjus, his voice booming with dark satisfaction. Aranjus, wielding his flame sword and lightning shield, seems unstoppable. The soldiers can only watch in horror at the display of power. The pirate laughs, confident in his abilities as he faces the onslaught. The monstrous soldier urges his comrades to press the attack, fueled by rage. Aranjus continues his assault, cutting down anyone in his path with brutal efficiency. The soldiers are overwhelmed, falling one by one against the pirate's might. The soldier's face contorts in pain as he falls to the ground. The battle rages on, ships burning and sinking amidst the chaos. The admiral receives grim reports as the battle turns against them. The admiral and his subordinate are shocked by the sheer strength of the enemy. He considered that Aranjus would be so strong. Before the Pendragon forces could even arrive, the fleet was already aflame. A subordinate rushed to alert his superior of the dire situation unfolding. The man vowed to stop them, even if it cost him his life. The man shouted, declaring himself a prideful member of the Empire, honoring the Empire's fleet, and for the sake of a sudden, brutal attack struck with violent force. His face contorted in a scream of pain and shock. The subordinate reacted in disbelief, witnessing the attack. A winged creature descended amidst the chaos. The man's hand hung limp as he collapsed to the deck. His eye widened in disbelief as he realized she shot him right into his ear hole. He maintained a stoic expression, despite the chaos erupting around him. The Griffin Knight dove from the ship's railing, his weapon ready to strike. A monstrous claw tore through the air, leaving trails of dark energy in its wake. The beast descended rapidly, claws outstretched, aiming to crush its prey. From the deck, a shout echoed across the water. "Bastard!" The old man's face contorted in rage, his eyes wide with fury as he screamed. The monster's attack intensified, its dark energy leaving trails of destruction. The Griffin Knight met the monster's assault head-on, his weapon clashing against its claws. The monster roared, its maw dripping with a dark, viscous fluid. Ian Pendragon's eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing his face. The Griffin Knight stood his ground against the monstrous onslaught, a lone figure against the storm. The dark energy surged, churning the water into a tempestuous whirlpool. He gazed out at the turbulent sea, the waves crashing against the ship. From the deck, two figures watched as a ship burned in the distance. "You've really done it now." A close-up revealed a man's face, contorted in rage, as the words echoed, cutting of the wings. The image focused on feathers, accompanied by the somber declaration of a Valva's Knight's beloved companion. A stern-faced man with a white beard glared, his expression promising retribution. A figure plummeted from the burning ship, falling towards the unforgiving sea below. The man's face twisted in fury. "You filthy Griffith riders. You lot have killed plenty of people to this day." A voice boomed, filled with rage. "Dare you even think of saying that?" A sword lay discarded on the deck, a silent testament to the ferocity of the battle. Sharp, dark shapes cut through the air, signaling a violent clash. Amidst a flurry of blades, the battle raged on, the combatants locked in a deadly dance. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "It doesn't feel like I'm hitting her." He easily blocks the two of them, the strength of a Valva's Knight. Orangus grits his teeth, putting more strength into his attack. The swords clash with a resounding crash, sparks flying from the point of impact. Count Granite struggles to maintain his defense against the onslaught. The two warriors continue their duel, each blow carrying immense power. The sound of metal on metal echoes across the battlefield. Orangus is shocked by the strength of his opponent. The swords grind against each other, neither warrior willing to yield. The clash continues, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Ian Pendragon cries out, struggling against the force of the attack. Orangus screams, pushing his blade forward with all his might. The swords lock, a final, desperate struggle for dominance. He brought his boot down, the heel landing squarely on the blade. The sword shattered under the immense pressure. He pressed his advantage, moving in for the kill. The young man could only gasp as he was sent flying. The boot crunched down again, grinding the broken weapon into the floor. Orangus stood over the fallen Count Granite, his expression cold and merciless. The Count's hand lay limp, his fingers twitching weakly. He gasped, his eyes wide with pain and disbelief. Orangus stared down at his defeated foe, his dark hair falling around his face. Ian Pendragon's face was a mask of agony, his eyes filled with a burning frustration. Elsewhere, a man with white hair watched in horror, his face contorted in a silent scream. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. He stood over the defeated Duke Pendragon, his sword still dripping. The polished floorboards were stained with fresh blood. Ian Pendragon gasped, his face contorted in pain. Elsewhere, the man in the black coat watched in horror, his mouth agape. Orangus turned his back on the fallen prince, his cape billowing behind him. The man in the black coat reached out, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. A strangled gasp escaped the man's lips. He could only utter a single word, his voice trembling with rage. The sound of steel echoed as Orangus drew his blade once more. Orangus thought to himself that the man was utterly useless, just a swordsman. He continued his stride, believing that one who can't fight has no value in the world. The man in the black coat was impaled from above, his life extinguished in an instant. The blade descends, promising a swift end. A swift kick connects, sending debris flying. Blades clash, energy crackling in the air. The force of the blow sends splinters of wood scattering. A figure plummets from the ship, a cry of alarm echoing. The flag of their house waves defiantly in the wind. The two warriors face each other, blades drawn, ready for the next exchange. A man watches with wide eyes, his mouth agape in shock. A voice cries out, calling for the governor. Neutral Ian Pendragon's name is shouted in desperation. Determination hardens his features as he prepares to fight. A flag bearing a dragon crest snaps in the wind, high above the deck. Sword in hand, Ian Pendragon stands ready, the wind whipping at his coat. Steel clashes against steel as the battle begins, the pirate captain facing off against Ian's forces. The pirate captain's face contorts in a furious yell, his eyes wide with rage. The governor's forces advance, blades drawn, as the battle intensifies on the deck. The sounds of combat echo as the Griffin Knights fight with unmatched ferocity. Ian Pendragon's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering amidst the chaos of battle. From afar, the clash between the two ships appears as a dance of death on the open sea. His eyes narrowed, the Griffin Knight prepares for the next attack. The pirate captain grits his teeth, a storm of fury brewing within him as he faces the governor. The fallen soldier lay motionless, a pool of blood spreading around him. Below, the blonde-haired man unleashed a torrent of icy energy, his expression furious. The blue energy crackled around the sword as he prepared to strike. His dark-haired opponent braced himself, energy swirling around him. The man's teeth bared in a feral snarl, ready to meet the attack head-on. Aranjus, surrounded by golden energy, sneered, "You are not that simple, huh?" Golden energy surged as Aranjus prepared to counter the incoming attack. The clash of blades echoed, a blinding flash of light erupting between them. Blue energy crackled intensely as the blonde-haired man pressed his attack. Ian Pendragon and Aranjus locked blades, their faces grim with determination. Aranjus grinned maniacally, his eyes burning with savage intent. The golden energy intensified, poised to unleash a devastating counterattack. He parried the blow, sparks flying as their blades met. The force of the impact reverberated outwards in a blinding flash. The clash of steel echoed through the air, a testament to their power. Aranjus braced himself, deflecting the incoming strike with ease. Ian Pendragon pressed his attack, his sword a blur of motion. The Griffin Knight's eyes narrowed, focusing on his opponent's every move. The surrounding cityscape became a mere backdrop to their deadly dance. Both warriors moved with incredible speed, their swords leaving trails of light. Aranjus's blade cut through the air, aimed at a vulnerable point. A surge of energy emanated from the sword, crackling with power. The two figures hurtled towards each other, locked in a deadly embrace. Their swords collided once more, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. He moves with blinding speed, his sword a blur of motion. Aranjus meets the attack head-on, his own blade rising to intercept. The force of the clash sends sparks flying as Aranjus grits his teeth. His foot shifts, adjusting his stance for the next exchange. Ian Pendragon presses his advantage, his blade a silver arc against Aranjus's defense. An observer watches with growing unease. Such fierce attacks, but the observer notes that the Valva's Knight is clashing on an even ground against Pendragon. Aranjus continues parrying, creating distance between himself and his opponent. His boot slides slightly on the deck, maintaining his balance. The observer's eyes widen, a realization dawning. He thinks, wait, is the governor perhaps? A figure is leading the Valva's Knight, their form wreathed in energy. He was told to get away from here, but the man stood firm. The man watching the fight realized that Ian Pendragon was doing this. Ian Pendragon thought to himself that he was doing this just to protect someone. Aranjus swung his sword with incredible speed and force. Ian Pendragon parried the blow, his swords clashing against Aranjus. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air as Aranjus continued his assault. The Griffin Knight's face was grim as he struggled to maintain his defense. Aranjus grinned, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he pressed his advantage. Aranjus remarked that Ian Pendragon had surpassed his expectations so far. However, the fight was far from over, and the two warriors continued their deadly dance. Each strike was met with a counter, the air filled with the ringing of steel. Ian Pendragon's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He braced himself, the clash of steel echoing around him. The force of the blow threatened to buckle his defenses. Aranjus pressed his attack, his blade a blur against Ian Pendragon's guard. Aranjus sneered, confident in his superior skill. Don't think you can win against a Valva's Knight with swordsmanship alone? Ian, struggling to maintain his stance, admitted, you're not wrong. However, Aranjus's grip tightened on his sword. He lunged forward, remembering his training. I have trained against this technique with Islam. Aranjus had prepared for this moment countless times. The force of the blow sent Aranjus reeling. His foot slid against the stone floor. The two warriors clashed once more, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. Each strike carried the weight of their resolve. He is sent tumbling, the world spinning violently around him. The impact sends splinters of wood flying as he crashes to the deck. Ian Pendragon presses his advantage, blade poised to strike the downed foe. The Griffin Knight sails through the air, a blur of motion. He recovers his footing, narrowly avoiding the killing blow. The swords scrape against the wooden deck, each movement precise. Orangeus's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. Ian crouches low, his sword a silver flash against the dim light. The distance between them closes, the air thick with tension. Orangeus grits his teeth, muttering in disbelief, "No way." He struggles to comprehend Ian's sudden mastery. "You have learned our techniques?" The warrior's face contorts in a mixture of shock and fury. Ian, a young knight, smiles with a knowing glint in his eyes. "That's right, you see." A close-up reveals a stern gaze, the eyes narrowed with determination and a hint of sorrow. A king stands surrounded by guards, his expression unreadable as he observes the events unfolding before him. Chaos erupts as an orc-like figure rampages through the crowd, scattering people in terror. A man with a scar, Elkin Isla, looks on with a somber expression, his gaze fixed on the unfolding tragedy. Elkin Isla grips two swords, his knuckles white as he prepares to face the impending danger. "Huh." The young knight looks down, his face shadowed with despair. The Night King's failure. The knight, bathed in light, raises his sword, a name escaping his lips. Elkin Median Valencia. His eyes widen in shock, a realization dawning on his face as the truth becomes clear. Winged creatures soar through the sky, their forms silhouetted against the bright expanse. With a determined cry, the knight wields two swords, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The knight stands alongside another man, both battered and bruised. The Valves Knights. He surveyed the sky, a flock of birds flying overhead. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, throwing the old man off his feet as Ian struggled to maintain his balance. A massive shape breached the water's surface, its dark form eclipsing the sky. The sea monster crashed against the ship, sending splinters of wood flying. Its jaws opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster tore into the hull, the ship groaning under the assault. The old man stared in disbelief as Ian struggled to his feet, a look of grim determination on his face. From below, a shout pierced the chaos. "Pendragon!" The sea monster continued its assault, ripping away pieces of the ship. Water poured into the ship as the monster's attack intensified. A crew member yelled, his face contorted with fear. "Jump on the boat!" Ian's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he assessed the dire situation. He shouts in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. "John Myers!" The man with the mustache ducks low, narrowly avoiding a blow from above. A blond swordsman clashes blades with an unseen foe, sparks flying from the impact. Another man, wielding a similar blade, prepares to strike, his expression grim. He parries a blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his arm. The figure in the blue cloak leaps from the ship, seeking escape from the chaos. The blond swordsman continues to fight, his movements swift and precise against the onslaught. The man with brown hair shouts, ordering a retreat. "Let's retreat for now." The ship is now a distant silhouette against the horizon, rapidly moving away. The man with brown hair and the blond swordsman are in a small boat, escaping the doomed vessel. The sea monster's massive form surges through the water, a terrifying display of power. The creature continues its relentless pursuit, its massive body creating a powerful wake. A fleet of ships sailed across the vast, open ocean, their destination unknown. Beneath the waves, a massive sea creature pulled a small boat, its purpose a mystery. Ian Pendragon reflected on the unlikely circumstances that brought him to this point. To think that the Duke Pendragon sat in the boat with the monster. He thought, you'd arrange a boat as well as a monster. That would pull it. A grizzled pirate mused that a human taming a monster was something unthinkable. The pirate recalled when he picked him up when he was just a half-dead youngling. Ian Pendragon remembered, "We've stayed together ever since." The sea creature added, "Perhaps we've hit it off since both pirates and monsters are misfits." The massive sea creature continued to pull the boat through the water, its strength unwavering. Ian Pendragon gazed out at the horizon, a thoughtful expression on his face as he remembered the past. But now, the situation had completely blown out of proportion. Ian Pendragon glanced away, the weight of the situation settling on him. The Empire's fleet had been completely destroyed. A small boat sailed through the vast ocean, carrying the weight of that destruction. Things turned out differently from what you said, Pendragon. An older man in a naval uniform sat in the boat, his expression grim. He looked back, lost in thought. Since we've been fighting against the Empire Navy for such a long time, after all, the older man spoke, his tone laced with resignation. It was my responsibility as their general to command them properly. The older man stated, the destroyed fleet looming behind them. It was impossible. The idea of cooperating and getting along with each other like this was simply absurd. This responsibility of today's defeat. He felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. A man in a pirate hat, seemingly in distress, exclaimed, "Gee, Governor, it wasn't your FAU." The man in the boat stated that it would be given to him regardless. The man in the boat asked about the other thing. The man in the boat reminded Duke Pendragon that he had promised to give it to them. The man in the boat argued that money wasn't enough to let their kids have proper life. The man in the boat, enraged, declared that it was all useless. Duke Pendragon listened intently, his expression unreadable. John Myers asked about the nobles that were hanging. John Myers inquired about the nobles that were hanging on his ship. The nobles hung lifelessly from the ship's rigging. He casually mentioned hanging them according to plan, sitting in the boat. Duke Pendragon continued, stating that they were not the kind to kill people just for fun. Ian Pendragon paused, considering something, and simply stated, "I see." The sky loomed, a silent witness to the horrible criminals who dared to bare their fangs towards the Empire. They were an embodiment of evil, a dark stain upon the otherwise bright sky. Aboard the boat, Elkin Median Valencia considered his actions. That's what he'd always thought, but perhaps he was wrong. The Duke's expression softened, a flicker of doubt crossing his usually smug features. Even criminals, those who deserve punishment, were human after all, capable of suffering and regret. The words hung in the air, a justification for allowing them to keep living. Ian Pendragon's gaze drifted off, lost in thought as he considered the weight of his decisions. Elsewhere, poverty gripped the land, a stark contrast to the Duke's privileged life. Meanwhile, revenge simmered in the heart of a man hardened by hardship, a promise etched in his every muscle. A figure stood, purple energy swirling around his feet, and false charges rained down upon the city. A man was bound, awaiting judgment. A voice echoed, demanding, "What do you want to protect in the Empire?" Ian Pendragon sat in a boat, listening to the man with a mustache. "Is it not the people, but the Emperor?" Then, as the Lord of Luz, he looked up, his blue eyes wide with concern. "Who was working for Arangis?" The man's face was etched with worry. He continued, "Not even for a single moment did the Emperor wish for us to do this." Tears streamed down the man's face. A single word hung in the air, "Sorry." The man in the boat, surrounded by smoke, whispered, "I am really sorry." He stood on the deck, the vast ocean stretching before him. A man with a neatly trimmed beard looked off into the distance, lost in thought. A lone ship cut through the waves, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. Distant ships sailed under a sky painted with hues of purple and orange. The sun cast a golden glow on the water as ships sailed towards the horizon. Inside a grand hall, a man inquired, then, "How's the situation?" Another man explained that the Griffin Squad and the Orc Squad had fierce battles. A man stated that they had managed to protect almost all of the ships loaded with the Pendragon coins. Someone added, "However, half of the Empire's fleet." The text simply stated that devastating blows were taken. The man with the beard asked, "By that time, right?" Ian Pendragon listened intently, his expression unreadable. He stood among the officers, the weight of the fleet's losses heavy in the air. Their situation had become dire, and the odds of winning this war seemed slim. Elsewhere, an orc stood, a silent testament to the battles fought and the sacrifices made. The war had touched every corner of the land. Two men stood together, their expressions grim as they contemplated the challenges ahead. The cost of victory was becoming increasingly clear. The older man, flanked by younger officers, bore the weight of command. The decisions he made would determine the fate of the Empire. His face tightened, a visible sign of the immense pressure he was under. The future of the Empire rested on his shoulders. One of the younger men exploded in anger, demanding to know what the hell the other was thinking when disobeying the governor's orders. The tension was palpable, the weight of the accusations hanging heavy in the air. The stakes were higher than ever before. The older man's expression was unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. He seemed to be considering the gravity of the situation. Ian Pendragon remained silent, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The weight of responsibility settled upon him. However, a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. There was a way, a chance to turn the tide. The two men stood face to face, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. The fate of the Empire hung in the balance. The older man spoke, his words carrying the weight of authority. It was up to them to completely turn around the situation. He stood before the assembled soldiers, their trust a heavy weight on his shoulders. Prince Ian looked up, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as he addressed everyone. The weight of their expectations was clear in his expression, a grim determination etched on his face. He knew they put their faith in him, and he would not fail them. A griffin rider soared through the air, a chain dangling beneath the beast's talons. Two men hauled on a heavy chain, their muscles straining with the effort. The blond-haired man yelled, his expression a mix of anger and desperation. Elsewhere, a fleet of ships sailed under the cover of night, their destination unknown, but their purpose undoubtedly hostile. The pirate captain questioned if they had set up their forces at Tazumi Bay. The pirate captain admitted his failure to the man in the vest. The pirate captain thought to himself that the enemy didn't have many forces to spare as of now. The pirate captain, looking up at a griffin, declared that it didn't matter what they had going on over there. If something happened, their Valva's knights would cut them up from the skies. The griffin perched, its gaze sharp and focused. Meanwhile, a man with feathers adorning his hair stood silhouetted against the bright sky. He declared that all their plans would be for naught. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the sea stretched out. A fleet of ships approached the shore, their intentions unknown. A voice promised understanding would come tomorrow. About why he chose to go with this plan, one man asked if it was true that the future could be predicted by having a pact with the dragon. The cliffside loomed, the waves crashing below. One man mused that if they could see the future, their fight with Tolio would have been a breeze. The man smiled, seemingly confident in the plan. Another man admitted he was curious about the plan, noting that the subordinates seemed to have faith in it. The man stood at the cliff's edge, looking out at the sea. A fierce battle unfolded between a man and an orc. He lunged forward, sword raised high, ready to strike the monstrous orc. Ian Pendragon took a swig of his drink, lost in thought. He mused, I also unknowingly became like that. Ian Pendragon grinned, holding up his mug. Oh, this Pendragon beer's quite good. I love it. A voice cautioned, we have to fight soon, so drink in moderation. Ian Pendragon looked off into the distance, a determined glint in his eyes. Hey now, once we win, make. Ian Pendragon grinned, thinking of his companion. Sure to share this beer with my henchmen too. Elsewhere, two figures sat overlooking the fleet of ships, the vast ocean stretching before them. On the deck of one of the ships, soldiers prepared for battle, their movements precise and practiced. The man with blonde hair noted, our numbers went down quite a lot, but I'm glad that the remaining ones managed to get together safely. They held their ground. Ian Pendragon considered, well, against Tolio, that monster. A man in a black shirt wondered, had they all sided with him, they would have gotten money and freedom in return. So why? Ian Pendragon looked at his companion, a question in his eyes. Did they choose us? He offered a knowing smile. It was just like he had said. A question hung in the air between them, unspoken. Elkin Isla listened intently, his expression unreadable. He explained that he was an orphan, forced to become a pirate to survive. Ian Pendragon dismissed the grand titles of pirate kings. The pirate king explained that just having something to eat daily was enough for him. Ian stated that he couldn't get along with those who sought power. Elkin spoke of fear and strength, his hand tightening around a small piece of wood. The count spoke of what was enough for them. The pirate king explained that being free to roam the ocean and eating a good meal was more than enough. Elkin hoped that Ian would be able to achieve that for them. Ian Pendragon smiled, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. He gazes forward, a complicated mix of resolve and weariness in his bright blue eyes. The man's expression hardens with determination. He affirms, yes, and I will. Ian sits across from Elkin on a rocky precipice. Elkin says that the interesting one is Duke Pendragon. Elkin asks, despite Ian's position, why does he want to live for the sake of the people? The words hang in the air. You can live a carefree life, like the other nobles know. Ian's face is drawn, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation of the question. His gaze is intense, focused on something beyond the immediate conversation. Elsewhere, Elkin watches the horizon, his expression unreadable as he observes the distant figures. A group of people huddle together, seeking aid and protection from unseen forces. The scene shifts back to Ian and Elkin, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Ian acknowledges his duty as a duke and a ruler. Standing together, they face the future. Elkin states that there are things he must do. The words echo in the night. The people who are important to me fought for the common people too. He sat in quiet contemplation, the vast ocean stretching before him. Elkin Isla observed, commenting on how straightforward their lives had been. Ian stated that he simply chose to inherit their will. Elkin Isla remarked that Ian had quite the interesting people with him. That's why our reasons for. Elkin Isla listened intently to Ian. Ian expressed that not being able to get along with them was almost the same. Elkin Isla looked surprised by Ian's statement. Elkin Isla questioned what Ian was saying, adding that he was getting excited to see their crying faces already. The wind whipped around Ian Pendragon as he gazed at the sky. His expression shifted, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A fierce storm battered the castle, rain lashing against its ancient walls. The location was Duke Orangis's territory in the Empire's southern region. The man with the beard watched the storm approach. Is happening right now? He wondered. Another man, dressed in a suit, stood nearby, his face contorted in disbelief. I can't believe it. There wasn't even a single sign. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating the raging storm. Is there a storm this huge coming? The storm raged on, the elements unleashing their fury. The ocean churned, waves crashing against the shore. The man with the beard spoke, his voice laced with concern. With a storm like this, young Master Tolio's navy will. Lightning continued to strike, the storm showing no signs of relenting. The ship is tossed violently as the storm rages around it. Waves crash against the hull, threatening to swallow the vessel whole. The man with the hat curses, his face a mask of frustration and fear. A desperate cry echoes, a raw expression of terror in the face of the storm's fury. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure struggles to maintain his footing on the deck. Another voice rises above the storm, defiant and enraged, promising destruction. Lightning illuminates the turbulent sea, revealing the ship's precarious position. The storm unleashes its full power, the ship a tiny speck against the elements. The sun glinted off the water, waves lapping against the shore. A fleet of ships approached a small island, their dark hulls stark against the bright water. One man recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief. In no fucking way, he stammered. The governor had predicted the storm, devising this kind of plan. He couldn't even hear the sound of rain from inside the cave yesterday. A group of figures stood on the beach, gazing towards the ship. Plan? One of them wondered. Jagged splinters of broken wood lay scattered across the ground. The man with the mustache stated that they had failed to get this from the inside out. Another man exclaimed that someone had a gift from the heavens. A massive rock formation loomed, its surface weathered and imposing. A figure in ornate armor stood before a cave entrance, a long sword held at his side. Two men faced each other, their expressions unreadable. The man's eyes narrowed, his expression intense. He reflected on a past life, a time when the demon lords threatened everything. The memories swirled, recalling the march to the southern region. The storm brewed, threatening the castle perched precariously by the sea. The history of this world was constantly shifting, one man explained, nothing more than a gamble. And yet, despite the odds, Ian Pendragon felt like he had hit the jackpot. Lightning crackled, illuminating the chaos of the storm. The storm raged, a maelstrom of wind and water. The knight expressed his gratitude, thanking them for putting their faith in him. A group of people stood together, united in their purpose. A griffin soared through the sky, carrying its rider back towards the fleet. Ian Pendragon declared his return, back to Pendragon. He stood on the deck of the ship, the Pendragon griffin beside him. The crew gathered, awaiting their orders. Elkin Isla stood nearby, ever watchful. One of the men spoke, stating that they were almost wiped out. The fleet sailed on, the mission clear, deal with the remaining orcs and Tolio. Wreckage floated in the water, a grim reminder of the battle. Despite the destruction, some celebrated, believing victory was at hand. Ian Pendragon listened as Elkin Isla outlined their next move. They would take on the remaining orcs. The priority was clear, prevent any more of his subordinates from becoming casualties. A man with dark hair spoke, saying there was no need for someone to do something. The man, Jody Silla, was thanked for his efforts. Ian Pendragon urged his people to help them until the end. The crew celebrated, their spirits high despite the ongoing conflict. His eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. A man, enraged, grabbed another by the collar, declaring he would show his good graces. A voice echoed, laced with insincerity, offering a hollow apology. Ian Pendragon, his expression unreadable, was asked if he could handle it. The man in uniform responded with unwavering confidence. Of course. An orc stood beside a man, who remarked that perhaps they wouldn't even get a chance to join in on the fun. Ian Pendragon's gaze was sharp, his expression a mix of determination and anticipation. The sword gleamed, its polished surface reflecting the impending conflict. The sky was their ally. Victory was within their grasp, or so the words proclaimed. Ian Pendragon stood tall, sword raised high, a symbol of defiance against the approaching storm. His voice boomed, commanding all ships to hoist their anchors, preparing for battle. Ian Pendragon's face contorted in a war cry, his teeth bared in anticipation of the fight. The counterattack begins, unleashing a torrent of magical force. The magical assault crashes against the enemy fleet. The water magic explodes with devastating power. Someone shouts, in frustration, that reinforcements have not arrived. Jody Silla is being pulled by his shirt, looking distressed. The narrator notes that knights and their griffins were also hit, and they are having trouble. Someone is contacting Jody Silla's father. The blue-skinned man calls out to Jody, telling him to look. The Pendragon fleet is coming. Meanwhile, a ship with the Pendragon flag sails through the turbulent waters. Someone wonders how they were not affected. Jody Silla looks shocked and affected. Someone's eyes widen in disbelief. He considered the information, his expression thoughtful. Were they setting up their forces at Tazumi Bay? Or perhaps, the man mused, they were setting a trap, taking advantage of the terrain to lure their enemies in. A furious voice echoed, filled with rage and contempt. Fucking white worm. Bastard. The speaker's face contorted in fury, his teeth bared in a savage snarl. High above, a winged figure soared through the sky, sunlight glinting off its feathers. The winged figure descended, a blur of motion and feathers, striking with incredible force. A cry of pain erupted as the attack landed, the sound sharp and desperate. The force of the blow sent a warrior sprawling, his body twisting in midair. He crashed to the deck, the impact jarring every bone in his body. The battle raged on, a chaotic swirl of combatants locked in deadly struggle. Desperate, the warrior scrambled for purchase, his face a mask of pain and determination. From the depths, a massive orca breached the surface, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The battle raged on, sending bodies tumbling into the churning sea. A colossal, spectral dragon of pure energy materialized amidst the chaos. Swords drawn, a lone figure stood defiant against the overwhelming odds. The ships burned, their wooden hulls consumed by roaring flames. Despair etched on his face, a man cried out, "It's over. We've lost." Feet pounded against the deck as someone desperately tried to escape. The air crackled with unseen force, a prelude to devastation. A body crashed to the deck, the impact echoing the battle's brutal cost. "We've lost?" One voice questioned, another roaring back. "The hell are you saying?" He stood defiant against the backdrop of burning ships. Jody Scylla declared, "In my dictionary, defeat was never written. Go and kill them all." A chilling threat echoed. "If you try to run, you'll suffer the same fate as them." A sinister grin spread across his face, promising pain and death. The blue-skinned warriors seemed concerned, their faces etched with worry. The sounds of battle echoed as the warriors clashed, their struggle intensifying. A voice muttered about eliminating the white worm, a hidden agenda taking shape. Jody Scylla, his expression fierce, declared his intent to turn the tide of the battle. Soaring through the sky, reinforcements arrived on winged steeds, ready to join the fray. A hulking figure hefted a massive axe, preparing to unleash its devastating power. The figure in the dark coat stood defiant, facing down two opponents with unwavering resolve. Rage contorted Jody Scylla's face as he spat a challenge at those who dared oppose him. The green-skinned warrior and his companion declared their loyalty, vowing to protect their lord. Below, a lone figure watched as the winged beast descended from the sky. The sky was filled with the sound of flapping wings and the cries of war. Elsewhere, on the deck of a ship, a hulking brute stood ready, his axe gleaming in the sunlight. The man with pointed ears grimaced, his expression a mix of anger and determination. The green-skinned figure roared, "We won't let you," his voice echoing across the water. Ian Pendragon stood firm, his sword drawn, ready to defend against the onslaught. "Get to our lord!" The ship cut through the waves, a black silhouette against the turbulent sea. Steel clashed against steel, the sounds of battle filling the air. Ian Pendragon parried a blow, his eyes locked on his opponents, the man with pointed ears. The Duke's face contorted in shock, realizing the power of his foe. "Fuck, what the hell is with this power?" He laughs, confident in his abilities, daring his opponent to try again. The orc scoffs, declaring Duke Pendragon unworthy to even be his opponent. The orc's attack lands, sending Duke Pendragon reeling from a force. Staggering backward, Duke Pendragon is sent sprawling across the deck. From the ground, Duke Pendragon tells the orc to stay where he is. The orc stands amidst a spray of blood, his weapon dripping. The orc declares that he, the great Karda, will deal with this bastard. The orc's power explodes outward, a visible manifestation of his strength. Duke Pendragon raises his sword, preparing to defend himself against the next attack. The orc states the obvious, that an orc is more powerful than a human. However, the orc's attack is met with resistance. Duke Pendragon manages to block the orc's blow, though the force of the impact is evident. He grunts, the force of the blow sending tremors through his body. The orc's grin widens, his sharp teeth glinting menacingly in the dim light. The orc declares that he is both orc and human. The orc swings his weapon, boasting that he has the best of both worlds. Duke Pendragon is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The orc's face is contorted in a savage snarl. The orc warns that Duke Pendragon will get into serious trouble. The orc continues his relentless assault, his weapon a blur of motion. Duke Pendragon's hat flies off his head as he is sent reeling. Duke Pendragon's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. The orc declares that he, too, was taught a lot by those humans. Duke Pendragon struggles to block the orc's next attack, the clash of weapons echoing through the battlefield. He felt the immense power emanating from his foe. The Duke Pendragon's expression twisted into a snarl, his teeth bared. The orc scoffed, declaring himself the apex of both humans and orcs. A man with an eye patch cursed, calling the orc a half-orc bastard. Golden energy crackled around Duke Pendragon. The orc and Duke Pendragon clashed, their power shaking the very air around them. Elsewhere, a young man in a school uniform, Carta, charged forward, sword in hand. His face contorted in rage, the young man screamed. Duke Pendragon grit his teeth, his expression one of pure fury. The two figures clashed again, their swords meeting with a resounding crash. Duke Pendragon gasped, blood trickling from his lips. He faces the pirate captain, who wields a cutlass and a shield. The pirate captain sneers, dismissing his opponents as annoying insects. The pirate captain declares that his foes are too inexperienced to stop him. The pirate captain lunges forward, his cutlass a blur of motion. Blood sprays as the cutlass finds its mark. The pirate captain stands over Duke Pendragon, who is reeling from the blow. The pirate captain proclaims that contempt for others is his opponent's greatest weakness. Duke Pendragon grits his teeth, a look of determination on his face. The pirate captain's eye gleams with manic intensity. Duke Pendragon struggles to draw his sword, his hand trembling. The pirate captain raises his cutlass high, ready to strike the final blow. Duke Pendragon's eyes widen in desperation as he struggles to defend himself. He is struck by a sweeping blow, the force of it immense. The pirate captain's attack sends Duke Pendragon staggering backward. Jody Scylla spits blood, his expression one of pure rage. The pirate captain is engulfed in flames, his attack relentless. Duke Pendragon cries out, the flames searing his flesh. Jody Scylla stands amidst the inferno, a shield raised against the blaze. The pirate captain calls out, summoning his monstrous ally. A griffin descends from the sky, its massive form blotting out the sun. Jody Scylla plots his next move, a cruel smile twisting his lips. The pirate captain intends to unleash the griffin upon the White Worm's ship. The griffin soars through the air, a majestic beast of war. Jody Scylla rides the griffin, ready to unleash its power. He looks up, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his face. High above, a figure sits astride a majestic griffin, bathed in the sunlight. The griffin descends rapidly, its shadow falling over Jody. Jody's expression hardens into a snarl, his one visible eye filled with rage. His teeth bared, Jody's face contorts with fury as he recognizes the approaching figure. A declaration hangs in the air, promising a decisive end to the conflict. Aboard the griffin, a young man with determined eyes prepares for battle. It is Tolio Oranges. High above, a figure astride a majestic griffin surveys the battlefield below. The griffin, a creature of myth, soars effortlessly through the azure sky. A gruff voice echoes, filled with a barely contained rage. Tolio Oranges looks up, his expression hardening as the words ring out. Your journey ends here. Ian Pendragon's face is set, his jaw tight with determination. The name Tolio Oranges hangs in the air, a challenge and a threat. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of steel and magic. The clash of titans echoes across the ravaged landscape. Ian Pendragon urges his griffin onward, ready to meet his foe. Energy crackled as the attack came in, fast and deadly. Tolio Oranges roared, demanding his opponent return. The pirate captain screamed, flame erupting from his blade. He observed the flame sword, realizing its close-range disadvantage. The griffin's talons gripped the mast, holding steady against the assault. The griffin's wings beat powerfully, creating a whirlwind of feathers and air. Ian Pendragon and his mount stood firm against the onslaught. Tolio Oranges' face contorted in fury, his one good eye blazing. He realized Tolio was getting too close for comfort. Tolio considered unleashing the full power of the flame, but hesitated. The clash of steel and fire echoed as the battle intensified. The griffin soared through the sky, narrowly avoiding another fiery strike. He soars through the sky, the wind whipping past him. Tolio Oranges, face contorted in rage, swings his flaming sword. Why, you bastard! The flaming blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Ian Pendragon leans back, narrowly avoiding the fiery attack. The flames continue to spread, engulfing the sky. The griffin cries out as it narrowly dodges another strike. Tolio Oranges' eyes widen in disbelief. No way. He's making the griffin fly upside down to protect its wings. The Valva's knights shout, Griffin, aim for the rider. Ian Pendragon clings to the griffin, his expression determined. The griffin twists and turns, avoiding the onslaught of attacks. From what I've heard from the other, what's going on? Valva's knights, he's supposed to be a deserter, a failed knight who escaped from the warful land. The force of the griffin's movements pushed him back, frustration etched on his face. His hands tightened on the reins, struggling to maintain control of the situation. He soared above, leveraging the griffin's power to gain altitude rapidly. The griffin's wings beat powerfully, driving them skyward with incredible speed. Its claws gripped the air, each downstroke a testament to its raw strength. High above, Ian and the griffin ascended, leaving Tolio Oranges far below, struggling to comprehend their ascent. Tolio's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this impossible maneuver? Someone watched in astonishment, marveling at the Griffin Knight's unparalleled control. The Griffin's wings continued their powerful rhythm, a symphony of feathers and wind. Spear in hand, Ian Pendragon rode the Griffin higher, a beacon of defiance against the azure sky. A flicker of recognition crossed their face. Could it truly be? The realization dawned. A deserter from Valva's, defying all expectations. Tolio's gaze is intense, his brow furrowed as he considers the implications. High above, Ian Pendragon rides a griffin, his expression unreadable. Why, he asks. A man with an eye patch declares that despite running from Valva's, Ian is leagues above the knights who follow him. Tolio's expression hardens as he questions why Ian is using his strength for that white worm. A disembodied voice proclaims that ruling the world is the main purpose of strength. The man with the eye patch shouts that privilege is granted to the strong. The man with the eye patch muses on the privilege of the strong. The man with the eye patch asks if Tolio really thinks that those who kill innocent people are privileged. Ian, still mounted on the griffin, is questioned by Tolio, who asks if such people should be allowed to infest the world. Tolio reflects on people like Ian and the other Valva's knights, stating he doesn't think so. The man with the eye patch declares that they're all just murderers and aren't allowed to live carefree. Tolio's eye reflects a deep, troubled intensity. Ever since he was in Valva's, the man with the staff has been trying to find a reason to keep living. And he found his answer. Ian Pendragon reflects on when he met Pendragon. Another man speaks of the country and the people living plentiful lives. The man's expression is unreadable. The man with blue hair declares that he will be the sword that will open the path of the man who uttered those words. He says that is his atonement for having lived as a murderer all this time. He will fight for him and is ready to die for him as well. The man with the eye patch looks up, his expression intense. He finds the situation boring. The man's sharp teeth are bared. The man in front of the fiery background says that someone is making him want to puke. The man with the eye patch declares that the strong win and the weak perish. He declares that this is how the world should be. A massive, serpentine dragon of pure energy materializes. Ian Pendragon and his griffin meet the dragon head-on. The Griffin Knight declares that he is counting on someone. The energy dragon unleashes a torrent of power. The dragon's attack crashes down with immense force. The griffin and its rider are caught in the blast. The sound of impact echoes through the air. Someone prepares to counter the attack. The counterattack erupts in a fiery explosion. The man with the beard declares he won't fall for the same trick twice. He grits his teeth, bracing for the next attack. He clashes against the beast, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Tolio Oranges spots something in the distance. A mast? He exclaims. He recalls picking it up from that burning, wrecked ship. Tolio Oranges grits his teeth, a snarl twisting his lips. The wreckage of the ship flies through the air, propelled by an unseen force. Ian Pendragon stands firm against the onslaught, his blade raised in defense. A massive piece of the ship hurtles toward him, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. Tolio Oranges coughs, blood staining his lips. Ugh! His face contorted in rage, Tolio Oranges prepares another attack. Tolio Oranges shouts, "Don't get carried away!" The clash of metal echoes as the battle continues, neither warrior willing to yield. He reels, eyes wide with shock as the attack unfolds around him. From the shield fragment, a realization dawns amidst the chaos. High above, Ian Pendragon descends on his griffin, a figure of righteous fury. The man with the hat grins, revealing sharp teeth. "I was right all along." A voice booms, declaring, "The Oranges household was right all along." Looking up, Tolio Oranges steels himself, muttering, "Right one." The name echoes, a challenge thrown into the fray, Pendragon. A gleaming sword awaits, ready to be wielded in the escalating conflict. Ian Pendragon descends further, his intent clear as he prepares to strike. He thinks, "I have to fulfill my responsibility as his sword." The air crackles with energy as the attack intensifies. With a cry, Ian Pendragon and his griffin launch their assault. The attack lands, leaving the man with the hat injured and bleeding. He plummets from the sky, the battle having scattered the combatants. Ian Pendragon rides his griffin, surveying the scene below. The griffin descends rapidly, kicking up dust and debris upon landing. Tolio Oranges soothes the griffin, telling him to stop moving. The griffin warns that Tolio's wounds will worsen if he continues. Tolio Oranges reassures the griffin, telling him that he did well. The griffin stands on the deck of the ship, Tolio Oranges beside him. Elsewhere, a figure floats in the water, unmoving. Close up on Tolio Oranges' face, showing the cuts and bruises he sustained in battle. A close-up of the monster's face, blood splattered across its features. A blonde knight stands amidst fallen enemies, her sword at the ready. The battlefield lay still, littered with the bodies of fallen foes. A voice echoes, boasting of victory over Griezmann, captain of the Inner Sea's 3 great pirates. Now, the speaker muses, only Tolio Oranges remains to be dealt with. Ian Pendragon's expression hardens, his blue eyes focused on the task ahead. His gaze intensifies, a storm brewing within those depths. The Griffin Knight raises his sword, the polished steel reflecting the dim light. His voice rings out, demanding to know who his unseen opponent is. A hooded figure looms in the shadows, its features obscured. Elsewhere, the aftermath of the battle was clear, bodies strewn across the ship's deck. The fallen lay still, their weapons scattered around them. The voice echoed, noting that they were almost done and that he did quite well. Tolio Oranges grinned, declaring it Leon's first real battle. Leon thanked him, a wide smile on his face. Leon admitted that he felt like he couldn't move as well as his master. Tolio Oranges chided him, explaining that their experience levels were fundamentally different. Leon listened intently as Tolio Oranges continued. Tolio Oranges explained that Leon's technique used the explosiveness and flexibility he'd learned from his time as a jester. The master stated that it was a fighting style he couldn't use and that Leon just had to focus on it. Leon looked determined to master his own style. He listens intently as Tolio Oranges lays out the mission parameters. Their objective for now is simple: survive. Leon affirms the order. A hand presses against the window, leaving a smear. Leon's eyes widen, and Tolio Oranges grits his teeth. A voice echoes with murderous intent. They will not be allowed to stand in the way. The scene descends into carnage, a whirlwind of red energy and fallen bodies. Leon and Tolio stand amidst the chaos. The unseen enemy refers to them as White Worm and comrades. A monstrous figure, eyes glowing with malice, declares their intent to kill them all. Tolio Oranges observes that the prey has arrived for Leon's first battle. Leon responds affirmatively to his master's question. Leon's expression is a mix of fear and determination as he faces the coming fight. The battle rages, energy blasts tearing through the environment around Tolio Oranges. A figure moves with blinding speed, a blade crackling with power aimed at Tolio. The attack connects, sending Tolio reeling back from the force of the blow. The attacker, a man with wild hair and a menacing glare, presses his advantage. Leon watches in disbelief as Tolio is struck, his face etched with concern. The battle continues, the new combatant proving to be a formidable foe against both of them. The man's voice echoes, a chilling promise. You calm down, you'll be able to see it too. Leon, bruised and battered, listens as the dark-haired man beside him explains the enemy's technique. From the shadows, a voice whispers, but the man with wild hair stands amidst a swirling aura of red energy, a shield held firmly in his grasp. It seems like our comrades did quite a number on him. A disembodied voice taunts, pretty unbecoming of the strongest in the South, don't you think? The man's eye glows with an intense, unsettling power. The unseen enemy's attacks prompt a question about their origin. Tolio retaliates against the unseen foe, his blade a blur of motion. Just shut up and die like the insects you are. The sounds of rapid movement echo as the battle intensifies. He continues his assault, undeterred by the unseen enemy's attacks. A hand reaches out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. Tolio unleashes another flurry of attacks, his movements precise and deadly. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals a face contorted in effort, sweat beading on the brow. The man is surprised by the strength of his opponent. Shit, that fucker should be exhausted from all those battles. But he still has. Jody, seated, watches as his companion struggles. This much strength left. Jody explains his plan to the other man. You're going to be the bait. Draw his attention. Then I will finish him off. He reassures his apprentice, who seems hesitant. What are you scared of? You are my best apprentice. Jody's expression hardens, his confidence unwavering. If I say so, you can do it. Tolio Oranges grits his teeth, sweat and dirt streaking his face. He steels himself, shouting that he will try his best. The unseen enemy's power flares, and Tolio Oranges angrily warns them not to joke with him. The battle intensifies, the air crackling with unseen energy as Tolio Oranges fights on. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired knight stands ready, sword drawn against a backdrop of shattered sky and floating debris. The knight advances, their boots stained with blood, the air thick with the scent of battle. A cloaked figure declares that they will kill Ian Pendragon, as that is what they are going to do now. The knight's foot slams down, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. Energy crackles around the knight, a sign of the power they wield. The knight prepares to strike, their sword glowing with power as they face their unseen foe. An observer notes that the knight's attack is light. The knight's expression hardens, realizing they cannot feel hostility or murderous intent from their opponent. He descends, sword arcing through the air with blinding speed and force. The knight's blade shatters the ground as he continues his relentless assault. He slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the battlefield. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure steels himself. He must hold the sword more firmly, or he won't. The blonde-haired knight's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell? A dark aura begins to emanate from the cloaked figure. Is this his aura? The knight stares up at the ominous aura, a sense of dread washing over him. The cloaked figure prepares to unleash his power. He has to infuse more aura. The dark aura intensifies, crackling with raw energy as it surrounds the cloaked figure. The knight braces himself as the cloaked figure prepares to strike, the dark aura looming over him. The knight grits his teeth, realizing the strike is a lot heavier than before. That aura, Tolio Oranges realized with a scowl, it resembled something familiar. Bathed in golden light, Ian Pendragon radiated power, the aura of an emperor. The golden aura took shape, forming a majestic lion, its roar silent but palpable. Then, a swift strike came from the shadows, aimed directly at Ian Pendragon. From his previous life, Ian Pendragon remembered the emperor's aura. The weapon gleamed, its purple blade poised to strike. Behind a menacing mask, a pair of eyes glowed with purpose. A voice echoed, filled with anger. Why the hell are you here? The masked figure stood over Ian Pendragon, the question hanging in the air. The man who became the emperor sat upon his throne, surveying the crowd. In his previous life, he grits his teeth, his blue eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A voice booms out, filled with rage and frustration. Godfrey Aragorn. Godfrey stares forward, his red eyes burning with intensity. The swords clash, the metallic ring echoing through the space as Tolio Oranges presses his attack. Ian Pendragon, a smirk playing on his lips, taunts, looking back at it. Aren't you the jester back at the palace? The Duke's words cut deep, a calculated barb meant to wound more than flesh. Tolio's expression twists with fury. Won't work anymore, he snarls, his grip tightening on his blade. The Griffin Knight's sword descends, but Tolio deflects the blow, his eyes burning with rage. Because right now, I have people who no longer make fun of me. The force of the parry sends sparks flying, the air thick with tension. Tolio grits his teeth, frustration evident in his voice. Fuck, our martial arts aren't working at all. Ian's expression hardens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. But the clash of steel continues, neither warrior willing to yield an inch. He strikes with the force of his master, the blade singing. Tolio's assault continues, a whirlwind of steel against Ian's defenses. Ian grits his teeth, enduring the relentless onslaught. He curses the interruption, eager to eliminate the white worm. The clash of steel and fire rages as Leon shouts a warning. Leon worries that he won't be able to create an opening for his master if things continue this way. Leon's face is etched with concern as he watches the battle unfold. The sounds of battle echo around Leon, a constant reminder of the danger. The battlefield is a chaotic mix of fire and destruction. Leon's eyes reflect the intensity of the fight, his expression grim. Ian prepares to use a special technique, as Leon watches with apprehension, wondering what he is planning. The battlefield erupts in flames as Ian unleashes his power. He is sent hurtling backwards, the burning ship providing little purchase. A hand grips a rope, knuckles white with strain. Tolio Oranges continues his relentless assault, a manic grin plastered across his face. Ian Pendragon is sent flying through the air, narrowly avoiding another strike. With a grunt, he manages to right himself mid-air. Ian crashes into a section of the ship, groaning as he struggles to maintain his grip. Leon watches, impressed by his master's resilience. He grits his teeth, pain etched across his face. Elsewhere, the man with the beard observes the fight with a calculating gaze. He realizes Ian is trying to use the pillar. The man with the beard orders his men to move the pillar. Tolio continues his assault, heedless of the changing battlefield. Leon shouts a warning, grabbing a rope. A voice echoes through the fiery chaos, declaring the task complete. Below, Leon hears the confirmation. The preparations, according to his master, are complete. He swings from a rope, trusting that his efforts will soon bear fruit. The massive rope structure strains under immense pressure. A colossal structure plummets from the sky, engulfed in flames and scattering debris. Nearby, a man with a sword stands ready, anticipating the chaos. The man with the sword shouts at someone, calling them an impudent brat. Tolio Oranges grunts in pain, recoiling from an unseen blow. A voice muses that the combined attacks should be too much for him to handle, especially with the falling debris. Leon strains against the rope, determined to create another opening. Debris continues to rain down, adding to the already chaotic scene. Tolio clashes with Ian Pendragon amidst the falling wreckage. He clashes with Ian, the force of their blows sending shockwaves outward. Ian, eyes narrowed, launches a kick, aiming to knock Tolio off balance. A close-up reveals the rope wrapped around Tolio's wrist, a tool for his next maneuver. The kick connects, but Tolio has anticipated the blow, using the rope to adjust his trajectory. Ian is sent flying, the force of the redirected impact throwing him through the air. Ian thinks to himself that there's no point in using his master's secret technique if it doesn't land a hit, so he has to create a situation where he can't miss. Tolio shouts as he swings the rope, preparing for another attack. Ian crashes through debris, the burning wreckage a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Tolio continues to maneuver through the air, using the rope to maintain his momentum. Ian is shocked that they dare use a mere rope to get him. Tolio plummets downwards, the rope guiding his descent towards his opponent. Leon watches the fight intently, thinking that he is counting on his master. He swung the rope, the makeshift weapon whistling through the air. The rope wrapped around Ian, pulling him into a precarious position. His grip tightened on the rope, preparing for the next move. Ian's face contorted in a grimace, bracing for impact. The piercing strike descended with incredible force. Leon watched as Tolio's attack connected, sending Ian flying backward. His expression was fierce, teeth bared in a savage snarl. Blood splattered as the blow landed, a testament to the attack's power. The aftermath of the strike painted a gruesome picture. Ian collapsed, blood dripping from his head as he fell to the ground. He crashed against the wooden structure, leaving a trail of destruction. Tolio Oranges stood over the fallen Ian, the battle's outcome clear. He looks up, sweat and dirt streaking his face. The shout rings out. They did it. They actually did it, Master. Leon runs toward Tolio, a wide grin splitting his dirty face. Tolio acknowledges that the victory was only because of Leon's quick thinking. Tolio states that Leon adapted to the situation. Tolio believes that Leon can improve his own techniques at any time. Tolio places a hand on Leon's head, acknowledging his growth as a disciple. Leon stutters out his thanks, overwhelmed by the praise. Leon's face is lit with joy, tears welling in his eyes. The grip tightens, a silent promise of continued effort. The aftermath of the battle surrounds them, a testament to their victory. The scene shows the aftermath of the battle, with debris and fire scattered around. The figures seethed with rage, promising to kill every last one of them. A monstrous maw opened wide, teeth bared in a terrifying display. Blinding energy crackled, filling the air with a palpable sense of danger. The energy surged, threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The air vibrated with raw power, the very atmosphere charged with menace. Leon cried out, his face contorted in agony as he suffered an unseen blow. Another figure grimaced, enduring a similar assault, his features etched with pain. The sound of heavy breathing filled the air, a testament to the brutal struggle. The figure stood amidst the carnage, blood splattered around them, a grim tableau of violence. Unable to move, a figure lamented their paralysis, trapped in a body that wouldn't obey. Leon cried out, desperately calling for help as the battle raged around him. The desperate cry echoed, lost in the chaos of the ongoing conflict. Flames erupt, consuming everything in their path. A monstrous form breaches the surface, scattering debris. The aquatic beast lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut. A figure in a black coat is caught in the creature's assault. Water explodes around the monster as it continues its rampage. Jody Silla's eyes widen in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. Another figure is caught in the monster's grasp, crying out in pain. The creature continues its assault, the sound of destruction echoing. The monster thrashes, sending waves crashing against the wreckage. Jody Silla, amidst the destruction, wonders how they survived. The man in the black coat stands on the ruined ship, seemingly unharmed. Jody Silla stares, a realization dawning on his face. He could only watch as the ship continued to break apart. The captain of the Winter Storm pirates surveyed the wreckage around him. From somewhere in the chaos, a voice cried out, "John Myers!" The ship was engulfed in flames, the inferno consuming everything. The burning vessel listed violently, waves crashing against its hull. Amidst the chaos, John Myers carried the child, Jody Silla following close behind. A desperate cry echoed, a plea hanging in the smoke-filled air. Jody Silla, his face contorted with worry, shouted, "What about Tolio?" John Myers, his gaze fixed on the turbulent sea, stated that his partner was dragging him underwater. The speaker believed Tolio should be suffocating as of now. The burning ship continued to sink, consumed by the relentless waves. A monstrous shape emerged from the depths, jaws agape. The shark lunged, its massive form a terrifying silhouette against the water. Jody Silla, bewildered, questioned why his partner should have the upper hand underwater. The unseen figure was said to possess enough strength to shatter a mast. Jody Silla cursed, sweat beading on his brow as the situation deteriorated. A voice declared that Tolio Oranges was a real monster, as red energy radiated from him. The voice wondered how they were supposed to deal with Tolio as a shark approached. John Myers was cornered, and time was running out to stop Tolio. Amidst the chaos of the shipwreck, Jody Silla found himself surrounded by debris. The magic tool was running wild because it got broken, Jody realized with concern. The tool lay in pieces, its power now uncontrolled. John Myers was called a Winter Soldier guy as he stood on the deck. Jody Silla was told that they had one more job to do as he fell amidst the wreckage. The shark, with its menacing teeth, lurked beneath the surface. John Myers declared that the situation would go to waste as he attacked with a weapon. The shark-like creature swims through the water, its form menacing. Water rushes around the creature, propelled by an unseen force. He grits his teeth, sweat flying from his brow. If he doesn't avenge his crew, the memory of his crew flashes before John Myers' eyes. They just wanted to eat good food and sail freely on the ocean. John Myers' rage intensifies, fueled by the memory of his fallen comrades. John Myers declares that they had no choice but to become pirates in order to survive. He accuses Tolio Arangis of stealing their freedom. John Myers' fist glows with power. He vows to avenge his crew with his damned rule of the strongest. If you like strength so much, John Myers begins, his expression twisted with fury. John Myers' face contorts in a furious snarl, spittle flying as he shouts. Tolio Arangis is sent flying backwards through the water by John Myers' attack. John Myers declares that he will give Tolio Arangis strength, just like he wants. The shark-like creature continues to swim, seemingly unaffected by the battle. He is engulfed in a blinding surge of power, the force of the blow immense. The impact reverberates, a deafening roar filling the air as the attack lands. Tolio Arangis' face contorts in pain, sweat beading on his brow as he grits his teeth. The energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of light and force. He is sent hurtling through the air, a dark silhouette against the blinding light. The shark-like creature watches as Tolio Arangis plummets towards the water below. From the ship, the observers witness the scene unfold, the sounds of the battle echoing across the water. He sinks beneath the surface, the water closing over him. John Myers smirks, declaring that Tolio Arangis' loss was confirmed the moment he relied on a mere magic tool. One of the observers curses Tolio Arangis, calling him a half-orc bastard. The crew stood on the deck, assessing the situation. One of them cursed, considering their next move. They needed to figure out how to tell the others what to do. The capture of Tolio would at least ensure the remaining pirates retreated. The crew hoped this would be enough to secure their victory. It had been a huge battle, but they had managed to win in the end. The cost of victory, however, remained to be seen. One of the crew members asked another to lend a hand taking care of the wounded until the boss came back. The other man agreed, ready to assist. Leon looked off into the distance, his expression thoughtful. The weight of the battle seemed to be settling upon him. Elsewhere, ships burned on the horizon, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The sky was filled with smoke and debris. Leon continued to gaze out at the ocean, his face etched with concern. The aftermath of the battle weighed heavily on his mind. A vortex of blue and purple energy explodes outward, shaking the battlefield. The air crackles with unseen power, a silent testament to the forces colliding. Energy bleeds from the ground as the unseen battle rages on, shaking the very foundations. Ian Pendragon, battered and bruised, struggles to maintain his stance amidst the chaos. For some reason, a strange sensation washes over him, an unfamiliar surge of energy. His blue eye glows with newfound power as he senses something shifting within his aura. Getting stronger at rapid speeds, the voice echoes in his mind, a promise of power. The energy intensifies, swirling around him as he begins to tap into this unknown source. Besides being the son of a concubine, it's true that he carries something else within him. The blood of the Emperor flows, but something is wrong. Something is different about this power. This is not the Emperor aura, a voice whispers, hinting at a hidden truth. There's another thing mixed in there, a foreign element tainting the royal bloodline. Godfrey Aragorn faces an unseen questioner who demands to know who he is. The unseen figure also asks Godfrey why he is here. The blond man's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he considers the question. Blood streaks down Godfrey's face, a testament to a recent battle or ordeal. Godfrey thinks that only a dragon can oppose another dragon. He is doing what he was told. He is met with a simple, challenging, and Godfrey's eye glows with an inner power, a crimson light burning within. The blood on his face seems to darken, mirroring the intensity of his gaze. He is trying. A determined smile plays on Godfrey's lips, despite the blood and grime. Godfrey declares that he wants to become someone who can use the dragon's power. Energy crackles around him, a visible manifestation of the power he seeks. The man in black stands atop a dragon, a silent observer of Godfrey's struggle. A dense, vibrant energy crackles, its source yet unseen. Godfrey Aragorn grits his teeth, the dragon aura swirling around him. A nearby observer's eyes widen, recognizing the power. The dragon aura intensifies, its presence undeniable. A figure cloaked in darkness stands amidst the surging energy. Red eyes glow ominously, watching the unfolding events. A surge of violet energy slammed into Ian Pendragon. The force of the blow left him bleeding, his expression a mask of pain. His eyes widened, a flicker of recognition in their depths. A figure cloaked in darkness stood amidst the swirling blue energy. The blue energy crackled, a tangible force in the air. Ian Pendragon's eyes glowed crimson, a terrifying transformation taking hold. The battle raged, a clash of immense power. Only a Soldrake's contractor could contain it, meaning he was the Pendragon Lord. A voice declares that the Emperor blood flows within him. He stands amidst swirling blue and purple energy, wings spread wide. What has he done? He simply states that he was made this way. The man with black hair speaks of a magician who works with the Oranges. The word Oranges hangs in the air. Ian Pendragon, his face marred with dirt and determination, wonders who this magician could be. A blade of pure energy slashes through the air. Ian Pendragon's face is bruised, but his eyes remain sharp. Energy blades clash in a burst of light and power. John Myers moves with speed, his dark coat billowing behind him as he attacks. Ian Pendragon grits his teeth, realizing his opponent is fast. The two figures continue their furious battle, energy crackling around them. A wave of purple energy sweeps across the battlefield. John Myers presses his attack, his blade crackling with violet power as he lunges toward Ian Pendragon. The attacker states he was simply ordered to kill him and knows nothing else. John Myers continues his assault, the aura around his blade intensifying. The purple aura explodes outward, forming a jagged, deadly shape. Ian Pendragon is caught off guard as the aura blade slices through his defenses. The force of the blow sends shards of energy scattering. Ian Pendragon reels from the impact, a look of shock spreading across his face. The Griffin Knight clutches his chest, blood trickling from the wound as he realizes he's been cut. A voice exclaims that John Myers is using an aura blade. Ian Pendragon stares down at the wound, disbelief etched on his features. John Myers presses his advantage, leaping in for another strike against the injured Ian Pendragon. His power increased exponentially as Ian Pendragon released his dragon aura. The Griffin Knight knew that if he didn't give it his all here, he would be killed. John Myers' aura blade crackled with energy. The dragon aura manifested around John Myers. The Griffin Knight was engulfed in the dragon aura. John Myers prepared to strike. The two clashed, aura against aura. The floor splintered under the force of their battle. John Myers stood over Ian Pendragon, declaring that he couldn't win against him. Ian Pendragon's face was bruised and bloodied. John Myers gripped his aura blade tightly. A swirling mass of purple energy takes the form of a dragon. John Myers stands firm, his gaze fixed on Duke Pendragon as the dragon aura flares around him. The Griffin Knight grits his teeth, the strain evident on his face as he struggles against John Myers' power. The dragon aura begins to shift, its vibrant purple hue fading into a lighter blue. He is surrounded by orbs of energy, but John Myers remains unfazed, his power overwhelming the dragon aura. The purple energy continues to dissipate, leaving only traces of its former power. John Myers stands amidst the fading aura, his presence dominating the scene. Ian Pendragon struggles to maintain control, but the dragon aura is rapidly losing its form. The blue energy flickers, its intensity waning with each passing moment. The dragon's form becomes increasingly unstable, its features blurring and dissolving. Only a faint outline remains, a ghost of the powerful dragon it once was. The last vestiges of the dragon aura fade away, leaving Ian Pendragon vulnerable. A dragon of pure energy roars, its form crackling with immense power. The air shimmers with the force of the dragon's aura, distorting the very light around it. Ian Pendragon stands amidst the swirling energy, his expression strained as he attempts to maintain control. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. What? The text declares that Soldrake's aura was crushed, the energy dragon visibly collapsing. The crushing force intensifies, the dragon aura now a fractured, chaotic mess. The energy dragon is nearly gone, its form dissolving into scattered fragments of light. The text explains that the strength of one's aura should correspond to their dragon strength and the power of the one wielding it. Sweat beads on Ian Pendragon's brow, his face etched with a mixture of pain and shock. The text suggests that for him to unleash this much power, it must be the effect of his dragon strength. Elsewhere, a figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy, a sword held firmly in their grasp. The text states that to be able to overpower Dragon Queen Soul in sheer strength is impressive. The dragon who excels the most in combat among all dragons. He could only utter, "No way." Tears streaked down his face as he realized this aura belonged to Sea Dragon Viscula. His eyes glowed with a desperate, fading light. He declared that was why they were here, and that no one could win against him. The realization hit him hard, a silent scream trapped in his throat. A voice echoed, questioning the nature of the dragon vein. The root of mana, a place indispensable to dragons, was shown. It was explained that when a dragon's vein runs dry, they can no longer wield their full strength, as they are in the southern sea. The dragon vein here belongs to the sea dragon. Here, Viscula prepares to unleash its full power. The dragon's form crackles with energy. Viscula lunges forward, a purple haze surrounding it. He is struck by the dragon's attack. The knight is sent flying backwards, armor sparking. The force of the blow shatters the ground. Viscula continues its assault, pressing the advantage. Blood splatters as the knight's armor is torn. Ian Pendragon grunts in pain, struggling to maintain his stance. He admits that Viscula is stronger than him. But here, the white dragon has no dragon vein. Its aura is just ordinary here. He declares that he doesn't care about this battle, but it's an order. The sword is raised, surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. Ian Pendragon grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face as he wields the blade. A voice calls out, invoking the name Soul and pleading for power to be lent. Blades of pure blue energy erupt from the sword, radiating intense power. The energy blades intensify, filling the space with their brilliant light. A voice whispers the name Ray. The narration reveals that this sword belonged to Alex, the first Pendragon. It is revealed that this blade was forged from someone's own horn. The speaker states that the sword holds an immense amount of mana, and a portion of their power resides within it. A warning is given. If one runs out of aura while fighting in the sea, where they can't reach, its power will be unleashed. A figure with long, silver hair and pointed ears gazes into the distance, their expression unreadable. He stood with the woman, the words echoing that he should no longer be conflicted. Whether it was Raven's aura or Aaron's, he acknowledged both as part of him. Ian Pendragon held the sword, the voice declaring that he should now be able to wield his power to its fullest, the disembodied voice declared. A surge of blue energy erupted, crackling with immense power. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, a manifestation of raw magical force. The air crackled, the energy intensifying as the power reached its peak. A figure stood amidst the chaos, cloaked in darkness and wielding the potent energy. A sudden realization struck him. His aura, was it extinguished? Elsewhere, a cloaked figure sat, musing that Viscula's power shouldn't be surpassed here. Ian Pendragon's eyes widened, blood streaking his face, a look of desperate concern etched upon his features. The energy continued to surge, but the question of his aura lingered ominously. He stood, engulfed in a torrent of azure energy, its source unknown. Elsewhere, a figure with golden hair and a crimson cape was similarly wreathed in the glowing aura. The energy swirled around the figure's armored boots, crackling with raw power. The golden crown atop the figure's head seemed to amplify the radiant energy. The figure's face, etched with lines of strain, glowed with an otherworldly light. The cape billowed behind the figure, a symbol of the immense power being unleashed. A surge of blue energy crackles around him, the air shimmering with power. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a swirling vortex of azure light. He senses it too, the shift in his own aura, something profound changing within him. Golden light erupts, forming a crown of draconic energy above him. The Griffin Knight's eyes glow with newfound power, his expression hardening with resolve. His face is marred with dirt and determination, the blue markings on his face now blazing. Purple energy crackles, a dark contrast to the earlier azure light. The dark energy takes the form of a monstrous maw, ready to devour all before it. Ian Pendragon stands amidst the chaos, his sword drawn, prepared to face whatever comes next. The purple energy continues to surge, a sign of the power he now wields. The massive energy dragon lunges, its form crackling with power. Its jaws open wide, ready to devour anything in its path. The energy dragon's attack tears through the air, a devastating display. Pure energy explodes outward, obliterating everything it touches. The dragon's power continues to surge, an unstoppable force. Viscula's aura surrounds Ian Pendragon as he realizes the danger. The dragon's attack was devoured. The energy dragon looms over the battlefield, a terrifying presence. The energy crackles and surges, a chaotic display of raw power. Ian Pendragon stands ready, his sword drawn, bracing for the next attack. He wonders if he was cut by an aura blade. The thought lingers, that too, by an aura blade? He stands on the wooden platform, azure flames licking at his cloak. The energy dragon looms, its form crackling with immense power. Ian Pendragon raises his sword, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The dragon unleashes a torrent of azure flames, bathing the arena in light. He is engulfed in the azure flames, the heat searing his skin. The dragon's power intensifies, the azure flames swirling with greater ferocity. Through the haze, Ian Pendragon thinks the white dragon, azure flames. The azure flames continue to burn, obscuring his form. The dragon watches, its power undiminished. He falls to the ground, seemingly defeated by the dragon's flames. He thinks, nobody told me that he had the potential to exert this much power. It's just like he became a dragon himself. He stands before the massive form, now fully transformed into a dragon. Azure flames crackle around the dragon, energy radiating outwards. Godfrey Aragorn stares up, his expression a mix of shock and awe. Godfrey declares that even releasing more aura won't defeat this power, stating it's his end. A voice echoes, declaring it impossible, claiming to possess his aura. Godfrey Aragorn looks on in disbelief, realizing it's a dragon stronger than the white dragon. Aura. Godfrey's expression is grim, sweat beading on his brow as he contemplates the situation. The voice explains that the power is used to protect the one with a pact with Soldrake. The sea dragon Viscula's power is released from the sword, enabling one to wield Soul's true power. He confirmed it clearly. With Soul's eye, the dragon-like form pulsed with cursed energy, a link shared with Viscula. He stood amidst the swirling power, the sea dragon Viscula's influence radiating outwards. A gasp escaped him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The voice echoed, defiant. Magic or not, the fight would continue. The transformed Ian Pendragon's voice boomed, declaring that Viscula's power was also his. The figure declared that he was chosen, as the power surged around him. Godfrey Aragorn, as the contractor of the strongest dragon, prepared to strike. The blade descended, aimed directly at Ian Pendragon. Ian Pendragon's face contorted in pain as the attack landed. Godfrey Aragorn questioned what Ian knew about Viscula, as his power flared. The energy crackled, a testament to the immense power at play. The sword loomed, a deadly threat to the injured Ian Pendragon. He remembers the dragon's words, a firm declaration of independence. The dragon's form glows with power, a reminder of their sentience. He knows why he was entrusted with this power by Soul. Meanwhile, Godfrey Aragorn stands in a grand hall, the weight of his responsibilities heavy on his shoulders. He is approached by Ian Pendragon. Godfrey reflects on the battle, drawing nearer, and checks the sword's power. Ian Pendragon stands beside Godfrey, his expression unreadable as he looks at him. Godfrey is still not used to leaving his contractor's side. Godfrey thinks that Ian is strong, but Ian Pendragon sits beside Godfrey, questioning his motives. Ian Pendragon wonders why Godfrey tries so much to protect the Pendragons. Godfrey reflects on his duty. Godfrey remembers the man who saved him long ago. He remembered when he died young, a special person to him. He recalled Ian Pendragon asking him to keep protecting his children, since doing that would mean that no matter how many hundreds or thousands of years pass, he wouldn't be spending them alone. Ian Pendragon's expression was serene as he spoke of his desire. Godfrey stood beside Ian, listening intently to his words. However, his desire to protect them stemmed from another reason, Ian Pendragon stated. The wound on your heart is the same as mine. Godfrey and Ian sat together, the weight of their shared pain palpable in the air. Godfrey's expression was one of deep contemplation, his eyes reflecting the sorrow of the past. Ian Pendragon continued, explaining that they've lost the people who are important to them. For him, it was Alex, and for Godfrey, it was his family. Since they've gone through the same kind of pain, they understood each other's burdens. Ian wanted to protect Godfrey, so that at least he wouldn't experience anything like that again. The power imbued in the sword wasn't simply raw force. It was also Soul's memories, bound within the blade. It wasn't something like a fake contract, made through magic. Dragons as mere tools will always end with a loss. The energy pulsed, a silent warning. Godfrey's expression hardened. If they go against it. The sword hummed with contained power. The air crackled with anticipation. The dragon-like figure loomed, a silent guardian. Energy arced from the blade, a promise of destruction. The dragon roared, the name echoing, Soul. The power surged, ready to be unleashed. They are struck by a dark, viscous energy, causing them to cry out. Godfrey Aragorn's voice echoes, desperately pleading for protection. The dragon Soul begins to transform, its form shifting and growing larger. The dark energy swirls and writhes, a chaotic force of destruction. Soul's transformation continues, the dragon's scales shimmering with power. Godfrey Aragorn raises his sword, preparing to defend himself. The sword crackles with energy, ready to strike. Bolts of energy fly through the air, illuminating the scene. The energy intensifies, the air thick with anticipation. Godfrey Aragorn grits his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth. Soul's transformation nears completion, the dragon now immense and radiant. The transformed Soul stands protectively over the injured Godfrey Aragorn. Dragons answer to nobody. Godfrey Aragorn is surrounded by the blue energy. Other than their contractors, debris rained down from the sky. A figure stood before a massive, blue dragon. The battle continued on the ship's deck, leaving splinters and wreckage. The figure addressed the dragon. "You've saved me once again, soul." The figures stood their ground, energy crackling around them. Elsewhere, two figures lay prone on the ship's deck. The figure with the dragon stood over the fallen. Ian Pendragon gasped for air, his face bruised and battered. He thought to himself that he should show this to Soul directly. His face was marred with cuts and bruises, his expression grim. Only a dragon can oppose another dragon, he realized. He was told that he had to become one. The magician was the one who made Ian Pendragon like this. The magician is working with the Oranges. With the exception of Soul, the other dragons don't involve themselves with humans in the first place. Meanwhile, Godfrey Aragorn reflects that Ian Pendragon was forced into a contract through magic. This whole thing was orchestrated to obtain such power of having control over a dragon. Even with this guy half dead, Viscula still isn't showing himself. The ship sails across the ocean. Godfrey Aragorn asks where Viscula is now. Ian Pendragon says he doesn't know and that he's never seen him. Godfrey asks how he even managed to do it. Ian Pendragon says that he has seen his soul and it was bound by magic. Godfrey realizes that if that is the case, Viscula is already out and that magician has the power capable of killing even dragons. He lay on the ground, listening as Ian spoke of the magician. Ian said that the magician believes they're distorting the logic of the world. The magician had asked others to get rid of them so that the world could return to its former state. The magician believes the world can return to its former state. Ian's expression hardens as he thinks about the magician. The wind whips around them as Ian realizes the magician knows his real identity. Godfrey stands, drawing his sword as the wind intensifies. A griffin descends from the sky, its wings beating powerfully. Meanwhile, Ian stares up at something with a look of surprise. Ian recognizes the griffin, exclaiming that it belongs to Isla. The griffin lands on the ship's deck, standing beside Ian as they sail toward distant islands. The pirates retreated, their defeat evident in their hasty departure. The pirates are retreating, Godfrey observed, deducing that they successfully captured Tolio. Ian agreed, adding that the Oranges would soon start making their moves as well. Godfrey dismissed the Oranges, stating that checking out what happened with Tolio takes priority. With a cry, Ian's griffin prepared for flight. Meanwhile, the pirates gathered on the deck of their ship, their expressions grim. A man with a scar declared that it was enough, addressing someone as the king of the... A voice declared that their defeat was evident and that nobody would come to save them. The ocean churned, reflecting the turmoil of the battle. A menacing figure with an eye patch and bloodied face grinned, revealing sharp teeth. He stood with the others, arms crossed, a grim look on his face. A winged figure descended, declaring its superiority in the name of its lord. The winged figure, adorned with a red cape, descended from the sky. On the ship, the crew watched the unfolding events with bated breath. The winged figure's face was revealed, a determined look in its blue eyes. A voice cried out, branding someone as the White Worm. The man with the beard snarled, his chains rattling as he strained against them. A blinding light filled the sky as the battle began. People scattered, running for their lives as the chaos unfolded. Godfrey Aragorn stood beside the chained man, a worried expression on his face. The winged figure clashed with the chained man, energy crackling between them. The chained man was struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A clawed hand descends, reaching for the chained figure below. The monstrous attacker bares his fangs, ready to strike. The men watch in stunned disbelief at the unfolding violence. The chained man cries out in pain, cursing his attacker. The attack continues with brutal force, the chained man unable to defend himself. A blade flashes, adding to the onslaught of the assault. The man with blue hair stands over the chained man, spear in hand, as the attack continues. The chained man screams in agony as the assault reaches its peak. The man with blue hair senses the presence of the Dragon Duke. The chained man is called a wretched, filthy creature. Oranges stands among soldiers, observing the scene with a stern expression. Godfrey Aragorn reflects on killing for pleasure and ruling through strength and fear. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as an unseen force descends. A voice echoes, asking if he understands the meaning of the impending doom. The disembodied voice declares that this is the price he's paying. Godfrey Aragorn's expression shifts to one of shock and pain. Energy crackles as the unseen attacker unleashes a devastating assault. Blasts of blue energy rip through the air, targeting Godfrey Aragorn. Elsewhere, three onlookers react with stunned silence as the battle unfolds before them. Godfrey Aragorn grits his teeth, feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him. The energy intensifies, the weight of the aura becoming almost unbearable. The source of the attack remains unseen, but its power is undeniable. He struggles against the crushing force, realizing the aura is much heavier than before. A voice declares that this is a fitting end for him. The unseen assailant continues their assault, prompting a desperate, furious denial. I can't die, the figure thinks, struggling against the crushing force. The pressure mounts, contorting the figure's face in a grotesque grimace. Summoning his power, Godfrey Aragorn unleashes a torrent of energy. The energy explodes outward, a desperate attempt to break free. The dust settles, revealing Godfrey standing victorious over a fallen foe. The battle's aftermath is visible in the bloodied ground. Elsewhere, allies watch with concern, awaiting news of the battle's outcome. The group stands together, their expressions a mix of anxiety and hope. A voice rings out, thanking everyone for their efforts. The group gathers, the immediate crisis averted, but the war is far from over. The towering structure stood against the bright sky, a symbol of their cause. He declared his intent, the weight of the upcoming battle etched on his face. Godfrey Aragorn stood ready, flanked by allies prepared to fight by his side. Below, a sea of supporters raised their fists in solidarity, their resolve unwavering. The crowd's unified strength surged, a silent promise of support and victory. The coastal city bustled with activity, its harbor filled with ships from distant lands. The town square teemed with people, merchants hawking their wares, and children playing games. Maids offered freshly made treats to the townsfolk, urging them to eat before they got cold. One of the townsfolk expressed their gratitude for the maid's constant provision of food. A maid called out for Lady Lindsay, requesting her assistance. A booming voice announced the return of the Duke's ship, causing a stir among the crowd. The maids hurried about, carrying trays of food, their expressions a mix of excitement and anticipation. Two maids exchanged surprised glances, their eyes wide with wonder. One of the maids exclaimed, "Lord Aaron," her voice filled with shock. The ship cuts through the water, approaching the harbor. From above, the city bustles as the ship draws closer. The Empire's ships seem lower in number than expected. The man with the beanie notes that it seemed like a losing battle, considering the storm in the south. The man with spiky hair replies that they had to fight the pirates at the same time. The ship arrives, and a figure with long blonde hair stands at the bow. The crowd watches with anticipation, their expressions a mix of hope and concern. The pirates were hurting the commerce city of Luz, making its people suffer. He stands tall, sword in hand, declaring that they have been subjugated. The crowd listens intently as he speaks of the sea city of Luz. He descends from the ship, promising that it will be rebuilt to its former glory. The crowd looks on with renewed hope, their faces lit by the promise of a brighter future. The town erupted in cheers, their joy echoing through the streets. The citizens celebrated, declaring that since Segunda was replaced, things have turned over a new leaf. The crowd surged forward, eager to welcome their new leader. "Brother!" someone shouted as Lord Aaron arrived to a hero's welcome. Elsewhere, Aaron embraced Lindsay tightly, a wave of relief washing over them. Aaron called out Lindsay's name, her voice filled with emotion. Lindsay admitted she had heard there was a huge storm, and she was really worried. Aaron smiled, relieved to see Lindsay safe and sound. Lindsay apologized for making Aaron worry. Two women approached, recognizing Lindsay as the wife of the new governor. The women explained that they hadn't noticed Lindsay's true identity because she was always covered in soot from helping them bake. A woven basket is offered as a token of appreciation. The townspeople express their gratitude for her husband's efforts. Lindsay hears the comment and wonders if it was the baking that helped. The storm weakened commerce, so she helped those in need. Lindsay reflects on helping the people in need. Aaron assures her that anyone would have done the same, but Lindsay insists she helped in her own way. It was the meals she cooked that made the difference. The townspeople express their gratitude, saying she helped them a lot. Lindsay and Aaron stand together, a sense of accomplishment between them. Lindsay is thanked for doing a good job. Aaron places a hand on Lindsay's head, acknowledging her efforts. She beams, her eyes closed, basking in the warmth of gratitude. A simple, heartfelt thanks hangs in the air, a testament to their efforts. Aaron is embraced, celebrated for his part in helping the people. "I'm so proud of you," a woman exclaims. A shout pierces the peaceful atmosphere, a warning of impending danger. A man cries out, his face contorted in fear. "The pirates are here!" The cry echoes, a stark contrast to the earlier expressions of gratitude. Meanwhile, a pirate flag snaps in the wind, its ominous symbol a promise of violence. A pirate ship looms on the horizon, its dark sails cutting off the sunlight. The townspeople whisper in fear. Could they be survivors? Or have they come for revenge? Boots hit the ground, the sound of approaching pirates growing louder. The pirates advance, their faces grim, weapons at the ready. The townspeople stand frozen in fear. A pirate with a goatee surveys the town, his expression cold and calculating. The two men exchanged worried glances, sweat beading on their foreheads. The citizens of Luz knelt, begging forgiveness for their past actions. The men's expressions shifted to surprise, their eyes widening in disbelief. The pirates admitted that they had only caused trouble and lose. A pirate lowered his head, a shadow falling across his face. However, the pirates declared that they had decided to change and would work for the town's sake. The crowd murmured in confusion, unsure of what to make of this sudden shift. One of the kneeling pirates was addressed, the speaker stating that their actions were part of strategy. It was revealed that they had deceived the enemies and fought them valiantly afterwards. Lord Aaron spoke, acknowledging that the pirates had done nothing, but influenced Luz in a negative way. The speaker continued, explaining that poverty forces people to do things they wouldn't otherwise. A lone figure sat on the rocks, contemplating the turbulent sea. They stood before someone, awaiting a response to their apology. It was Aaron stood before the crowd, declaring it his duty to protect and enrich the city. He apologized for not being able to protect everyone. Though, Aaron placed a hand over his heart, his expression grave. Wouldn't they be able to accept them, for the sake of Luz? The pirates stood side by side, their expressions unreadable. A close-up revealed the grim set of one pirate's mouth. Since it was a special request from the new governor, there was no way around it. They were going to work the former pirates to their bones. The pirates were surrounded, their fate sealed. One pirate was held down, a fist raised above him. The pirate looked up, a smirk playing on his lips. He stood beside Ian Pendragon, the two men observing the scene before them. The man with dark hair called out, "Pendragon." Aaron extended his hand. He said, "Let me thank you, not only for the gold and the commerce license." The words hung in the air, a testament to their shared history. "You've also gone far beyond your promise and gave us a place to belong to." Aaron smiled, offering his gratitude. "Another chance at life because of you." A warm sentiment filled the air. "I'm glad that we met you, Governor." Ian Pendragon's expression softened. He said, "I also didn't feel alone, as I had your help." The man with dark hair turned to a figure standing behind him. "Isn't that right, Admiral?" The Admiral's face was stern, but a hint of a smile played on his lips. The Admiral spoke, his voice steady. "If you hadn't helped us, we would have lost." The Admiral extended his hand, offering a gesture of respect. "Thank you." The man with the hat was Winterstorm Captain John Myers. Count Granite's expression was unreadable, his gaze distant and contemplative. Admiral Moraine shook Ian Pendragon's hand firmly. He stated that he was counting on him from now on. The man with long black hair commented that Ian had even reconciled the Navy and the pirates. The blonde-haired man agreed, stating it was expected of their lord. A voice boomed, declaring that since they'd won, it was time to chug some drinks. The orc-like figure shouted that tonight they would have a feast. The orc-like figure's declaration was met with enthusiastic cheers and anticipation. Meanwhile, lanterns glowed softly against the backdrop of a starry night sky, promising warmth and revelry. The town was bathed in the soft light of lanterns and the moon, ready for a night of celebration. People bustled through the streets, their laughter echoing through the lantern-lit alleys. A group of people walked together, their faces alight with anticipation for the upcoming feast. The tavern was already filling with patrons, their voices rising in a joyous cacophony. The celebration was in full swing, with people raising their mugs in a toast to victory. The feast was in full swing, the town celebrating their recent victory. Elsewhere, a figure sat perched with a griffin, a massive whale breaching the water nearby. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. The sounds of the city carried on the wind, a distant hum of celebration. He stood on the balcony, overlooking the festivities below. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor, approaching from behind. Sol apologized for the delay, explaining that the feast preparations had taken longer than expected. Sol's expression was sincere, his eyes reflecting the moonlight. He had much to tell, secrets and stories waiting to be shared. But first, there was something else that needed to be addressed. Sol expressed his gratitude, explaining that he was saved by the memories sealed within the sword. The sword gleamed faintly, a testament to the power it held within. Ian Pendragon smiles softly, relieved. He thinks, "I'm glad you are safe." Fireworks explode in the night sky, celebrating a return. A voice calls out, "Welcome back, Ray." Ian Pendragon stands on a balcony, watching the fireworks with a winged figure. The celebration continues.